Zhao Huan found himself traversing into a world where the mastery of beasts was universal. In this realm, humanity possessed a unique affinity for beast spirits. The higher the affinity, the mightier the contracted beasts. As a prodigy from Sankai High School, endowed with an 11 beast spirit affinity, Zhao Huan, during the pre-examination contract ceremony, ended up merely binding with a common little turtle. Ordinary was ordinary, but he remained unfazed, for he possessed a divine-grade beast enlightenment system. Thus commenced his extraordinary journey in the art of beast mastery. Years later, Zhao Huan sat outside the grand entrance of his luxurious villa, listening to the sounds of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise gathered. In a living room, enthusiastically playing mahjong. A serpent coiled upon the staircase, indulging in an afternoon nap, while a Qilin lounged on the bed in his bedroom. In a swimming pool, a Fang lay sprawled, having evaporated all the water. He could not help but sharply pinch his own hand, chiding himself for the reckless tapping that had summoned such powerful entities. Mastering beasts, he mused, ultimately relied on the legendary creatures of Huaxia, rendering him invincible. Chapter 1. The ceremony of beast contract begins. In the Jiuzhou Alliance, in the province of Zhongzhou, in the city of Lingshui. Within the Grand Hall of Contracts at Sankai High School, nearly 100 senior students sat in anticipation, awaiting their singular opportunity to enter the Grand Beast Constellation Contract Array. Zhao Huan sat upright, though his ears selectively tuned out the principal Jiang Yukai's lengthy discourse, his gaze drifting towards the enormous contract teleportation array at the center of the hall. The array was yet unfinished. Several technicians were engaged in final adjustments. At that moment, the shimmering veil of light within the array pulsated with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a swirling vortex, where celestial bodies danced in an endless cycle. As a member of the Transmigrator Legion, Zhao Huan harbored a profound curiosity about the beast contract ceremony that shattered his previous notions. After all, in this world where beast mastery was ubiquitous, this was a pivotal opportunity for his survival. Students, we are about to commence the beast contract ceremony, a moment of utmost significance in your lives, a true watershed moment. During this ceremony, some of you will contract battle beasts, becoming beast warriors, while others will contract auxiliary beasts, becoming beast assistants. Regardless of your path, the responsibility of safeguarding human civilization will rest upon your shoulders. I hope you all approach this ceremony with your utmost readiness, for it will determine your performance in tomorrow's examination and shape your future. Now, please line up in the order of classes 1 and 3 to begin the ceremony. As the teleportation array was finally completed, Principal Jiang Yukai gestured grandly, and the students began to line up under the teacher's guidance. A flurry of activity ensued. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Huan fell to the end of the line. Since his transmigration, he had been plagued by peculiar dreams nightly, leaving his sleep quality poor and his spirit somewhat fatigued. Just then, a chubby hand landed on his shoulder. Turning to see a mischievous round face, his friend Wang Daqian leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, "Huanzi, did you overdo it last night? Remember, your body is your own. You must be cautious." Wang Daqian, Zhao Huan's close confidant, often expressed his concern through such familiar banter. Zhao Huan rolled his eyes in response. "Get lost? Oh, look at you, full of spirit. Seems like everything's all right. After all, you are the genius of Sankai. Hi, what is there to fear about the contract ceremony? Watch as I serve as your guardian, and you will undoubtedly shine." Wang Daqian playfully squeezed Zhao Huan's shoulder, his grin broadening as if Zhao Huan's success was his own. Genius? Zhao Huan momentarily spaced out, his gaze drifting to Class 1 on his left. Mu Qing Feng, a tall figure standing out like a crane among chickens, was the other prodigy of their cohort. At that moment, his piercing gaze locked onto Zhao Huan's, his brows arching in a provocative manner. Since the revelation of their beast spirit affinities 2 years prior, the news of 2 A-level prodigies emerging from Sankai High had sent ripples throughout Lingshui City. It was noteworthy that the beast spirit affinity ranged from E to S across 6 tiers. The majority of their class possessed A-level affinities, with scarcely a few attaining the level. The level of beast spirit affinity determined the innate grade of the contracted beasts during the ceremony. Upon successful contraction, beasts began at a base level of 1, requiring their masters to nurture and elevate them. However, beasts inherently fell into 6 innate grades: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, legendary, and sacred glass. These innate grades dictated the potential growth and upgrading speed of the beasts. For instance, a bronze beast, the lowest tier, could only reach a maximum level of 20, while a sacred glass beast could ascend to a staggering level of 100. This immense disparity in levels created an insurmountable chasm in the growth of beasts, rendering any hope of equalization from the outset utterly futile. With his 11 beast spirit affinity, Zhao Huan was qualified to contract either platinum or legendary BS, a feat that had not occurred at Sankai High for the past 20 years. To his astonishment, this cohort had produced two that Zhao Huan had never anticipated that, in this world, he would transform from an academic underachiever into a genius. Yet, even for a genius, the type of beast one could contract ultimately hinged upon one's performance in the grand beast constellation. The first contractee, Class 1, Lu Xing. As the announcement echoed, the ceremony officially commenced. A diminutive boy, under the watchful eyes of Principal Jiang and Vice Chairperson of the Beast Education Committee, Peng Weiling, nervously stepped into the teleportation array, disappearing into the cosmic whirlpool. Before long, the array emitted a pale blue light, and Lu Xing emerged, dejectedly cradling a black cat. Class 1 Lu Xing has contracted a bronze level 1 auxiliary beast, the sleepy cat. Next up, Class 2 Wei Qingqing, a bronze level 1 auxiliary beast. No wonder Lu Xing bore such a glum expression. Observing the sleepy cat in Lu Xing's arms, Zhao Huan could not help but recall the knowledge he had acquired. Beasts were categorized into battle and auxiliary types. As the name implies, battle beasts possessed formidable combat skills, while auxiliary beasts offered supportive abilities such as healing, hypnosis, divination, and item locating. Those who obtained auxiliary beasts became beast assistants, typically playing supportive roles in explorations of mystical realms. While high-level auxiliary beasts indeed held significant value in combat, who wouldn't desire a beast capable of fighting, dominating the battlefield, and earning the esteemed title of Beast Warrior? Look at Lu Xing, he's about to cry. Honestly, what's so bad about being a beast assistant? You don't have to risk your life, it's much safer to stay behind. If it were me, I'd be overjoyed. Wang Daqian leaned closer to Zhao Huan, shaking his head in disbelief. Well, in this vast world, varied perspectives were to be expected. Zhao Huan glanced at his timid, rotund friend, choosing to remain non-committal. Class 2 of senior year, Wei Qingqing has contracted a level 1 bronze battle pet, the iron-winged eagle. Next, Class 3 of senior year, Zheng Wei. Zhao Huan turned his gaze towards the source of the announcement, observing a petite girl struggling to carry a magnificent male eagle, emerging from the teleportation array with great enthusiasm. A chorus of envious murmurs rippled through the crowd. As time progressed, students continued to step into the teleportation array, one after another, emerging in turn. The array pulsated with a ghostly azure luminescence, as some students emerged with joy, others with despondency, and a few wept bitterly, unable to contain their disappointment. Principal Zhang Yukai cast an awkward glance at the impassive Peng Weiling beside him, surprised to see that the preceding 10 or so students had all contracted bronze-level pets, most of which were auxiliary creatures. Though Sankai High School perpetually languished at the bottom of the city's rankings, a hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. Next, Class 1 of senior year, Mu Qingfeng. The announcement invigorated Jiang Yukai instantly. As one of the only 2 students possessing a level B spirit affinity, he held immense anticipation for the kind of pet Mu Qingfeng would contract. With a resolute gaze and a stern expression, Mu Qingfeng paused briefly to cast a final glance at Zhao Huan, his eyes narrowing with confidence, before striding purposefully into the teleportation array. The grand hall fell into a profound silence, each individual holding their breath, fixated on the radiance of the teleportation array, as if awaiting the triumphant return of a valiant hero. Chapter 2. The contractual vision, surprisingly, revealed a diminutive turtle. Shortly thereafter, the light emanating from the teleportation array shattered the silence of the gathering. A brilliant, pure white radiance, akin to the sun's glorious rays, illuminated every eager visage present. Wow! Even before Mu Qingfeng had emerged, the assembled students were already expressing their astonishment with envy. Vice President Peng Weiling widened his eyes, aware that there were 2 exceptionally talented individuals at Sankai High School. Yet he had not anticipated such a grand spectacle upon the first entry into the teleportation array. This must be the contract light of a creature at least of platinum grade. It had been 3 years since a platinum tier beast had graced the entirety of Lingshui City. To witness such an occurrence at this year's contract ceremony was indeed unexpected. He cast a glance at the visibly delighted Jiang Yukai and cheerfully extended his congratulations. Principal Jiang, congratulations. It seems the top scholar of Ling Shui this year shall undoubtedly be from your Sankai. Zhang Yukai could not suppress a hearty chuckle, feigning modesty as he responded. Thank you, President Peng, for your kind words. As for the top scholar, it remains to be seen. We do not yet know whether Mu Qingfeng has contracted a combat beast or a support beast. The sunlight-like radiance grew ever more intense, rendering it impossible for anyone to gaze directly at it. Students shielded their eyes with their hands, faintly perceiving a figure emerging from the teleportation array as the brilliance gradually subsided. Congratulations to Class 1 of the 3rd year, Mu Qingfeng, for acquiring a platinum-level combat beast. The Poison Flame Python. The announcer, brimming with excitement, nearly misstated the information. The Poison Flame Python. Zhao Huan observed the spirited Mu Qingfeng, who was accompanied by a fire-red giant python exceeding 5 meters in length, coiling its massive body as its crimson eyes scanned the audience, evoking a sense of awe. Its forked tongue flicked rapidly, as if ready to strike at any moment. Zhao Huan's anticipation surged uncontrollably, with the same level of A-grade beast spirit affinity. What kind of creature would he contract? Surely it could not be significantly inferior to that fellow's. He hoped it would not be a support beast. Zhao Huan preferred the thrill of combat. Mu Qingfeng maintained a cold demeanor, but the pride in his eyes was undeniable as he openly stared at Zhao Huan, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Humph, Huanzi, summon a crimson-scaled fire dragon later. It would surely infuriate that wooden face. Wang Daqian had always harbored disdain for Mu Qingfeng, for individuals like them, hailing from ordinary families. Mu Qingfeng's prestigious background from the renowned Mu family in Ling Shui City rendered them worlds apart, akin to the heavens and the earth. It was puzzling why someone from such an illustrious family would attend a school like Senkai. A crimson-scaled fire dragon? That would require S-grade beast spirit affinity. This foolish fat man has begun to spout nonsense again. Zhao Huan shook his head, ignoring Wang Daqian and dismissing Mu Qingfeng's provocation. His fervent gaze fixated on the teleportation array, an anxious anticipation intertwining within him, preventing him from settling down. Next, from Class 3 of the 3rd year, Zhao Huan. At last, it was his turn. Zhao Huan stood up, adjusted his clothing, and strode confidently toward the teleportation array. Huanzi, you got this. It's all up to you now. Wang Daqian shouted boisterously, his voice reverberating throughout the auditorium. A chorus of support from Class 3 echoed in unison, creating quite a ruckus. Zhang Yukai did not reprimand Wang Daqian for his audacity. Instead, he remained beaming, quietly briefing Peng Weiling about Zhao Huan's circumstances. With Mu Qingfeng already having made a remarkable contract, if Zhao Huan could also successfully bind a high-tier beast, Sankai High School would undoubtedly shine in tomorrow's grand examination. After 20 long years, they could finally shed the label of perennial underachievers. It seemed plausible that they might rank among the top 2 high schools. His long-cherished dream of revitalizing Sankai was finally within reach. The thought filled him with an exhilarating sense of lightness, akin to sipping fine wine. As Zhao Huan stepped into the teleportation array, he found himself enveloped in a constellation of starlight, an array of unfamiliar celestial bodies dazzling his vision. No wonder it was called the 10,000 Beast Star Map Contract Array. He sensed a gravitational force drawing him in, the stars beginning to revolve around him in a slow dance. The brilliant white light emanating from him subtly connected with the circling constellations. A colossal bear constellation surged toward him, but before it could settle, it was usurped by a lion constellation, which, in turn, could not maintain its position as it was overtaken by an immense crab constellation spanning light years. Immersed in the resplendent ocean of stars, he remained unaware that the light surrounding him had quietly shifted. Look, the contract light has changed. What is happening? Why is the contract light transformed? Could there be an issue? Could it be that Zhao Huan is not A-grade beast spirit affinity, but rather S-grade? Outside the teleportation array, the students erupted into a tumult of astonishment. One student, finding his speculation too outrageous, abruptly fell silent. No wonder he harbored such doubts, since Zhao Huan's entry. The array's light had transitioned from a brilliant white to a deep purple, ultimately manifesting a glass-like brilliance. A sacred glass beast? Peng Weiling and Zhang Yukai were equally taken aback. Even they had never encountered a situation where the contract light altered colors. Nor had they witnessed a scene where a sacred tier beast was contracted. Zhang Yukai pointed at the array's vibrant lights, incredulously gazing at Peng Weiling, his heart brimming with uncontainable anticipation, eliciting a peculiar smirk that bordered on farcical. I have never seen anything like this before. Do not fret, Principal Jiang. There are no other anomalies with the teleportation array. Let us observe the unfolding events. Peng Weiling's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated on the array, as if fearing to miss a moment of the spectacle. Unbeknownst to Zhao Huan, he gazed upward, marveling at the celestial parade of constellations as they whizzed by. his heart filled with admiration yet tinged with anxiety. Which one would he contract? The constellations spun faster and faster until a magnificent dragon materialized before him. A dragon? Zhao Huan's mouth went dry, and his heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from his chest. Yet, alas, before the dragon could properly stabilize, a streak of light, akin to a meteor, suddenly darted from an unknown source, crashing into the dragon constellation, altering its trajectory, and directly merging into Zhao Huan's body, vanishing without a trace. The dragon constellation was thus knocked off course, drifting away like a feather. Zhao Huan watched the dragon depart with a forlorn expression, exclaiming in dismay as if witnessing a prize slip from his grasp. Before him lay emptiness, and his heart raced with urgency. Moments later, a small, unassuming turtle ambled through the starry expanse, slowly coming to a halt before Zhao Huan. He felt his spirit being drawn by the turtle constellation, a bronze-hued light enveloping him completely, as if merging into one. Bronze-level combat beast, Xian Shui turtle. Zhao Huan received this information in his mind. But before he could ponder it further, he was whisked away by the teleportation array. The array shimmered erratically, casting a dizzying display of lights that nearly blinded everyone present. What is happening with the 10,000 Beast star map? The contract light is so dazzling that I cannot see. It's here, what is it? There is nothing there. What is going on? Did the contract fail? That is impossible. Exclamations of bewilderment reverberated, plunging the auditorium into chaos. Mu Qingfeng also stood upright, squinting, his expression tense as he watched Zhao Huan's figure gradually materialize. In Class 3 of the senior year, Zhao Huan entered into a contract, binding himself to a bronze level 1 battle pet, the Xian Shui turtle. The voice of the broadcaster hesitated noticeably, conveying a tone of incredulity as it announced Zhao Huan's contract results. Bronze level 1. Could it truly be? An A-grade affinity for beast spirits resulted in the contract of merely a bronze pet? It appears that even geniuses can falter at times. The auditorium erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, filled with a mixture of regret, astonishment, and even schadenfreude. Zhao Huan stood there, bewildered, gazing at the small, dark turtle in his hand that barely measured the size of his palm, stretching its neck to look at him, blinking slowly after a long pause. This was his contracted pet, a diminutive turtle? He remained transfixed before the teleportation array, unable to regain his composure. The esteemed Principal Zhang Yukai was equally taken aback. That incredible radiance had culminated in this. Perhaps it was a failure of the contract, a pity for such a promising candidate. Peng Weiling hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh, expressing his disappointment. Although failures in beast contracts are exceedingly rare, they are not entirely unheard of. It can only be said that Zhao Huan's luck was remarkably poor, encountering such an extraordinary misfortune. The transition from genius to mediocrity can occur in an instant. Zhang Yukai gazed mournfully at Zhao Huan, who staggered back to his place in the line, and could not help but sigh inwardly. It's all right, Huanzi, perhaps Wang Daqian. Observing Zhao Huan's despondent return, felt words of consolation rise to his lips, but ultimately fell silent. After all, this was a contract ceremony that would dictate their destinies. At such a moment, any additional words of comfort would only serve to deepen the anguish, rendering them meaningless. He could only gently pat Zhao Huan on the shoulder before sinking into a despondent seat. The contract ceremony continued, yet the buzz of discussions around them persisted unabated. Each individual, either intentionally or inadvertently, cast glances towards Zhao Huan, seeking to discern expressions of anger, pain, sorrow, and regret upon his face, feeding their darker inclinations that even a genius could share in their misfortunes. However, their murmurs gradually subsided, and they collectively stared in astonishment at Zhao Huan, forgetting the next contract altogether, for they beheld Zhao Huan smiling. The one they had presumed would be overwhelmed by despair instead bore a gentle smile at the corners of his mouth. Was this the result of such a severe blow that he had lost his sanity? Confusion swept over the crowd. Chapter 3. The activation of the Divine Beast Pet Enlightenment System. The transition from genius to mediocrity can occur in an instant. The leap from hell to heaven can also transpire in a mere moment. Shortly after returning to his seat, Zhao Huan heard an extraordinarily melodious voice resonate within him. Detected host has contracted a pet, binding the Divine Beast Pet Enlightenment System. Would you like to activate it? The Divine Beast Pet Enlightenment System? A golden opportunity? Zhao Huan was elated and hastily confirmed the activation. The Divine Beast Pet Enlightenment System has been activated. Host, Zhao Huan. Age, 18 years. Contract level, A-grade affinity for beast spirits. Enlightenment points, 100. Unique talent skill, Soul of Enlightenment. Allows the evolution of a pet's innate level through enlightenment, requiring enlightenment points. Passive skill, Heart of Amplification, amplifies all attributes of contracted pets by tenfold, effective only for the host's contracted pets. Auxiliary skill, spirit communication, initial binding grants this auxiliary skill, enabling communication with pets and access to all exotic beast information. Contracted pet, Xianshui turtle, bronze level 1. Contract slot, unlocked. The unique binding talent skill can evolve a pet's innate level. Zhao Huan confirmed the information in his mind repeatedly, struggling to believe it. This meant that even a bronze pet could ascend to the Saint Crystal tier. Furthermore, the passive skill, Heart of Amplification, was indeed extraordinary, capable of enhancing all attributes of a pet by tenfold. Zhao Huan was astounded, remaining in a daze for quite some time until Mu Qingfeng appeared before him, snapping him back to reality. What a pity! I thought we could have a proper contest in tomorrow's grand examination to see who the true genius really is. Mu Qingfeng stood before Zhao Huan, his gaze shifting from Zhao Huan's face to the small turtle, his lips twitching slightly, before he turned and departed without uttering another word. What is so impressive about it? It's merely good luck to have contracted a platinum battle pet. Wang Daqian spat in disdain as he watched Mu Qingfeng's retreating figure. He had also completed the contract ceremony, acquiring a silver level 1 auxiliary pet, the water healing rabbit, which was a fulfillment of his aspirations. Yet, it was unfortunate that his close friend, who bore the mantle of genius, had stumbled at the very threshold. He watched Zhao Huan with concern, hesitating for a long moment before mustering a smile. Come on, Huanzi, let us go grab a bite. It's on me. No, you go ahead. I need to prepare for tomorrow's grand examination. Zhao Huan declined Wang Daqian's kind offer. Although he understood that his friend was worried for him, he simply lacked the heart to revel in distractions at that moment. He yearned to return home swiftly and discover just how extraordinary his newfound golden opportunity truly was. After parting ways with Wang Daqian, he opened the pet information panel. Contractor, Zhao Huan. Species, Xianshui turtle, bronze pet. Level, 1. Experience points, 0-100. Attack power, 2 points, 20. Defense power, 5 points, 50. Agility, 1 point, 10. Mental power, 3 points, 30. Skills, basic bite, 0-10. Basic water spout, 0-10. Affection level, for 10. Status, healthy. Note, bronze level pet. Can be enhanced through Soul of Enlightenment. Requires 100 enlightenment points. Thanks to the passive skill, Heart of Amplification, the Xianshui turtle's base attributes had already been increased tenfold. With such enhanced capabilities, it likely rivaled a bronze level 10 pet. Moreover, he could assist it in evolving its innate level. He already possessed 100 enlightenment points, but how could he increase them further? As Zhao Huan walked home, perusing the attributes of his pet, he found himself pondering. By the time he returned home, he still had not unraveled the mystery of how to increase his enlightenment points. Is Zhao Huan back? Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Upon entering the door, he heard his sister Zhao Ling's voice from the kitchen, mingled with the enticing aroma of food, causing him to momentarily pause. Back in Blue Star, he had been an orphan, living alone for years, unaware of the warmth of family for far too long. Since crossing over, he felt Zhao Ling's care, and deep within his soul, he sensed the reliance of the former Zhao Huan on the girl before him. After all, since their parents went missing when he was 8, he had been raised single-handedly by his sister, who was 5 years his elder. For his sake, she had forego further education after graduating high school, surviving by helping others find lost items with her bronze auxiliary pet, the sniffing cat. The inseparable siblings had spent the last decade together. The original Zhao Huan had always hoped to contract a high-level pet through the ceremony to provide a better life for his sister. However, just a month ago, he had inexplicably died in his sleep, allowing Zhao Huan to traverse into this body as its new master. Thus, every time he reflected on occupying the body of Zhao Ling's younger brother, he felt a twinge of confusion, unsure of how to face this sister in a foreign world. He paused for a moment, hastily retreating to his room while raising his voice to declare, "I won't eat anymore. I'm feeling a bit tired today and will rest for now." Hearing his words, Zhao Ling, wielding a spatula, hurriedly exited the kitchen, only to be met with the sound of a door slamming shut, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her younger brother had been acting strangely of late, growing distant from her. Could it be that his innate maturity was causing him to experience puberty later than his peers? No, today was the day of the beast contract ceremony. Could it be that something had gone awry during the ceremony? With this thought in mind, Zhao Ling wiped her hands and promptly dialed Wang Daqian's number. She was quite familiar with her brother's close friend, having hosted him for countless meals at her home. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ling's concerns, Zhao Huan firmly shut his bedroom door and summoned his pet turtle. Observing the Xianshui turtle slowly crawling across his desk, he felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation bubbling within him. Soul of Enlightenment. He concentrated his mental energy, his fingers shimmering with a faint white glow as he directed it towards the small turtle and waved it forward. The white light enveloped the Xianshui turtle, causing it to tremble slightly as if struck by an electric current, yet it remained immobile. The radiant glow illuminated Zhao Huan's anxious face. He fixed his gaze intently on the turtle, his heart racing with trepidation, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. Time seemed to drag on interminably. Congratulations, host. The bronze-level pet Xianshui turtle has evolved into the silver-level pet Xianbing turtle. Finally, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in Zhao Huan's ears like celestial music. The Xianbing turtle, now a silver-level beast, appeared to have undergone minimal changes. It had merely grown slightly larger, and its once dark shell was now adorned with silver streaks. The stark contrast of black and white resembled a chessboard. Zhao Huan paid little heed to this subtle transformation and swiftly accessed the attributes panel of the Xianbing turtle. Contractor, Zhao Huan. Species, Xianbing turtle, silver combat beast. Level, 1. Experience points, 0-200. Attack power, 330. Defense power, 880. Mobility, 220. Mental power, 770. Skills, basic bite, 0-100. Basic Xianbing bullet, 0-100. Awaken skill, basic mind erosion, 0-100. Awaken hidden skill due to the soul of enlightenment. Affection level, 810. Status, healthy. Note, silver-level beasts can be further enhanced by the soul of enlightenment, requiring 1,000 points for enhancement. The initial attributes of the silver-level beast surpassed those of the bronze level by 10 points. One could only imagine how much higher the initial attributes would be for Mu Qingfeng's platinum-level beast. However, no matter how high, it would still pale in comparison to his Xianbing turtle. The passive skill, Heart of Amplification, was simply extraordinary, yielding a tenfold enhancement rate, likely rivaling the initial attributes of a level 1 Saint Glass beast. This was utterly exhilarating for Zhao Huan. He could not help but envision the terrifying potential when the little turtle evolved to the Saint Glass level with such an enhancement rate. Moreover, due to the soul of enlightenment, the Xianbing turtle had awakened a new skill, mind erosion. Although he was uncertain of its utility, Zhao Huan had an inkling that it would bring him unexpected surprises in the future. He reveled in excitement, dancing around his room. The little turtle, perched on the desk, stared at Zhao Huan with a puzzled expression, tilting its head as if to ask, "Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? You, my dear little black gem, shall henceforth be known as Xianbei," Zhao Huan proclaimed with youthful exuberance, tapping the turtle's nose to announce its new name. Chapter 4, Kinship and Nightmares. Phew, what a long day it has been. Zhao Huan reflected on the events of the day with a sigh. However, with the divine pet evolution system in his possession, he felt an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. A rumble from his stomach interrupted his thoughts, signaling his hunger. Should he venture out for a bite to eat? Just as he contemplated this, a gentle knock echoed through the door, followed by Zhao Ling's voice from the other side. "Zhao Huan, I've warmed up the food. Come out and eat something, all right?" Hesitating momentarily, Zhao Huan ultimately succumbed to the pangs of hunger. He flung open the door to find Zhao Ling's eyes momentarily flicker with concern before her beautiful face blossomed into a warm smile, revealing her playful canine teeth as she gently coaxed him. "I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Let us have dinner, shall we?" Zhao Huan savored the meal with great delight. Zhao Ling's culinary skills were commendable, especially the sweet and sour ribs, which were tender and flavorful, sweet and savory to perfection. Seeing Zhao Huan enjoy his meal brought Zhao Ling immense joy, and she continued to serve him more dishes. It was only when he patted his belly proclaiming he was full that she pushed a cup of tea towards him, softly saying, "Zhao Huan, I heard from Dakian about the contract today. It's no big deal that it didn't work out. You have an A-level beast spirit affinity, so you can attempt to form a contract with another beast. Rest assured, leave it to your sister to find a solution. In this world, each individual is granted a single opportunity to enter the contract space. However, those who achieve B-level beast spirit affinity or higher can contract 2 beasts. The second beast, however, must be acquired through purchase or capture of a wild beast, and its innate level must be 2 tiers below that of the contractor's beast spirit affinity. This meant that with his A-level affinity, Zhao Huan could at most contract a golden-level beast as his second pet. After all, the mental strength of wild beasts surpassed that of humans. Without the support of the 10,000 beast star map, contracting a powerful beast could lead to backlash, even posing a threat to one's life. Yet, even a silver-level wild beast would likely command a price exceeding 1 million in the market, and such a sum was far beyond what their family could afford. The thought of a golden-level beast was beyond Zhao Huan's wildest imagination. Feeling his sister's unspoken concern, he felt a warmth in his heart and hastily took a large sip of tea to mask his emotions, feigning nonchalance as he said, "Sister, don't listen to Wang Dakian's nonsense. The contract ceremony was just fine, so you needn't worry. Just wait for my good news about tomorrow's major exam." Though he felt touched, he chose not to share the details of the system with Zhao Ling. Such matters far exceeded the comprehension of this world, and he was at a loss as to how to explain them. Upon hearing Zhao Huan's words, Zhao Ling was taken aback, yet genuinely pleased. She sensed that her brother, who had grown strangely distant lately, was beginning to warm up to her again. Perhaps it was the pressure of the contract ceremony that had caused this shift. With an A-level beast spirit affinity, it must have been disappointing for him to end up with only a bronze-level beast. He had always been so considerate. Perhaps his earlier remarks were merely to alleviate her worries. As Zhao Ling's mind raced with these thoughts, her phone rang, startling her. She pulled out her phone to check, then glanced at her brother, who was casually picking his teeth, appearing quite relaxed, before she rose and pressed the answer button. Mr. Huang, yes, I'm at home. Now, I'm sorry, but I've said I need to accompany my brother. While Zhao Ling conversed on the phone, she made her way to the balcony. Zhao Huan, observing his sister's silhouette, suddenly felt an inexplicable wave of irritation wash over him. He knew that the person Zhao Ling was speaking to was Huang Tao, a wealthy heir who had been pursuing her for some time. He believed that the discomforting thought stemmed from his past life, where he, as a quintessential brother with a sister complex, would inevitably harbor jealousy towards any man approaching his sister. However, upon delving into his memories, he discerned that Huang Tao was nothing but a quintessential prodigal son, adept at charming women. Each time he faced Zhao Ling, he exuded elegance and a warm smile. Yet the moment his gaze shifted to Zhao Huan, a flicker of disdain illuminated his eyes. Though carefully masked, the feeling of unease remained strikingly clear. One should never underestimate the sixth sense of a brother with a sister complex. Instantly, Zhao Huan's heart brimmed with wariness towards the affluent Huang Tao. It would be best if he refrained from causing harm to his family, otherwise. Sitting under the restaurant's dim light, Zhao Huan fiercely snapped a toothpick in his right hand, his eyes glimmering with icy resolve. As the night deepened, he tossed and turned in bed for a considerable time before finally slipping into a hazy slumber. He found himself standing amidst a sea of flames. The entire planet was ablaze, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Endless flames consumed the land within his sight, thick smoke obscuring the sun. Observing the inferno around him, devouring homes, streets, parks, and every familiar sight in the city, he sighed heavily, murmuring, "Indeed, it has come again." He raised his head just as a dragon's roar resonated from the sky. Subsequently, a colossal dragon emerged through the smoke, hovering above him. The dragon opened its massive jaws, indiscriminately unleashing torrents of fire upon the ravaged city. A colossal fireball struck the ground near Zhao Huan, creating a terrifying noise that shook the earth violently. Zhao Huan felt as if the world was spinning, causing him to lose his balance. Thus, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground. The tremors beneath him intensified, as if legions of soldiers were charging forth. He stared ahead, awaiting the next scene in his dream. Countless monstrous beasts surged forth from the smoke, advancing with a menacing gait like an infinite tide, rushing toward him. As the grotesque forms of the beasts drew nearer, Zhao Huan spread his arms wide in defiance. The torrent of beasts swiftly engulfed him. He only heard the thunderous sounds as waves of creatures swept over him, rumbling away into the distance. Time became a blur, and after an indeterminate period, he patted his body and stood up, fixated on the sky. Suddenly, a pair of terrifyingly large eyes opened in the crimson sky. These eyes filled every inch of space, as if they had existed in the heavens since time immemorial. Cold and indifferent, they emanated an overwhelming dread. Humanity must perish. Zhao Huan whispered softly. Indeed, humanity must perish. A thunderous voice echoed across the planet. Humans must die. This month, Zhao Huan had dreamt this dream many times. Each time, it was during this moment that he heard the horrific roar. He did not understand why humanity must perish, nor did he comprehend the nature of this terrifying presence that invaded his dreams repeatedly. He only knew that at this point, he should awaken. Yet today, that did not happen. Zhao Huan felt a peculiar unease. The colossal roar resounded once more, and he covered his ears. Still, the sound penetrated, making his head spin. His heart synchronized with the mysterious voice, beating erratically, causing him immense discomfort. What was happening? Why had today's dream taken such a different turn? And why did the discomfort feel so palpably real? Zhao Huan began to feel a twinge of panic, unsure of how to break free from this nightmare. He directed his gaze at the enormous eye in the sky, noticing that the eerie eye was gradually turning a deep crimson, becoming ever more sinister and terrifying. Wondering if he could summon his pet in the dream, Zhao Huan attempted to open the pet space to call forth Xianbei, only to find himself unable to establish a connection. His anxiety grew increasingly palpable as the ominous sounds enveloped the planet, hammering against his heart, making it beat in an increasingly peculiar rhythm. He felt as though he was on the brink of losing control of his heart rate. Unable to remain upright, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. desperately trying to maintain his consciousness. The blazing flames surrounded him, yet an icy chill spread through his body. Thump, thump, thump. His heart, for reasons unknown, beat like a war drum, pounding so violently that breathing became increasingly arduous. Something was amiss. He could feel his consciousness fading. Clinging to the last vestige of clarity, Zhao Huan summoned all his mental strength, biting his tongue fiercely. Boom. The dream shattered like a broken frame, splintering into countless shards that reflected the remnants of the world, cascading into the infinite darkness of the universe. Zhao Huan jolted awake, gasping for air. Chapter 5. The Owl Assassin. Zhao Huan felt his heart beating erratically, an unreasonable mixture of rapid and slow pulses that felt eerily familiar. As if he had encountered this sensation before in his past life. Could it be that his death was somehow linked to these dreams? A wave of terror coursed through Zhao Huan. Someone was out to kill him. He recalled why his past self had perished in his sleep. It was an assassination. Such a cunning method of assassination, silent, unseen, and insidiously concealed, was terrifying. Who would resort to such a tactic to eliminate an ordinary high school student? Moreover, it had succeeded once and nearly succeeded a second time. Had he not bitten his tongue at a critical moment, he might have perished tonight. A chill surged from his tailbone, racing up his spine until it reached the crown of his head, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His mouth tasted bitter, metallic, and painful. He opened his eyes to find blood oozing from his tongue, where he had bitten it. Just as he was about to rise and fetch some water, he suddenly noticed an owl perched at his bedside, blinking one eye while the other remained closed, staring at him with peculiar intent. Upon realizing he was awake, the owl tilted its head in confusion, the wide-open eye emitting a strange glow that flickered in the moonlight, rendering it particularly eerie. What on earth? Zhao Huan jumped up from his bed in fright. Seeing that Zhao Huan was fully awake, the owl spread its wings, preparing to fly out through the wide-open window. He couldn't let it escape. Zhao Huan instinctively felt that this owl was somehow connected to the nightmare he had just experienced. In a flash, he darted forward, blocking the window, and with frantic gestures, he swatted away the approaching owl before swiftly shutting the window. A medium of communication. He needed to discover the true nature of this owl. Contractor, Wu Matzi. Species, dream-eating owl, silver auxiliary pet. Level, 9. Experience points, 2,335, 7,400. Attack power, 25. Defense power, 35. Action power, 50. Mental power, 70. Skills, basic strong peck, 59,100. Intermediate dream entry, 807, 1000. Intermediate dream inducement, 775, 1000. Affinity, 710. Status, healthy. Prompt, silver grade pet beast, can be enhanced to increase innate level with the soul of enlightenment. Requires 1,000 points of enlightenment value. Indeed, this is solely the master's pet beast, a silver grade creature. He was certain that this dream-eating owl had not wandered in by mere chance, especially considering that this pet possessed the ability to enter dreams and induce them. It was under someone's command. But who exactly is Wu Matzi? Zhao Huan gazed at the flapping dream-eating owl in the room, meticulously rummaging through his memory, only to realize that he had no acquaintance by the name of Wu Matzi. Why would he target him? Was it for revenge, or perhaps monetary gain? Or was he a psychopathic killer? It seemed unlikely to be revenge, as he had never heard of anyone by that name, and his sister Zhao Ling had never mentioned it either. If it were for money, that was even more improbable. Zhao Huan was acutely aware of his family's financial situation. The meager funds they possessed would hardly attract the interest of a silver-grade beastmaster at level 9. Could it be that he was merely an unfortunate victim of a deranged murderer? No, that didn't seem right. If he were a killer, he wouldn't have made multiple attempts on his life. Moreover, he hadn't heard of any similar murder cases in the news recently. It was highly probable that this Wu Matzi was commissioned by someone to eliminate him. Had he offended someone? He couldn't recall. Even if he had, what kind of enmity could a high school student possibly incur that would warrant hiring someone to kill him? Zhao Huan swiftly analyzed in his mind, feeling utterly perplexed. The owl flapped about in the room for a while, realizing it could not escape, and finally extended a pair of claws as sharp as steel, lunging towards Zhao Huan. Rubbing his nose, Zhao Huan released Xianbei. It was time for the pet battle, and it was his first experience commanding a beast in combat, leaving him both anxious and excited. He hoped the commotion wouldn't be too loud, lest it awaken his sister, Zhao Ling, next door. As fate would have it, the noise was indeed minimal. The moment Xianbei emerged from the pet space, it sensed danger, opening its mouth to emit a soundless screech, releasing a barely perceptible energy that shot towards the owl. The dream-eating owl appeared dazed, plummeting to the ground, motionless. This must be the cognitive erosion and control skill. Surprisingly, Xianbei, merely at silver level 1, managed to subdue the silver level 9 dream-eating owl. This skill had not disappointed him. Zhao Huan felt a surge of joy. Stroking Xianbei's head, cautiously approaching the owl. He noticed the owl's wide open eye was filled with a dazed light. Who sent you? Zhao Huan attempted to communicate telepathically with the owl. Master. Who is your master? Wu Matzi. What does Wu Matzi do? Well, perhaps the pet did not understand the concept of a profession. Where's Wu Matzi? In the Red House. The Red House? Zhao Huan pondered, realizing he had no recollection of any Red House. Could you take me to meet Wu Matzi? Since he couldn't glean any detailed information, Zhao Huan decided to seek out Wu Matzi directly. Although he was uncertain whether this reckless approach would lead to danger, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, he had Xianbei with him, and the outcome remained uncertain. No, that won't he do. The master forbids bringing anyone to find him. No. Zhao Huan sensed the owl's mental state fluctuating violently. This was bad. It was about to regain consciousness. It seemed that the vast level disparity rendered the cognitive erosion effect somewhat diminished. Just as Zhao Huan was about to have Xianbei attempt another cognitive erosion, he noticed the owl's dazed expression rapidly fading, its eyes suddenly snapping wide open. With a swift motion, it spread its wings and soared into the air, crashing against the ceiling, momentarily staggering in midair. Before Zhao Huan could react, it crashed through the window, vanishing into the night. The sound of shattering glass shattered the stillness of the night. Moments later, Zhao Ling, disheveled and in her slippers, rushed over, flinging open Zhao Huan's door. Upon seeing the shattered glass scattered across the floor, she anxiously inquired, Zhao Huan, what happened? Is everything all right? It's nothing, sis. I forgot to close the window before bed. And the wind blew it open, breaking the glass. Zhao Huan hastily fabricated a lie to prevent Zhao Ling from worrying. As long as you're fine. There's a big exam tomorrow. Close the window properly and get some rest. Don't worry about the glass on the floor. I'll take care of it tomorrow. All right, sis, you should head back and rest too. After sending Zhao Ling away, Zhao Huan gazed out into the boundless night, a tumultuous blend of fear and anger swirling within him. He had narrowly escaped death today. The mere thought sent shivers through him. He wondered if the frequent nightmares he had been experiencing were also triggered by that owl. Zhao Huan could not be certain. Standing by the window, he clenched his fists tightly. Wu Matzi, you better wait for me. I will find you. When that time comes, I shall not let you escape. The night wind rushed in through the broken window, tousling his hair in an angry dance. Soon after, in another corner of the city, an owl flapped gracefully in the moonlight, alighting on the windowsill of a house's second floor. A red house. The window opened, revealing a face weathered by age. A few strands of goat's beard fluttering in the evening breeze, reflecting the moonlight, embodying an ethereal quality. Yet, this air of ethereality was swiftly shattered by a coarse curse. Damn it, failed again? That little brat is tougher to deal with than I thought. The window slammed shut, and the street fell silent once more under the cover of night. Chapter 6. Good Brothers for Life. The following morning, Zhao Huan emerged from his room, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Today marked the day of the crucial examination, yet he had barely slept the night before, managing only to doze off in the early hours. Yawning, Zhao Huan declined Zhao Ling's offer to accompany him to the exam venue, hastily munching on 2 steamed buns as he sprinted towards the bus station, fearing he might be late. All of this was the fault of that Wu Matzi and that wretched owl. Zhao Huan's resentment towards Wu Matzi deepened. Upon arriving at school, the candidates had already gathered, lining up at the entrance, preparing to board the bus to the examination site. Spotting Zhao Huan, Wang Daqian waved vigorously. Huanzi, over here. Why are you so late? Phew, I almost thought I wouldn't make it. Although he was a bit late, he had made it just in time. And Zhao Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. What took you so long? Don't you know everyone has been waiting for you? Being late on such an important day is utterly unacceptable. Hurry up and line up. We're about to depart. The homeroom teacher, Ding Lafafa, was visibly displeased upon seeing Zhao Huan and, unusually, reprimanded him loudly. Ding Lafafa, nicknamed Ding the Horn, was known for his booming voice, drawing curious glances from the students. However, Zhao Huan knew that the brilliance he once held had faded, and even Ding Lafafa, who had always treated him well, now wore a stern expression. It seemed that in any world, people could be so pragmatic. Zhao Huan said nothing, obediently following his classmates onto the bus. This examination would bring together high school seniors from 5 schools across the city, with the examination venue arranged by the education committee. Huanzi, are you all right? Your sister called me yesterday. She is very worried about you. As soon as Wang Daqian settled into the vehicle, he turned to Zhao Huan with a look of concern etched on his face. Zhao Huan felt a surge of gratitude within him. Ever since the contract ceremony yesterday, the demeanor of those around him had subtly shifted. The once exalted prodigy had been reduced to an ordinary individual, and even the attitude of his homeroom teacher had noticeably transformed. Only his sister, Zhao Ling, and Wang Daqian genuinely cared for him. Don't worry about me, fatty. I'm fine. And thank you, Zhao Huan said with a smile, gently expressing his appreciation to his steadfast companion. Upon hearing Zhao Huan's words of gratitude, Wang Daqian waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, as long as you're all right, there's no need for thanks. I can't really help you with anything. I'm just fretting unnecessarily. In fact, think about it. Having an A-grade affinity for beast spirits and the ability to contract a second pet beast is a tremendous advantage compared to most of us. Isn't that right, Huanzi? He raised his voice intentionally towards the end, having long been irritated by the hypocritical faces of those in the bus. The atmosphere in the bus became considerably quieter, with even Ding Lifeng merely casting a glance in their direction without uttering a word. Zhao Huan, however, was unperturbed. His concerns lay not with the opinions of others, but rather with how far he could advance in this still unfamiliar world. Today's grand examination was the first step he needed to take, and he aimed not only to pass, but to excel, to seize victory from the very outset. With the divine-grade beast pet enlightenment system at his disposal, Zhao Huan brimmed with confidence. The examination venue remained the same as in previous years, situated at the specially constructed teleportation square designated by the Education Committee. This so-called grand examination was akin to the college entrance examinations of his past life. However, instead of testing knowledge through written assessments, all candidates would enter the trial secret realm, controlling their pet beasts to complete various tasks. Examiners stationed outside would monitor the situation of each candidate via surveillance footage and assign scores accordingly. Those who performed well would receive higher marks. The scores from the grand examination would determine their eligibility for esteemed beast taming universities and, consequently, their prospects for lucrative employment in the future. Candidates from 5 schools gathered in the square, awaiting the commencement of the examination. Familiar classmates huddled together, offering encouragement and forming teams. At that moment, a classmate called out to Wang Daqian, "Daqian, do you want to team up with us? We have a silver beast martial artist, and we just need you." "Don't listen to him, Daqian. Join our team. We're stronger than them." Another group chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. For the majority of candidates who possessed only bronze-level pet beasts, passing the grand examination was no simple feat. Thus, candidates could choose to participate solo or in teams. Particularly for beast assistants, teaming up was essential, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to take the exam. However, proficient beast assistants were the most sought-after teammates. Wang Daqian, with his silver-level auxiliary pet, the water healing rabbit, had become a coveted partner. Upon hearing the flurry of invitations, Wang Daqian glanced at Zhao Huan. Instinctively retracting his foot that had almost stepped forward, he replied loudly, "No, I'm teaming up with Zhao Huan." "Don't be foolish, Daqian. This is the grand examination. Teaming up with Zhao Huan means you're done for." Exactly. If he were like Mu Qingfeng and had contracted a high-level pet beast, it would be a different story. Right now, he is barely holding on. Why would you stick with him? The onlookers expressed their pity for Wang Daqian in rapid succession. Wang Daqian simply smiled sheepishly and waved his hand in embarrassment. Then, slowly turning his head, his expression shifted as he spat vehemently. "Damn it, Huanzi. They're just like that. When you're doing well, they say I'm clinging to you. When you're down, they want me to abandon you. What do they take me, Wang Daqian, for?" Zhao Huan smiled faintly, aware that Wang Daqian was somewhat tempted. After all, this was the grand examination, a pivotal test that could determine one's fate. Finding a strong team could significantly impact the examination results. If Wang Daqian truly decided to join another group, Zhao Huan would understand, but he couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness. Yet, seeing Wang Daqian's foot that was poised to step forward retract, Zhao Huan genuinely regarded him as a brother, one for life. "Since we are brothers, you cannot merely consider your own reputation. Go ahead, fatty. You needn't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Besides, being in a group with me offers you no advantages." Zhao Huan was right. Teaming up with him could yield poor scores for Wang Daqian. His system was simply too extraordinary, requiring no assistance, leaving Wang Daqian with no opportunity to shine. "Are you sure? Huanzi, what will happen to you if I leave? I'm not the kind of person to abandon a brother." Wang Daqian grew anxious. "Trust me, Daqian. Go. Just remember to take care of yourself." At that moment, Zhao Huan found it challenging to explain himself further, only urging him toward the group with the silver beast martial artist. Just then, the trial secret realm in the square began to emit a soft glow, signaling that the teleportation array was ready to operate. The so-called trial secret realm was an artificial realm meticulously crafted by the researchers of Beast Spirit Star, simulating and reconstructing the naturally occurring time-space secret realms scattered across the planet. Compared to the wild, naturally occurring time-space secret realms, the trial secret realm was more stable and safe. The exotic beasts inside were carefully selected and arranged, ranging from bronze level 1 to level 10. suitable for those embarking on their journey to acquire their first pet beast. The grand examination for the 2030 graduating class of Lingshui City was about to commence. On the podium, the chairman of the education committee, Wang Dongsheng, slowly surveyed the crowd, speaking in a calm and unhurried manner. This time, a total of 511 candidates will participate in the grand examination, which will last for 12 hours. The assessment results will be categorized into 4 tiers: S, A, B, and C. The examiners will grade based on your performance, and achieving a B grade is considered passing. The top scorer will receive a guaranteed admission to the Central State Beast Taming University. I hope every student takes this seriously, refrains from cheating, avoids showing off, and strives for excellent results. Guaranteed admission to Central State Beast Taming University, one of the best universities in the Alliance. The students in attendance erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Today's guaranteed admission is reserved for you, Xiao. You all can forget about it. A tall and lean student shouted amidst the crowd. Zhao Huan followed the voice and saw a small group surrounding a golden-haired youth among the students from Lingshui No. 1 high school. That must be the Yu Xiao they were referring to, appearing rather nonchalant, chewing on something with a carefree smile plastered across his haughty face. He bore no resemblance to a student, rather resembling the street ruffians often spoken of in his past life. Yu Xiao has contracted a platinum beast. And so has Lin Luoluo from our class. Why should the guaranteed admission be Yu Xiao's? Exactly. Don't forget, our Qingfeng also possesses a platinum beast. I'm telling you, our Qingfeng is the best. Zhao Huan noticed a few girls from class San Kai surrounding Mu Qingfeng, loudly countering and couldn't he help but shake his head. Guaranteed admission cannot merely be claimed through shouting. Ultimately, it will be determined through performance. Moreover, the principal hadn't even spoken. What were these bystanders making such a ruckus about? He chose to ignore the farce, presenting his identification and proceeding directly into the teleportation array. In an instant of disorientation, he found himself in a vast circular plaza beneath a transparent dome, where a colossal screen displayed the names of each candidate. At the end of the plaza, 3 arched doors led to the 3 major trial zones. As Zhao Huan surveyed the surroundings, he was surprised to discover vending shops lining the sides of the plaza. Indeed, they will remain there for a full 12 hours. And these establishments will ensure the provision of food and water for the examinees. As for other amenities, they will not be offered. Zhao Huan had brought his own water and provisions, thus he had no need to make any purchases. Just as he was about to stride towards the trial zone, a familiar figure suddenly materialized before him. Mu Qingfeng, is that you? Mu Qingfeng also recognized Zhao Huan, his lips twitching slightly as a form of greeting. Truly a wooden fellow. Zhao Huan nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart, when he heard Mu Qingfeng continue. It is regrettable that your contract failed. I had assumed you would be too daunted to participate in the grand examination again, yet here you are. I am relieved not to have underestimated you as a rival. I wish you success in today's test. At these words, Zhao Huan was momentarily taken aback. This aloof individual actually wishes for my success in the examination? Is this truly him? Zhao Huan scrutinized Mu Qingfeng as if he were a stranger. Perhaps it was due to their insufficient understanding of one another. He might simply be a bit proud, yet not inherently malevolent. Zhao Huan offered a slight smile, feigning provocation as he lifted his chin. Care for a match against me? Oh, you know I never turn down a challenge. Mu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. Even though he felt the odds were somewhat skewed, he would not shy away from a challenge. Let us compete to see who can vanquish more exotic beasts, shall we? Zhao Huan understood that Mu Qingfeng was not concerned about their scores being compared, but rather the number of beasts slain, as he did not wish to take advantage of him. After all, if they were merely measuring the number of beasts killed, he could consistently slay monsters in lower-level areas. And even if his companion's innate level was not on par with Mu Qingfeng's, it would not be deemed a disadvantage. No need. Let us compare who has the higher score. Zhao Huan confidently extended his hand towards Mu Qingfeng. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qingfeng nodded and grasped Zhao Huan's hand, declaring, "Very well, a contest between men should be pursued with full vigor. Let us see who achieves the higher score." Their handshakes signified the successful agreement of their contest. Hey, Qingfeng, why have you stooped so low? Choosing to compete with this insignificant fellow, what glory is there in winning? A vexatious voice suddenly interrupted, and Zhao Huan turned to see the streetwise Yu Xiao swaggering over, flanked by several companions, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Qingfeng. The genius beastmaster from No. 1 high school, and the 3rd young master of the Yu family, one of the illustrious 3 great families. Yu Xiao had grown up alongside me, making us family friends. This time, he had contracted a platinum battle pet, the Thunderlight Tiger. Mu Qingfeng quietly introduced him to Zhao Huan, then addressed Yu Xiao. "Young master Yu, this is my classmate. Spare me." "Ah, Yu Xiao? Do not need to know every riffraff. Just tell me, do you accept my challenge or not?" Yu Xiao had not spared a glance at Zhao Huan. His focus solely on Mu Qingfeng. Zhao Huan, the one who, despite being a genius, managed to contract a bronze tortoise with A-level affinity? Ha ha ha, it's you. What a joke. Did you know you've become the laughingstock of Lingshui City? Upon hearing Zhao Huan's name, Yu Xiao finally turned to him, bursting into exaggerated laughter while his minions joined in with feigned jeers. Their cacophony drew the attention of nearby students, many of whom wore peculiar expressions as they stifled their laughter. Zhao Huan realized he had become notorious, but he had not anticipated that his infamy had spread throughout Lingshui City, with even students from other schools being aware of it. After all, a once-in-a-century contract failure incident was hard to keep under wraps. Mu Qingfeng cast an apologetic glance at Zhao Huan. How about this? I will participate in your contest as well. You wouldn't dare decline, would you? Yu Xiao maintained his infuriating tone. Very well, young master Yu. You are welcome to join the contest. Zhao Huan casually rubbed his nose, smiling as he continued. Since it is a contest, the loser must face consequences, right? The three great families, huh? Very well, let us see you put your money where your mouth is. Given Yu Xiao's eagerness to compete, Zhao Huan decided not to miss this lucrative opportunity. Yu Xiao had not anticipated Zhao Huan would accept, but after a dismissive chuckle, he declared, fine. If you lose, both you and your pet will belong to me. I intend to showcase you both. The first genius turned into a waste. How amusing. And if you lose? Zhao Huan inquired calmly. I lose. That is impossible. Haha. Alright, if I were to lose, I would gift you a golden pet. How does that sound? A golden pet. Worth several million, indeed. It's settled then. Zhao Huan readily agreed. Since that is the case, I'll wager 5 million as well. Mu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and matched the wager. High school students in this world truly play for high stakes. Perhaps the wealthy families are simply too extravagant. Zhao Huan's smile grew even brighter. What does a platinum pet matter? It still pales in comparison to his profound ice tortoise, which is at least a legendary beast. I am exceedingly pleased, not fearing that the wager will be reneged. After all, so many students and examiners are observing. The esteemed three great families should not be troubled by such a sum, nor should they wish to lose face. Good. Don't forget to prepare your stakes. We shall meet after the examination. Zhao Huan waved his hand with nonchalance and made his way towards the trial archway of Zone C. Mu Qingfeng watched Zhao Huan's retreating figure, perplexed as to why he was so confident in accepting this wager. After much contemplation, he shook his head and proceeded to Zone B. Yu Xiao spat disdainfully, muttering, Fool, you are destined to lose. Just wait and see how I'll make you rue the day. With that, he turned on his heel and marched towards Zone A. After the commotion, the square quieted considerably. A girl of about 17 or 18 stood nearby, having witnessed the entire wager with curious eyes fixed on the entrance to Zone C where Zhao Huan had disappeared. Luo, which trial zone do you wish to enter? A girl with short hair approached and playfully tapped her shoulder, smiling as she inquired. Lin Luo gathered her hair, a sweet smile illuminating her beautiful face. Zone C. I am preparing to enter Zone C. Chapter 8. The trial, it turns out, is this simple. Upon passing through the entrance of Zone C, Zhao Huan found himself in a vast forest. This was the Nightshade Forest, one of the 3 trial zones. The other 2 were the Thunderstrike Prairie of Zone A and the Scorching Desert of Zone B. The forest appeared quite expansive, with numerous examinees transported to various locations in groups. Zhao Huan was undertaking the trial alone, so there were no other examinees nearby. All examinees have entered the trial area. Please eliminate the target exotic beasts in your respective zones. Slaying a level 1 bronze exotic beast will earn you 1 point, while a level 10 bronze exotic beast will yield 10 points. Those who defeat the boss, the level 10 elite lava beast, will receive 100 points. Please proceed with caution according to your capabilities. The examination duration is set for 12 hours, beginning now. With the announcement echoing, the grand examination commenced in earnest. Zhao Huan secured his backpack and summoned his pet, the Xianbei, preparing to forge ahead when suddenly a system notification resonated within his mind. Notification, system task initiated. The host will receive 200 reward points and 1 fragment of the spirit of the 4 symbols upon securing first place in the grand examination. A system task. Is that a thing? Securing first place grants 200 points? How splendid. Zhao Huan felt a surge of delight. However, what exactly is a fragment of the spirit of the 4 symbols? His curiosity was piqued. At this moment, Zhao Huan could hardly afford to ponder such matters. Preparing diligently for the trial was of utmost importance, and securing first place was imperative. After all, a substantial wager awaited him. He placed Xianbei upon his shoulder and traversed the dimly lit forest alone. Not long after, he spotted a pair of crimson eyes glimmering about 10 meters ahead in the darkness. Hastily activating his spirit link, he discerned that it was a level 1 bronze gale rat. This low-tier beast posed little threat, possessing only the wind needle technique and a biting skill. Zhao Huan commanded Qianbei to attack. With a thought invasion followed by a frost bullet, the gale rat was rendered incapable of resistance, swiftly encased in ice. It was astonishingly effortless. He gained 50 experience points. Through the spirit link, Zhao Huan noted that Qianbei's experience had increased by 50 points. Thus, it seemed that slaying 4 gale rats would suffice for an upgrade. The rate of experience gain was indeed extraordinary. Was it possible that the experience of his beast multiplied tenfold? Such a notion was almost preposterous. The mere thought of this possibility brought a smile to Zhao Huan's face. However, what thrilled him further was when he opened the system panel to discover that his enlightenment value had risen from 0 to 5. This indicated that the enlightenment value increased in tandem with his beast's experience points, roughly estimated at a 1:10 ratio. Earning 5 enlightenment points from a single level 1 bronze beast was remarkably fortuitous. Zhao Huan was invigorated, lifting Qianbei and wandering about with newfound confidence. Suddenly, another gale rat was struck by Qianbei's frost bullet, shattering into icy fragments. This marked the 4th gale rat he had slain. Zhao Huan noticed Qianbei tremble slightly. It had leveled up. He quickly accessed Qianbei's data panel for inspection. Contractor, Zhao Huan. Species, Qian Ice Turtle, Silver Battle Pet. Level, 2. Experience points, 0,400. Attack power, 660. Defense power, 15, 150. Agility, 5, 50. Mental power, 14, 140. Skills, Basic Bite, 0, 100. Basic Frost Bullet, for 100. Awaken Skill, Basic Thought Invasion, 5, 100. Awaken Hidden Skill due to the Enlightenment Soul. Affinity, 510. Status, Healthy. Note, Silver Grade Pet. Can be enhanced with Enlightenment Soul to raise innate level. Requires 1,000 Enlightenment points. The base attributes had increased by 20 points, but due to the Heart of Amplification, they surged by 200 points in total. According to estimates, Qianbei's current base attributes could rival those of a level 5 Platinum Beast. He firmly believed that, given the current pace, the insipid Yushao's Thunderlight Tiger was no match for Qianbei. Overjoyed, Zhao Huan casually fed Qianbei a handful of corn kernels and ventured deeper into the forest. The forest, dense with foliage, was shrouded in obscurity, exuding a sinister aura. Howls from wolves echoed through the night. Zhao Huan swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree, holding his breath. Shortly thereafter, 3 gray wolves emerged from the underbrush, sniffing the air near his hiding spot, searching for prey. Suddenly, a turtle shell rolled to their feet. Before they could react, a mysterious aura enveloped them, rendering them immobile. Then, a level 5 bronze flamefang wolf inexplicably turned and viciously bit the companion beside it, refusing to relent until its victim lay lifeless. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining wolf, with eyes aflame, lunged forward, and the 2 wolves tumbled into a fierce struggle, their sharp fangs clashing as if driven by a deep-seated vendetta. It became evident that thought invasion could manipulate the actions of others. Zhao Huan stepped from behind the tree, contemplating thoughtfully. If Qianbei grew sufficiently powerful, could it not achieve victory without a fight? This triumph seemed almost too facile. Zhao Huan felt a tinge of embarrassment, akin to having activated an invincible cheat in a game, devoid of any challenge. The trial had proven exceedingly simple. This time, Qianbei garnered 450 experience points, ascending to level 3 and acquiring an additional 200 attribute points. Simultaneously, Zhao Huan's own 45 enlightenment points were duly credited, bringing his total to 65. Elated, he picked up Qianbei, disregarding its earlier displeasure at being tossed, and continued onward. Meanwhile, outside the trial's secret realm, high-ranking members of the education committee and examiners were in the monitoring room, gazing at the colossal surveillance wall composed of hundreds of screens, observing the candidates' performances. In the center of the monitoring wall, a large screen displayed a sea of sand, where Mu Qingfeng was recalling his poison flame python, while several corpses of level 3 bronze venom-tailed scorpions smoldered on the ground. This child from the Mu family is impressive, although not quite as remarkable as his sister. He is still quite extraordinary, remarked Wang Dongsheng, appearing quite familiar with the Mu family, pointing casually at Mu Qingfeng. Indeed, President Wang, Qingfeng is quite commendable. At yesterday's contract ceremony, he successfully bonded with a platinum battle pet. You wouldn't believe it. The light of the contract emanating from the Beast Star map was so bright, it was blinding. I've never seen a contract light so radiant, Principal Jiang Yukai interjected, eager to share the details of Mu Qingfeng's accomplishment. Principal Jiang, that's a matter of perspective. While Mu's performance is commendable, our Yushao from First High is no slouch either. He contracted a platinum thunder-type battle pet. A stout middle-aged man squeezed beside Jiang Yukai, his expression dripping with disdain. Jiang Yukai recognized the speaker as Luo Wei, the principal of Ling Shui First High, a school renowned for its excellence, who typically held Jiang Yukai in contempt and sought to diminish his standing before the education committee leaders. No sooner had Luo Wei finished speaking than the central screen shifted to display Yu Xiao. The platinum battle pet, Thunderlight Tiger, roared majestically to the heavens, its colossal claws pinning down a thunder leopard, which was bleeding profusely, appearing to be in dire straits. Luo Wei cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yukai, then turned his attention back to the screen, opting for silence. Jiang Youcai's expression soured. He understood Luo Wei was attempting to assert dominance. Comparatively, Thunder-type beasts boasted unparalleled attack power. Although Mu Qingfeng's Fire-type battle pet was formidable, it likely paled in comparison to the Thunderlight Tiger. This was the implied meaning behind Luo Wei's words. Though Jiang Yukai was unwilling to concede, he lacked a solid rebuttal. Hey, isn't that the student who failed to contract yesterday? As the two principals continued their covert rivalry, Vice President Peng Weiling of the Education Committee pointed to a surveillance screen, her expression one of confusion. Chapter 9. Heavens, how is he so powerful? Peng Weiling's exclamation captivated everyone's attention. The dispatcher promptly magnified the screen she indicated onto the central display. Zhao Huan. It's him. Jiang Yukai was momentarily dumbstruck. At this moment, Zhao Huan was the last person he wished to see. The incident of possessing an A-level beast affinity, yet contracting a mere bronze turtle, had already become a laughingstock throughout the Ling Shui education community, tarnishing his own reputation as principal. To his dismay, Peng Weiling had chosen to highlight Zhao Huan at this very moment. What is there to be puzzled about? You witnessed it firsthand yesterday, he thought bitterly. Jiang Yukai felt a surge of indignation. Principal Jiang, this must be the student whose contract failed yesterday, right? I recall he had a contract with a level 1 bronze Xian Shui turtle, did I not? How ironic that Peng Weiling specifically inquired about him. Surely this old fellow is doing it on purpose, Jiang Yukai mused silently, while maintaining a smile on his face, saying, Indeed, Vice President, this is Zhao Huan, the student you saw yesterday. Oh, so this is the prodigy turned waste. It appears he was the one who just wagered with Yu Xiao, wasn't he? TSK. Principal Jiang, students from Sankai High really don't know their place. With such unbridled audacity, we at Yizhong can only sigh in comparison. Luo Wei's eyes lit up at Peng Weiling's words, and he began to mock Jiang Yukai with a sarcastic grin. Jiang Yukai felt his face pale with anger, yet found himself unable to retort, only letting out a hum and turning his gaze elsewhere in silence. Have you not noticed? Peng Weiling continued, perplexed. I clearly saw Zhao's contract was with a bronze beast yesterday, yet today it appears to be a silver beast. How astonishing. At this, everyone turned their attention to the central screen. After observing for a while, gasps filled the air. It was indeed a silver combat pet. But that was not the most extraordinary aspect. Even more astonishing was the pet's exaggerated combat prowess. Against the alien beasts, it dispatched them with a single breath, so swiftly that even Mu Qingfeng and Yu Xiao combined would likely falter against it. In fact, at that moment, Zhao Huan's name topped the leaderboard. Was this still a silver pet? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Peng Weiling adjusted his glasses and spoke again. Have you heard of the phenomenon where a pet's innate level can change overnight? The crowd looked at each other again, slowly shaking their heads in disbelief. Could it be that Zhao Huan, relying on his A-level beast spirit affinity, had contracted a new pet overnight? Was this not tantamount to cheating? All eyes turned to Chairman Wang Dongsheng. Chairman Wang sat centrally before the screen, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Silent for a long while. He had never encountered such an occurrence. Logically, even if a student contracted a second pet, it should not be considered cheating, as it was achieved by their own ability. Just as he was about to speak, Peng Weiling's voice rang out once more. I believe that Zhao's silver Xianbing turtle is actually the Xian Shui turtle from yesterday. It seems to have evolved. Evolved? Could such a thing truly happen? If a pet's innate level could indeed evolve, it would be a monumental event. Wang Dongxing's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. I've never heard of such a thing. Vice President Peng, do you think it is plausible? He inquired, his face serious with caution. Peng Weiling hesitated, then furrowed his brow and replied, Do you all recall the tale of the first president of the alliance, Wu Tiankai? Although it has been over 500 years, the legend states that he initially contracted only a silver combat pet, yet ultimately, he was accompanied by the Saint Glass-level pet, the Bai Hua Lei lion beast. But that is merely a legend, Luo Wei interjected, unable to contain himself. Yes, just a legend. Yet it is said that President Wu Tiankai once claimed that as long as one achieves a state of unity with their pet, the pet can surpass all obstacles and become the mightiest beast king. Peng Weiling recounted the legend in one breath. Even if it were true, how could Zhao Huan possibly compare to President Wu Tiankai? Luo Wei chuckled awkwardly. I cannot ascertain the truth of the legend, but without it, We cannot explain the sudden evolution of Zhao's pet and its absurdly powerful combat capabilities, Peng Weiling stated gravely, carefully articulating his thoughts. He had witnessed the entire contracting process of Zhao Huan and initially believed that Zhao's contract had failed. Perhaps he had misjudged. For the unprecedented radiance of the contract was indeed a rare phenomenon, indicative of an extraordinary ritual. Indeed, Zhao Huan's pet is outrageously strong, Wang Dongxing remarked. As if speaking to himself, Zhang Yukai felt a surge of revitalization. He had not anticipated that the seemingly wasted Zhao Huan would experience such a significant turnaround. He cast a triumphant glance at Luo Wei, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. What if Yu Xiao possessed a platinum pet? It still paled in comparison to a silver beastmaster from Sankai. This was what true prowess meant. Observing Luo Wei's discomfort, he felt a sense of vindication after 20 years. Let us closely observe this student. After the examination, we will send the recordings to the Beastmaster Security Bureau for their insights. Wang Dongxing finally made his decision. In an instant, the monitoring hall fell silent. Every gaze fixated on the central screen, where Zhao Huan commanded the Xianbei in battle. With each effortless victory, their preconceived notions were thoroughly shattered. It was utterly monstrous. Unbeknownst to Zhao Huan, he was the center of attention. He was thoroughly enjoying himself as he advanced, having just reached silver level 5 with Xianbei, accumulating over 1,000 attribute points and more than 100 enlightenment points. With his current prowess, he could directly challenge the final boss of the trial, the elite lava monster. Without any issue, he resolved to do just that, proceeding directly to the forest's edge to teleport to the high-level trial area where the boss awaited. However, not long after, he heard several calls emanating from the left side of the trees. Curiosity piqued, he pushed aside the underbrush and walked forward, discovering several classmates from his class teaming up against a massive gorilla in a clearing. Zhao Huan activated his spirit connection immediately. A level 8 bronze beast, the silverback gorilla. The summoned pets of his 4 classmates were mostly only level 3 bronze, utterly insufficient. The gorilla towered over 3 meters tall, with thick skin, shrugging off their various attacks as if they were mere tickles, completely disregarding them. It pummeled its chest, emitting a tremendous sound, then clenched its fists and struck down, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What immense strength! A fire weasel, merely caught in the gust of the punch, was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, crashing to the ground, unable to move. Stinky! A female classmate cried out, running over, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. At that moment, Zhao Huan spotted a familiar round face peeking out from behind a tree, waving at the fire weasel. Instantly, a blue-furred, long-eared rabbit leaped out behind him, bounding to the fire weasel's side and wrapping its wounds in a series of bubbles. Meanwhile, the round-faced chubby boy watched the silverback gorilla with a furtive gaze, as though afraid of being discovered, only half of his face visible before retreating again. What a cowardly, timid chub. Zhao Huan couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Daqian. Who else could be so frightened? Chapter 10. First place, naturally. When his brother was in danger, he could not stand idly by. Xianbei, the moment has arrived for you to become a hero. Off you go. Zhao Huan once again grasped Xianbei in his hand and with a swift motion, cast it into the battlefield. The sensation was akin to that of a pokeball. Zhao Huan found himself somewhat addicted to it. As Xianbei soared through the air, it unleashed its signature mind-ensnaring attack. The silverback gorilla froze momentarily, and under the astonished gazes of several youths, it slowly turned around, stomping forward with a fierce countenance toward Zhao Huan's hidden location. Damn it, ungrateful creature. Haven T, I only tossed you twice? Why hold such a grudge? Zhao Huan was taken aback, mentally berating his little turtle, while simultaneously activating his telepathy in an attempt to communicate with the silverback gorilla. Brother Kong, we are strangers to one another. Must we resort to violence upon our first encounter? Can we not forge a friendship instead? The gorilla raised its fist. I promise. I will never throw you again, all right? Please stop, or you can forget about the corn kernels. Seeing the silverback gorilla remain unyielding, Zhao Huan felt a surge of trepidation, offering a mix of appeasement and threats to Xianbei. Thud! The colossal fist of the gorilla crashed into a nearby tree, splitting it in two in an instant. The crown soaring several meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. Zhao Huan, startled yet relieved, let out a long sigh. This foolish turtle dared to intimidate him. Could it be that Xianbei's intimacy level was too low, rendering it disobedient? It seemed imperative to mend their relationship. Clearly, the use of the pokeball could not continue. The surviving classmates stood agape, staring blankly at Zhao Huan's ice turtle, which leisurely expelled a ball of ice, encasing the massive silverback gorilla into a lifelike ice sculpture, baring its teeth in a vivid display. Huanzi, Wang Daqian was the first to regain his senses, elatedly rushing from behind the tree to embrace Zhao Huan, shaking him vigorously. I can't believe it's you. How have you become so formidable? It's truly Zhao Huan, incredible. Wasn't he supposed to have contracted a bronze turtle? To dispatch the silverback gorilla in an instant was utterly absurd. Thank you, Zhao Huan. Otherwise, my little stinker would have been doomed today. The classmates began to whisper amongst themselves, while the girl who had contracted the fire weasel wiped her tears and vocally expressed her gratitude to Zhao Huan. Huanzi, no wonder you didn't want me to protect you. It turns out you are this powerful. You even kept it a secret from me. How inconsiderate. Wang Daqian playfully punched Zhao Huan's chest, feigning displeasure. We'll talk more later. Why did you all venture so deep into this place? Don't you know it's perilous to wander here? Zhao Huan didn't delve into the details of his situation, adopting a serious expression as he admonished Wang Daqian. Wang Daqian cast a glance back at a classmate behind him, filled with grievances, and began to vent to his friend. It's all Su Hao's fault. He thinks he is so impressive with his silver battle pet, claiming he could dominate the leaderboard. Ignoring our objections, he let us deeper in. And look where we ended up. Thankfully we ran into you. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Although emergency measures were in place, designed to protect examinees in the event of fatal danger, unforeseen accidents could still occur. Moreover, should a pet beast be slain, they would forever lose the chance to have their own beast companion. Therefore, Su Hao's reckless behavior was indeed intolerable. Su Hao, aware of his blunder, stood rooted in place, too embarrassed to speak. Zhao Huan recalled Xianbei, addressing Su Hao with a stern demeanor. Su Hao, your pet beast is the highest ranked here. As the leader, you must not only think of yourself. I want to interfere with anything else, but if Daqian encounters any problems, I will hold you accountable. Su Hao's face flushed, wanting to respond, but ultimately remaining silent due to his guilt, merely nodding awkwardly. Wang Daqian rubbed his head, chuckling to himself, before saying, Huanzi, take care of yourself. I await your good news. First place is a must. Absolutely, Zhao Huan replied with a smile, watching them return to the safer zone before continuing his journey toward the forest's edge. After quite some time, he realized he had returned to the same spot, with the gigantic silverback gorilla ice sculpture standing beside the broken tree roots, glaring at him through the ice. Lost, Zhao Huan felt a twinge of frustration. He gazed into the shadowy depths of the forest, where countless thickets sprawled like an endless maze, leaving him disoriented. Xianbei, we seem to be lost. Do you know the way? He asked his pet beast out of boredom. Xianbei stretched its head forward, probing toward the right front. Since he was unsure of the path, he decided to trust Xianbei. Without further thought, Zhao Huan set off in the direction indicated by Xianbei. Along the way, they encountered reckless beasts, which Xianbei effortlessly dispatched, earning a bounty of experience points and essence. After a considerable distance, they arrived at a foreboding cave entrance. Zhao Huan cautiously stepped into the tunnel, when suddenly, a flurry of sounds erupted from above. Countless little bats swooped past his head, startling him into a crouch. Fortunately, they were merely ordinary bats. Had something startled them? A girl's scream suddenly echoed from within. Zhao Huan stealthily approached and discovered that at the tunnel's end lay a vast cavern, illuminated by the faint glow of bioluminescent moss. He discerned a figure crouched in the distance, quietly sobbing. Observing carefully, he noticed no immediate danger, so he abandoned his stealth and walked steadily forward to provide a warning. Who is there? The voice that responded belonged to the girl who had screamed earlier. Which school are you from? In Sankai High School. Zhao Huan replied softly. I'm from Mahjong. I'm a bit afraid of the dark. The voice that reached him from the shadows seemed somewhat embarrassed. Upon noticing Zhao Huan's approach, the girl stood up, awkwardly turning away to wipe her face. I'm Zhao Huan, are you alright? Zhao Huan felt a twinge of awkwardness, having witnessed her in a vulnerable moment, unsure of how to proceed. I'm fine. My name is Lin Luoluo. The girl's voice was so faint that Zhao Huan nearly missed it. Lin Luoluo? Zhao Huan vaguely recalled someone mentioning that name before entering the secret realm. Oh, someone had said she was also a platinum beastmaster. What a surprise to find someone with a platinum beast companion in a cave, reduced to tears. Zhao Huan found it difficult to comprehend, and his gaze toward Lin Luoluo grew complex. You must be Zhao Huan, right? Lin Luoluo spoke without turning around, still facing away from him. Could you take me out of this cave? I'm truly a bit scared. I'm sorry, but I prefer to be alone. Zhao Huan was not a cold-hearted individual, yet for reasons he could not articulate, he felt a lack of trust toward this girl. Then can I follow you? The girl turned around, glaring at Zhao Huan with a frustrated expression. Only then did Zhao Huan get a clear look at her features, shoulder-length hair, pure and charming. And her pouting demeanor only added to her cuteness. As you wish. Zhao Huan said no more, swiftly passing by the girl and venturing deeper into the cave. Lin Luoluo gazed at Zhao Huan's retreating figure, lost in thought for a while, before stamping her foot in frustration and following him. Chapter 11. The Theatrical Girl. The two of them proceeded one after the other, guided by the glow of the moss. Soon, they heard the sound of flowing water ahead. A dark river meandered past them, disappearing into the jagged rocks, its path obscured. The sound of rushing water echoed faintly from the crevices of the stones. Zhao Huan became increasingly cautious. Generally speaking, the banks of the water flow are frequented by extraordinary beasts. Indeed, a hissing sound emanated from above, prompting Zhao Huan to quickly sidestep. Suspended from the stalactite overhead was a gigantic python, as thick as a human calf, its bulbous eyes gleaming like light bulbs in the darkness, continuously emitting hissing sounds. Upon catching sight of the serpent, Lin Luoluo screamed in terror, following Zhao Huan's gaze. Zhao Huan paid her no heed. Instead, he cast a spirit probe on the massive creature. White-spotted ice python, level 10 bronze beast. Zhao Huan cradled Xianbei in his hands, who lazily glanced at the python. Startled, the serpent shivered, twisting its body as if preparing to flee. However, Xuanbei's mental encroachment had already commenced. The python plummeted from the stalactite, succumbing to an irresistible force. Obediently slithering before Xianbei. Explosive bite. Xianbei leaped from Zhao Huan's grasp and clamped down on the python's vital spot. The serpent writhed in agony, attempting to ensnare Xianbei with its massive body. Yet, due to Xuanbei's diminutive size, it was unable to ensnare its opponent, thrashing its tail violently against the ground. Before long, the thrashing waned, ultimately subsiding, and the python lay motionless, a limp form sprawled on the ground. Experience points, 500, enlightenment points, 50. Zhao Huan's spirits soared at the notification from the system. Thus far, Xianbei had amassed over 2,800 experience points, nearing 300 enlightenment points. It was on the cusp of ascending to level 6 silver, with enhanced attributes exceeding 1,000 points, surpassing even the basic stats of a level 12 platinum pet. It was nothing short of a monster. Zhao Huan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he glanced at Lin Luoluo, who was sobbing helplessly in the corner, and remarked, "Enough with the feigned tears. What exactly do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Lin Luoluo lowered her hands from her face and smiled. "How did you know I was pretending?" Zhao Huan fixed her with a cold stare, remaining silent, perplexed by this girl's antics. Well then, Lin Luoluo stood up, dusted off her clothes, and sighed, "You've seen through me. It's quite dull. No wonder my sister says there's no flair for performance in our family." Zhao Huan furrowed his brow and retorted, "Come now, your acting is quite commendable. Cry when you need to, laugh when you wish, a natural performer. Yet you've been exposed. Where lies the fault?" Lin Luoluo looked genuinely puzzled. "You were so engrossed in your performance that you neglected the props." "Props? What props? Weren't you terrified of the dark?" "If one were to weep alone in a dark cave, my first thought would be that a beastmaster, especially one with a platinum beast, would summon their pet for protection in an unfamiliar and frightening place. The absence of such an essential prop indicates that you are not afraid at all, but rather have ulterior motives." Zhao Huan gazed unwaveringly into Lin Luoluo's eyes, unflinchingly exposing her clumsy deception. "Ah, so that's it." Lin Luoluo blinked, realizing the truth. "What do you truly want?" Zhao Huan ceased the circumlocution. "I desire nothing but to take an interest in you," Lin Luoluo replied, meeting his gaze with unpretentiousness. "An interest?" Zhao Huan was baffled. It was their first encounter. What interest could there be? "I am aware of your recent fame. I never anticipated that a bronze beastmaster like you would dare wager against Yu Shao and his ilk. At that moment, I thought you must be out of your mind. But I observed that you exhibited no concern whatsoever, brimming with confidence, which piqued my interest." "Ah, so that was it. You witnessed the bet." "Indeed." It was astonishing that one perceived as merely a bronze beastmaster would challenge 2 platinum beastmasters for the title of top scorer in the grand examination. Hence the incredulity of others. "How did you ascertain it was I who entered this cave?" "I scrutinized every individual who ventured into Area C. No one else could reach this place. Given your confidence, you must be the one. Clever, am I not?" Lin Luoluo smiled brightly. The earlier semblance of vulnerability vanished. "Your cleverness is of no concern to me. I hope you refrain from following me. Otherwise," Zhao Huan felt an inexplicable wariness towards this girl, his tone growing more assertive. "Why so hostile?" Lin Luoluo feigned innocence. "Those rumors are utterly unreliable. I trust my own judgment. By the way, how is your pet so formidable?" Lin Luoluo appeared unperturbed by Zhao Huan's tone, inquisitively probing him. "Classified information. And do refrain from following me." Zhao Huan declined to elaborate, deciding to ignore the enigmatic girl. Picking up Xianbei and turning to leave. "Hey, why the sudden departure? Wait for me. I truly have a fear of the dark. I don't believe you." Zhao Huan quickened his pace. The cave once again fell into silence. Observing the earlier events unfold, the monitoring hall was as tranquil as the cavern displayed on the large screen. "Hee, that must be the spirited young lady from the Lin family. The third of the 3 great families. I didn't expect her to be so whimsical," Wang Dongxing remarked with a smile, his tone laced with admiration. Indeed. That is Lin Luoluo, the second daughter of the Lin family. During yesterday's contract ceremony, she formed a pact with a platinum battle pet, the Hurricane Eagle. Luo Wei interjected, having overheard the president's words, and quickly approached to provide clarification. Much more vivacious than her sister, Wang Dongxing seemed to maintain amiable relations with the three prominent families. President, do you think Lin Erxiaji has caused such a ruckus because Director Lin has already? Peng Weiling leaned closer to Wang Dongxing, lowering her voice. Wang Dongxing paused before responding, we shall not meddle in the affairs of the Security Bureau. Our primary concern is to ensure the trial is conducted smoothly and safely. Your words ring true. Peng Weiling refrained from further discussion, returning to her seat, quietly observing the trial's proceedings on the screen. On the screen, Zhao Huan and his companions had exited the cave and entered the advanced trial area. Upon emerging, they spotted Mu Qingfeng standing dazedly at the edge of a circular plaza. His pet, the poison flame python, languishing behind him, appearing as if it had been bullied. Not far away, Yu Xiao stood arrogantly, arms crossed. Shouting in the center of the plaza, two extraordinary beasts were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, their roars reverberating through the air. Chapter 12. A Brief Victory and Defeat. Old Mu, Zhao Huan casually greeted Mu Qingfeng. What is the matter? Are you an audience member now? Surprised by Zhao Huan's leisurely approach, Mu Qingfeng remarked, you've come too. I didn't expect you to reach here. I thought you were still in the lower area. Seeing Zhao Huan merely smile in silence, he couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. Just now, Yu Xiao and I arrived simultaneously and encountered the boss, the lava monster. To contest for the right to challenge the boss, we had a duel, but alas, I lost. Ah, that explains the pitiful state of the poison flame python. It was thrashed, after all. Zhao Huan chuckled at the forlorn expression of the python. You find this amusing? Once Yu Xiao defeats the lava monster, you'll be at a loss due to the wager. I'm telling you, Yu Xiao is capable of anything. When that time comes, you won't be laughing. Noticing Zhao Huan's carefree demeanor, Mu Qingfeng took it upon himself to offer a warning. Zhao Huan continued to smile, remaining silent. There is still time. The boss is yet to be defeated. If necessary, they can simply venture into another area to slay more monsters. He cannot fathom that with Xian Bei's current speed in battling, they would struggle to acquire a mere 100 points. Observing Zhao Huan's nonchalant demeanor, Mu Qingfeng chose to refrain from further commentary, though his curiosity was piqued by Lin Luoluo, standing behind Zhao Huan. He could not comprehend how these two had come to associate with one another. Wooden brother, what are you staring at? I have no connection to him, Lin Luoluo retorted, her voice laced with irritation upon noticing Mu Qingfeng's gaze. Wooden brother? Zhao Huan found the moniker rather amusing, realizing that everyone who knew him referred to him as such. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the lava beast collapsed to the ground, as if struck by lightning. The Thunderlight Tiger emerged victorious. Yu Xiao, chewing gum, raised his right hand triumphantly and swaggered over. Kid, prepare yourself for an exhibition at the city square, starting now. He caught sight of Zhao Huan and bellowed with fervor. Oh, and I will also create a special photo area. Youth, after all, should be devoid of regrets. I shall ensure you create lifelong memories. How thoughtful of me. Don't you think? Shouldn't you express your gratitude? The trial is not yet concluded. I suggest you return and prepare my golden beast pet promptly. No shirking on this. Zhao Huan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the overly proud fellow. Yu Zhao's attitude incited fury within him. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Remember this, kid. You will regret it. He spat the threat before preparing to leave the square with his entourage. Suddenly, an ominous sound erupted as something erupted from the ground at the center of the square. Debris scattering in all directions. A colossal beast, cloaked in dust, emerged from beneath the earth. It shook its massive form, shedding the grime to reveal its true visage. An imposing figure nearly 5 meters tall, adorned in thick black scales, its vicious gaze brimming with a thirst for blood. The subterranean giant rock dragon? A silver variant beast. How could it possibly appear here? Lin Luoluo exclaimed, her voice tinged with undeniable trepidation. Why is it so ferocious? This is not what the data indicated. It was clear that she was genuinely frightened. High-level silver variant beasts were beyond the capabilities of the few of them to contend with. From their observations, this subterranean giant rock dragon was at least level 16. The overwhelming aura of the beast sent the Thunderlight Tiger into a state of panic, roaring and retreating in fear. The pressure of being over level 12 was daunting. Even platinum-level pets dared not confront it head-on. Such a formidable creature had no place in the trial's secret realm. What on earth was happening? What is going on? Wang Dongxing slammed the table in frustration, rising angrily. Quickly, halt the examination. The emergency rescue team must enter the trial realm immediately. Others will evacuate students from the lower levels. The rescue team will head to the higher levels and save as many students as possible. Upon hearing the president's orders, the group sprang into action. Wang Dongxing's gaze remained fixed on the large screen, and after a prolonged silence, he slumped back into his seat, letting out a deep sigh. The children of the three prominent families were all in the most perilous location. He feared for their safety, believing it to be a dire situation. The weight of his official cap felt increasingly burdensome. Just as his thoughts swirled chaotically, even worse news arrived. This is bad, President. For some unknown reason, the portal to the trial realm has closed and cannot be opened. A staff member rushed in, panic etched across their face as they delivered the bewildering news. What? This cannot be happening. Wang Dongxing's heart plummeted. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. No, this is completely abnormal. Could it be that someone is causing trouble? A terrifying incident? He turned to Peng Weiling, whose own expression mirrored his alarm. President, could it be? It seemed they shared the same unsettling thoughts. Wang Dongxing appeared soulless, his eyes devoid of light. Over 500 candidates, 500 children. These are the future of the alliance. If this truly is a horrific event, any harm that befalls them would be irredeemable. Quickly contact the Beastmaster Safety Bureau. Now hurry. Wang Dongxing felt as though he were shouting. This was beyond his capacity to resolve. He could only hope that the Beastmaster Safety Bureau's spirit guardians had some means of assistance. Understood, President. I will contact them immediately. The staff member hurriedly seized the phone and dialed the emergency number for the Beastmaster Safety Bureau. Wang Dongxing slumped in his chair, muttering incantations as if praying to some divine entity. His vacant stare remained fixed on the central screen, where the subterranean giant rock dragon had commenced its assault. Rocks poured down like a torrential storm, battering the square. Zhao Huan and his companions could only evade the onslaught. The subterranean giant rock dragon locked its gaze on the Thunderlight Tiger, roaring as it charged forward. The Thunderlight Tiger could not flee any longer. For behind it lay the paralyzed Yu Xiao, trembling in fear. As a pet, it was its duty to protect its master. With a fierce roar, it lunged at the giant rock dragon, its right paw crackling with electricity as it struck the beast. The electric flash erupted. The giant rock dragon merely staggered slightly. Unfazed as it advanced toward the Thunderlight Tiger, jaws agape to bite down upon it. To the beast, the electric prowess proved of little consequence. Roars, bites, electric strikes, within moments. The Thunderlight Tiger exhausted its abilities, only to be seized by the giant rock dragon's powerful jaws, its sharp teeth sinking deep into the Thunderlight Tiger's body. Blood gushing forth and staining its beautiful silver-black, striped fur. Lazai? Yu Zhao's eyes burned with fury, his voice hoarse as he shouted, shedding the usual carefree demeanor. At that moment, Mu Qingfeng and Lin Luoluo each commanded their pets to launch an assault on the subterranean giant rock dragon. Flames and storms engulfed the massive creature. Yet all efforts proved futile. The giant rock dragon, undeterred, tossed its head, sending the Thunderlight Tiger flying through the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Lazai, are you alright? Yu Xiao sprinted towards it, stumbling over himself in a panic. The Thunderlight Tiger was barely breathing, its life force dwindling. Zhao Huan, undeterred by the chaos, skillfully dodged the falling debris and positioned Xian Bei before the giant rock dragon. Given Xian Bei's diminutive size and slower crawling speed, he had no choice but to risk sending it to the front lines himself. This is your moment, Xian Bei. Defeat it, Zhao Huan commanded, his voice resolute. Facing a creature hundreds of times its size, Xian Bei slowly extended its head and unleashed a mental erosion attack on the subterranean giant rock dragon. Chapter 13, Evaluation. SSS level. A single move can conquer all. Xian Bei's mental prowess far surpassed that of the subterranean giant rock dragon. The dragon's fundamental attributes barely reached 400 points, while Xian Bei's mental strength alone approached 300 points. The giant rock dragon raised its towering form, shaking its head as its crimson gaze gradually faded into confusion. Success. It had been successfully manipulated. Quickly, attack together. Zhao Huan called out to Mu Qingfeng and Lin Luoluo. Relying solely on Xian Bei's ice bullet would not be sufficient to deliver a decisive blow to the giant rock dragon. Upon hearing Zhao Huan's prompt, Mu Qingfeng and Lin Luoluo were filled with elation, hastily directing their pets to unleash a full-scale assault on the giant rock dragon. The fierce flames lashed against the neck of the colossal rock dragon, while the wind-color spear plunged directly into the fiery wound. In agony, the rock dragon let out a piercing howl, its gaze sharpening with clarity. Its mind was being eroded. Xian Bei continued to deftly control the opponent. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Luoluo felt invigorated, urging their beast companions to mount an even more ferocious assault. Even a few of Yu Zhao's followers trembled as they directed their pets to coordinate their attacks. Yet, Yu Xiao sat lifelessly on the ground, staring blankly at the lifeless Thunderlight Tiger as if none of this concerned him. As the rock dragon was on the verge of regaining consciousness once more, Xian Bei unleashed another frost bullet. The chilling aura enveloped the massive head of the rock dragon, and at a visible pace. The fierce beast's head was quickly cloaked in white frost, gradually freezing into an icy lump, resembling a comical scene where the creature's head was stuck in a transparent jar. Unable to extricate itself, fearful of being manipulated, the underground rock dragon began to dig frantically at the earth, attempting to escape. However, its frozen head left it utterly disoriented. It clawed at the ground, creating one pit after another, yet failing to carve out an effective escape route. Observing the rock dragon's desperate attempts to flee, the group intensified their onslaught. Xianbei unleashed another frost bullet, this time encasing the rock dragon's forelimbs in ice. With a resounding crash, the rock dragon, unable to maintain its balance, toppled to the ground, becoming a target for everyone's relentless attacks until it begrudgingly exhaled its last breath. Huzzah! Victory was theirs. The trial participants had triumphed over a level 16 silver beast. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented triumph. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. Even Mu Qingfeng, overwhelmed with joy, slammed his fist into his palm, feeling exhilarated beyond measure. Lin Luoluo leapt into the air, rushing to Zhao Huan's side, shaking his shoulders and shouting with glee. Zhao Huan was equally elated, for Xianbei had leveled up to 6, earning 1,200 basic attribute points and a new skill, Frost Star. Additionally, he had amassed 120 points of transformation value. Oh, the monitoring hall erupted with even more fervent cheers than those at the battlefield. What had initially seemed a perilous situation was deftly resolved by the students. Though incredulous, the officials and the principal felt an irrepressible joy swelling within them. Wang Dongsheng clenched his fists tightly, eyes closed, fervently expressing gratitude to the divine. At that moment, a clear voice reverberated through the examination hall. The 2030 trial examination had concluded, and participants were about to exit the trial zone and return to the plaza. Now for the announcement of the examination results. The top scorer of this trial examination is Zhao Huan from Sankai High School, with a score of 1150 points. Trial evaluation rank, SSS level. The second place goes to Mu Qingfeng from Sankai High School, with a score of 690 points, trial evaluation rank, S level. The third place is awarded to Lin Luoluo from First High School, with a score of 656 points, trial evaluation rank, S level. The fourth place is given to Yu Xiao from First High School, with a score of 212 points, trial evaluation rank, A level. The mechanical synthetic voice continued to announce the examination results. Zhang Yukai, amidst his excitement, could hardly believe his eyes as he heard the broadcast and saw the results on the big screen. The top 2 spots were claimed by Sankai, especially Zhao Huan, whose score set a historic record, leaving the second place far behind with an unprecedented achievement. SSS rank. This was a rating that had never been seen since the inception of the trial secret realm, potentially the first of its kind. To think this honor had befallen Sankai High School, Zhang Yukai could not suppress a hearty laugh, reveling in his triumph as he cast a smug glance at the despondent Principal Luo Wei beside him. Luo Wei lacked even the desire to gloat. For with Sankai's performance this year, First High was not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Did he even need to boast? He felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. His pride is evident as the beaming smile spread across his face, impossible to conceal or restrain. Zhao Huan, the prodigious Zhao Huan, at this moment, felt as joyful as a child, yearning to embrace Zhao Huan and express his gratitude and joy. Zhao Huan likely did not wish to be embraced by Zhang Yukai's aged face. Nonetheless, he too was brimming with excitement, wanting to dance with joy. Upon the announcement of his first-place victory, they were promptly transported back to the trial plaza. At that moment, the system finally delivered the information regarding his task rewards. Congratulations, host, for completing the trial mission and achieving first place. Host receives a task reward of 200 transformation points. Host receives a task reward of 1 piece of the Spirit of the Four Symbols, Xuanwu Fragment. Zhao Huan quickly accessed the system panel to check his status. Host, Zhao Huan. Age, 18 years. Contract level, a grade beast spirit affinity. Transformation value, 560. Unique talent skill, Soul of Transformation, allows pets to evolve their innate level through transformation value. Passive skill, Heart of Amplification, level 1. Amplifies all attributes of contracted pets by 10-fold, effective only for the host's contracted beasts. Auxiliary skill, Spirit Communication, initial binding grants an auxiliary skill, enabling communication with pets and the ability to view all beast information. Contracted pet, Xianbing Turtle, silver level 6. Task item, Xuanwu Heart Fragment, summons a Xuanwu avatar. Once per day, lasting 10 seconds. Requires transformation value to unlock the summon, after which the pet loses combat capability for 12 hours. Contract slot, unlocked. With over 500 transformation points accumulated, he was not far from the next opportunity to transform Xianbei. Zhao Huan felt satisfied, continuing to peruse the information, only to be astounded by the description of the Xuanwu heart fragment. Summoning a Xuanwu avatar? The Xuanwu, one of the four symbols? The Northern Palace Xuanwu is considered one of the ultimate forms of divine beasts in Chinese mythology. Some even say it is a manifestation of the deity, the incarnation of the great Emperor Zhenwu. Summoning a deity. This was a monumental gain, an absolute windfall. Even a mere 10 seconds of summoning time would yield formidable combat power. Zhao Huan's heart raced with excitement. The only drawback was that once the Xuanwu avatar was summoned, Xianbei would need to rest for 12 hours. It seemed that even the avatar of a divine beast was not something an ordinary pet could bear with ease. Although there were limitations, Zhao Huan still felt an overwhelming thrill and satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace, and the excited voice of Wang Daqian echoed in his ears. Huanzi, first place. You are first. SSS rank. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Wang Daqian was ecstatic, holding Zhao Huan tightly and refusing to let go. Zhao Huan felt nearly breathless from the embrace and was about to voice his desire for Wang Daqian to temper his exuberance when he noticed Mu Qingfeng standing nearby, her eyes gleaming with joy, yet tinged with a hint of disappointment. Congratulations, you won. Mu Qingfeng extended her hand, saying, as per our wager, I will transfer the money to you soon. It's Zhao Huan. He is first. I knew it. How could the genius of San Kai be a waste? Zhao Huan. You're amazing. Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan. In the square, a chorus of synchronized shouts erupted, emanating from the students of the San Kai Academy, who were vociferously cheering for Zhao Huan. Even Zhao Huan, taken aback by the fervor, could only extend a hand in greeting. Suddenly, a voice rang out loudly. What is happening? We can't get out. The portal has closed. What is going on? Panic ensued among the students. Today's examination had presented an array of unprecedented occurrences, leaving everyone anxious and unsettled. Ha ha ha. Greetings, fellow students. The time for the performance has arrived. Are you all ready? Out of nowhere, an extraordinarily peculiar voice echoed across the square. Chapter 14, The Mad Clown. Who is it? The students scanned their surroundings. Tada. From within the crowd leapt a flamboyantly dressed figure, his face adorned with comical paint, a proud red nose prominently displayed, while he waved a candy-colored cane and frolicked, winking and spinning among the throng. A clown. Hello, friends outside. The Stargazing Organization's clown sends his regards. He bounded onto the square, perching on the back of a chair, balancing on one foot, hooking his cane around a lamppost, and extending his arms as he greeted the camera boisterously. All the students stood in bewilderment. What was this situation? A celebratory performance following the examination? Moreover, what was this Stargazing Organization? Just as the students were engulfed in confusion, the control room erupted in chaos. The second shoe had finally dropped. Wang Dongxing's face turned ashen. Terrorists. The terrorists had finally revealed themselves. After Zhao Huan and his peers had defeated the subterranean behemoth, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing it was not a terrorist incident, merely an unfortunate accident. Yet ultimately, that hope was shattered. The Stargazing Organization. Who would have thought it would be the Stargazing Organization, the most notorious terrorist group on the Beast Spirit Star? Their credit's over. The children are doomed. Not only Wang Dongsheng, but every face in the room was etched with terror. Have the members of the Beast Tamer Security Bureau arrived? Wang Dongxing's voice felt alien to him, distant, as if it were not his own. They are on their way. A staff member swallowed hard, hurriedly replied. It's too late. It's over. Wang Dongsheng felt utterly drained, collapsing into his seat, as if a decade of age had suddenly descended upon him. Even the images on the screen appeared to blur. Students, there exists an eternal truth in this world. Do you wish to know? The clown leapt atop the lamppost, arms outstretched, surveying the crowd from his lofty perch. Wow, how impressive. The clueless students applauded the clown's antics. Zhao Huan sensed an unsettling peculiarity about the clown and noticed Lin Luoluo covering her mouth, her eyes reflecting a fear more profound than when she faced the behemoth. He became increasingly convinced that matters had escalated. Thus, he discreetly pulled Wang Daqian back into the safety of the crowd. Today is truly not a good day. He sighed helplessly. Hearing the applause, the clown elegantly bowed atop the lamppost. What delightful children you are. Since you are so enthusiastic, allow us to impart upon you the ultimate eternal truth. Namely, the clown paused momentarily, observing that everyone was attentively gazing up at him, before he burst into a delighted laugh. Humanity must perish. Ha ha ha. Zhao Huan's mind suddenly felt as though it had been bombarded, buzzing with the revelation. Humanity must die. Wasn't that the voice he had heard in his dreams? Why did this clown know? Could it be? Were his bizarre dreams indeed the result of some nefarious influence? Damn terrorists, perish. Lin Luoluo suddenly cried out, as a hurricane eagle soared into the sky, its wind gun piercing towards the clown perched above. Ha ha! Such ferocity from the young lady. No need to rush. The performance is for everyone. No one can escape. The clown leapt down from the lamppost, performing a somersault in midair. And with a gentle wave of his right hand, the hurricane eagle's assault missed its target. An overwhelming pressure surged through the square, emanating from the clown's beast, a colossal petrifying demon. Its skin, resembling rock, exuded black flames, and its face was grotesquely adorned with the clown's makeup, rendering it both ludicrous and terrifying. Thud! The horrifying aura caused some students to weaken, collapsing to the ground. Lin Luoluo was frozen, her lips trembling involuntarily. She had never anticipated that the clown's beast would be a petrifying demon. As a platinum-tiered demon-type beast, it possessed extraordinary abilities, and given the current atmosphere, its level was certainly formidable. A mere finger could crush all present. Lin Luo's speculation was not far off. The clown's petrifying demon was a high-level beast of platinum rank. Level 30. Hey, friends outside, who shall I start with? Let us begin with that brave young lady from earlier. The clown despises bravery, loathes justice, and abhors humanity. Ha ha ha. The clown began to exhibit signs of madness, laughing uncontrollably. Zhao Huan observed the deranged clown with calm scrutiny, feeling a surge of dread towards the summoned beast. Meanwhile, Xianbei, for the first time, shifted uneasily on his shoulder, emitting a silent roar directed at the gargantuan demon. However, the disparity in their levels was too great. The thought invasion was ineffective. It appeared that this confrontation would be challenging. To escape unscathed, he would need to employ his most secretive tactics. Resolutely, Zhao Huan summoned the fragment of the heart of Xuanwu from his system's item inventory. A small black crystal, no larger than a fingernail, shimmered with the brilliance of a starry river. It belonged to the Northern Palace's 7 constellations. How should it be used? Zhao Huan felt perplexed. Xianbei seemed to sense the heart of Xuanwu's power, straining to extend its neck towards Zhao Huan's hand. Could this object be ingested? Zhao Huan hesitated to consume it himself, and, after a moment's thought, offered it to Xianbei's mouth. Without hesitation, Xianbei swallowed it whole. Gradually, its body began to swell, expanding significantly, now nearly 2 palms wide. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Huan opened Xianbei's panel to examine its status. Contractor, Zhao Huan. Species, Xianbing Turtle, Silver Battle Pet. Level, 7. Experience, 220, 4400. Attack power, 16, 160. Defense, 55, 550. Agility, 20, 200. Spirit, 49, 490. Skills, Basic Explosive Bite, 88, 100. Intermediate Xianbing Bullet, 13, 500. Basic Frost Star, 0, 100. Awakening Skill, Basic Thought Invasion, 5, 100. Awaken Hidden Skill due to the Soul of Enlightenment. Hidden Skill, Xuanwu Clone, summons a Xuanwu clone, effective for 10 seconds, requires 100 points of enlightenment value to activate. Affinity, 6, 10. Status, Healthy. Note, Silver Tier Beast. Can be enhanced with the Soul of Enlightenment to elevate innate level. Requires 1,000 enlightenment points. Xianbei leveled up again? Could it be due to the consumption of the heart of Xuanwu fragment? Zhao Huan dared not linger his attention, as the chaos on the field intensified. He beheld the clown, one eye shut, raising a candy cane and aiming it at Lin Luoluo, softly uttering a sound. Yeyu. The petrifying demon's gaze flashed with a light that shot straight toward Lin Luoluo. She found herself unable to evade, closing her eyes and resigning herself to fate. Crack. When Lin Luoluo opened her eyes, she discovered her hurricane sculpture had transformed into a stone statue, crashing to the ground. Chirp. Tears streamed down Lin Luo's face as she fell to her knees, cradling the hurricane sculpture and weeping uncontrollably. She realized that it was her pet that had timely blocked the demon's attack, saving her life. The other students, upon witnessing the demon's assault, fled in terror. The square erupted in a cacophony of screams, cries, and curses, descending into utter disarray. Mu Qingfeng, witnessing Lin Luoluo's pet being petrified, felt a shiver run down his spine. However, he gritted his teeth and commanded the venomous fire python to charge at the enemy. Just as Zhao Huan regained his senses, he noticed that Wang Daqian had vanished, and Lin Luoluo's pet had turned into a stone sculpture, while Mu Qingfeng's venomous fire python was gripped in the giant demon's hand, being smashed mercilessly against the ground. No! Fire! Mu Qingfeng's eyes widened with rage as he let out a heart-wrenching cry. The insidious clown, standing nearby, clapped his hands in rhythm, laughing maniacally, as if the anguished cries of the crowd were the most exquisite symphony in existence. Your turn now, Xianbei. Try to stay hidden. Zhao Huan darted behind the flower bushes in the square, quietly advising the Xianbing turtle and discreetly placing it in the flower bed. using 100 points of transformation value. He activated Xuanbei's concealment skill, the Xuanwu clone. Boom. A profound aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of primal antiquity, resonated with a buzzing sound that echoed in everyone's minds, shattering the clown's maniacal laughter. In that instant, time appeared to stand still, fragments of reality swirling before their eyes, both protracted and fleeting. It was an indescribable sensation, as if a deity had descended. Chapter 15. The Emergence of Xuanwu. The strange feeling dissipated as swiftly as it had come. The panicked students sensed a call of destiny permeating the air. The surrounding space felt as though it were being encroached upon by an impending mysterious presence, filling and manipulating their surroundings. Their hearts raced in unison. Their pets lay fearfully on the ground, paralyzed with fear. The clown sensed something amiss, uneasily scanning his surroundings. Could this ominous aura be the manifestation of his master? He murmured, his expression a perplexing blend of mirth and uncertainty. The petrifying demon suddenly erupted in fury, howling into the sky. Look at the sky. How can there be clouds? It's terrifying. A trembling student pointed toward the heavens. The trial square had previously been covered by a transparent dome, devoid of sky. Yet now, beneath the dome, dark clouds swiftly gathered, forming an unfathomable vortex that rotated slowly above everyone's heads. Boom. It was as if time and space had been shattered. In an instant, everyone was forced to the ground. A bizarre creature resembling a turtle's head and a serpent's tail emerging from the vortex with an imposing presence. Not my master. You are not. The clown, pinned to the ground, strained to lift his neck, emitting a chilling cry. What is happening? What on earth is going on? In the monitoring hall, the spectators gazed at the central screen, perplexed. On the display, they saw everyone suddenly prostrated on the ground. Yet the clouds and the illusion of Xuanwu remained concealed from view. Then, they witnessed the colossal petrifying demon inexplicably shatter into fragments. For reasons unknown, the clown began to bleed from his orifices, struggling and shouting in confusion. What of the beast spirit guard? Has the portal opened? Wang Dongsheng pounded the table, his voice booming with anger. The beast spirit guard has arrived and is attempting to unlock the portal, a staff member replied, trembling. Let us go to the scene. Wang Dongsheng, regaining his composure, stood and swiftly exited the monitoring hall. The others hurriedly followed suit. Within the circular trial square, tranquility had returned. Both humans and beasts lay in a deep slumber, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the Xuanwu transformation, except for Zhao Huan. Yet, at that moment, he dared not move, feigning unconsciousness while reveling inwardly. Just as the Xuanwu transformation began to fade, he heard a voice from the system. Host has successfully defeated the enemy at a higher level, gaining the auxiliary skill blessing. This blessing can heal and purify pets. Pet leveled up. Host gains 800 points of transformation value. He cautiously opened Xuanbei's attribute panel. Oh, silver level 10. It had surged 3 levels in one go, with attribute increases reaching 2,000 points. Absolutely terrifying. Moreover, with 800 points of transformation value, combined with the previous 400 points, he could finally transform Xianbei. Golden pets. He would finally possess a golden pet. The exhilaration was overwhelming. Were it not for the need to remain prostrate, Zhao Huan would have gladly performed a tap dance on the spot. Quickly check if the students are in danger. The ambulance is waiting outside. Hurry and transport the injured students out. The portal finally reopened, and a flurry of people rushed in. They meticulously examined the students' conditions, carrying the unconscious ones out of the secret realm. Lin, the second miss is here. You must come take a look. A hasty voice reached Zhao Huan's ears, followed by a cool female voice. How is she? Is she in danger? No worries, Lin. She just fainted. However, her pet has been petrified by the demon, and when the second miss awakens, she will undoubtedly be heartbroken. That despicable clown is truly detestable. The man's voice brimmed with sympathy and indignation. Where's the clown? Have you found him? Lin inquired, maintaining his calm demeanor. He is here, Lin. He still breathes, but has also fainted. Another voice echoed from afar. Take him away. I wish to have a thorough discussion with him tonight. Lin's voice finally revealed a hint of unusual emotion. Tell me, Lin, how could one render so many unconscious without harming their lives? Is there someone else combating the Starry Sky organization besides us? The hasty voice resounded again. Silence. Have you forgotten the rules? Lin's voice turned icy. Yes. Subsequently, the scene fell silent, with individuals coming and going, busy yet orderly, methodically clearing the area. After a while, when Zhao Huan felt the discomfort of lying down, 2 people finally approached, placing him on a stretcher and carrying him away. Phew. Zhao Huan sighed with relief internally, finally escaping that dreadful place. He had encountered too many events today and felt utterly exhausted. Yet, he still dared not move, only feigning to awaken as he heard someone nearby stirring, slowly opening his eyes. Above, wisps of white clouds adorned the blue sky, a gentle breeze wafting through, causing the clouds to drift lazily, instilling a sense of tranquility. After the perilous ordeal, emerging into the light felt truly exquisite. Zhao Huan silently marveled as he gradually propped himself up, discovering he was lying on the education committee's teleportation square. One by one, his classmates began to awaken, rubbing their eyes, their expressions a mix of confusion and bewilderment. But where was Xianbei? Zhao Huan quickly rose, scanning the area for his cherished pet. He had feigned unconsciousness earlier and hadn't had the chance to return Xianbei to its beast space. Are you searching for it? A cool voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Lin Dui. He turned to find a face somewhat reminiscent of Lin Lala's, albeit slightly older, with a detached demeanor and scrutinizing eyes. Clad in a striking black trench coat that accentuated her poise. At that moment, she was cradling Xianbei in her hands. Perhaps the summoning of the Xuanwu avatar had taken a toll, as Xianbei was entirely withdrawn into its shell, either unconscious or in a state of slumber. Zhao Huan swiftly and carefully took Xianbei from her, expressing his gratitude to Lin Dui with a smile. Lin Dui waited until Xianbei vanished into its owner's beast space before addressing Zhao Huan. I am Lin Feifei. You performed admirably today. I've heard you assisted Luo Luo significantly. Thank you on her behalf. With that, Lin Feifei turned and departed, her coat billowing in the wind, exuding an undeniable charm. Zhao Huan found himself enamored with the black trench coat, imagining that wearing it would make him feel akin to Neo from the Matrix, a thrilling thought indeed. Zhao Huan, where are you? At that moment, Zhao Huan heard Zhao Ling's voice and momentarily thought he had misheard. How could his sister be here? He stood on tiptoe and glanced around, and indeed, he spotted Zhao Ling anxiously weaving through the crowd of students, searching fervently. She frequently turned students around, checking if they were her brother. Each time she realized it was a mistake, she would hastily apologize and then move on to the next student. Watching Zhao Ling's relentless search, Zhao Huan suddenly felt a pang in his heart. This was the essence of familial concern, and he realized that the affection he longed for had always been right beside him. He wiped his eyes and called out loudly, "Sister, I'm over here. I'm fine." Upon hearing Zhao Huan's voice, Zhao Ling turned toward him, momentarily frozen in place, tears instantly filling her eyes. In that instant, her entire being seemed to relax, revealing a subtle yet radiant smile adorned with her tiger teeth. It was the most beautiful smile Zhao Huan had ever witnessed. Chapter 16, 5 million? Is it real? The final examination concluded, and Zhao Huan achieved his coveted first place. Yet, a cloud of doubt lingered in his mind. Why had the clown appeared in the trial's secret realm? What exactly was the stellar organization? How could it utter the ominous phrase that had haunted his dreams? Humanity must perish. Why must humanity die when it too was composed of human beings? Insanity. Zhao Huan struggled to comprehend, shaking his head to cast aside the tumultuous thoughts. Huanzi, Zhao Lingjia, Wang Daqian has awakened as well. Upon seeing Zhao Huan and the others, he scampered over, exclaiming loudly before even reaching them. Zhao Lingjia, did you know? Zhao Huan scored first place and can be directly admitted to Zhongzhou Beastmaster University. Zhao Ling adjusted Zhao Huan's clothing with a smile, replying, I know, Zhao Huan just told me. What about you, Daqian? How did you fare? Over 90, not too shabby. I can report back to my parents now, Wang Daqian responded cheerfully. The trio stood in the square, merrily chatting. Many parents, having heard the news, rushed to the scene, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Just then, Mu Qingfeng approached with a dignified middle-aged woman at his side. Zhao Huan. The middle-aged woman brushed her hair aside and greeted him softly. I am Qingfeng's mother. I've heard that you took good care of him during the examination. Thank you so much. I also heard that Qingfeng made a bet with you. This child just loves to show off. He stubbornly refused to attend one middle school just to spite his sister. Mom, why are you saying all this? Mu Qingfeng interjected, visibly displeased. All right, I won't say anything more. Zhao Huan. You needn't worry about the bet. We will certainly honor it. I just spoke with Mrs. Yu, and she mentioned she would contact you soon. Our Qingfeng, with his gentle disposition and stubborn nature, has few friends. I am delighted he has made a friend like you, Mu Qingfeng's mother remarked, casting a glance at her son before continuing her chatter. Mom, not again, Mu Qingfeng sighed in exasperation. A bet? What kind of bet? Zhao Ling asked, perplexed. Sister, I'll explain later. By the way, Mu Qingfeng, is your pet all right? Zhao Huan hastily shifted the topic, still pondering how to relay this matter to Zhao Ling. In response to Zhao Huan's inquiry, Mu Qingfeng looked despondent. Fortunately, Master Zhong from the Beastmaster Safety Bureau helped. Horror's injuries are not severe, but it will require some time to recuperate. Actually, Horror is relatively fine. Lin Luo's Hurricane Eagle, I heard Master Zhong couldn't do much for it either. I just saw her crying terribly. Lin Luo's pet had been petrified, and if the situation remained unresolved for too long, it could spell disaster. Zhao Huan envisioned Lan Law's beautiful visage, tears cascading down her cheeks, and felt a surge of compassion, leaving him momentarily speechless. For a time, no one knew what to say. Cursed clown, detestable stellar organization. One day, I will make you pay, Mu Qingfeng declared fiercely, clenching his fists. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly grasped Mu Qingfeng's hand, saying, "Don't speak carelessly. Who knows if those terrorists are mingling among the crowd? Well then, Zhao Huan, please feel free to visit my home next time. We shall take our leave now." With that, she hurriedly led a reluctant Mu Qingfeng away. Zhao Huan, what exactly was that bet about? Zhao Ling inquired, frowning after the two left. Seeing the situation, Wang Daqian, sensing trouble, chuckled and discreetly slipped away. That cunning fellow. Zhao Huan had no choice but to recount the details of the bet to Zhao Ling 5 million. Zhao Ling gasped in shock. Is it true? Wow, Zhao Huan. You've made your first fortune of 5 million. You're truly impressive. But next time, you mustn't engage in such dangerous affairs again, she chided, patting her brother's shoulder. Her joy evident. With this sum, Zhao Huan could contract a second pet. Little did she know that the wager also included a golden beast. A detail Zhao Huan chose to withhold for fear of alarming Zhao Ling few. It seems all is well. Zhao Huan exhaled a sigh of relief. Having endured a terrifying event, the students were reluctant to linger too long. They reported to the education committee staff and gradually departed the examination venue. As Zhao Huan and his sister stepped outside, they spotted a luxury car parked at the entrance. A man in his 20s leaned against the car door with his hands in his pockets, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing them, he tossed the cigarette aside and approached with enthusiasm. Zhao Ling, Zhao Huan, how did you do? Mr. Huang, quite well, thank you for your concern. Zhao Ling replied politely, but somewhat coolly. Huang Tao's expression shifted slightly before he regained his cheerful demeanor. That's great. How about I treat you both to a meal to celebrate Zhao Huan's successful examination? There's no need, Mr. Huang. Thank you for your kindness. We have plans to eat at home, Zhao Ling responded, maintaining her indifferent tone. Zhao Ling, it would be too troublesome to go back home. Why be so formal with me? Moreover, I have already made a reservation. We are all friends, so dining together is nothing extraordinary. Huang Tao, still undeterred, zealously began to persuade the siblings. Thank you, Mr. Huang, but please do not intrude upon our lives any further. And do call me Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling finally expressed her impatience. Huang Tao was momentarily taken aback. He wished to say something more, but soon found Zhao Huan standing before him. Articulating each word with clarity, you heard my sister's words. From today onward, keep your distance from her. Huang Tao regarded Zhao Huan, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Yet, he refrained from continuing the conversation, as he lacked the talent to engage further. Having always been an ne'er-do-well, he was merely a low-ranking bronze beastmaster. Should he provoke Zhao Huan, the consequences would be dire. The physical prowess of a beast master escalates with the growth of their companion, and with Zhao Huan's current capabilities, should he return to Blue Star, he could easily overpower 10 ordinary individuals. Huang Tao was unaware of the extent of Zhao Huan's strength, but he had overheard Zhao Ling mention his commendable exam results, clearly indicating that he surpassed Huang Tao in skill. He stood by the roadside, watching the siblings gradually disappear from view, resentment lingering in his eyes. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello? Who is it? Speak up. His irritation was palpable. Wumatsi, how dare you call me? You've botched this simple task multiple times. Huang Tao's voice softened slightly, yet his anger intensified. What? The ninth master is willing to deal with that brat? Really? Whatever Wumatsi had said, it suddenly reinvigorated him. In that case, I wish to amend the agreement. Once the task is completed, I shall reward you with 2 million, as a gesture of respect for the ninth master. After exchanging a few more hushed words with Wumatsi, Huang Tao hung up, appearing considerably more spirited. He frivolously extracted a cigarette, expertly placing it between his lips, and glared into the distance, muttering, "Little wench, don't blame me for being uncivilized this time. That necklace shall be mine." Chapter 17, A Day That Appears Tranquil. Dingling, dingling. Zhao Huan awoke from his slumber, drowsily extending his hand to grope for his phone on the bedside table, lifting it to his ear without even glancing at the screen. Hello, who is this? Oh, it's you, fatty. Now, I'm not going. I wish to sleep a little longer. Although it was nearly noon, he had been utterly exhausted the previous day, and for once, he had not been plagued by nightmares. His sleep had been exceptionally restful. He was loath to rise. After all, isn't a holiday meant for rest? Having brushed off Wang Daqian, he had just tossed his phone aside when it rang again. With his eyes closed, he frowned and fumbled for the device, answering impatiently, "Fatty, I told you, I still want to." "Oh, is it Mu Qingfeng? Do you need something from me?" "I'm still in bed." "Now, very well, where shall we meet?" "The cat ear CAF on Walking Street." "All right, I'll be right there." Another day, and he couldn't even enjoy a peaceful sleep. Zhao Huan mumbled to himself as he got out of bed and dressed, his drowsiness dissipating entirely. Mu Qingfeng was indeed meticulous. After the wager yesterday, he was already eager to settle the matter today. One might think he was the one who had won, hastening to collect his dues. 5 million, how delightful. A substantial sum was within reach. What need was there for further sleep? After completing his morning routine, Zhao Huan discovered a note and 100 yuan left by his sister, Zhao Ling, stating that she had taken on a commission to help someone find something and would not return for lunch, leaving him to fend for himself. Sighing, he thought that after receiving Mu Qingfeng's 5 million, he would allow his sister to take a break. It was far too arduous for her to constantly assist others in the city. With that thought in mind, he pocketed the money and stepped outside. Upon entering the cat ear CAF, he scanned the room and spotted Mu Qingfeng, who had already risen from his corner and waved him over. I've ordered you a coffee. Here is the 5 million anonymous card, redeemable through the alliance. The password is 6 ones. Keep it safe. As Zhao Huan sat down, Mu Qingfeng slid a bank card across the table. All right, thank you. Zhao Huan accepted the card without hesitation, slipping it into his pocket before lifting his coffee cup. You didn't summon me just for this, did you? Mu Qingfeng did not respond immediately, instead stirring his coffee with a spoon, seemingly contemplating how best to phrase his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he finally looked directly into Zhao Huan's eyes and asked, Zhao Huan, has your beast undergone an evolution? Yes, but I have no idea why. It just evolved. Don't beasts evolve? Zhao Huan was aware that Xianbei's performance had been nothing short of extraordinary, particularly in the battle against the Earth Abyss Dragon, where its prowess had been pivotal to victory. Mu Qingfeng had undoubtedly witnessed this, rendering any attempt to conceal the truth futile. He had thus prepared himself to feign ignorance. Not at all. At least I have not heard of such a phenomenon. This is precisely why the affinity for beast spirits influences one's destiny, Mu Qingfeng continued, his expression grave as he scrutinized Zhao Huan. Feeling a twinge of guilt under Mu Qingfeng's intense gaze, Zhao Huan feigned nonchalance, diverting his attention to the CAF's decor. This CAF is quite charming, adorned with so many cat ears, even the staff wears them. I noticed that. Look, that young lady has cat ears. She appears both adorable and beautiful. That is not what I meant. I meant that I saw you feeding your beast something during the confrontation with the clown. And then that terrifying entity appeared in the sky. I do not believe this was mere coincidence. Zhao Huan noticed that Mu Qingfeng's expression remained stern, his eyes glinting with suspicion as he awaited a response. It dawned on Zhao Huan that Mu Qingfeng must have seen him feeding Xianbei the heart of the Black Tortoise, hence his doubts. No wonder he was insistent on meeting today. Given his meticulous nature, he likely had not slept well last night, either. A closer inspection revealed dark circles under his eyes. Unable to suppress a smile, Zhao Huan spread his hands and said, Your imagination is rather vivid. It hardly aligns with what others describe as wooden. You aren't secretly writing a novel, are you? Aside from us examinees, there is no one else here. Your beast remains the most suspicious, with the greatest implications. Mu Qingfeng pressed on, disregarding Zhao Huan's attempts to change the subject. Am I wooden? Are you unable to lose gracefully, seeking trouble instead? I fainted that day as well. Xianbei only regained consciousness this morning. Do you suspect us? How could we possibly possess such abilities? Zhao Huan placed his cup on the table, pretending to be indignant. Mu Qingfeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhao Huan, still harboring skepticism. After a prolonged silence, he finally stood and said, If it is not you, it must be someone else. The truth will eventually surface. By the way, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Zhao Huan watched Mu Qingfeng exit, his mind tumultuous. Mu Qingfeng's suspicion was unsettling, and he was certain others would share similar doubts. It was likely that someone would seek him out next, particularly official entities. Would they uncover any incriminating evidence? It seemed that the tranquil days of his life had come to an end. Yet, in the chaos of the moment, he had little recourse. Reflecting on these thoughts, the joy of securing 5 million from the wager dissipated. He quietly finished his coffee, pondering for a long while, ultimately concluding, Whatever, they can only suspect me. They won't find any solid proof. Besides, even if the truth comes to light, I would still be regarded as a hero for saving everyone. He exhaled in relief, rose gracefully, and with a significant sum in hand, sought out a restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal, followed by a trip to the cinema. It was not until dusk approached that he hailed a taxi home. Upon entering, he discovered that Zhao Ling had yet to return, which stirred a twinge of anxiety within him. Over the years, Zhao Ling had consistently refrained from venturing out at night to keep him company. If she were to return late, she would invariably inform him in advance, either in person or via a message on her phone. Such a situation, where he had received no word from her until now, was unprecedented. Concerned, he promptly dialed Zhao Ling's number, only to be met with the disheartening message that her phone was turned off. Could something have happened to her? Should he alert the authorities? Yet, even if he did, it had not been 24 hours, and the police would likely not take action. Panic began to envelop him. Just as he was preparing to leave in search of her, a cat leaped through the window. Ling Feng. Zhao Huan felt a mix of joy and fear. The joy stemmed from the fact that this was Zhao Ling's pet, the wind-sniffing cat Ling Feng, while the fear arose from the realization that it was alone, separate from its owner. They had gone out to help someone find something. How could Ling Feng have returned alone? Had something truly happened to Zhao Ling? A sense of foreboding settled in Zhao Huan's mind. As Ling Feng meowed upon seeing him, Zhao Huan hastily opened the channel of communication with the cat, and upon discerning the urgency in its cries, he felt a surge of rage ignite within him like a blazing inferno. The message was clear. Little waste. The master has been kidnapped. Hurry and rescue your master. Chapter 18. Dare to lay a hand on my family, and you shall meet your demise. Who dare to covet my sister? Regardless of who it is, you are doomed. Quick, Ling Feng, lead me to my sister. Zhao Huan scooped up the wind-sniffing cat and burst out of the door, running like a madman. Just as he charged out of the stairwell, he nearly collided with someone. I'm sorry, wait, how could it be you? Zhao Huan, frantic, uttered an apology and attempted to rush past, only to find himself face-to-face with Lin Luoluo, clad in a snug racing suit and clutching a helmet. She stood frozen in place, taken aback by Zhao Huan's appearance. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his expression dark, as if he bore an irreconcilable grudge against her. I came to find you. What is the matter? Lin Luoluo asked, her voice tinged with concern. I have urgent business. We can talk later, Zhao Huan replied curtly, clutching Ling Feng as he dashed off. If you're in a hurry, I can give you a ride. Lin Luoluo called after him, her voice rising. The motorcycle sped through the traffic, weaving effortlessly between vehicles, showing no signs of slowing down. With one arm clutching Ling Feng and the other gripping the back of the motorcycle, Zhao Huan felt the wind whip against his face, an indescribable discomfort enveloping him. He had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle girl could be so fierce while riding. The rush of air whistled past his ears, instilling a fear of falling. Hold me. Lin Luoluo leaned forward, her voice barely audible over the wind. What did you say? Zhao Huan strained to hear. I said, it's too dangerous for you to hold on to me. The sound emanating from Lin Luoluo's helmet grew louder, embarrassed to gaze at the enticing figure before him. Zhao Huan hesitated but ultimately leaned into her, wrapping his arms around her waist. The soft warmth enveloped him, and in his youthful fervor, he found it hard to maintain focus. Cursing himself internally, he quickly composed his thoughts and communicated with Ling Feng mentally, then shouted into Lin Luoluo's ear, southeast. The logistics warehouse area. You know the place? Lin Luoluo did not respond, instead twisting the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward, racing down the streets, attracting the attention of passersby. After more than 10 minutes, the motorcycle entered an area of low buildings, with rows of expansive warehouses quietly nestled in the night. This was the city's logistics district, sparsely populated and shrouded in darkness. Lin Luoluo slowed down, lowering the engine's roar as she cautiously navigated around the warehouses. Meow. Suddenly, Ling Feng let out a loud cry, leaping from the vehicle and darting into an alleyway. This is it. Ignoring the moving motorcycle, Zhao Huan leaped off and ran. Calling back to Lin Luoluo, you wait here, and be careful. Lin Luoluo halted the motorcycle, removed her helmet, and watched as Zhao Huan's figure gradually melded into the shadows. A sense of unease washing over her. After a moment's deliberation, she stomped her foot and followed him. Zhao Huan trailed Ling Feng around the alley, spotting two small houses behind a warehouse that appeared to be the quarters of a night watchman. A dim light flickered from a small window. He stealthily approached, peering inside. The rudimentary room housed 3 men gathered around a low table, drinking, while another young man lounged against the wall, engrossed in his phone. The door leading further inside was tightly closed. Was Zhao Ling inside? Snake brother, how should we deal with this girl? A lean man raised his glass toward a burly figure at the head of the table. The goods have already been delivered. Wu Matzi said we could handle her as we please. Haha. The burly man, known as Snake brother, boisterously declared as he downed his drink. I didn't expect Wu Matzi to be so accommodating. This girl is a real gem. Snake brother, following you has been the right choice, the lean man enthusiastically praised. Monkey, have you ever suffered under my wing? Snake brother shot a sidelong glance at the lean man, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. Of course not. Who in Ling Shui City doesn't know that Snake brother is a man of his word, fearless and reputable? Come, Snake brother, I toast to you. Monkey raised his glass with a sycophantic grin. A middle-aged man, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Snake brother, what's the girl's background? I heard that even Lord Jiu has taken an interest in this matter. Could there be trouble? Nonsense, there's no trouble at all. Once we're done having our fun, we'll toss her into Ling Shui River with some stones, and no one will be the wiser, Snake brother scoffed dismissively. Draining his cup, All right, I'm off to enjoy myself, then it'll be your turn. With that, he staggered to his feet and headed toward the inner room. Hearing this, Zhao Huan's anger flared. Damn it, a bunch of scoundrels. Regardless of whether Zhao Ling was inside or not, he could not allow these scumbags to escape. Gathering his strength, he kicked open the door with a resounding crash, startling the 4 men inside. They turned to see a high school-aged boy burst in. Who are you? Snake Brother quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow as he quietly instructed the lean man. Monkey, block the door. Check if anyone else is around. Monkey nodded, flinging his cup at Zhao Huan. Dodging to the side, Zhao Huan evaded the projectile, but Monkey swiftly positioned himself against the door, obstructing the exit, then peeked outside. Snake Brother, there really is someone out there. Looks like a girl. I didn't expect someone would be so eager to join in tonight. Haha. The lascivious laughter of Monkey irked Zhao Huan, and seizing the opportunity while Monkey was distracted, he launched himself forward, delivering a knee strike directly into Monkey's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Lin Luoluo heard the sounds of a scuffle and hurried over, only to witness Zhao Huan lifting the monkey's head from the ground and slamming it violently against the wall, rendering the creature unconscious. To her astonishment, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, he was remarkably fierce in a fight. Lin Luoluo couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise. As soon as Zhao Huan took action, the others quickly drew their machetes and daggers, cursing as they surrounded him. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the inner room, accompanied by Zhao Ling's anxious voice. Is that you, Xiao Huan? Xiao Huan, they are with the outlaws. Don't worry about me, just run. Sister, are you alright? Are you hurt? Wait for me. I'll come to rescue you. Upon hearing Zhao Ling's voice, the pent-up fury within Zhao Huan exploded like a balloon that had finally been pricked. He glared at the 3 thugs like a fighting cock with ruffled feathers. Xianbei, eliminate them. Zhao Huan summoned his pet beast, causing the thugs to instinctively step back. However, when they realized it was merely a turtle no larger than a palm, they erupted in laughter. A turtle? Who are you trying to intimidate? A newly contracted student. Trying to play the hero. This is your death wish. One of them jeered, as another revealed his beast, a massive golden python several meters long. The remaining 2 also summoned their beasts, a fiery ferret and a hound nearly as tall as a man. Zhao Huan ignored their mockery, his eyes blazing, veins bulging, as he gritted his teeth and roared. Dare to lay a hand on my family? You are courting death. Huh, kid, you have quite the bravado, the Snake Brother chuckled, unfazed by Zhao Huan's wrath. Zhao Huan, however, paid him no mind. With a sweep of his senses, he assessed the 3 beast companions. The strongest, the golden python, was merely at the bronze level 18. Just a bunch of insignificant characters. Go, Xianbei, take them down. Zhao Huan commanded decisively. Ordinarily, Xianbei would initiate with a thought invasion. But this time, it unleashed Frost Star. A shard of ice erupted from its mouth, shattering in the air. The temperature in the room plummeted, chilling the atmosphere to the bone. Frost rapidly enveloped most of the room. The golden python was instantly frozen, while the fiery ferret and hound were encased in ice sculptures. The 3 thugs, once fearsome, now watched in horror as the icy tendrils crawled up their legs, crying out in despair. But it was too late. The frost spread too swiftly, binding them tightly in its grip. Through the ice, their terrified expressions and disbelief were visible. They never anticipated that a student like Beastmaster could possess such formidable strength. Nor did they expect that an inconspicuous turtle could defeat them in an instant. They had truly struck a steel plate, or rather, collided with an iceberg. Zhao Huan nodded in satisfaction. Froststar was an ideal area of effect skill, ignoring the trio encased in ice. He gestured for Zhao Ling to step back and kicked open the door to the inner room. Zhao Ling stood alone in the middle of the room, a bruise marking her face, yet a smile illuminated her features as she gazed at her brother, who appeared like a deity descended from the heavens. For the first time, she felt that the child who had always followed her was finally grown up, grown enough to protect her. This realization filled her with deep satisfaction. In that moment, fear and joy intertwined within her, overwhelming her, and she fainted. Zhao Huan was alarmed, quickly catching his sister as she collapsed. He turned to Lin Luoluo, shouting, Miss Lin, please take us to the hospital. Oh, all right. Lin Luoluo, who had been in a daze since arriving, finally snapped back to reality, nodded hastily, and rushed out to start her car. Though Zhao Huan's mind was filled with countless questions, he couldn't afford to dwell on the thugs. He trusted that Lin Luoluo would surely call the police. Those scoundrels would not escape. He returned Xianbei to its beast space, lifted Zhao Ling, and exited. As they stepped out of the alley, Lin Luoluo had already revved up the motorcycle. Zhao Huan carefully placed Zhao Ling behind Lin Luoluo, and as he jumped onto the bike, she twisted the throttle, the vehicle roaring to life in the quiet night, akin to a cheetah sprinting into the darkness. Half an hour later, Zhao Huan sat on a bench in the hospital corridor, his eyes filled with fatigue. So much had transpired in recent days, leaving him overwhelmed. Although he had lived 2 lives, in his previous one, he was merely a university student, unaccustomed to such events. Here, drink some coffee to perk you up. Hearing a voice, Zhao Huan looked up to see Lin Luoluo offering him a can of coffee, which he gratefully accepted with a smile. Not only had she helped him call the police, but she had also run errands in the hospital, contacting familiar doctors, arranging consultations, and managing payments. Truthfully, Zhao Huan was in a state of panic. Without her assistance, he would have been utterly lost. Thus, he felt an immense gratitude towards Lin Luoluo. You came to my house to find me for something, right? Zhao Ling is fine, just a bit shaken, which puts my mind at ease, Zhao Huan recalled. Finally remembering Lin Luoluo's purpose for visiting, Lin Luoluo plopped down beside him, took a large gulp of coffee, and as if on cue, tears began to stream down her face. Zhao Huan panicked, unsure why the girl was crying. Was she still acting? He fumbled around, realizing he had no tissues. Feeling awkward as he simply stared at Lin Luoluo, uncertain of how to proceed. I don't know if I should seek you out, but I have no other options left. Even my sister said she couldn't see through you. I just thought, maybe you could help save Jiujiu? Lin Luoluo's head hung low, her hair cascading down to hide her tear-streaked face. The empty coffee can in her hand was being unconsciously twisted into a distorted shape. It turned out her distress was over her pet, the hurricane eagle. Zhao Huan suddenly understood. But I really arrived at your doorstep and didn't dare go in. I was scared that my last hope would vanish and that Jiujiu would truly be lost. So, I mustered my courage to find you, only to have all this happen. Lin Luoluo continued, her head bowed. Zhao Huan rubbed his nose, listening quietly without speaking. He recognized that this day had been particularly harrowing for Lin Luoluo. The bond between a beast and its master is akin to that of friends, family, and comrades in life and death. Her connection with the hurricane eagle had only just begun, trust barely established, and yet it seemed destined to end abruptly. This was something she could not accept. Just as Yu Xiao could not bear losing the Thunderlight Tiger, she too could not fathom losing the Hurricane Eagle, even if there was but a sliver of hope. She wished to grasp it. Thus, for reasons unknown, she thought of him. Perhaps it was his outstanding performance in the trials that had inspired her to seek him out. Perhaps this was simply a woman's intuition. Indeed, Zhao Huan possessed a means to help, yet he also harbored concerns. His extraordinary performance in the trial realm had already drawn the attention and suspicion of many. There were countless things he could not explain. If he were to heal Lin Luoluo's Hurricane Eagle, he feared his secret would be irretrievably exposed. This was precisely why he had refrained from assisting her earlier. However, today was different. He owed Lin Luoluo an immense debt of gratitude. Had it not been for Lin Luoluo's motorcycle swiftly transporting him to the logistics warehouse district, he could scarcely fathom the dreadful fate that awaited Zhao Ling. For this reason alone, he found himself unable to refuse Lin Luoluo. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Huan finally spoke. I can assist you, but under 2 conditions. Lin Luoluo instantly turned to face him, her expression a blend of disbelief and joy. A smile dancing on her lips, utterly captivating. Indeed, true talent must first be experienced. Do you truly have a solution? That's wonderful. As long as you can save Jiujiu, I will agree to any conditions you set, no matter how. No matter how. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Luoluo's tears flowed freely. Her voice laced with a sob, and despite her efforts, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Nearby medical staff and patients, witnessing Lin Luoluo's tear-streaked visage, exchanged astonished glances, and their looks towards Zhao Huan were rife with disdain and reproach. Oh no, they must think I'm a scoundrel, Zhao Huan thought, bemused, as he hastily led Lin Luoluo to a secluded area. 2 conditions. First, you must not disclose to anyone that I helped you, not even to your parents or sister. Second, by any means necessary, I need you to find out who is targeting my sister, particularly a certain individual named Wu Matzi. I require all pertinent details about him. Can you manage that? Absolutely, no problem at all. Lin Luoluo readily agreed. For her, these were trivial matters. As for whether Zhao Huan could save Jiujiu, she appeared unfazed. Her faith in him was unwavering. Chapter 20. Soar, Hurricane Eagle. It had been over 24 hours since the Hurricane Eagle had been petrified. If the petrification was not lifted within 36 hours, it would remain a mere statue for eternity. Zhao Huan and Lin Luoluo ascended to the rooftop of the hospital building. The June evening breeze caressed the city's vast silhouette, stars twinkling like diamonds adorning the night sky, reflecting the glow of countless homes, creating an indescribably dreamlike ambience. However, the two were not in the mood to appreciate the splendid view. Lin Luoluo released the petrified Hurricane Eagle from her beast space. Once a majestic platinum beast, it now appeared entirely gray and white, resembling a plaster sculpture. It spread its wings in fury, claws poised as if ready to pounce on an enemy. or perhaps to protect something precious, exuding a vivid semblance of life. Alas, the once bright and expressive eyes were now lifeless, devoid of its former vitality. Zhao Huan did not hesitate any longer. He steadied himself and gradually activated the supportive skill, Blessing. This marked his first use of this skill, and to be honest, he was uncertain whether it would be effective in reversing the Hurricane Eagle's petrification. He resolved to give it his all. As the skill activated, a warm, pale yellow light coalesced in his hands, flickering in the night. Lin Luoluo gasped in amazement, her eyes shimmering with excitement, and in that moment, her confidence in Zhao Huan surged. Zhao Huan placed his hand upon the Hurricane Eagle's head, silently invoking, Blessing, activate. The light intensified, enveloping the Hurricane Eagle in a radiant, pale yellow shell. Before long, beads of sweat formed on Zhao Huan's brow as he withdrew his hand. The pale yellow glow gradually faded, yet the Hurricane Eagle remained unchanged. Had he failed? A weight of despair settled in Zhao Huan's heart as he dared not glance at Lin Luo's expression. Perhaps the time had been too long, or perhaps his current abilities were insufficient. Maybe he could attempt it again later? Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by Lin Luo's exclamation. It moved. Just now. It moved. Zhao Huan, did you see that? Moved? Zhao Huan scrutinized the stone figure closely. Indeed, a crack had formed along the wings of the statue, and soon, the fissure widened, resembling a spiderweb that spread across the Hurricane Eagle's body. With a loud crash, the encasing stone shattered into powder, swirling in the breeze upon the rooftop. Both turned their heads instinctively to shield their eyes. Chirp, chirp. The Hurricane Eagle revealed its former self, lying on the ground, emitting faint chirps. However, it was too weak to move. Zhao Huan quickly cast Blessing once more upon the gently stirring Hurricane Eagle. The pale yellow light enveloped it anew. Chirp, chirp. This time, the call was strong and vibrant. The Hurricane Eagle unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. It had longed to fly for so long. Gazing at the Hurricane Eagle's silhouette dancing in the night, Lin Luoluo was filled with uncontainable joy. She raised her hands, grasping Zhao Huan's, and laughed aloud. Tears streaming down her face. We did it. Zhao Huan finally exhaled in relief, watching the girl who was overwhelmed with emotion. He felt the warmth of her delicate hands, soft as jade, and his heart fluttered. Slowly, he withdrew his hands, smiling at Lin Luoluo. She, too, sensed something amiss, her face flushing crimson. Thankfully, there were no lights on the rooftop. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. She fidgeted slightly and softly murmured, Thank you, Zhao Huan. Thank you. As she spoke, she succumbed to tears once more. What a sentimental girl. Zhao Huan waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, What is there to thank? If anyone should be grateful, it should be me thanking you. Well then, how will you thank me? Lin Luoluo retorted, a playful glint in her eyes. This quirky girl. Zhao Huan shook his head and chuckled in return. The refreshing evening breeze swept over the youthful couple, standing side by side on the rooftop. They gazed up at the sky, the joyful calls of the Hurricane Eagle resonating through the night. After bidding farewell to the exuberant Lin Luoluo, Zhao Huan stretched languidly and hurriedly made his way to Zhao Ling's hospital room. The individuals responsible for Zhao Ling's abduction and harm had already been transferred to the Beastmaster Security Bureau, as Lin Luoluo had informed him. She would assist in uncovering further information. Apart from the monkey, the other 3 individuals had suffered severe frostbite and would require hospitalization before they could be interrogated. If only he had been more cautious with Xianbei. Seated beside the hospital bed, Zhao Huan summoned Xianbei and retrieved a handful of corn kernels, feeding them one by one to its eager mouth. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with myriad thoughts. Wu Matzi. Once again Wu Matzi. He had caused him trouble on multiple occasions. And now he even had designs on Zhao Ling. This was utterly unforgivable, absolutely intolerable. Moreover, those individuals had mentioned sending something out. What on earth could it be? Could it be something belonging to his sister? What could they possibly hope to gain from the two of them? Lost in contemplation, Zhao Huan was suddenly aware of a wet sensation at his fingertips, realizing he had become so engrossed in thought that he had forgotten to feed Xianbei, which was now stretching its neck in desperation to reach the kernels. Zhao Huan chuckled softly, affectionately patting Xianbei's head, and out of sheer idleness, he began to examine its attributes. Contractor, Zhao Huan. Species, Xianbing turtle, silver battle pet. Level, 10. Experience points, 325, 9200. Attack power, 25, 250. Defense power, 82, 820. Agility, 28, 280. Spirit power, 65, 650. Skills, basic bite, 90, 100. Intermediate Xianbing bullet, 28, 500. Basic frost star, 1, 100. Awakened skill, basic thought invasion, 36, 100. Awakened hidden skill due to the enlightenment of the soul. Hidden skill, Xuanwu clone, Summon Xuanwu clone, effective for 10 seconds. Requires 100 points of transformation value to activate each time. Affinity, 7, 10. Status, healthy. Note, silver grade pet, can be enhanced to improve innate level using Soul of Transformation. Requires 1,000 points of transformation value. Xianbei has already reached silver level 10, with enhanced attribute values soaring to 2,000, and I can now perform transformation for it, which will elevate its innate level directly to gold. At that moment, Zhao Huan believes that he will be able to vanquish both Wu Matzi and the nefarious individuals backing him. Wu Matzi, just wait and see. Zhao Huan felt a surge of bravado, brimming with confidence. Zhao Huan, no, you all stay away from him. Zhao Ling suddenly uttered in a terrified dream murmur from the bed. Zhao Huan quickly rose to check on her, noticing his sister's eyes tightly shut, her face a portrait of anxiety and distress. She must be having a nightmare, likely related to him. Sis, I'm here, are you all right? Zhao Huan gently called out to Zhao Ling, and after a brief moment, she finally opened her eyes. The confusion in her gaze gradually dissipated as she looked at the worried Zhao Huan, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Zhao Huan. I dreamt that they had captured you. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Where are we? Everything's fine. Sis, it was merely a dream. We're in the hospital now. Are you feeling any better? The hospital? No, I'm already fine. Let us go. How much does it cost to stay in a hospital for a night? Upon hearing they were in a hospital, Zhao Ling struggled to get up. Zhao Huan quickly reassured her, explaining that Mu Qingfeng had provided him with the funds. After much persuasion, Zhao Ling reluctantly lay back down. She instinctively touched her neck, suddenly exclaiming, "My necklace, where is it?" Necklace. Zhao Huan was baffled. Yes. The necklace our parents left for us. Oh no, it was taken by those ruffians. Zhao Ling recalled, realizing that the item the kidnappers referred to was indeed the necklace bequeathed by their parents. Chapter 21. Searching for Wu Matzi. Zhao Huan sat at the bedside, quietly listening as Zhao Ling recounted the harrowing details of her abduction. It turned out that early yesterday morning, Zhao Ling received a phone call regarding a lost item commission, instructing her to meet in the logistics area. Trusting the call, she left a note and some money for Zhao Huan and took her scent-wind cat to the designated location. Upon arrival, she discovered that Snake Brother and his gang were waiting for her. Instinctively knowing they were up to no good, she attempted to flee. But Snake Brother's gang did not afford her the opportunity to escape. They captured her and brought her to a small room. After a long while, an elderly man with a goatee and a face covered in pockmarks approached and snatched her necklace away. According to what Snake Brother's gang whispered, this man was named Wu Matzi. Terrified and without her phone, Zhao Ling felt utterly helpless. It wasn't until evening, when the kidnappers opened the door to bring her food, that she seized the chance to throw Ling Feng out, instructing it to return to Zhao Huan and alert him to her predicament. To her surprise, Ling Feng brought Zhao Huan right to her and successfully rescued her. Zhao Huan, you've become so capable now. Sis is truly happy. I believe that if Mom and Dad could see you like this, they would be immensely proud. Zhao Ling leaned against the headboard, gently stroking Zhao Huan's hair, her face radiating a smile of contentment. Zhao Huan, however, had little recollection of their parents. Time had erased much of those memories. He vaguely remembered that they were engaged in research work and were perpetually busy. His sister had raised him since childhood. Until one day, upon returning home from school, his sister informed him that their parents had left for an important assignment. They never returned. What kind of work could be more important than their own children? Zhao Huan could not comprehend. As the two siblings struggled to survive in a city devoid of support, their longing for their parents faded with each passing day. Now, hearing the word parents felt increasingly foreign to Zhao Huan. Yet, unbeknownst to him, their parents had indeed left a necklace for his sister. What significance did this necklace hold that warranted such an elaborate theft? He could not fathom. When he asked Zhao Ling, she too was perplexed, only recalling that their mother had entrusted her with the necklace, urging her to keep it safe and concealed from others. If that were the case, how did the person lurking in the shadows know that Zhao Ling possessed this necklace? It must be a familiar face. Zhao Huan's mind raced through a plethora of acquaintances. Huang Tao. The moment the name flitted through his thoughts, a weight settled in his heart. Although Zhao Ling was undeniably a stunning beauty, Huang Tao, with his affluent background, would not be lacking in female admirers. His persistent attempts to get close to Zhao Ling, despite repeated rejections, hinted at ulterior motives. If this was indeed his doing, Zhao Huan would ensure he regretted ever being born. With a furrowed brow, Zhao Huan's expression shifted between contemplation and agitation. That night, he was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts and fatigue, finally drifting into slumber, only to awaken the next morning rejuvenated. It was another night devoid of nightmares. Could it be due to the summoning of the Xuanwu clone last time? Zhao Huan speculated inwardly. After breakfast, a doctor came to conduct a routine checkup in the ward and informed them they could be discharged. Zhao Ling was elated and promptly urged Zhao Huan to complete the discharge formalities, and the two returned home in high spirits. Shortly after arriving home, Zhao Huan received a call from Lin Luoluo. She had gathered detailed information about Wu Matzi, but could not discuss it over the phone. Instead, she requested him to wait for her at the base of the Lingguang Tower. The Lingguang Tower, a 300-year-old 9-story stone structure, stood in the Lingguang district, a landmark of Ling Shui City. As an old district, Lingguang was known for its eclectic mix of people, and Zhao Huan had only visited once during a ceremonial event. After the call, he entrusted his bank card to Zhao Ling for safekeeping, informed her briefly, and left home for the Lingguang Tower. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Lin Luoluo had arrived before him, leaning against the railing beneath the stone tower, waiting for him. Wu Matzi resided on Stone Tower Street, in a red house, making him easy to locate. The moment Lin Luoluo spotted Zhao Huan, she immediately shared what she knew. He relied on a silver-grade pet for fortune-telling, and the locals were well aware of him. Zhao Huan listened intently, though he cast a puzzled glance at Lin Luoluo. With such scant information, why was it inconvenient to discuss over the phone? However, he said nothing, nodded, and prepared to seek out Wu Matzi. Wait, Wu Matzi isn't home right now. I just rode past his place, and the door was locked. I asked a few of the local old-timers, and they mentioned he climbs Lingta Mountain every morning. He is probably up there right now, Lin Luoluo said with a sly smile. Zhao Huan gave a wry smile, turned around, and followed Lin Luoluo up the mountain. Ling Mountain Stone Tower was uniquely serene. The mountain was not particularly high, with an elevation of about 200 meters, nestled within the urban landscape, limiting its grandeur. A stone path wound gracefully to the summit. The two ascended the steps, engaging in casual conversation while keenly observing their surroundings, especially the occasional morning exercisers. Upon reaching the top of the mountain, they still found no sign of Wu Matzi. Atop the mountain, two individuals meandered about, discovering a narrow path leading toward the northern slopes. As they descended a short distance and rounded a bend, they beheld a protruding platform beneath the cliff, upon which stood a gazebo. Inside the gazebo sat two figures, facing one another. Upon noticing the approach of the newcomers, they exited the structure in succession, departing in different directions. One of them advanced directly towards Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan scrutinized the approaching figure, a man in his 40s, his shoulder-length hair billowing loosely behind him, a goat-like beard fluttering gently. Clad in flowing robes with long sleeves, he exuded an air of effortless grace, almost ethereal at first glance. The newcomer, however, scrutinized the pair, mistaking them for a couple of young lovers seeking refuge from parental scrutiny. With a playful tug of his beard, he chuckled softly, preparing to sidestep them. Wu Matzi, Zhao Huan called out in a low voice. Wu Matzi instinctively responded with a murmur. In an instant, Zhao Huan launched a fist towards Wu Matzi's head. To his surprise, Wu Matzi displayed impressive agility, sidestepping and blocking Zhao Huan's strike with deft hands. You little brat, who are you? He barked angrily. The one's here to take your life. Zhao Huan retorted with fervor, lifting a leg to kick. Wu Matzi recoiled, evading the attack and retreating to the far end of the gazebo. Confusion evident in his gaze as he regarded Zhao Huan and his companion. Zhao Huan summoned his cherished creature, Xianbei, realizing that if he could not best him with fists and feet, he must resort to his beast. Upon the emergence of Xianbei, Wu Matzi's amusement faltered, and he seemed to recall something, pointing at Zhao Huan in astonishment. You, Zhao Ling's younger brother? The one who contracted the bronze tortoise? How amusing. It was confirmed. This was indeed Wu Matzi. Zhao Huan rubbed his nose, methodically cracking the joints in his fingers, producing a series of ominous sounds. Chapter 22, The Great Battle at Spirit Tower Mountain. Zhao Huan had myriad inquiries for Wu Matzi, but first, he needed to subdue him. He issued an attack command to Xianbei. Wu Matzi, too, summoned his beast, a level 9 silver auxiliary companion, the Dream Eater Owl. The owl emerged from its space, flapping its wings with a flourish. Upon locking eyes with Xianbei, it became momentarily rigid, evidently recalling their past encounters. It emitted a sharp cry, soaring into the air and hovering, hesitant to descend. Clearly, it had not forgotten the terror it experienced that fateful night at the hands of Xianbei. Wu Matzi was taken aback. Had it not been said that Zhao Ling's brother had contracted a bronze tortoise, thus diminishing into mediocrity? Why then did the Dream Eater Owl show such fear of this tortoise? It was indeed a first for him to witness such a spectacle. Wu Matzi scrutinized Zhao Huan closely, dismissing his earlier underestimation. These two younglings had evidently come seeking him, and their boldness suggested a certain confidence. Old Matzi, do not falter now, he thought, narrowing his eyes as he produced a talisman, slapping it onto his clothing. This talisman, known as the Exorcism Talisman, could shield against mental assaults. As Xianbei unleashed its mental invasion, it promptly proved ineffective. Attempting to call the Dream Eater Owl down to join the fray, Wu Matsi noticed, to his dismay, that the owl had become entangled with a massive eagle, flailing helplessly in the tumultuous winds. These two little rascals are indeed quite the challenge, Wu Matsi mused, his resolve hardening as he released a fire-burst talisman, sending it hurtling towards Zhao Huan. Xianbei opened its mouth, intercepting the fire burst with an ice spike. The clash of ice and flame resonating through the air with a dull thud. Both Zhao Huan and Wu Matsi instinctively surveyed their surroundings, as if fearing an impending arrival. Xianbei, press on, Zhao Huan urged, having detected Wu Matsi's unease and hastening Xianbei's assault. The ice spike flew once more towards Wu Matsi, who rolled and scrambled to evade it, becoming caked in mud, his former ethereal demeanor now lost. Damn it, do not presume I am merely a lucky cat. Little brat, today I shall ensure your demise. Wu Matsi bellowed, rising to his feet and cursing vehemently. With a wave of his hand, he summoned yet another beast, a sleek, black-coated leopard with a glossy sheen. It became apparent that he was a dual beast master. Zhao Huan became cautious, activating his spirit link. Contractor, Wu Matsi. Species, Poison Mist Demon Leopard, Platinum Combat Beast. Level, 12. Experience points, 1036 of 13,400. Attack power, 300. Defense power, 125. Agility, 330. Mental power, 95. Skills, Advanced Bite, 77. 1000. Intermediate Black Mist, 103, 500. Intermediate Poison Burst, 238, 500. Affinity, 6, 10. Status, Healthy. Note, Platinum Level Beast can be enhanced with soul points to elevate innate level. Requires 100,000 points for enhancement. Wu Matsi was indeed formidable. A level 12 Platinum Beast suggested that his affinity for beast spirits was considerable. Comparatively, Xianbei's attack and agility were inferior to the Poison Mist Demon Leopard, yet its defense and mental prowess were markedly superior. As long as Wu Matsi's talisman remained effective, Xianbei could manipulate their minds through mental invasion. In the midst of contemplation, the Poison Mist Demon Leopard launched its attack, expelling a cloud of black mist from its maw, which coalesced in midair, resembling a thick, dark oil. Zhao Huan dared not risk exposure. Retreating swiftly with Xianbei in tow, the leopard pounced like a flash of lightning. Xianbei unleashed a frost star, creating a frozen barrier between them to thwart the encroaching poison mist. The Poison Mist Demon Leopard, wary of the impending frost, leapt back, halting its advance. A stalemate ensued. Wu Matsi's anxiety grew, his mind racing. How had this young man located him? Could it be that the abduction of Zhao Ling had gone awry? After acquiring the necklace, Wu Matsi had presumed that the gang would clean up any loose ends and had ceased to concern himself with the matter. Now, it seemed likely that complications had arisen. In light of this, he resolved to eliminate this young nuisance here and now, potentially earning a reward from Huang Tao thereafter. With a wicked glint in his eye, he commanded, "Go, Black Wind, eliminate them." Upon receiving the order, the Poison Mist Demon Leopard raised its head and expelled a black sphere. The sphere erupted with a viridescent liquid, hissing as it melted through the icy barrier Xianbei had erected. Before long, the ice had dissolved into a gaping hole, and the leopard, like a shadow, leapt through. Mental invasion. Under Zhao Huan's direction, Xianbei had awaited this moment for quite some time. Wu Matsi's exorcism talisman could protect a radius of approximately 3 meters, but the icy barrier had nullified its effectiveness. As the leopard leapt through the gaping hole in the ice, it found itself unable to resist Xianbei's mental invasion. Instantly, it collapsed to the ground. Black Wind. Wu Matsi exclaimed in frustration, astonished that the young man opposite him, though youthful, possessed such cunning. The leopard, under his influence, had easily fallen into the trap. How could a mere 17 or 18-year-old be so formidable? What has he been nourished on? It became clear why he had failed to vanquish Zhao Huan on multiple occasions. He had severely underestimated him. Though the leopard was now under Xianbei's control, it remained dazed, swaying its head in confusion. It appears that the disparity in levels is too great. Even Xianbei is unable to maintain control over the opponent. A swift resolution is imperative. Xianbei launched a frost bullet directly into the mouth of the demonic leopard. In the blink of an eye, the creature was encased in ice, frozen from within. It seemed there was no hope for it. However, at that very moment, Zhao Huan realized that Wu Matsi had vanished. He had fled. Taking advantage of the instant the poisonous mist leopard was subdued to escape. Such a decisive act of abandoning a pawn to safeguard the king was indeed ruthless. Now, it was Zhao Huan's turn to feel vexed. He had not anticipated that Wu Matsi could be so cold-hearted, abandoning a pet he had accompanied for so long without a shred of remorse. Zhao Huan questioned whether he himself could ever possess such a cruel disposition. He hurried to the end of the path, searching in vain, but found nothing. That cunning old fox. Just as Zhao Huan was engulfed in regret, Lin Luoluo approached him, while the dream-eating owl lay battered and bruised on the ground. Jujio, your turn to find that old rascal, Lin Luoluo commanded the hurricane eagle. The eagle swooped down from the cliff, its keen eyes scanning the descent route. After a long moment, it let out a piercing cry, folded its wings, and dove towards a thicket not far from where Zhao Huan stood. Spare me. I surrender. For heaven's sake, quickly put away your bird. Help. Wu Matzi emerged from the bushes, hands raised, calling out for Lin Luoluo. Yet, Jujio clung to his clothing tenaciously, its beak pecking at his head relentlessly, causing blood to flow profusely. Wu Matzi hastily shed his garment and flung it to Jujio before darting away in a panic. Before he could catch his breath, he found himself frozen in place, his expression comically contorted. Mental erosion. Without the protective talismans on his clothing, Xianbei seized the opportunity to initiate mental erosion. Chapter 23. The necklace worth billions. Wu Matzi climbed up, his face blank. Zhao Huan glanced around, apprehensive that someone might approach. He decided to take Wu Matzi back to his residence for further discussion. Pretending to assist Wu Matzi, he instructed Xianbei to administer mental erosion at intervals. As they descended, passers-by noticed the blood streaming down Wu Matzi's face, his demeanor utterly forlorn, and were taken aback. Zhao Huan solemnly explained, the elderly gentleman just fell. We are taking him to the hospital. Upon hearing this, a passerby kindly advised, young man, that is commendable. It's best to document evidence to guard against any potential deceit. After they had distanced themselves, they could still hear voices of praise from behind. In this day and age, such kind-hearted young people are scarce. Zhao Huan and Lin Luoluo exchanged smiles, hurrying to escort Wu Matzi away. Upon reaching Shida Street, they immediately spotted a two-story red-painted house among the somewhat dilapidated buildings. Zhao Huan retrieved a key from Wu Matzi and handed it to Lin Luoluo to unlock the door. Once inside the hall and with the door secured, Zhao Huan let out a sigh of relief. Why did you kidnap my sister? He asked impatiently. Your sister? Who is that? Wu Matzi repeated vacantly. Zhao Ling. Wasn't it you who arranged for her abduction? Oh, so it's that little girl. Huang Tao wanted her necklace, which is why she was taken. Huang Tao. It was indeed him. Zhao Huan felt a surge of anger rising within him. Also, why have you sent your owl to harm me on several occasions? This question had lingered in his mind. It was Huang Tao. Initially, he pursued your sister to acquire the necklace, but while you were in school, that girl was entirely focused on you and paid him no mind. Thus, he thought to eliminate you, thereby gaining greater access to your sister and the necklace. What a ruthless scion. Do you know why Huang Tao desires that necklace so desperately? What does he intend to do with it? Zhao Huan believed the necklace left by his parents must hold significant value. Otherwise, Huang Tao would not go to such lengths to obtain it. Hee. I once overheard Huang Tao mention that the necklace is worth billions. Billions? Zhao Huan thought he had misheard, gasping in astonishment and involuntarily glancing at Lin Luoluo. Upon hearing that figure, Lin Luoluo was equally stunned, after catching Zhao Huan's gaze. She smiled sheepishly and turned to feign interest in the chaotic decorations in Wu Matzi's home, her ears perked up high. Zhao Huan knew that Lin Luoluo was pretending not to care, but in truth, she was eavesdropping. However, he did not mind, having gone through this ordeal together. He had never intended to keep her in the dark. Hee. Huang Tao thinks I'm oblivious, Wu Matzi muttered to himself. But I figured it out as soon as I acquired the necklace. It contains the power of starlight crystals, which can rapidly enhance the evolution of pet beasts. That fellow's family deals in pet enhancement products. He wants to claim the necklace for himself to develop a new product and rake in profits. However, I lacked the capability and merely pretended to be unaware. So that is how it is. The immense allure of profit drove Huang Tao, this wealthy heir, to take such risks. And the necklace? Where is it now? Having uncovered the truth, Zhao Huan resolved to reclaim the necklace at any cost. This necklace was a legacy from his parents to Zhao Ling. Even if it held no billions in value, he could not allow it to be snatched away. I entrusted it to Lord Jiao. He intends to negotiate with Huang Tao. I shall also benefit from it. Wu Matzi unwittingly let out a self-satisfied chuckle. Lord Jiao? Who is he? Zhao Huan, initially believing Wu Matzi had handed the necklace to Huang Tao, was taken aback to learn of yet another figure, Lord Jiao. Lord Jiao. As in He Qiming, the notorious Lord Jiao. The manpower for this kidnapping of your sister was arranged by him. He Qiming? So he is the one behind my sister's abduction. Zhao Huan's countenance darkened further. He Qiming was the leader of the Jiao-E Alliance, one of the three major underground factions in Lingshui City, formidable and not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Wu Matzi's words, Lin Luoluo could no longer feign ignorance. She could no longer restrain herself from advising Zhao Huan, fearing he may act impulsively and suffer dire consequences. Zhao Huan nodded gratefully towards Lin Luoluo. Yet his mind was racing with thoughts. To have maintained a grip on Lingshui City's underground forces for so long, He Qiming must possess extraordinary abilities. Going solo at this juncture would indeed be unwise. Yet, this enmity must be avenged, whether it be Lord Jiao or Lord Ten, the 3 alliances, or the 5 factions. The necklace must be reclaimed. However, the immediate priority was to seek justice from Huang Tao, for he was the instigator. With this thought, a wave of murderous intent slowly began to rise. Seeing Zhao Huan's face contorted with wrath, Lin Luoluo could not help but feel anxious. Yet she was at a loss for how to console him, only letting out a soft sigh. As she brushed her hair back and looked up, she noticed the ceiling adorned with countless unfamiliar stars, and a thought struck her. She turned to Wu Matsi and asked, "Who was the person you met on the mountain today?" Old Wu Matsi began absent-mindedly, only to suddenly shout, "No, I cannot speak of my master's affairs. I must not." His voice grew increasingly shrill with terror. "Are you a member of the Starlight Organization?" Lin Luoluo's expression shifted dramatically. "Ha! Humanity must perish." Wu Matsi laughed maniacally, the haze of confusion in his eyes dissipating, leaving only madness in its wake. Bang! Zhao Huan realized he could no longer effectively control Wu Matsi. He struck the back of his neck with one hand, rendering him unconscious as he collapsed to the ground. The Starlight Organization again? This persistent nuisance is truly troublesome. What exactly is the Starry Sky Organization? Why are they at odds with humanity? Zhao Huan decided to inquire with Lin Luoluo. Lin Luoluo gazed at Wu Matsi, who lay sprawled on the ground, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. "You should be aware that ever since the first rift in time and space appeared on Beast Spirit Star over 2 millennia ago, our world has undergone a profound transformation. Yes, the Beast Tide incident, we studied it in school. Indeed, the creatures that surged forth from the rift wreaked havoc, obliterating a significant portion of the planet, leaving humanity utterly defenseless. It was not until the emergence of the savior, Shao Tian, that humanity discovered the possibility of forming contracts with these beasts to engage in battle, subsequently establishing the 4 great alliances to turn the tide. Yet, a faction of individuals, their minds seemingly manipulated, came to believe that these beasts represent the ultimate form of natural evolution, with humanity being the greatest obstacle to this progress. They assert that only by eradicating humankind can Beast Spirit Star be restored to its rightful course. Hence, this group founded the Starry Sky Organization, advocating for the annihilation of humanity, and has become the largest terrorist organization in the world." Lin Luoluo exhaled deeply after her lengthy explanation, then continued. "The intricacies of the Starry Sky Organization are known only to those at the upper echelons of the government and personnel from the Beast Tamer Security Bureau. The general populace remains oblivious to its existence to prevent unnecessary panic. Yet, the members of the Starry Sky Organization are human themselves. What could possibly drive them to such extremities?" Reflecting on the clown that appeared in the trial's secret realm, Zhao Huan felt a shiver of dread, struggling to comprehend the madness of that group. Who knows? The Beast Tamer Security Bureau suspects that there may be an even more terrifying organization behind the Starry Sky Organization, though its identity remains unknown. Zhao Huan, observing Lin Luoluo's articulate discourse, couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly are you? How do you know so much about these secrets?" "My father is the director of the Beast Tamer Security Bureau, and my sister is the captain of the elite team. Is it any wonder that I possess such knowledge?" Lin Luoluo replied with a smile. "Moreover, my sister is on her way here. Since Wu Matsi is affiliated with the Starry Sky Organization, it falls under her jurisdiction. I just sent her a message, and she should be arriving shortly." Chapter 24, Further Enlightenment, Ascending to Golden Battle Beast. Upon hearing that Lin Feifei would arrive soon, Zhao Huan furrowed his brow and pointed at the unconscious Wu Matsi on the ground, questioning Lin Luoluo. "So, does this mean I can't kill him now?" "Indeed." Lin Luoluo affirmed with a nod, smiling as she added, "He harbors many secrets yet to be uncovered. He cannot perish just yet. Capturing a living member of the Starry Sky Organization is no easy feat. You have achieved a significant accomplishment. Bah, he has harmed me and my sister multiple times. I have no desire for accolades, only a wish to eliminate him. Killing him would be too merciful. If he were aware that he had been captured by the Security Bureau, he might even wish for you to kill him," Lin Luoluo remarked with a sweeter smile. Zhao Huan shot her a sidelong glance. Given that he could not act, remaining here seemed pointless, and he did not wish to be subjected to Lin Feifei's incessant questioning. Thus, he rose to his feet, waved at Lin Luoluo, and strode towards the exit. "Hey, where are you going?" Lin Luoluo asked, bewildered. "I'm leaving this to you." Zhao Huan replied without turning back. "Don't forget to keep my secret. You're leaving me, a girl here? This is the lair of terrorists." Lin Luoluo expressed her trepidation. However, Zhao Huan had already exited. "Scoundrel, fool, idiot, rotten egg." Lin Luoluo cursed loudly as the door closed behind him, feeling furious. Zhao Huan was not heartless. He understood that Lin Luoluo was not in any real danger. Wumatzi had lost his beast and was unconscious. Even if he regained consciousness, Lin Lala's Hurricane Eagle would undoubtedly subdue him. Besides, Lin Feifei was on her way. There was nothing more for him to do here. Upon stepping outside, he realized it was getting late. He hailed a taxi at the intersection and pondered the events of the day. Although Wumatzi was loathsome, he was not the mastermind. The true villain was that scoundrel, Huang Tao. After repeatedly attempting to kill him, he had immediately targeted Zhao Ling upon realizing she held no interest in him. This fellow must not be allowed to live. He decided to seek him out that very night. Additionally, he needed Lin Lolua's assistance in investigating Huang Tao's whereabouts. Before departing, he aimed to elevate Xian Bei to a golden battle beast through enlightenment, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared before taking action. It wasn't until the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of his community that he ceased his contemplation. As he reached his doorstep and inserted the key into the lock, Zhao Ling's panicked voice echoed from within. Who is it? Is it Zhao Huan? It seemed the shadow of her abduction still loomed over Zhao Ling, causing her to flinch at the slightest sound. Huang Tao, you bastard, I will not let you go. Zhao Huan clenched his teeth, his fury intensifying. He struggled to suppress the anger boiling within him and replaced it with a gentle smile as he opened the door. Calling out cheerfully, "It's me, sister, I'm home." Upon seeing that it was indeed Zhao Huan, Zhao Ling let out a sigh of relief, softly saying, "I'm glad you're back. Are you hungry? I'll go make dinner right away." Seeing her brother, Zhao Ling's steps lightened considerably. Since last night's kidnapping incident, Zhao Huan felt that his sister had begun to rely on him more. She no longer viewed him as a mere child, but as a true man. The sensation of being trusted and depended upon was rather delightful. While Zhao Ling busied herself in the kitchen, Zhao Huan called Lin Luoluo to ask for her assistance in investigating Huang Tao's whereabouts. Although Lin Luoluo was still somewhat miffed during the call, she ultimately agreed to his request. After dinner, Zhao Huan engaged Zhao Ling in conversation, and once she retired for the night, he returned to his room, placing Xian Bei on his desk. "Xian Bei, are you ready? It's time to begin," Zhao Huan instructed Xian Bei, inhaling deeply as he commenced the enlightenment skill. As the 1,000 points of enlightenment value vanished, a familiar soft white light gathered in Zhao Huan's hand before being directed towards Xian Bei. The power of the enlightenment soul instantly enveloped the Xian ice turtle. Xian Bei trembled gently, frozen in place. After a considerable duration, its body began to expand, and the white patterns on its shell transformed into jade green lines, depicting an enchanting design. Success! At this point, Xian Bei had grown to the size of a football, yet compared to other beasts, it still appeared quite diminutive. Zhao Huan eagerly opened Xian Bei's attribute panel. Contractor, Zhao Huan. Species, Xian Jade Turtle, Golden Battle Beast. Level 1. Experience, 0-300. Attack power, 660. Defense, 15-150. Agility, 7-70. Spirit, 12-120. Skills, Intermediate Bite, 0-500. Advanced Xian Ice Bullet, 0-1000. Intermediate Frost Star, 0-500. Beginner Ice Wind Cannon, 0-100. Beginner Guardian Wall, 0-100. Awakening Skill, Intermediate Mind Erosion, 0-1000. Awaken Hidden Skill due to Enlightenment Soul. Hidden Skill, Xuanwu Clone, summons a clone of Xuanwu, effective for 10 seconds, requires 100 Enlightenment points to activate. Affection Level, 8-10. Status, Healthy. Note, Golden Level Beast. Can be elevated using the Enlightenment Soul to enhance innate level. Requires 10,000 Enlightenment points. What on earth? After ascending to the Golden Battle Beast, Xian Jade Turtle, the growth level of Xian Bei has dropped from level 8 to level 1. Is it true that after each evolution, one's level resets to level 1? Moreover, the originally augmented attribute points of 1,600 have now dwindled to a mere 400, resulting in a significant decline in power? This is rather disheartening. Initially contemplating confronting Huang Tao after upgrading Xian Bei, he never anticipated such an outcome. Had he known, it might have been wiser to eliminate Huang Tao before proceeding with the evolution of Xian Bei. The turn of events had taken him by surprise. Zhao Huan found himself momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the skill levels of Xian Bei had increased, and 2 new abilities, Ice Wind Cannon and Guardian Wall, had been added. Their names appeared rather formidable, though he was uncertain of their actual potency. The next evolution of Xian Bei would require 10,000 evolution points, equivalent to over 100,000 experience points. He realized he needed to find time to train in the temporal secret realm. Additionally, he must quickly retrieve the pet he had won from Yu Xiao through their wager. Zhao Huan pondered helplessly. With matters having reached this point, regret was futile. Regardless of the circumstances, tonight's endeavor could not be abandoned. Huang Tao was merely a spoiled rich kid. With Xian Bei, he should have little trouble. Zhao Huan stored Xian Bei in the pet space, donned a hoodie, and pulled on a hat. Standing before the mirror, He appeared unrecognizable to anyone unfamiliar with him. Once he was fully prepared, his phone finally rang. Huang Tao would be at the Seoul nightclub tonight. Would he go find him now? He needed to be cautious, as that was Hijio's territory, and it was best to avoid direct confrontation. Furthermore, he sent a message to Huang Tao's phone. Lin Luoluo still cared for him, kindly reminding him before ending the call. Huang Tao was likely there to discuss cooperation with He Qiming. It was a perfect opportunity to discern the true nature of this Jiu Yi. Zhao Huan contemplated as he opened the door and stealthily slipped out. Chapter 25. To think they would call me father. The taxi halted beside a vibrant street filled with neon lights. Zhao Huan gazed out the window, the neon signs of Seoul Night Club shimmering vividly against the night. He settled the fare, adjusted his hat, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and adopted a nonchalant demeanor as he briskly approached the nightclub. A burly man stood at the entrance, his right cheek adorned with a tattoo of an entire scorpion. Exuding an intimidating aura, he scrutinized Zhao Huan, recognizing him as a newcomer, and extended a hand to block his path. However, Zhao Huan had already reached out, gripping the man's hand and chuckling softly. "Brother, could you do me a favor?" The man felt a piece of paper in his palm, crumpled it slightly, and, with an unspoken understanding, released his grip, gesturing towards the entrance. "Go ahead, but don't cause any trouble." Once Zhao Huan's figure disappeared behind the door, he unfolded the paper, his eyebrows lifting in surprise. This young lad, though not of age, certainly knew the ropes. Ah, a generous $200. What a magnanimous youth. He placed his hand on his forehead, giving a slight nod in gratitude towards the disappearing Zhao Huan. Upon entering the nightclub, the dimly lit hall was awash with dazzling lights, and the deafening music stimulated the senses, compelling people to dance wildly. On the elevated stage, several scantily clad women flaunted their figures, performing all manner of lascivious gestures. To Zhao Huan's astonishment, a few pets were also frolicking on stage, dancing with abandon. One primate pet, right before Zhao Huan's eyes, executed a flawless Thomas spin, its fluidity surpassing human limits. The nightclub in this world was indeed a spectacle to behold. As Zhao Huan marveled, he scanned the room for Huang Tao's figure. If he was not in the main hall, he would likely be in one of the private rooms upstairs. However, several burly bouncers were stationed at the staircase, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to ascend. Zhao Huan maneuvered through the throngs of revelers, swinging his arms in rhythm, yet he found himself wandering in circles. Surrounding the dance floor were numerous booths, each adorned with flickering candle-like lights. Despite the obscurity, Zhao Huan quickly spotted Huang Tao. The fellow was seated at a booth on the right side of the stage. Cigarette in mouth, glass in hand, and an expression of impatience as he downed a hefty gulp before slamming the glass back onto the table. Flanking him on either side were two alluring girls, one hastily refilling his drink while the other coiled around him like a serpent, giggling as she spoke, only to be abruptly shoved away by Huang Tao, leaving her visibly taken aback. Zhao Huan had moved close to Huang Tao's booth, his back to him, listening intently to the commotion behind him. The elevation of Xin Bei's innate level had also enhanced Zhao Huan's physical capabilities, allowing him to distinctly hear Huang Tao cursing vehemently. "Damn it, if they want me here, why leave me waiting? What trick is that old fox playing?" It seemed he had been deliberately sidelined, which explained his frustration. A privileged heir sheltered in a greenhouse. How could he compete with the cunning veteran Hijio? Hijio was clearly intent on keeping him waiting to gain an upper hand during negotiations, especially since the necklace was in his possession. He was not in a hurry. Left with no option, Huang Tao resorted to drinking heavily. Meanwhile, the dance hall was alive with throngs of people, reveling in joy, excitement, and frenzy. The sorrows and joys of human existence seldom intersect. Zhao Huan moved closer to the bar, picking up a public phone to dial Huang Tao's number. "Hello, who is this?" Huang Tao's voice came through, laced with impatience. Zhao Huan deliberately lowered his tone, speaking ominously. "Master Huang, after all the wickedness you've committed, are you prepared to descend into hell tonight?" With that, he abruptly hung up. Huang Tao nearly dropped his drink, spilling it onto his pants as he forcefully pushed the two girls away, rising in alarm, his heart racing. Who was this? Who dared to jest with him? Huang Tao. Yet, the voice lingered hauntingly in his mind, unsettling and eerie. He cast a disdainful glance at the chaotic dance floor, his irritation mounting. Since that old coot Hijio refused to see him today, he resolved to leave for now. At that moment, the girl Hijio had prepared for him approached again, sweetly imploring, "Master Huang, why are you so angry? Let us have another drink, shall we?" Huang Tao furrowed his brow, turning his head to reject her, only to find that the figure draped over his shoulder was not a dazzling beauty but a skeletal apparition, its hollow eye sockets fixated on him, its rows of white teeth clattering in the flickering lights, reflecting a sinister glimmer. He felt a chill run down his spine. Screaming in terror as he shoved the girl away, tripping over the table's edge and tumbling to the floor. Another girl rushed to support him from behind, softly asking, "Master Huang, are you all right?" But upon hearing her gentle concern, he felt a shudder of fear, glancing up to see not a girl, but a ghastly zombie. Its face oozing thick, dark mucus that dripped ominously close to his head. A ghost. "Stay away from me." Huang Tao, terrified, scrambled to the side, nearly on the verge of collapse. How could such bizarre occurrences exist? He crawled out from the booth, realizing the zombie and skeleton were approaching, and shouted, "Don't come any closer, get away." His irrational screams deterred the two girls from advancing. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, he sensed that the atmosphere around him had shifted ominously. As he gazed around, he found himself surrounded by an array of ghastly apparitions, each casting upon him a gaze imbued with a sinister hunger akin to that of starving ghosts beholding a sumptuous feast. In that instant, he felt a dampness spreading in his trousers, terror gripping him so fiercely that he lost control, cradling his head with his hands and wailing pitifully. Zhao Huan, squeezed amid the throng, observed Huang Tao behaving like a lunatic, shrieking and sobbing, inciting the onlookers to murmur amongst themselves, their fingers pointing, and smiles of malicious delight curling at the corners of their mouths. It was a certainty that by the end of the night, half the city would have heard of young Master Huang's descent into madness. He gently patted the serene Xianbei, who rested quietly upon his shoulder, gazing unwaveringly at Huang Tao. The mental invasion had long since ensnared Huang Tao under Xianbei's control. The upgraded mental invasion appeared significantly more potent, yielding even more pronounced effects. "Young master, is something amiss?" The tumult had drawn the attention of the thugs nearby. Two burly men parted the crowd and approached Huang Tao, their intentions seemingly benign as they inquired about his distress. Huang Tao dared to glance up, nearly swooning from the shock. To his eyes, one of the men bore a ghastly visage, while the other seemed to bleed from every orifice, a sight most terrifying. He could endure no more. Shoving past the man and bolting for the exit, his voice rising in a frenzied scream, he flung open the door and dashed to his vehicle, gasping for breath. Trembling as he fumbled for the keys to start the engine, he yearned to escape this dreadful place, the horror overwhelming. The engine roared dramatically, and just as Huang Tao was about to press the accelerator, a gentle tapping sound on the window beside him startled him. Who's there?" He trembled, summoning the courage to glance sideways. "Dad, what brings you here?" he exclaimed in astonishment as he pressed down the window. "Dad." Zhao Huan was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to reveal his identity and let Xianbei orchestrate an accident that would lead to Huang Tao's demise. To his astonishment, Huang Tao, under Xianbei's influence, had begun to refer to him as his father. Fortunately, he felt relieved that he did not possess such a sordid son. Chapter 26, A Tragic Fratricide. Hearing Huang Tao call out dad and father in such an affectionate and natural manner left Zhao Huan both amused and exasperated. Just as he contemplated putting an end to Xianbei's whimsical machinations, a vivid memory surfaced in his mind. A man, approximately 50 years of age, solemnly opening a safe to place a thick dossier inside. "Tower, this is the new product plan I had specially arranged for you. All that remains is to obtain that woman's necklace. You must secure it swiftly. If all else fails, hire someone from the black market to lure her out and eliminate her," the man commanded. He bore a striking resemblance to Huang Tao, suggesting he was the boy's biological father. Could this be a fragment of Huang Tao's memory? Had Xianbei's mental invasion evolved to such an extent? Zhao Huan felt a thrill of excitement. Although Xianbei's growth level had diminished, the enhancement of his abilities rendered him even more formidable. However, upon recalling the man's words in the memory, Zhao Huan's expression hardened. Indeed, as the adage goes, like father, like son, this old scoundrel was no better than his offspring. Huang Tao's hiring of a hitman was surely linked to him. Initially, Zhao Huan had only intended to eliminate Huang Tao, but now his resolve had shifted. This insidious father-son duo must both pay dearly the price of blood. "You've had too much to drink. It's best you head home." "I'll drive," Zhao Huan urged, ushering the frenzied Huang Tao into the passenger seat. He plopped into the driver's seat, hands gripping the steering wheel, only to find himself momentarily bewildered. The vehicles in this world were similar to those on Blue Star, so driving posed no challenge. Yet, the dilemma lay in his ignorance of the routes. He couldn't very well ask Huang Tao, "Son, how do we get home?" Such a line would be utterly out of place, even under control. Huang Tao would likely harbor doubts. As Zhao Huan fretted, another memory flickered in his mind. A lavish mansion complete with a garden, its address inscribed as Riverbend Road No. 11. This was presumably Huang Tao's residence. With the address in hand, navigation would be feasible, for this world too possessed GPS. He lowered the brim of his hat, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward with a roar. Regardless of the world, the thrill of driving a sports car remained exhilarating. Should he consider acquiring one for himself? Zhao Huan mused inwardly, entirely disregarding Huang Tao's frantic recounting of the earlier bar incident. Before long, the car entered the garden of Huang Tao's home, halting beside the fountain at the entrance of the opulent villa. Xianbei, let's give that boy a jolt. Zhao Huan instructed quietly. Huang Tao, still dazed, was roused by Zhao Huan's gentle nudge, having dozed off during the ride. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a scene engulfed in flames. It's on fire. Dad, our home, shill. Zhao Huan hushed him, whispering soothingly in his ear, it's a robbery. Someone aims to steal our product plan, our family's hope. It cannot be tolerated. Quickly, we must eliminate them. Huang Tao, consumed by rage, retrieved a handgun from the vehicle's storage compartment, flinging open the door and charging toward the villa's entrance. Hearing the commotion, the elderly butler, having just opened the door, was unceremoniously shoved to the ground by Huang Tao. What on earth is happening, young master? The bewildered butler exclaimed, witnessing Huang Tao's wrathful demeanor and the weapon in his grasp. Huang Tao, deaf to the butler's inquiries, brandished the gun, searching for the intruders. The old man, trembling and anxious, followed closely behind, utterly at a loss. Huang Tao's mother had passed away early on, leaving just the father-son duo and the old butler. The butler had raised Huang Tao since childhood and had never before witnessed such a ferocious side of his young charge. At that moment, Huang Tao's father, Huang Zili, descended the staircase, drawn by the ruckus, a cigar in his mouth as he sought to discern the source of the disturbance. Tower, what on earth is this? He gasped, taken aback by Huang Tao's gun-wielding, red-eyed fury. It's you vile robber. In Huang Tao's eyes, Huang Zili was not a father but a fierce bandit, brandishing a dagger. Robber? What robber? Tower, are you on drugs? Huang Zili queried, even more perplexed, his concern palpable. Yet, he quickly sensed the intensity of Huang Tao's gaze, as if he were looking at a sworn enemy. What is the meaning of this? I am your father. Why do you look at me so? Huang Tao raised the gun, aiming it at his father. A chill gripped Huang Zili's heart as he tossed the cigar at Huang Tao and turned to flee upstairs. Bang! The gun discharged. Huang Tao, still under the influence of the mental invasion, reacted sluggishly. The cigar struck his cheek, causing him to flinch, and the gun veered off course, merely grazing Huang Zili's foot. Huang Zili fell to the ground, panic-stricken as he gazed at his son. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why his beloved only son, whom he had raised with such care, had suddenly turned against him, firing without a second thought. Could it be that he had learned of Zili's past entanglements with the women he had dated? Even if that were the case, it hardly warranted a bullet aimed at his own father. Women are like clothes. We are still father and son, Huang Zili thought, fear and pain overwhelming him as he saw Huang Tao's gun once again pointed in his direction. He had lost his mind, utterly mad. Oh my God, help! Huang Zili felt as though his heart might cease to beat. In this lifetime, I have committed numerous misdeeds. Is this my retribution? Bang! Another gunshot reverberated through the air. Huang Zili tightly closed his eyes, trembling with fear. A moment later, he realized he felt no pain. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the old butler had intervened just in time, pushing Huang Tao's hand aside, causing the bullet to strike the armrest instead. He instinctively patted his chest and hastily steadied himself against the staircase railing. Was it truly worth it, all this turmoil over a few women? What an ungrateful wretch. After all the care bestowed upon him. Very well, since you show no mercy, do not expect my loyalty in return. The sight of Huang Tao's expression, filled with a deep-seated enmity, left Huang Zili's heart in despair and fury. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely waved his hand, summoning his silver war beast, the greedy wolf, which lunged fiercely at Huang Tao, with no means of evasion. Huang Tao braced his left hand against the wolf while firing 3 shots in rapid succession with his right hand. The greedy wolf deftly leaped over Huang Tao's head, and the bullets soared directly towards Huang Zili. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 shots struck true. Stunned, Huang Zili felt the warm blood seeping from his wounds, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed at Huang Tao and stammered, Tower, why? Before he could finish, he tumbled down the staircase. Master! The old butler, witnessing the tragic scene unfold, could not help but shout, turning to Huang Tao and exclaiming, Young master, what have you done? You have killed your father. You have slain the master. Why have you done this? It was only at that moment that Huang Tao regained his senses, the gun clattering from his hand onto the ground. Dad, I killed. Dad, panic-stricken, he stared at his trembling hands. Then, he fell to his knees, wailing, No? Young master, be careful. The old butler warned loudly, but it was too late. The greedy wolf lunged again, sinking its teeth into Huang Tao's skull. Chapter 27. The Enraged Lin Luoluo. The horrific tragedy unfolding below was nearing its grim conclusion. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this dark spectacle remained unperturbed, retrieving a stack of documents from the safe upstairs, perusing them briefly before placing them into his backpack. The safe's combination had been gleaned from Huang Tao's memories. These documents comprised the product design blueprints crafted by Huang Zili's company, now firmly in his possession. Zhao Huan, satisfied, rubbed his nose and decisively shut the safe, ignoring the thick stack of cash within, deeming it tainted. He leaped from the second-floor balcony. Since the enhancement of his physical abilities, such heights posed no challenge for him. Before departing the Huang residence, he cast one last glance back, observing the blood-soaked hall, where Huang Zili lay motionless and Huang Tao's head was nowhere to be seen. Only the old butler's mournful cries echoed through that extraordinary night, resonating with profound sorrow. While it was true that this father and son duo deserved their fate, the sheer brutality of the scene stirred a twinge of sympathy within Zhao Huan. Yet, he harbored no regrets. Were he to relive the moment, he would make the same choice again. He could not allow those who harm his family to continue existing in this world. Such was his resolution. In the stillness of the night, the distant wail of sirens could be heard. Zhao Huan lingered no longer, stepping through the door and swiftly vanishing into the darkness. The following morning, Lin Luoluo stretched languidly, rising from her bed with a buoyant spirit. Ever since Zhao Huan had cured her hurricane sculpture, her mood had remained remarkably uplifted. Exiting her bedroom, she made her way to the dining room, where she found her father, Lin Moran, seated at the table, sipping coffee while perusing the news on his phone. "Good morning, Dad." Lin Luoluo cheerfully greeted him as she took a seat across from him, delicately spreading jam on a piece of bread. "Where's Mom?" "Good morning, little lazybones. Your mother has already left, and your sister has gone to work. You're the only one who has lingered about," Lin Moran remarked, glancing over his glasses at his beloved daughter and shaking his head lightly before returning his gaze to his phone. "Hee, it's a holiday after all." Lin Luoluo chuckled nonchalantly. "Is there any significant news?" Last night, a tragic incident occurred at the Huang residence on Hewan Road, where a father and son turned against each other. It is reported that Huang Zili's son, Huang Tao, suddenly went mad at a nightclub, shouting and causing a scene. Upon returning home, he shot his father, only to have his own head bitten off by Huang Zili's pet beast. Upon hearing her father's words, Lin Luoluo was taken aback. "I can't believe Zhao Huan acted so swiftly. This is rather brutal." In an instant, the rosy jam on her bread resembled a thick layer of blood, extinguishing her appetite entirely. "What's wrong? Lost your appetite?" Lin Moran set aside his tablet, his concern evident. "No, it's nothing. I just feel a bit uneasy after hearing about the father-son tragedy," Lin Luoluo replied, her discomfort palpable. "Indeed, things have felt rather chaotic lately, with the Starry Sky organization and these murder cases. Luoluo, you should refrain from going out too much. Be obedient, all right?" Lin Moran advised, rising and reminding his daughter as he grabbed his phone. Just as Lin Luoluo was about to nod in agreement, Lin Moran continued, "By the way, did you access Huang Tao's information on your sister's computer yesterday?" Lin Luoluo was startled, meeting her father's inscrutable gaze with a nervous smile. "Yes. Huang Tao likes the sister of a friend. He wanted me to help him investigate what kind of person she is." "A friend? A male friend?" Lin Moran inquired with a peculiar smile. "Oh, just a friend. You should hurry to work. Stop asking so many questions." Lin Luoluo felt her cheeks flush, urging her father to leave for work. All right, I'm off to work. Just remember, don't access your sister's computer without permission. That's illegal." Lin Moran emphasized seriously before heading out the door. Once her father had left, Lin Luoluo quickly took out her phone, glancing at the news before dialing Zhao Huan's number. "Hello, who is this?" came a languid voice from the other end. "This guy hasn't even gotten out of bed yet." "It's me, Lin Luoluo. I must say, you are quite audacious. You dealt with Huang Tao, but why did you also spare Huang Zili? He was an innocent life." "Innocent?" The voice on the other end grew agitated. "Let me tell you, neither of these two are good people. It was Huang Zili who initially urged Huang Tao to harm my sister." "How do you know?" "Because I know. To help you, I accessed Huang Tao's information last night, and my dad and sister found out. Since you've had contact with Huang Tao, they might suspect you. Take care of yourself." Anger surged within Lin Luoluo as she hung up the phone, puzzled as to why she felt such rage. In her entire life, she had never felt this way about any boy. At that moment, a sense of worry crept in, concern for Zhao Huan being apprehended by the authorities. Yet, recalling how he had manipulated her and committed such horrific deeds the night before, she felt a surge of indignation, unwilling to forgive him easily. But what if he truly got caught? Seated in the dining room, Lin Luoluo clenched her phone tightly, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just then, a notification chimed on her phone. "Thank you. If anything happens, I will bear the consequences myself." Upon reading Zhao Huan's message, Lin Luoluo's anger intensified, and she shouted at his profile picture on her phone, "Zhao Huan, you scoundrel, fool, idiot, rotten egg." Unbeknownst to Zhao Huan, who was unaware that Lin Luoluo was cursing him at that very moment. He remained wide awake after sending his message, pondering whether he had been captured by security cameras the previous night. He and Huang Tao made their way from the bar to his residence, likely captured on camera along the route. Despite his hat and hooded sweatshirt, his physique would probably still be recognizable. The sole silver lining was that he had not engaged at the murder scene. At most, he was merely a bystander who fled out of fear. It was possible he might be summoned for questioning. However, as long as he steadfastly denied involvement, the police and security services would lack any evidence directly linking him to the incident. Zhao Huan lay in bed, his hands clasped behind his head, meticulously contemplating the implications of the situation on his life. Well, whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape destiny. Overthinking was futile. He would simply await the outcome. Zhao Huan felt a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, inducing a headache, prompting him to cease his ruminations and adopt a one-step-at-a-time approach. Should he rise or indulge in a bit more slumber? He forcibly suppressed his anxious feelings and gazed at the ceiling, murmuring to himself when suddenly his phone rang. It was Wang Daqian. Chapter 28. An interlude at the open day. Huanzi, today the Pet Paradise is hosting an open day event. Would you like to join me? The Pet Paradise is holding an open day event? Zhao Huan's interest peaked immediately. Pet Paradise is the largest pet trading center in Lingshui City. It was rumored that legendary creatures had once been traded there. Zhao Huan had always wanted to visit, but the park operated on a membership basis, rendering him unable to enter. To his surprise, they were hosting an open day event this time. Fatty, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Zhao Huan sprang up, dressed quickly, informed Zhao Ling, and exited hastily, devouring a bun handed to him by his sister. Great genius, why so slow? Upon seeing Zhao Huan, Wang Daqian waved his chubby hand in jest. Cut it out. Does the open day require an entry fee? Zhao Huan retorted, hurrying to inquire. Ding ding ding. Look what I have. Wang Daqian, like a magician, produced 2 tickets, shaking them in front of Zhao Huan. Impressive, Fatty. How did you manage to get these? A man of the mountains has his own clever methods, Wang Daqian replied smugly. Get lost. If you want to tell me, let us just go. The entrance to Pet Paradise was already a sea of people, with no one able to resist the allure of the creatures. The less experienced beast masters were especially eager to glimpse the higher-level pets. Zhao Huan and Wang Daqian stood in line, waiting for the open day to commence. You guys are so annoying. How can you cut in line? A commotion erupted ahead, drawing Zhao Huan's attention. A group of unruly youths, with their hair dyed in vibrant hues and clad in garish attire, had pushed in front of 2 girls. What is the problem? Is this your home? Can only you stand here while I can't? A youth with light green hair sneered provocatively. You're cutting in line. We were here first. And you are the ones being rude. The 2 girls were at a loss against the brazen youths, tears welling in their eyes. TCH, I'm standing here today. So what? Not happy? Go ahead and wait. Seeing the girls reduced to tears only emboldened the green-haired youth. Why are these people so despicable? Bullying girls is no achievement, Wang Daqian said, angered. Had he not shifted back nervously while saying this, Zhao Huan would have wholeheartedly agreed. He glanced back at the cowardly fatty, shook his head, and prepared to intervene. After all, they had also cut into his line. Hey, isn't that Lin Luoluo? Oh, she is stepping in to help. Wang Daqian's remark caused Zhao Huan to look over. Indeed, it was Lin Luoluo, striding directly toward the group of miscreants. Please return to the back of the line. Lin Luoluo said coldly, her displeasure evident. Wow, the girl has quite a looker. How about you come play with us, and I'll go stand in line. What do you say? Yeah, girl, let us take you for some thrilling fun. I promise it'll be an exhilarating experience. Lin Luoluo had never encountered such vulgarity before, her brows furrowing in anger as her face turned pale, preparing to summon her storm eagle to deal with these ruffians. Bang! The green-haired youth was sent crashing against the iron fence, his head wedged between the bars, howling in agony. Lin Luoluo was startled and turned to see Zhao Huan, smiling and nodding at her, gently rubbing his fist. The other 2 ruffians rushed to aid their companion, but Zhao Huan was quicker, delivering a swift kick to the abdomen of the first, leaving him doubled over in pain. He then grasped the hair of the second and slammed the first into him. The 2 collided heads, producing a resounding thud, both crumpling to the ground, clutching their heads in agony. With his current prowess, dealing with these miscreants required little effort. Zhao Huan's fierce display elicited gasps from the onlookers, plunging the crowd into silence. After a moment, applause erupted, reverberating through the air. Well done, that was impressive. Those little thugs deserved a lesson. Indeed, they make a fine couple, truly a match made in heaven. Seeing the 3 ruffians subdued, Lin Luoluo's anger began to subside. Upon hearing the cheers around her, a blush crept onto her snow-white face. She glanced at Zhao Huan and lowered her head, saying, Thank you. Are you here for the open day event as well? Yeah, Zhao Huan, aware of the remarks about them being a couple, felt a bit embarrassed and found himself at a loss for words. You two should stop standing here showcasing yourselves and join the line at the back to go in together, Wang Daqian chimed in, grinning mischievously. Get lost. Zhao Huan was at a loss for how to deal with this lazy character. Lin Luoluo, you're Zhao Huan's classmate, right? Lin Luoluo was far more gracious, extending her hand to Wang Daqian for an introduction. Seeing Lin Luoluo's outstretched hand, Wang Daqian suddenly became bashful. Hello. I'm Wang Daqian from Sankai Middle School, a good friend of Huanzi. You can just call me Fatty. Alright, Fatty, let us go stand in line. Zhao Huan pretended to push Wang Daqian, prompting him to feign pain dramatically. The three of them laughed as they made their way to the back of the line. The three ruffians, sensing the tide turning against them, pulled at each other and left in a disheveled retreat. Upon entering Pet Paradise, the sprawling 7-story establishment was bright, spacious, and resplendent. The first floor housed the service desk and a pet merchandise supermarket, as well as a CAF and food court. An impromptu stage hosted interactive games and prize draws. From the second floor onward, individual white display rooms were partitioned off through the expansive glass windows. One could see various exotic creatures lounging or reclining within. The signage at the entrance of each display indicated the creature's name, level, skills, and other pertinent information. Lin Luoluo treated everyone to an ice cream, and the trio savored the cool delight while leisurely browsing through the showcases. Numerous unclaimed exotic creatures lounged in the displays. Awaiting selection, Zhao Huan speculated that Lin Luoluo might be there to contract her second pet. In Lin Luoluo's heart, she speculated similarly about Zhao Huan. The level of a pet beast escalates with the elevation of the floors. Shall we have a look? The two of them lifted their heads from the display case of a level 1 bronze snow ferret and spoke in unison. TSK, TSK, this infernal tacit understanding. Wang Daqian licked the ice cream that had inadvertently adhered to the corner of his mouth and sighed nonchalantly from the side. Lin Luoluo's face flushed instantly, turning crimson even behind her ears. Chapter 29, The Aftermath of a Failed Contract. Haha, you two go ahead and explore upstairs. I'll check out other places. Noting Zhao Huan's scrutinizing gaze, Wang Daqian made a hasty retreat. Wishing you both a swift path to enlightenment and a harmonious union. This fellow, even from a distance, does not forget to make such cruel jokes. Zhao Huan found himself both amused and exasperated, helplessly rubbing his nose. Indeed, that chubby guy delights in jesting. Lin Luoluo emitted a sound akin to a mosquito. Yes, that's just his nature. He enjoys making frivolous jokes. Zhao Huan quickly replied, let us head upstairs. The two companions made their way, swiftly traversing the silver pet beast zone on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the stairway, they once again spoke in unison. Shall we take a look upstairs? Following this, they burst into laughter. Upon ascending the stairs, they discovered security personnel stationed at the entrance. I'm sorry, but entry to the 3rd floor and above requires membership. The security officer politely obstructed their path. Must one be a member even on open days? Zhao Huan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His primary desire was to observe the golden grade exotic beasts, as he could also contract a second pet beast. It seemed that this would not be possible now. Is membership the only requirement? Just as he was feeling disheartened, Lin Luoluo's melodious voice rang out, and she produced a black golden card. Ah, it is Miss Lin. Welcome, please. Upon seeing the card, the security personnel immediately cleared the passage. The 3 great families. Zhao Huan thought, shaking his head in disbelief at the girl before him. Ultimately, she belonged to a different echelon than he did. Upon entering the 3rd floor, they were greeted by a tea bar, where a sparse few patrons were engaged in conversation over tea. Zhao Huan spotted a familiar tall figure, lost in thought while holding a cup of coffee at the bar. Mu Qingfeng, another individual from an entirely different stratum. Brother Mu, you're here too? Lin Luoluo also recognized Mu Qingfeng and approached to greet him. Luoluo, it's you. Mu Qingfeng, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts, only snapped back to reality upon Lin Luoluo's greeting. Mu Qingfeng, are you here to contract a second pet beast? Zhao Huan followed suit, inquiring as well. It's you, Zhao Huan. I haven't decided yet. I don't think contracting a second beast right now is a wise choice. Zhao Huan was taken aback. He had merely asked casually, yet Mu Qingfeng responded with such seriousness. Why not? Isn't having more pet beasts better? Lin Luoluo expressed her puzzlement at Mu Qingfeng's statement. Mu Qingfeng observed the two of them, realizing his words had caused some confusion, and proceeded to explain earnestly. The growth of a pet beast relies on the contractor's mental strength and mutual understanding. We have only recently formed our contract. In terms of both mental strength and understanding, we are still significantly lacking. At this moment, I believe we should focus on nurturing the pet beast we currently possess, leveling up, and honing our skills, rather than greedily seeking more beasts. Mu Qingfeng's words enlightened Lin Luoluo. Zhao Huan contemplated deeply, finding merit in Mu Qingfeng's reasoning. However, he was different from others. His enhancement ability could amplify a pet beast's strength tenfold, leaving him unconcerned in that regard. In truth, Mu Qingfeng had solidified this mindset only after undergoing trials. During the trial examination, he first lost to Yu Xiao, forfeiting the chance to face the boss, and subsequently, he faltered against the underworld giant rock dragon, performing far inferior to Zhao Huan. Ultimately, his own pet beast was severely beaten by the clown's petrified demon, nearly perishing. He was a proud individual, fiercely protective of his self-esteem. This string of failures left him grappling with self-doubt. In recent days, he had been reflecting on the trial, convinced that his inadequacies had impeded his pet beast's progress. Hence, he resolved to train diligently, becoming a formidable support for his pet beast. In light of this, "Why are you here today?" Lin Luoluo inquired, puzzled. "I came with Yu Xiao. He lost his pet beast and is preparing to contract another today. It is said that the owner of this establishment owes his family a favor and has specifically sought an elite-grade golden exotic beast for him. Although it may not compare to his Thunderlight Tiger, it is certainly superior to ordinary golden pet beasts. I just wonder if he possesses the capability to successfully contract it. So that is how it is. Is that so? That guy Yu Xiao is here too. Let us go take a look." Lin Luoluo's interest piqued. She urged Mu Qingfeng to lead them. With no alternative, Mu Qingfeng acquiesced and guided them to a spacious room. Inside, there were few people, and Zhao Huan immediately spotted Yu Xiao, who was watching a rubber-wrapped metal cage with an expression of utter seriousness. Within the cage was a giant eagle, nearly human-sized, unruly and shackled with heavy chains, casting a disdainful glance at Yu Xiao. Aside from them, a few staff members and a man resembling the owner stood nearby. Upon hearing footsteps, Yu Xiao glanced back. Upon seeing Zhao Huan, he emitted a displeased grunt. "How have you been, young master Yu?" Zhao Huan greeted with a cheerful smile. "As if you didn't know my pet beast is gone. How do you think I've been? This brat is doing it on purpose." Yu Zhao's countenance darkened further. "All right, young master Yu, we can begin now." The man resembling the owner spoke softly to Yu Xiao, while several staff members sprayed a substance into the cage. The giant eagle began to weaken, its eyes slowly closing, and its outstretched wings drooped. Yu Xiao, unperturbed by Zhao Huan and the others, began to concentrate, gradually extending his hand into the cage, resting it on the eagle's head, murmuring a chant. "All things possess spirit, all beasts take form. Only the spirit of man governs all forms. Heaven knows no bounds. The earth knows no limits. I am the center. Contract." Upon completing the incantation, a surge of mental energy reverberated through the room. The eagle's head began to glow, intertwining with Yu Zhao's mental force. Like two streams of water converging, the powers permeated one another. The eagle began to tremble, occasionally shaking its head and emitting soft cooing sounds. The onlookers dared not utter a word, silently observing as Yu Xiao continued to expend his affinity with the beast spirit. Before long, beads of sweat began to bead on his brow like raindrops, cascading down in large droplets. His teeth clenched tightly. His hand resting on the eagle's head began to tremble violently, and his legs quivered slightly, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the eagle let out a piercing cry, its wings flapping violently within the metal cage. Yu Zhao's trembling intensified. The eagle's eyes shot open, lightning flashing within, resembling a golden serpent in a frenzy. Yu Xiao was abruptly flung back, collapsing to the ground, his complexion ashen. The hand that had been resting on the thunder eagle's head turned blackened and charred, faint wisps of smoke rising from it. The contract failed. The man resembling the owner let out a gentle sigh, preparing to console Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao sprang up, pointing at Zhao Huan, shouting, "Are you here to witness my misfortune?" Zhao Huan was utterly bewildered. What was going on? "Yu Xiao, we merely happened upon Brother Mu. He brought us here." Observing Yu Zhao's failed contract, he vented his frustration on Zhao Huan, prompting Lin Luoluo to become irate, struggling to explain. "Silence. Lin Luoluo, this is none of your business." Yu Xiao yelled angrily, gripping his injured hand. "Yu Xiao, have you mistaken something? I owe you nothing, so refrain from shouting at me," Zhao Huan retorted, his expression one of displeasure. "Oh, I see you've come to collect a debt. Fine. Yu Xiao, keep my word. This Thunder Eagle, if you can contract it today, I will gift it to you, and we shall be even." Yu Zhao's fury intensified as he pointed at the giant eagle in the cage, roaring with resentment. Chapter 30, Thunder Eagle, let us converse. "No, Yu Xiao. This Thunder Eagle was procured with great effort by your elder brother. How can you so easily give it away?" The owner interjected, hastily advising Yu Xiao. "Oh, come on. Yu Xiao, are you trying to use someone else to do your dirty work? You can't even contract it yourself after using that drug. Now that the Thunder Eagle has awakened, you want Zhao Huan to contract it? You are essentially sending him to his death," Lin Luoluo exclaimed indignantly, mercilessly exposing Yu Xiao's ulterior motives. While Zhao Huan possessed an affinity for A-rank beast spirits, so did Yu Xiao. Despite all his preparations, he had still failed. If Zhao Huan were to attempt contracting the Thunder Eagle, it was likely not only would he fail, but he might also lose his life in the process. Lin Luoluo deemed Yu Xiao a thoroughly malicious individual. Seeing this, Mu Qingfeng quickly grasped Zhao Huan's sleeve, gently shaking his head in warning. Zhao Huan felt warmth in his heart at the concern shown by Lin Luoluo and Mu Qingfeng, and he smiled gratefully at them. What's the matter, you little brat? Didn't you want to collect a debt? Here it is. Do you dare to accept it? If not, get lost. Yu Xiao's arrogance grew. Convinced that Zhao Huan would not dare to accept the contract, he immediately regained his confidence, akin to a defeated rooster sprouting new feathers, filled with self-satisfaction. Very well. Since Yu Xiao is willing to part with it, how could I refuse such an offer? I accept this wager. The Thunder Eagle was strikingly magnificent, and Zhao Huan had admired it the moment he entered. Unfortunately, it was intended for Yu Xiao. Despite his desire, he could only secretly covet it. Now, hearing the opportunity to contract this colossal eagle, he was both surprised and delighted, readily agreeing. As for the danger, he would consider it a risk worth taking for wealth and glory. An elite-grade golden thunder-type pet was difficult to acquire even with money. Upon hearing Zhao Huan's agreement to contract the Thunder Eagle, Lin Luoluo gasped in shock. Zhao Huan, this is far too dangerous. An elite-grade golden pet is hardly inferior to a platinum pet. Its mental power is exceedingly strong. Are you certain about this? Zhao Huan nodded with a smile and approached the metal cage. Seeing yet another individual foolish enough to attempt to tame him, the Thunder Eagle's eyes gleamed fiercely. It screeched at Zhao Huan, bolts of lightning flickering from its wings as if mocking his audacity. Cautiously, Zhao Huan drew nearer and initiated the spiritual connection. Contractor, none. Species, Thunder Eagle, Elite Grade, Golden Battle Pet. Level, 2. Experience points, 0,800. Attack power, 35. Defense power, 20. Agility, 40. Mental power, 25, 10. Skills, Intermediate Detection, 0,500. Intermediate Thunder Beam, 0,500. Basic Thunder Claw, 0,100. Affinity, 0,10. Status, Internally Injured, Abdominal Bruising, Artificially Induced Mental Power Lock, Mental Disarray, Residual Anesthetic Agents. Emotional State, Violently Angry. Note, Elite Grade Golden Pet, can be enhanced through Soul Infusion to elevate innate level. Requires 11,000 infusion points. Truly, as an Elite Grade Battle Pet, its basic attributes exceeded those of typical golden pets by over 20%. Its level was particularly favorable. Generally, unbound exotic beasts designated for contracting must be below level 3. Otherwise, the excessively high mental power of the exotic beast would impose a significant mental burden on the beastmaster, resulting in contract failure or even life-threatening situations. This Thunder Eagle was at level 2, meeting the contracting criteria. However, its condition was not ideal. It was injured and ensnared by a mental power lock, leaving it in a weakened state. The Thunder Eagle was notoriously fierce and difficult to capture. It seemed that the Yu family had expended considerable effort to facilitate Yu Zhao's contract with the beast. Perhaps during its capture, coercive measures had to be employed, leading to its injuries, confinement, and subsequent anger. Little one, are you in pain? May I assist you in healing? Zhao Huan conveyed through the spiritual connection. Upon receiving Zhao Huan's message, the Thunder Eagle's fierce gaze shifted to one of confusion. Is this bipedal creature speaking to me? You are injured, and I can only imagine the pain you must be enduring. My healing skills are exceptional, ensuring a painless and side-effect-free experience. What do you say? Are you willing to give it a try? Noticing the giant eagle's response, Zhao Huan pressed on. The Thunder Eagle tilted its neck, revealing a hint of agony from its internal wounds. It irritably flapped its wings, lowered its head to peck at its own abdominal feathers, emitting low, rumbling sounds. It was contemplating. Captured and imprisoned by humans, and now subjected to a forced contract, it was naturally distrustful of Zhao Huan. However, it felt some inclination, after all. This bipedal creature could communicate with it, and the tone was gentle, which eased a portion of its fury. Zhao Huan and the Thunder Eagle engaged in a silent exchange. While the onlookers observed Zhao Huan standing motionless before the cage, staring at the exotic beast for an extended period, creating an odd atmosphere. Lin Luoluo and Mu Qingfeng exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Hey, kid, do you still wish to contract it? Or would you prefer to chat and cultivate feelings first? Yu Xiao, his hand bandaged, shouted impatiently. He was indeed correct, at that moment. Zhao Huan and the Thunder Eagle were engaged in quite a pleasant conversation. The Thunder Eagle, still in its juvenile stage, had abruptly encountered a drastic change in fate. Amidst its fury, it was primarily driven by fear. Fear prompted it to reject all human proximity. Any approach would instinctively trigger its attack mode. Yet, Zhao Huan's spiritual connection enabled direct communication, and after prolonged reassurance, it gradually alleviated the Thunder Eagle's trepidation. Finally, the Thunder Eagle slowly lowered its body, extending its head beside the cage. All present were left dumbfounded. What sort of magic had Zhao Huan employed to elicit such a welcoming response from the fierce Thunder Eagle? Lin Luoluo, unable to believe her eyes, covered her mouth with her hand. Even Mu Qingfeng's typically indifferent face twitched involuntarily. As for Yu Xiao, he took 2 anxious steps forward, then halted in indignation, his gaze slowly accumulating a glimmer of hatred directed at both the Thunder Eagle and Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan paid no heed to the reactions around him. He gently extended his right hand into the cage, softly stroking the feathers atop the Thunder Eagle's head. The Thunder Eagle responded with a contented shake of its head, playfully nipping at Zhao Huan's hand with its sharp beak, emitting a soft chirping sound. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Even the owner of the Beast Paradise wore an expression of astonishment. At that moment, they witnessed a faint yellow light emanating from Zhao Huan's hand as it enveloped the giant eagle. What was he doing? Why was he commencing the contract without even reciting the incantation? Everyone was perplexed, unsure of Zhao Huan's intentions. Only Lin Luoluo felt a familiar sensation rising within her. It mirrored the moment Zhao Huan had healed her hurricane eagle. He was treating it. Before long, the yellow light gradually dissipated, and the Thunder Eagle gracefully stood. Its majestic aura renewed. It appeared revitalized. With a sudden spread of its wings, the entire cage was lifted, leaving the staff utterly astonished. Yet, the shackles upon its feet prevented it from soaring high, and after a tumultuous struggle, it ultimately resigned itself to the ground. The Thunderhawk, filled with fury, yearned for freedom, longing to traverse the skies, but these detestable individuals persistently obstructed its path. It emitted a loud cry, a surge of energy rapidly coalescing in its eyes, heralding a tempest of thunder and lightning. Oh no, this young one has failed as well. It now intends to attack us. Everyone, evacuate immediately. The boss shouted in alarm. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily prepared to flee the room, while Lin Luoluo called out to Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan, it's too dangerous. Quickly step back. Zhao Huan, however, did not respond. Instead, he extended his hand once more, gently resting it upon the Thunderhawk, softly saying, calm down, little one. I understand your desire for freedom, but they will not allow you to escape. You are a commodity, a mere item for trade. True freedom is beyond your reach. The Thunderhawk let out a plaintive cry in response to Zhao Huan's words. Come with me. I shall grant you your freedom, Zhao Huan said. Gazing intently into the eyes of the Thunderhawk, the two locked eyes for an extended moment until the Thunderhawk rested its head against the railing, allowing Zhao Huan to lovingly groom its feathers. It's done. Zhao Huan realized that the Thunderhawk had acquiesced to his request for a pact, summoning all his affinity with beast spirits to commence the contract ritual. At that moment, he required no incantations, for he had opened the Thunderhawk's heart, rendering any spells unnecessary. A brilliant light emanated from the Thunderhawk's head, and in an instant, Zhao Huan sensed an unbreakable bond forming between them. The contract was a success. Zhao Huan finally exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face as his touch upon the Thunderhawk grew ever gentler. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected host has successfully contracted a second pet beast. The contract slots have been unlocked. Contract slots unlocked? What does that mean? Zhao Huan pondered, momentarily bewildered. Did it really succeed? Lin Luoluo had hurried over to Zhao Huan, her face alight with astonishment as she observed the Thunderhawk affectionately nuzzling against his hand. Yes, it's a success, Zhao Huan replied, temporarily setting aside his confusion, his joy evident. That is wonderful. Zhao Huan, you're truly remarkable. Congratulations. Lin Luoluo exclaimed, exuberantly patting him on the shoulder to celebrate. Mu Qingfeng, standing by the door, managed to muster a faint smile, nodding in Zhao Huan's direction, a rare display of goodwill from him. Zhao Huan offered a fist bump in acknowledgement. Yet, Yu Xiao appeared utterly despondent, unable to comprehend how Zhao Huan had indeed succeeded in forming the contract. Impossible. This cannot be. He seethed internally. During the contracting process, he had sensed the Thunderhawk's terrifying rage, as if it had intended to take him down with it. This overwhelming feeling had deterred him from persisting further, leading him to withdraw in time. He had intended for Zhao Huan to bear the brunt of the failure. Surely, if Zhao Huan faltered, he would sustain grievous injuries, causing the Thunderhawk's fury to subside, allowing him a chance at contracting it himself. Yet, his calculations had gone awry. Zhao Huan had successfully forged a bond with the Thunderhawk, a creature his elder brother had painstakingly captured within an A-rank temporal secret realm, now unjustly bestowed upon that brat. Yu Xiao's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, a multitude of thoughts coalescing into a singular resolve. He could not allow Zhao Huan to take the Thunderhawk away. Thank you, young master Yu. Our wager is thus fulfilled. Your generosity is truly commendable, Zhao Huan said with a smile, subtly reminding him it was time to release the Thunderhawk. Yu Xiao's expression darkened as he huffed in anger, refusing to respond. Yu Xiao, a wager is a wager. What, do you intend to renege? Lin Luoluo chastised him without reservation. What concern is it of yours? Who are you to speak on his behalf? Yu Xiao retorted, tousling his golden hair defiantly. You, Lin Luoluo faltered, her face flushing with indignation. Zhao Huan interjected, placing a calming hand on her arm, casting a meaningful glance at Yu Xiao. What do you propose? Young master Yu? The Thunderhawk was a gift from my elder brother. It cannot be surrendered to you. Release the contract, and I shall offer you 10 million. And if I refuse? Yu Xiao sneered. If you're seeking to provoke me, then don't blame me for being ungracious. He cast a glance at the boss, who, with a resigned wave, signaled for a staff member to rush out. Sensing the escalating tension, Mu Qingfeng stepped forward, his expression stern as he addressed Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao, a man's word is his bond. Surely you cannot be so petty as to renege. Do you think I can still afford to lose? Yu Xiao replied, fixing Mu Qingfeng with an incredulous stare. Mu Qingfeng fell silent, eventually releasing a heavy sigh. Among the three sons of the Yu family, Yu Xiao possessed the greatest talent. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would encounter such a horrific incident during the trial? His platinum beast companion had been slain by a colossal rock dragon, and the prodigy, once laden with the hopes of a prestigious family, had faltered at the very starting line. This turn of events rendered the meticulously paved path of success laid out by his family utterly meaningless. He must have borne considerable pressure from his family during this time. No wonder he claimed to be incapable of losing. Mu Qingfeng, also hailing from a prominent family, could empathize with Yu Xiao's plight, but he could not condone his actions. Yu Xiao, I shall not return the Thunderhawk to you. Today, regardless of your tactics, I will ensure that the Thunderhawk accompanies me. With Yu Xiao's duplicity laid bare, Zhao Huan ceased any pretense of civility. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao's expression twisted into a grimace. Zhao Huan, do not mistake my leniency for weakness. If you wish to leave today, you must first contend with the beast arena. Contend? Should you dare to obstruct me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Zhao Huan retorted, his anger ignited in response to Yu Xiao's relentless advances. Boss Pang, are you prepared? Yu Xiao ignored Zhao Huan, turning to the boss, Pang Donyang, who surveyed the two with a sigh of misfortune. He had previously advised Yu Xiao against hastily allowing others to contract the Thunderhawk, yet now that trouble had arisen, he found himself compelled to clean up the mess. Were it not for the considerable favors he had received from the Yu family, he would have preferred to wash his hands of the affair. Very well, young man, should you prevail in the beast arena, I will guarantee your safe passage out with the Thunderhawk. How does that sound? As the situation grew increasingly untenable, Pang Donyang stepped in as mediator, observing Zhao Huan's silence. He added, additionally, I shall throw in a membership card to our establishment. What do you think? The membership card to the 100 Beasts Paradise, reputed to be worth over 1 million, was a significant concession from Pang Donyang on behalf of Yu Xiao. Zhao Huan held little interest in the membership card. Such ostentatious displays of wealth held no allure for him. However, finding himself within Pang Donyang's establishment, he knew they would not easily allow him to depart. Should tensions escalate into open conflict, he would likely emerge the worse for wear. Yet, with Pang Donyang's close ties to the Yu family, trust was in short supply. He maintained a calm facade while calculating his next move. Young man, if you do not trust them, I can vouch for you. Would that suffice? A voice suddenly called from outside, capturing everyone's attention. A refined middle-aged gentleman strode in, first casting a warm glance at Lin Luoluo before addressing Zhao Huan in a gentle tone. I am Lin Moran. Lin Moran. Who is he? As Zhao Huan pondered his doubts, Lin Luoluo beside him had already exclaimed in astonishment, Dad, what brings you here? Why are you vouching for these ruffians? It turned out that Lin Luo's father was the head of the Lin family, one of the 3 prestigious families in Lingshui City, and the director of the Beast Tamer Security Bureau. Zhao Huan suddenly understood. With Lin Moran's endorsement, he no longer feared that Yu Xiao and his cohort would be untrustworthy. Though somewhat reluctant, he ultimately agreed. The group made their way to the first-floor hall, where a circular arena had been constructed, enclosed by transparent glass on all sides. The curious onlookers had already surrounded the arena, creating a bustling atmosphere. Chapter 32, a 1-against-3 duel. Dad, Yu Xiao is so unreasonable. Why are you helping him? Lin Luoluo continued to voice her complaints as they approached the arena. Lin Moran chuckled lightly and casually replied, that young man is Zhao Huan, right? Quite impressive. I'm eager to witness his prowess. You've already seen the trial examination. What more is there to see? Lin Luoluo persisted. Lin Moran shook his head helplessly, realizing he had little control over his doting daughter. He couldn't help but wonder if his daughter's fierce protection of Zhao Huan meant she had taken a shine to him. Her little warmth meant to comfort others. This powerful figure, usually so esteemed, felt a twinge of melancholy. Unaware of her father's inner turmoil, Lin Luoluo continued to fret. Dad, isn't the beast arena dangerous? Is Zhao Huan going to be alright? It seemed that his precious daughter truly had feelings for someone outside their family. Alas, his daughter had grown up, no longer needing his protection. With mixed emotions, Lin Moran patiently reassured her, "Don't worry, your father will ensure that young man remains safe." "Really, thank you, Dad. You're the best." Lin Luoluo beamed, linking her arm with Lin Moran's, expressing her gratitude sweetly. Lin Moran affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling gently, yet his mind was preoccupied. The major examination, the logistics district kidnapping incident, the Huang family massacre, these events appeared intricately connected to Zhao Huan, a peculiar and enigmatic boy shrouded in mysteries. Today, he must observe closely. Oblivious to the discussion surrounding him, Zhao Huan stood calmly near the entrance of the circular arena, awaiting the battle's commencement. Mu Qingfeng stood beside him, wearing an apologetic expression, wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. Zhao Huan understood his guilt over not being able to stop Yushao. Yet his typically indifferent demeanor left him at a loss for words. Beneath his seemingly cold exterior lay a heart ablaze with emotion. In truth, he had no reason to feel guilty. This matter was not his fault. Just as Zhao Huan contemplated speaking, a stout figure squeezed his way over, astonished as he asked, "Huanzi, what are you doing?" It was Wang Daqian, who had come to investigate the sudden commotion on the first floor. Upon spotting Zhao Huan standing at the arena's edge, he sensed something was amiss and hurried over to inquire. "Oh, Mu Qingfeng is here too? What is going on?" Wang Daqian noticed the closeness between Mu Qingfeng and Zhao Huan, his surprise deepening. Mu Qingfeng merely nodded coldly at Wang Daqian, offering no response. "It's all that Yushao's doing," Lin Luoluo interjected, elbowing her way over to recount the recent events to Wang Daqian. Upon hearing, Wang Daqian's temper flared, and he began to vociferously curse. "That Yushao is nothing but trouble. Just look at him. Obviously a scoundrel, being from a noble family, and yet he refuses to take responsibility after losing? What a disgrace." As Wang Daqian's anger escalated, he suddenly noticed Yushao glaring menacingly at him and promptly shrank back, hiding behind Zhao Huan. This coward is truly something else. Always talking big but cowering at the first sign of danger, Zhao Huan thought, bemused as he lightly patted Wang Daqian's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, a well-dressed host entered the circular arena, loudly announcing the rules and requirements of the duel. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the special event of the Pet Paradise Open Day. The Beast Duel is about to begin, and the victor will receive an elite-grade golden pet beast." The host then called for the combatants. Presenting the 18-year-old genius from Sankai High School, Zhao Huan. The audience gasped in astonishment, followed by thunderous applause and cheers. "What a remarkable prize, a golden pet beast for the winner," they exclaimed. Pang Donyang had indeed been clever, using this duel as a special event for the open day, with Zhao Huan's contracted Thunder Eagle as the prize, effectively drawing in the crowd. What a shameless ploy, Zhao Huan inwardly scoffed, rubbing his nose as he stepped into the arena. Meanwhile, 3 blood-red demonic wolves were released into the arena. Standing at chest height, the wolves glared fiercely, their demeanor aggressive, as if eager to pounce and tear Zhao Huan apart. 1 against 3, this is utterly unfair. "Yushao, you are truly shameless," Lin Luoluo exclaimed in outrage, pointing an accusatory finger at Yushao. With Lin Moran present, Yushao dared not retaliate against Lin Luoluo, feigning ignorance as he coldly snorted and turned his attention to Zhao Huan. "Kid, today you will learn what happens when you provoke me, Yushao." 3 golden blood flame wolves. "Young man, do you think you can handle this? You're just a high school student. Doesn't anyone care for you? Hey, handsome. You're so cool. Go for it. We're rooting for you." The audience's reactions were mixed. Some cheering for Zhao Huan while others mocked him for challenging 3 formidable beasts alone. The beast duel is now officially underway, the host declared. The 3 blood flame wolves, unable to contain their eagerness, howled and lunged at Zhao Huan. Through his telepathy, Zhao Huan had already discerned that one of the wolves was at level 20, while the other 2 were at level 19, their attributes nearly comparable to his own Xianbei. If Xianbei's level had not decreased, Zhao Huan was confident he could handle the 3 beasts without issue. However, Xianbei was only slightly stronger than the highest level wolf, and facing 3 opponents left Zhao Huan feeling uncertain. Moreover, Lin Moran's presence added to his unease. Would the events from last night's Huang family incident raise suspicions within the security bureau? If that were the case, he could not freely use Xianbei's mind invasion skill, which was his greatest asset. This left him feeling as though he were fighting with one leg bound against a formidable foe, a truly precarious situation. The arena was not vast. and the blood flame wolves granted Zhao Huan little time to strategize. One wolf unleashed a torrent of flames directed at him, provoking gasps from the audience as they raised their phones to capture the moment. Xianbei remained unfazed, slightly opening its mouth to unleash an icy projectile. The frost immediately dissipated the flames, shooting straight towards the blood flame wolf. The wolf, unwilling to confront the icy attack, dodged to the side, continuing its charge. The icy projectile struck behind it, freezing a significant portion of the arena in a thick layer of frost that climbed up the surrounding glass walls. The power of the skill has increased. Zhao Huan's eyes sparkled with realization. This battle was not without hope. Just then, the three blood flame wolves closed in on Zhao Huan from various angles, leaping into the air to fiercely bite at his neck, abdomen, and thigh. "Dad, you need to think of something." Lin Luoluo anxiously turned to Lin Moran, calling out. Meanwhile, some timid spectators had already closed their eyes in fear. Seeing the scene unfold, Lin Moran rushed to the entrance of the Colosseum, poised to charge in at any moment. Could it be that his assumptions were misguided? A stern expression crossed his face, as a flicker of doubt crept into his heart. At this moment, the fangs of the blood flame wolves glistened ominously, mere inches away from Zhao Huan. Chapter 33. Cheating? So what? Thud, thud, thud. The three wolves seemed to crash against an invisible wall, being hurled to the ground in succession, rolling several times while emitting anguished howls. It turned out that just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Xianbei activated a new ability, the Guardian Wall. A transparent barrier enveloped Zhao Huan, and when the blood flame wolf collided with it, it merely caused a slight tremor. What transpired? The blood flame wolf was repelled. The young man possesses some skill. His seemingly unremarkable pet is quite formidable. Is anyone willing to wager? I bet that young man will triumph. The audience immediately erupted into discussion, with some even placing bets on the outcome of the duel. A new skill? His pet unleashed yet another new ability. How many secrets does he still conceal? Lin Moran observed the writhing blood flame wolf on the ground, then turned his gaze to the inscrutable Zhao Huan, deep in contemplation. That small turtle of his seems different from the one in the examination footage. Could it have evolved again? Lin Moran's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on Xianbei. A golden beast. It truly has evolved. How little time has passed? 2 days? How is that possible? Though his face remained impassive, his heart surged like tumultuous waves, unable to find peace for even a moment. When he had listened to the Education Committee's report, he had scoffed at such notions, deeming them absurd. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, Zhao Huan had just contracted the Thunder Eagle, which meant that this turtle must have originally been the contracted bronze beast. No, now it is a golden beast. Lin Moran found it utterly incomprehensible. The director of the Beast Master Safety Bureau in Lingshui City had never witnessed such an event. After all, the era of humanity's savior, Shao Tian, was far too distant, and the first president of the alliance, Wu Tiankai, had passed several centuries ago. Although tales of wondrous beasts had been recounted, they were often dismissed as mere legends. At this moment, the legend lay before him. Qingfeng, during Zhao Huan's contracting ceremony, did he truly contract only a bronze beast? Lin Moran turned to ask Mu Qingfeng. Upon seeing the serious inquiry from Director Lin, Mu Qingfeng paused, reflecting carefully before replying, yes. Zhao Huan did indeed contract a bronze Xianshui turtle at that time. Wang Daqian is also aware of this and can attest to it. Noticing Lin Moran's gaze upon him, Wang Daqian felt a surge of anxiety, stammering for a moment before finally nodding in affirmation. He had never been this close to a prominent figure, and his nerves rendered him momentarily speechless. So, it is true, he is capable of causing beast evolution. Lin Moran smiled at the two and continued watching the duel in silence. In the arena, the three blood flame wolves had righted themselves, circling Zhao Huan for some time before unleashing flames in unison. The flames engulfed Zhao Huan, transforming him into a fiery figure. The audience gasped in sympathy. Yu Xiao, who had previously donned an unhappy countenance, finally allowed a hint of smugness to surface. He could not believe that 3 level 20 golden blood flame wolves could not handle a mere silver turtle. Little did he know, Zhao Huan's beast was no longer silver, but golden. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Furiously, he pounded his fist against the glass barrier of the Colosseum. The flames emitted by the blood flame wolves were thwarted by the Guardian Wall, unable to penetrate it, while Zhao Huan stood unfazed in the center, completely unharmed. This infuriated Yu Xiao, his face turning crimson with rage. Xianbei, stop playing around, finish them off. Zhao Huan, filled with inexplicable delight, hastily instructed Xianbei to conclude the battle. Initially worried that the recently leveled down Xianbei would be no match for the pack of wolves, he was pleasantly surprised by Xianbei's formidable psychic power, which amplified the potency of its abilities, leaving the blood flame wolves struggling to cope. Upon hearing the command, Xianbei trembled slightly, emanating an overwhelming psychic force. The blood flame wolf sensed an unusual danger, retreating in terror while emitting incomprehensible whimpers. Yet the aura of danger only intensified. The lead blood flame wolf, unable to withstand the pressure, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, lunged forward with a growl. At that moment, Xianbei unleashed its skill. Frost mixed with a whirlwind. The ice wind cannon shot forth like a beam of frost, piercing the body of the blood flame wolf. Before it could draw its last breath, it froze mid-air, transforming into a solid ice sculpture before crashing to the ground and shattering into countless pieces. The other two blood flame wolves, petrified with fear, whimpered and fled to the farthest corner of the arena, scratching desperately at the glass barrier, trembling uncontrollably. They conceded defeat. The host promptly announced Zhao Huan as the victor. Victory! Zhao Huan, visibly at ease, patted Xianbei's head in encouragement. Young man, you are truly impressive. No wonder you dared to enter the beast duel arena. You possess real skill. Hey, could you give me your autograph? An enthusiastic spectator exclaimed. What an exhilarating beast battle. I've recorded it and will upload it now. The view count will surely surpass 100,000. As the audience erupted into cheers upon Zhao Huan's victory, the atmosphere became electrified. Mu Qingfeng silently observed Zhao Huan's display of prowess, his gaze tinged with melancholy. Yet, he soon straightened his posture, rekindling his indomitable spirit as the fire of competition blazed within him. He silently resolved to enter the time-space secret realm with the poison flame python in a couple of days to hasten his beast's level advancement. He acknowledged that he was not currently on par with Zhao Huan, but he was unwilling to concede defeat. This rivalry with Zhao Huan would be pursued to the end. Beside him, Lin Luoluo and Wang Daqian were jubilant, leaping and cheering for Zhao Huan's achievement. Lin Luoluo cast a smug glance at Yu Xiao, only to find him standing there, pallid and motionless, as if struck by despair. The repeated setbacks had left him disheartened, while jealousy slithered through him like a venomous serpent, eroding the pride unique to his noble lineage. At that moment, Lin Luoluo noticed Pang Dongyang whispering something to Yu Xiao, as if awakening him from a stupor. Yu Xiao pushed through the crowd, seething with indignation. What? Planning to cheat again? Lin Luoluo reprimanded him loudly, unreservedly. Yu Xiao disregarded her, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Huan, who had just emerged from the arena. You little rascal, cheating with a golden beast to deceive us. Golden beast? Lin Luoluo, still unaware that Xianbei had indeed evolved to a golden beast, was about to retort. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Huan is clearly silver, when she noticed her father, Lin Moran, had somehow moved in front of her. Young Yu, whether Zhao Huan's beast is silver or golden, it has no bearing on the duel. Thus there can be no accusation of cheating. Everyone witnessed the battle. Zhao Huan emerged victorious. Let us not forget, as the guarantor, I have provided assurances. Lin Moran stated in a calm tone, as if engaging in casual conversation with Yu Xiao. However, upon hearing this, Yu Xiao's body tensed. And in a mix of resentment and a desire to defend himself, he retorted, Uncle Lin, he was originally just a silver beast. I understand now. I will bring the Thunder Eagle immediately. With that, he shot a furious glare at Zhao Huan and defiantly declared, You little brat, don't get too smug. This matter is far from settled. With that, he stormed off in a fit of anger. Young man, do not be so arrogant. This matter is far from settled. Humph. How can one be so boastful after a defeat, lacking any semblance of grace? Wang Daqian, imitating Yu Xiao's tone, mockingly called out after his departing figure. His mimicry was remarkably vivid, even capturing the exasperated expression perfectly. The onlookers could hardly contain their amusement, erupting into laughter. Chapter 34. Your name is Flash Cloud. Huanzi, is your turtle truly a golden companion beast? Once Yu Xiao had vanished from sight, Wang Daqian couldn't help but inquire about Xianbei. Zhao Huan, pulling a few kernels of corn from his pocket, fed them slowly to Xianbei, then glanced at Wang Daqian and retorted, Pa, what turtle? It has a name, Xianbei. Xianbei, you're quite impressive, a golden companion beast indeed. By the way, Zhao Huan, you haven't yet explained how this came to be, Lin Luoluo chimed in, teasing Xianbei while her curiosity about Zhao Huan's revelation grew. I'm not sure, it just turned out this way. Perhaps it's an evolved type of companion beast? Zhao Huan replied, wearing an expression of ignorance. An evolved type of companion beast? Do such creatures even exist? Dad, have you heard of this? Lin Luoluo's astonishment deepened. In this world, countless companion beasts exist. Whether or not they are real remains uncertain. This is the first time I have encountered such an extraordinary creature, Lin Moran replied, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan was aware of Lin Moran's skepticism, yet as he had stated, the world was vast, and companion beasts were numerous. Who could definitively claim that evolved types did not exist? As long as the divine companion beast enlightenment system remained undiscovered, he had no fear of suspicion. With the duel concluded, the crowd dispersed in small groups. Before long, Pang Donyang arrived with several others, carrying the Thunder Eagle. In front of Lin Moran, he opened the cage and released the Thunder Eagle. Director Lin, Zhao Huan, as per young Master Yu Zhao's instructions, I have brought the Thunder Eagle. Please take it. He continued. Also, here is a membership card for the 100 Beast Paradise. We welcome everyone to visit often. Zhao Huan accepted the membership card from Pang Donyang, nodding slightly. Pang Donyang exchanged pleasantries with the group before departing. The Thunder Eagle, having eagerly awaited its release, immediately leaped into Zhao Huan's arms, knocking him to the ground. Lin Luoluo circled the Thunder Eagle, her curiosity piqued. It's so large. I wonder how it compares to my Jiujiu. By the way, what name do you plan to give it? Shall I help you find a suitable one? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huan hastily got back on his feet, politely declining Lin Luoluo's offer. After all, her own companion beast was called Jiujiu. What name could she possibly suggest? I've already named it. Its name shall be Leiqiu. Leiqiu? What a dreadful name. Lin Luoluo grumbled, dissatisfied. Zhao Huan silently chuckled. He certainly couldn't reveal that it was the name of a Pokemon. How about this? Since the eagle soars like a cloud and moves as swiftly as lightning, we could name it Flash Cloud? Lin Luoluo pondered for a moment before suddenly proposing. Flash Cloud, Zhao Huan softly repeated, directing his question at the Thunder Eagle. What do you think? Do you like it? The Thunder Eagle let out a long cry, seemingly in agreement with the name. Very well, from now on. You shall be called Flash Cloud, Zhao Huan decided, putting aside any further deliberation. Lin Luoluo beamed at this, releasing the Hurricane Falcon from her companion beast space to stand alongside the Thunder Eagle. Logically speaking, the Thunder Eagle was a tier lower than the Hurricane Falcon. Yet as an elite-level golden battle beast, it stood confidently beside the Hurricane Falcon, displaying no signs of discomfort or unease. The two majestic hawks complemented each other beautifully, drawing the admiration of many passers-by who couldn't help but praise and gather around. All right, Luoluo, let's put them away. They attract too much attention. It's getting late. We should head back, Lin Moran advised, unable to contain himself. Thus, the two packed away their companion beasts and bid farewell at the entrance of the 100 Beasts Paradise. Mu Qingfeng departed alone, while Zhao Huan and Wang Daqian exchanged playful banter as they walked away together. The setting sun cast long shadows of the two youths, stretching across the ground. Lin Moran and his daughter stood at the entrance, watching the two figures recede into the distance. Lin Moran suddenly asked his daughter, Luoluo, your 18th birthday is approaching. Would you like to invite these friends to celebrate together? I suppose I should think about it some more. By the way, Dad, why are you suddenly so interested in this? It seems unusual, Lin Luoluo responded, wrapping her arms around her father's. You, my dear, are truly an enigma, Lin Moran chuckled, playfully tapping Lin Luoluo's nose. As night fell, Zhao Huan returned home, shared the evening meal, and as usual, chatted with Zhao Ling about the events of the day. Upon learning that her brother had contracted an elite-level golden thunder-type companion beast, Zhao Ling was particularly delighted. Seeing his sister's happiness, Zhao Huan proudly summoned Flash Cloud. The wind-sensing cat, who had been napping on the sofa, sensed Flash Cloud's presence, leaped up in alarm, and dashed into Zhao Ling's room, refusing to come out again. Zhao Ling was momentarily startled by Flash Cloud's enormous size, yet knowing such a powerful creature had become her brother's companion brought her immense comfort. Her brother had grown, and the hardest days for their family seemed to be behind them. Overwhelmed with emotion, she couldn't help but shed tears, hastily wiping them away. Zhao Huan understood while the hardships Zhao Ling had faced over the years. He firmly believed that their future would only improve. Once Zhao Ling retired to her room for the night, Zhao Huan quickly took Flash Cloud back to his own room. With Xian Bei in his possession, Zhao Huan had little regard for ordinary beasts, yet Xian Bei's speed was lacking, which had prompted his desire for a faster companion beast. With Flash Cloud, not only was speed assured, but it also provided aerial combat capabilities. After all, it is said that those who command the skies command victory. He excitedly activated the Spirit Link to check Flash Cloud's information. Contractor, Zhao Huan. Species, Thunder Eagle, Elite Level Golden Battle Beast. Level, 2. Experience points, 0, 800. Attack power, 35, 350. Defense power, 20, 200. Agility, 40, 400. Mental power, 25, 250. Skills, Intermediate Detection, 0, 500. Intermediate Thunder Ray, 0, 500. Beginner Thunder Claw, 0, 100. Affection level, 7, 10. Status, healthy. Note, Elite Level Golden Beast can be elevated in innate level through the Enlightenment Soul. Requires 11,000 points for elevation. Due to the enhancement of the Heart of Amplification, Flash Cloud's base attributes had similarly increased tenfold. Moreover, as an elite-level creature, its attributes were significantly superior to those of a typical golden beast, boasting a remarkable increase of 200 points in attributes. With two golden beasts that far exceeded their own levels, Zhao Huan finally felt a solid sense of security. Both Xianbei and Flash Cloud were still at low levels, and he needed to find ways to elevate them quickly. Perhaps he could explore the temporal secret realm. It was said to be a haven for various wild beasts, an ideal place to enhance companion beast levels. He resolved to frequently visit during the summer break to bolster his strength, ensuring he had the power to reclaim his sister's necklace. The formidable Ninth Master was a rival he had never forgotten. Oh, the system had previously indicated that he had unlocked a companion beast contract slot. What could that possibly entail? Zhao Huan pondered, hastily opening the system panel. Host, Zhao Huan. Age, 18 years. Contract level, A-grade beast spirit affinity. Enlightenment value, 360. Unique talent skill, Soul of Enlightenment. Allows pets to evolve to a higher innate level through the use of enlightenment value. Passive skill, Heart of Amplification, level 1. Amplifies all attributes of contracted pets by tenfold, effective only for the host's contracted pets. Auxiliary skills, Spirit Communication, enables communication with pets and access to information on all exotic beasts. Blessing, capable of healing and purifying pets. Contracted pets, Xianyu Turtle, level 1 gold. Thunder Eagle, level 2 gold. Quest item, Fragment of the Xuanwu Heart, summons a Xuanwu avatar, once a day for 10 seconds. Requires enlightenment value to unlock the summon, after which the pet loses combat ability for 12 hours, already used. Contract slots, unlocked. Allowing an increase in the number of contracted pets for the host. Increase the number of contracted pets? Does this mean I can contract even more pets in the future? Zhao Huan rolled onto his bed, his legs flailing in delight, his heart brimming with joy. Chapter 35, Online Turmoil. As noon approached, Zhao Huan awoke drenched in sweat. It was not due to another nightmare. Ever since the emergence of the Xuanwu, he had not experienced that strange dream again. He had been roused by the heat. He realized that the cool air machine by his bedside had somehow turned off. On such a sweltering day, it was no wonder he had awakened in discomfort. He reached out to twist the switch, but there was no response. Had there been a power outage? That seemed unlikely. It had been ages since the last one. Sighing, he muttered to himself that sleep was now impossible. He got out of bed, freshened up, and made his way to the living room, where he found Zhao Ling already preparing lunch. You're up, Zhao Huan. Just a moment. Lunch will be ready soon. Have you heard? It seems an exotic beast has escaped from the number 3 secret realm and wreaked havoc in the city, damaging power equipment. Our home is without power, and the outside is in chaos. It's said to be quite dangerous. Please, don't go wandering outside today. Zhao Ling called out from the kitchen upon hearing Zhao Huan's movements. An exotic beast from the secret realm had escaped? Zhao Huan's interest was piqued, and he quickly opened his phone to search for more information. Indeed, the news of the exotic beast's escape from the number 3 secret realm was prominently displayed on the homepage. The report disclosed that a group of exotic beasts had suddenly stormed the realm's teleportation portal the previous night, and amidst the chaos, a thunder-type beast had seized the opportunity to flee into the city. The Spirit Beast Guard was in urgent pursuit and warned citizens to stay indoors, advising that they report any suspicious activity immediately. Such a situation? If citizens encountered the escaped exotic beast, would it not be perilous? What on earth were the realm's guardians doing? Zhao Huan shook his head, silently scoffing, and continued to scroll through the news. Shocking. 18-year-old youth single-handedly battles 3 blood flame wolves. Mysterious little turtle shines in the arena. A sensational video caught his eye. Wasn't this the very video of him from the arena yesterday? In the footage, he faced the 3 blood flame wolves without a trace of fear, commanding Xianbei to unleash the final blow with its ice wind cannon, replaying in slow motion. A flood of comments praising his bravery and skill filled the screen. He noted that the view count had already exceeded 100,000, placing it among the trending topics. Had he truly gained such fame overnight? Zhao Huan felt a sense of unreality wash over him. He watched the video, thinking he looked rather dashing, calm, and composed, exuding an air of a true commander. He perused the comments and found many that echoed his sentiments, causing him to feel elated. Just as he was reveling in his newfound popularity, his phone rang. It was Lin Luoluo. Hey, Zhao Huan, have you seen the trending news? Someone is trying to tarnish your reputation, accusing you of cheating on the exam. It's utterly despicable. I suspect it must be that Yu Xiao guy. Lin Luoluo's voice was urgent and filled with indignation, leaving Zhao Huan bewildered. What trending news? Cheating? You should check it out. Search for the trending phrase genius cheating, Lin Luoluo instructed before hanging up. Hastily, Zhao Huan followed her advice and indeed found an article titled, The Dark Truth of the Exam. 18-year-old genius claims victory through cheating. The article detailed the process of Zhao Huan's contracts and the circumstances of the exam, interviewing several teachers and classmates from Sankai to imply that Zhao Huan had cheated by switching pets during the exam, subtly hinting at the terrifying events that had transpired during the test, suggesting a connection to the alleged cheating. Damn it. This was a vicious attempt to assassinate his character. Not only did they seek to strip him of his academic achievements, but they also aimed to implicate him in the horrific events. Such a malicious intent. Zhao Huan was not concerned about the terrifying events, for the Spirit Beast Guard had already initiated a comprehensive investigation. If there were any issues, Lin Moran would not have been so courteous to him the previous day. However, ordinary netizens remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, and he could easily imagine the storm of public opinion he was about to face. Sure enough, not long after, another piece of information surfaced, exaggerating claims that Zhao Huan had cheated once again at the Baichong Paradise, deceitfully acquiring a golden pet, further maligning his character and painting him as a habitual cheater. The information also linked to the earlier video of him battling the Blood Flame Wolves, resulting in a deluge of sarcastic and scornful comments flooding the screen. To make matters worse, some overly creative individuals had begun to circulate memes of Zhao Huan, superimposing his face onto that of Xianbei, with the creature's head bobbing up and down, accompanied by the text, "Guess which one I am?" mocking him for allegedly engaging in deceitful practices while portraying him as a cowardly turtle. Zhao Huan felt a surge of anger, but was powerless to retaliate. It was not as if he could confront the misinformed netizens online. Even if he argued his case, he could not contend with the multitude of voices against him. "What are you looking at, Zhao Huan? Stop scrolling and wash your hands for dinner," Zhao Ling called out as she emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, beckoning him to join her. Zhao Huan quickly tucked away his phone, not wanting his sister to see it and worry. The meal was tasteless, compounded by the oppressive heat, leaving him feeling unusually irritable. After finishing, he retreated to his room, fanning himself with a magazine in frustration. During this time, Wang Daqian called to offer some comforting words, which slightly eased his spirits. Initially intending to disregard the matter, he ultimately succumbed to curiosity and checked the trending topics again. The internet was ablaze with demands for authorities to conduct a thorough investigation into the cheating incident, with various videos about Zhao Huan saturating the online space. To his astonishment, a post by Mu Qingfeng appeared among the trending topics. As an eyewitness, he recounted Zhao Huan's journey of contracting pets, participating in the trial exam, and engaging in the beast combat, clearly stating his viewpoint that Zhao Huan had not cheated. Rather, he had saved many during the trial exam, portraying him as an unsung hero. Sighing, Zhao Huan felt grateful, yet shook his head. Mu Qingfeng's actions, while well-intentioned, could potentially drag him down as well. Sure enough, the comments section was rife with scornful jibes, insinuating that Zhao Huan was no ordinary individual, with deep connections, and that the Mu family must be aiding him for some undisclosed reason. They even suggested that Zhao Huan was involved in the recent escape of the exotic beast from the secret realm. Some online analysts elaborated on these theories with alarming precision, effectively cementing Zhao Huan's reputation as a morally bankrupt, inhumane schemer. To accuse him of wrongdoing was to provide ample justification for their claims. Zhao Huan cast aside his phone in frustration, lying on his bed, seething with irritation. Just then, his phone buzzed once more. Upon answering, he was met with a torrent of vitriol from an unidentified online user who had somehow procured his number and was now attempting to uphold some misguided sense of justice. How tedious. He pressed the hang-up button with vigor, yet the phone stubbornly continued to ring. With no other recourse, he switched the device off, choosing to shut his eyes and ears to the tumult. If this was indeed the work of Yu Shao, then the Yu family was employing a particularly ruthless tactic, not only aiming to ruin his social standing, but also attempting to leverage public opinion to force an official response and hold him accountable. A man of integrity need not fear shadows, Zhao Huan thought bitterly. The truth will eventually emerge, and should you play with fire, do not be surprised when it burns you. At that moment, Zhao Ling hurriedly burst through the door, lowering her phone from her ear as she addressed Zhao Huan. "Zhao Huan, Principal Zhang called and said he couldn't reach you. He needs you to visit the education committee as soon as possible." What on earth is happening? Chapter 36. I cheated? What business is it of yours? As anticipated, the situation had escalated to the point where the authorities could no longer remain passive. Zhao Huan, foreseeing this outcome, felt no surprise. He reassured his sister and grabbed his phone before heading out. Upon arriving at the education committee, he found Principal Zhang Yukai pacing anxiously in the lobby like a spinning top. Upon spotting Zhao Huan, he strode over with urgency, asking, "Zhao Huan, you didn't cheat, did you?" "Of course not. I'm just an ordinary student. What could I possibly use to cheat?" Zhao Huan replied curtly, casting him a reproachful glance. "That's good to hear. Good to hear. I monitored the examination closely and saw no signs of cheating from you. I simply cannot fathom why these online users are acting so irrationally. Don't they realize that such accusations could ruin a promising talent? Zhang Yukai expressed his dissatisfaction with the internet users openly, undeterred by Zhao Huan's brusque demeanor. Someone has reported you for cheating, and the education committee cannot ignore this. We must bring you in to clarify the situation. No need to worry. President Wang was also present and is well acquainted with your performance, Zhang Yukai explained as he led Zhao Huan upstairs. They entered a conference room on the third floor where Wang Dongsheng, the president of the education committee, and Vice President Peng Weiling were already seated. Their expressions grave as they regarded the two of them. Please take a seat. Wang Dongsheng gestured wearily, his brow furrowed. His days had been fraught with turmoil. The recent catastrophic incident during the trial examination had left him utterly drained, and now this cheating scandal was adding to his woes. Zhao Huan, we have summoned you today to confirm whether the pet beast you are currently utilizing is indeed the same Xian Shui turtle you initially contracted? Noticing Wang Dongsheng's fatigue as he rubbed his eyes, Peng Weiling felt compelled to speak up. Yes, Zhao Huan replied without hesitation as he settled into a chair facing the panel. What is the current level of your pet beast? Gold level 1. I recall that the beast you contracted was merely a bronze level creature, correct? That's right. It has evolved, and indeed, it has undergone 2 evolutions, Zhao Huan stated, opting to be forthcoming since the truth would inevitably surface. His revelation sent shockwaves through the room. During the trial examination, Peng Weiling had harbored similar suspicions. Yet hearing the confirmation directly from Zhao Huan left them astounded. How did you manage that? Peng Weiling and Wang Dongsheng exchanged incredulous glances, suppressing their astonishment to continue their inquiries. How did I do it? Zhao Huan feigned contemplation for a moment before responding with a puzzled expression. I honestly don't know. I just woke up one night and it had evolved. Nonsense. How could that be? A stout middle-aged man at the end of the table bellowed, banging his fist on the table. Are you hiding your cheating and afraid to admit it? And you are? Zhao Huan retorted, unfamiliar with the man. I am Principal Luo Wei from No. 1 High School, Zhang Yukai interjected, sitting beside Luo Wei, visibly displeased. So it's Principal Luo. What business is it of yours? Zhao Huan shot him a glance, then turned away. Well said. Zhang Yukai felt a surge of satisfaction at Zhao Huan's defiance. Luo Wei, incensed, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, if you cheated, it would be unfair to my students. How can this not concern me? The investigation of cheating is the responsibility of the education committee, and until the results are out, what grounds do you have to claim I cheated? Isn't that undermining a fair investigation? Zhao Huan countered unapologetically. You. Luo Wei was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words by the student's retort. Enough, Principal Luo. Please take your seat. We are currently conducting an investigation, aren't we? Wang Dongsheng interjected, unable to tolerate the escalating tension. With the president's words, Luo Wei shot Zhao Huan a glare, but begrudgingly sat down. Zhao Huan, just answer whatever the president and others ask. Do not mind the comments of others. Zhang Yukai advised with a steady gaze. Understood, Principal Jiang, Zhao Huan replied obediently. Luo Wei's face flushed crimson with anger, his hands trembling slightly around his teacup. Zhao Huan, the evolution of a pet beast is indeed extraordinary. We have never heard of such a phenomenon. Therefore, could you reflect carefully if anything unusual has occurred in the past few days? Peng Weiling, noticing Luo Wei's mounting embarrassment, took the opportunity to redirect the focus back to Zhao Huan. Unusual occurrences? Zhao Huan scratched his nose, feigning contemplation for a moment before slowly stating, during the contracting ceremony. After emerging from the teleportation array, I discovered I could communicate with my pet beast. Does that count as unusual? What? You can communicate with your pet beast? As if having a conversation? Peng Weiling's eyes widened in disbelief. The expressions of those present mirrored his astonishment. It was no wonder they were shocked. The bond between a beastmaster and their pet typically grew closer and more harmonious over time. Yet, even in such cases, communication was merely intuitive, not direct. Could there truly be someone capable of such a feat in this world? The attendees were filled with skepticism. Ha ha ha, you finally revealed your true colors. Communicating with a pet beast? How absurd. There are limits to nonsense, Luo Wei declared triumphantly, pointing at Zhao Huan and laughing derisively. The others exchanged glances, remaining silent. Zhao Huan disregarded him, fixing his gaze on Wang Dongsheng, remaining mute. Zhao Huan, can you prove it? Peng Weiling, noting Wang Dongsheng's silence, took the initiative to ask. Absolutely. Zhao Huan replied confidently, summoning Xianbei in front of the skeptical audience. Please write a sentence on paper, President Wang, and do not let me see it. Zhao Huan instructed, turning his back. Wang Dongsheng's eyes flickered as he gestured for someone to bring paper and pen. After writing a sentence, he whispered, all right. All eyes turned to the turned-back Zhao Huan, their anticipation palpable but still tinged with disbelief. Zhao Huan whispered to Xianbei, who nodded and slowly crawled over to examine the written words before returning to Zhao Huan's side. Zhao Huan raised Xianbei to his ear, appearing to listen intently, then nodded confidently, saying, Xianbei says President Wang wrote 4 characters. Everyone leaned in to see, and indeed, there were 4 characters. A gentleman values his word. Zhao Huan finally recited the words Wang Dongsheng had penned, perfectly accurate. Astonishment filled the room. It truly is possible. They gasped. I see now, Chairman Wu Tiankai was right. If one achieves unity with their beast, it can continue to grow. Due to Zhao's unique ability to communicate with his pet beast, a profound spiritual connection has emerged between them, facilitating their evolution and growth. So, it is indeed as such, murmured Peng Weiling, her words resonating clearly throughout the assembly. Has Chairman Wu Tiankai also made such a statement? Zhao Huan couldn't help but smile, knowing that with the endorsement of this esteemed leader of the alliance, the matter was almost settled. However, wait. This turtle is his pet beast. Perhaps it possesses certain unique abilities that do not necessarily imply they can communicate. As the audience remained in a state of shock, Luo Wei was the first to regain his composure and hastily raised an objection. Chapter 37. You are the habitual cheat. Utterly shameless. Upon hearing Luo Wei's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Although they believed Zhao Huan's claims to a significant extent, Luo Wei's argument was not without merit. The skills of pet beasts are incredibly diverse. Who could definitively assert whether visual sharing abilities exist? Then, Principal Luo, what must I do to satisfy your esteemed self? Jiang Yukai, increasingly irked by Luo Wei's continual disruptions, spoke with an undertone of sarcasm. He could hardly bear to see Senkai High School excel. In this grand examination, Senkai had overshadowed Yizhong, which was why he was here stirring up trouble. If he can achieve the same results without utilizing his pet beast, I shall concede that he indeed possesses communicative abilities with them, Luo Wei declared, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Huan, enunciating each word with precision. Even if Zhao Huan truly communicated with his pet beast, it should only be with his own. Could he possibly converse with others' beasts? Such a notion was simply implausible. Luo Wei, calculating in his mind, gazed at Zhao Huan with satisfaction. Very well. Since that is the case, I implore Principal Luo to summon your pet beast so that I may engage in conversation with it. Zhao Huan responded with a slight smile, readily acquiescing to Luo Wei's request. Unexpectedly, Zhao Huan's prompt agreement left Luo Wei hesitant. However, now he found himself unable to retreat, and thus had no choice but to summon his level 28 silver pet beast, the Night Spirit Monkey. The Night Spirit Monkey, exceptionally agile, leapt onto the conference table after emerging from the pet space, casting a glance at the assembly, and with a distressed cry, it vaulted onto the chandelier, obstinately refusing to descend. Luo Wei, arms crossed and silent, gestured with his chin, implying that Zhao Huan should devise a solution himself. Zhao Huan, unfazed by him, activated his spiritual communication, addressing the Night Spirit Monkey. Hello, little one. Do not be afraid. Come down, let us have a chat. The Night Spirit Monkey blinked in surprise, staring intently at Zhao Huan, as if puzzled, shaking its head in confusion. I told you, he is lying. My little knight would never heed his words. Seeing that the Night Spirit Monkey did not respond to Zhao Huan, Luo Wei immediately perked up. Zhao Huan, however, continued undeterred, speaking softly to the little monkey. Is your name Little Knight? Come down. I promise I won't harm you. By the way, I have corn. Would you like some? With that, he produced a handful of corn, holding it aloft. The Night Spirit Monkey hesitated for a moment before finally leaping down from the chandelier, cautiously approaching Zhao Huan and snatching the corn to eat. How can this count? Luring Little Knight with food is cheating. He is indeed a habitual cheat. Showing no signs of repentance, Luo Wei exclaimed, his face flushed as he chastised Zhao Huan. Upon hearing Luo Wei's stern voice, the Night Spirit Monkey turned its head, caught off guard by its master's anger. It's all right, Little Knight. He enjoys yelling. Just ignore him. Let us continue our conversation. Where did your master take you last night? Zhao Huan gently stroked the Night Spirit Monkey's body, softly inquiring. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Night Spirit Monkey emitted a series of high-pitched cries. Observing the sudden gravity on Zhao Huan's face, he continued in a low voice. Oh, is that so? And what else? The Night Spirit Monkey tilted its head in thought, responding with another string of calls, as if genuinely answering Zhao Huan's questions. Thus, a lively exchange ensued between man and monkey, seemingly oblivious to the astonishment of the audience. During their dialogue, for reasons unknown, Zhao Huan's gaze occasionally flicked toward Luo Wei, a growing smirk of disdain evident on his face. After a while, Zhao Huan produced another handful of corn and placed it before the Night Spirit Monkey, confidently rising to address Luo Wei. Principal Luo, were you dining at Linjiang Tower last night? Luo Wei's countenance drained of color. How did he know? Could it be that he truly could converse with Little Knight? Indeed, I was at Linjiang Tower last night, but that does not imply anything. Perhaps you merely encountered me there? Zhao Huan remained unhurried, proceeding with deliberation. You dined with Madame Yu and her son, Yu Xiao, did you not? Zhao Huan continued, unperturbed. Exactly, but again, that proves nothing. During dinner, Madame Yu even gifted you a key and a bag of money, correct? Nonsense. Do not slander me. Such a thing never occurred. Luo Wei suddenly panicked, realizing that Zhao Huan must indeed have the ability to communicate with his pet beast. Otherwise, how would he know such details? If I speak falsely, I invite Chairman Wang to investigate, and the truth shall be revealed. 9. Phoenix Street, Jiangling District, an affluent area indeed. I wonder why Madame Yu is so generous towards Principal Luo? Zhao Huan mused, shaking his head in feigned disbelief. Upon hearing this, Wang Dongxing immediately summoned staff, whispering a few instructions. The staff nodded and swiftly exited the conference room. Luo Wei, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious. Yet, Zhao Huan was not done with him. I understand why Madame Yu would bestow such gifts upon you. For Little Knight just informed me that prior to the examination, you instructed it to stealthily enter the Education Committee's office building. This very building on the second floor, where it secretly retrieved the distribution map of the Trial Realms, copied it, and handed it over to Yu Xiao. Is that not the case? Luo Wei collapsed back into his chair, only to spring back up again. His voice trembling as he shouted, You are entirely slandering me. What evidence do you have? Little Knight, could you demonstrate your invisibility, please? I will reward you with corn once you do. Zhao Huan smiled at him, leaning down to whisper to the Night Spirit Monkey. Before the astonished assembly, the Night Spirit Monkey gradually became translucent until it vanished completely. It truly could become invisible. With such a skill, and given its agile physique, sneaking into the building to steal the trial distribution map would indeed be a trivial task. Principal Luo, did you instruct your pet beast to pilfer the examination map? I implore you to clarify this matter. A stern middle-aged man with an air of righteousness rose abruptly, fixing his gaze upon Luo Wei with authority. Zhao Huan glanced at his nameplate, which read Lu Zhang. Vice President Lu, this is an absolute slander. I have never engaged in such actions. You must not heed only his side of the story. Luo Wei stammered, his voice quaking at Lu Zhang's inquiry. Renowned for his aversion to wrongdoing, Lu Zhang's words caused Luo Wei to wither, leaving him only to defensively justify himself. Moreover, according to Little Knight, this is not its first infiltration here. It has done so annually for the past 5 years. What explanation do you have for that, Principal Luo? Zhao Huan continued to hurl revelation after revelation like a volley of balls. Do I need to mention that today's so-called investigation into the cheating incident was also proposed by you to Chairman Wang? Last night, you conspired with Madame Yu and her son over drinks, did you not? Furthermore, you were the one who commissioned someone to write that article about my alleged cheating and post it online, right? Who would have thought that Principal Luo possesses a talent for online trolling? Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. Enough, enough. I implore you to cease. Luo Wei pleaded softly, utterly despondent, as he slumped in his chair, begging Zhao Huan to stop speaking. At this point, the truth was irrefutable. Wang Dongxing's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with discontent. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to extract a sentence from between his clenched teeth. Keep an eye on him and alert the authorities at once. With that, he rose, his expression grim, and strode purposefully toward the exit. As he passed by the seemingly half-dead Luo Wei, he scornfully remarked, I believe you are the true habitual offender. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Chapter 38, The Dark Battle in the Alley. With the ordeal finally concluded, Zhao Huan exhaled deeply as he observed Luo Wei being led away like a puddle of soft clay. Had it not been for Xian Bei assisting in examining the memories of the Night Spirit Monkey, he would have remained oblivious to such revelations. After all, a pet creature could hardly comprehend the intricacies of human affairs. Zhao Huan absent-mindedly touched his nose and suddenly noticed Jiang Yukai discreetly giving him a thumbs up from across the way, prompting a smile to break upon his lips. The disclosure regarding Luo Wei had evidently brought immense joy to Principal Jiang Yukai, earning him considerable prestige. Once outside the building, Peng Weiling grasped Zhao Huan's hand and said, Zhao Huan, you have endured much in this matter. Rest assured, we shall ensure you receive justice. Thank you, President Peng. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Zhao Huan replied gratefully, bidding his farewell before heading home alone. Zhao Huan's residence was not far from the Education Committee, approximately a half-hour's walk. The sky was still bright, so he decided to stroll back. As he walked, he pondered his situation. The matter of Xian Bei's evolution had been clarified, alleviating his long-standing concerns about future transformations attracting suspicion. For Zhao Huan, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Regarding the cyber attack, since Vice President Peng had promised assistance in rectifying the situation, he anticipated no significant issues ahead. Currently, his most pressing concern was preparing for entry into the secret realm. Both Xianbei and Shan Yun needed to level up swiftly to ensure better protection for his sister and himself. Additionally, there was the matter of the necklace. In recent days, Zhao Huan had discovered that the Ji alliance, controlled by the notorious Jui, predominantly operated in the Qilin district, his own neighborhood. Jui had maintained a firm grip on the local entertainment and construction industries, with his underlings reportedly numbering over 30,000. The gang was home to numerous high-level beast tamers, as well as a substantial cache of illicit weaponry. It could be said that He Qiming, or Jui, was the underground emperor of the Qilin district. With the police having little recourse against him, what could a solitary individual such as himself hope to accomplish against such an adversary? The only path to challenge Jui lay in elevating his pet's levels. Even if a direct confrontation was unfeasible, at least he could employ some clandestine tactics. Rather than attempting the impossible, deep in thought, he turned into a narrow alley that served as a shortcut home. As dusk descended, the towering walls on either side obscured the light, rendering the deserted alley particularly dim. With various debris strewn about, Zhao Huan was forced to halt his musings, carefully sidestepping the piles of discarded items. Rustling sounds emanated from behind a nearby dumpster, piquing Zhao Huan's curiosity. He cautiously approached, the noise growing louder. Recalling the news about the escaped beasts from the temporal secret realm he'd seen at noon, he felt a surge of wariness. As he neared the dumpster, the sound abruptly ceased. At that moment, several rats scurried from beneath the dumpster, quickly darting into the crevices of the wall. Phew, just rats, Zhao Huan sighed, chuckling at his own jumpiness. Why hadn't the streetlights illuminated yet? Had the power not been restored? He murmured his confusion and continued on his way. Not long after, a series of wires stretching across the alley crackled unexpectedly, erupting into a shower of sparks. What on earth? If there's electricity, why aren't the streetlights on? Perhaps it simply wasn't tea time yet. He contemplated checking the time on his phone, only to remember it was still powered off, causing him to chuckle softly and shake his head before hastening past the seemingly hazardous wires. Suddenly, a chill crept down his spine, prompting him to turn around. The dim alley twisted like a tunnel, fading into obscurity. Yet, what was the source of this ominous feeling? He found himself perplexed. Had he encountered too many unsettling events lately, leaving his nerves frayed? After a moment's reflection, he resolved to push forward and swiftly traverse the alley. A gust of wind whipped past him, and without thinking, he rolled forward, bracing himself with his hands and tumbling several meters away. Heart racing. He glanced back and saw a shadow lunging from the darkness. Two glimmering golden eyes locked onto him, as if he were a delectable feast. Instantly, he summoned Xianbei and activated his telepathy. Before him stood a level 25 golden beast, the black patterned thunder leopard. This was indeed one of the creatures that had escaped from the temporal secret realm. He could hardly believe his luck in encountering it. The black patterned thunder leopard, enraged at its failed attack, let out a furious roar as electric sparks danced around its body, causing the overhead wires to crackle ominously once more. Xianbei, use thought invasion, Zhao Huan commanded, aware of the perilous distance separating them. The leopard's speed was alarming, and he immediately called upon Xianbei to unleash its ultimate ability. As Xianbei raised its head, the black patterned thunder leopard lunged once more, a flash of electricity illuminating the alley before silence fell abruptly. It may have been swift, but it could not outpace Xianbei's thought invasion. The leopard collapsed, crashing into a pile of cardboard boxes with a resounding thud. Excellent. Now that it's under Xianbei's mental control, there's no escape for you, Zhao Huan thought triumphantly, preparing to command Xianbei to deliver a decisive blow. However, to his dismay, the leopard struggled, righting itself and attempting to flee. The disparity in their levels rendered Xianbei's thought invasion less effective than he had hoped. This dangerous beast could not be allowed to escape. Seeing the leopard on the brink of darting out of the alley, Zhao Huan felt a surge of urgency. He seized Xianbei and hurled it forward, exclaiming, "Apologies, Xianbei, it's up to you now?" Although Xianbei was displeased, it understood its speed could not match that of the beast. It traced an arc through the air, momentarily disoriented, but accurately unleashed a barrage of frost stars. The frost spread like a net across the alley, causing the leopard to stumble, careening into the brick wall with a resounding crash. Before it could regain its footing, Xianbei unleashed another blast of frozen ice, immobilizing the leopard's limbs. Unable to rise, the black patterned thunder leopard could only emit a series of fierce roars. Electric whips crackling through the alley like lightning striking the ground, forcing Zhao Huan to shield his eyes from the blinding light. "Xianbei, are you alright?" Unable to see the situation unfold, Zhao Huan could only shout anxiously. The electric whip's brilliance flared and faded without effect. Squinting, he noticed that Xianbei had erected a protective barrier to shield itself. The ice wind cannon activated, and Xianbei's assault resumed, enveloping the leopard in a crystalline frost. At last, it was subdued. Zhao Huan felt an immense sense of relief as he rushed over to lift Xianbei, planting a grateful kiss upon it. He had feared the electric strike had harmed Xianbei, his heart nearly sinking with worry. Thankfully, Xianbei's mental fortitude was extraordinary, allowing it to execute its skills in rapid succession and successfully freeze the black pattern thunder leopard. Zhao Huan cradled Xianbei as he approached the fierce beast before him. Encased in ice, the creature bared its teeth, its round eyes gleaming with a menacing light. What should I do next? Zhao Huan pondered, scratching his nose in uncertainty. Crack! Crack! This fellow possesses an astonishing vitality, refusing to concede even at this stage, writhing incessantly as the ice began to visibly fracture. Just as Zhao Huan was preparing to give Xianbei a decisive strike, a familiar voice echoed from the alleyway. All right, leave the rest to us. Against the backlight of the alley entrance, Zhao Huan discerned a figure clad in a sleek black trench coat striding confidently into view. Chapter 39. The first announcement. You are mistaken, the real cheater is someone else. Lin Feifei, the elder sister of Lin Luoluo, and the captain of the elite team at the Beastmaster Security Bureau in Lingshui City. Zhao Huan felt a peculiar affinity with the Lin sisters during this period, encountering them wherever he went. Captain Lin, is that you? He greeted, recognizing the Lin family as commendable allies who had assisted him significantly. Lin Feifei regarded Zhao Huan with an inscrutable expression, causing him to feel somewhat flustered, wondering if his face bore remnants of battle, quickly wiping it with his hands. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feifei was marveling internally. Although Zhao Huan had achieved the top score in the trial examination, garnering an unprecedented SSS rating, he was still merely a newcomer who had just contracted and completed the trial. How formidable could he truly be? Yet just moments ago, right before her eyes, this rookie had single-handedly defeated a golden beast of at least level 20, without sustaining any injuries, while the elite team had spent the entire day in pursuit of it. Indeed, he had managed it all by himself. What then was the purpose of their elite team? They had toiled all day to corner this beast, only to have Zhao Huan effortlessly eliminate it. Her feelings of astonishment mingled with a sense of frustration, and her gaze toward Zhao Huan grew increasingly complex. Captain, thank you for your efforts with the beast. My sister is waiting for me to return home for dinner, so I must take my leave. Seeing the light in Lin Feifei's eyes akin to that of the black-striped thunder leopard, Zhao Huan felt a sudden sense of being prey, hastily bidding farewell as he attempted to make his escape. Wait, Lin Feifei interjected, halting Zhao Huan's retreat. As a citizen, you performed admirably today. As a beast master, you were nothing short of exceptional. Would you consider joining the security bureau? What? Zhao Huan thought he must have misheard. We require talents like you, possessing strength, responsibility, and a sense of justice. I hold you in high regard. Lin Feifei's demeanor remained cool, yet her tone betrayed a hint of excitement. Zhao Huan had not anticipated such an overt invitation from Lin Feifei. Were the Lin family members all so impulsive? His father, sister, and now his elder sister. Each seemed to act on a whim. It was rather vexing. After some contemplation, Zhao Huan politely declined Lin Feifei's offer. Thank you, Captain Lin. But I am still a student and must prioritize my studies. I apologize for disappointing you. No matter, Lin Feifei replied, not pressing the matter further, nodding as she saw Zhao Huan off. Crash! A clumsy team member rushed in, accidentally kicking a broken basin, creating a loud noise. He sheepishly grinned at Lin Feifei, asking, Captain, are you really letting him go just like that? Let him go? What? Should we arrest him? Lin Feifei responded with irritation, yet internally sighed, realizing she had been overly hasty. Zhao Huan practically fled through the alley, crossing a main road before arriving at his residential complex. Upon entering the house, Zhao Ling spotted him, wiping her hands on her apron with a cheerful smile. Welcome back, Zhao Huan. Just in time, I made boiled sauerkraut fish for dinner. Come, let us eat. Sis, aren't you going to ask what I've been up to today? Zhao Huan set down his backpack, grinning. Principal Jiang called me specifically. I am already aware. That Principal Luo Wei is truly despicable. As the siblings began their warm and familiar dinner, in a grand house at another corner of the city, a masked figure clad in black smashed a teacup onto the floor in a fit of rage, exclaiming, another failure. Useless, all of you. Before him stood another masked man, bowing his head as he offered an explanation. Elder Xing, we sent the No. 3 secret realm beast to attack the guards, but coincidentally encountered the Mu family's genius girl, Mu Qingshuang. Because of her, only one black-striped thunder leopard managed to escape. Although it successfully entered the city, causing a blackout and panic, it was reportedly defeated by a high school student. A high school student? Yes, a high school student. He just happened to pass by where the leopard was located. How could a high school student be so formidable? We investigated. And this high school student is named Zhao Huan, the top scorer in this trial examination. Zhao Huan. Again, it's him. He defeated the underground giant rock dragon during the trials, encountered the clown, and now he has vanquished the black-striped thunder leopard. It seems too coincidental that someone was also present when Wu Matzi encountered trouble. The cloaked figure appeared to be quite familiar with Zhao Huan, pacing the room in contemplation before finally stating, "The clown's inexplicable failure puzzles me. I suspect this Zhao Huan is quite suspicious. Make sure to keep a close watch on him and report any leads to me promptly." Understood. Also, Elder Xing, how should we deal with Mu Qingxuang? A genius? Humph. A genius means nothing before the stellar organization. Deploy the Night Ravens and eliminate her within the secret realm. Understood. The room gradually fell into silence. The next morning, Zhao Huan was roused from his slumber by the ringing doorbell, knowing his sister would answer it, so he ignored it and rolled over to continue sleeping. Perhaps it was the recent nightmares that had left him perpetually sleep-deprived. Now that the nightmares had ceased, he had entered a phase of compensatory sleep, unwilling to rise until noon. Unfortunately, his intentions were soon thwarted. The bedroom door swung open with vigor as Wang Daqian barged in, his booming voice preceding his entrance. "Huanzi, what time is it? Why are you still asleep? Your phone is off." Zhao Huan waved his hand in annoyance, burying his head under the pillow. "Get up and look. Your affairs have gone viral online. Yesterday's frenzy was enough. There's nothing new to see. No, the Education Committee has issued an announcement exonerating you." Wang Daqian yanked Zhao Huan's pillow away, chiding, "Why did you turn off your phone? I had to come all this way. Huh, the netizens aren't criticizing me anymore?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Huan immediately flipped out of bed and grabbed his phone to turn it on. "Forget it, that's too slow." Zhao Huan snatched Wang Daqian's phone and opened it, discovering that, indeed, the homepage displayed the Education Committee's announcement. The announcement stated that in response to widespread public inquiries, the Education Committee had convened an investigation regarding the cheating incident involving Zhao Huan. After thorough investigation, it confirmed that the cheating incident was unrelated to Zhao Huan and that another individual was responsible. The announcement also stated that Principal Luo Wei of No. 1 high school had accepted bribes with solid evidence of misconduct and had been referred to the security authorities. Furthermore, it pointed out that other students from No. 1 high school had also participated in cheating during the examination. However, possibly due to concerns over the Yu family's influence, the announcement did not mention Yu Xiao. Upon the announcement's release, a wave of uproar surged online. A multitude of netizens flooded into trending threads, vehemently lambasting Luo Wei for his disgraceful conduct as an educator, accusing him of blatant favoritism and corruption, deeming him inferior to swine and dogs. Others began to investigate who had benefited from Luo Wei's misconduct and cover-up, gradually leading to the revelation of Yu Xiao. The tide of public outrage began to shift. Naturally, some individuals persisted in their belief that Zhao Huan possessed an exceptionally formidable background, even receiving endorsements from official channels, using Luo Wei, the principal of a secondary school, as a mere scapegoat. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. In response, Zhao Huan could only conclude that the thought processes of certain netizens were indeed beyond comprehension. They were, quite frankly, a bunch of lunatics. Chapter 40. The second announcement stated, "You are mistaken. He is, in fact, a hero." The impact of the official statement was monumental. The immense public pressure initially directed at Zhao Huan had shifted direction. Now, very few remained skeptical of him. Zhao Huan felt a complex mix of emotions regarding the netizens' naive sense of justice. The chorus of voices could tarnish gold and obliterate bones. The dichotomies of good and evil in the virtual realm often manifest in extreme and violent ways, ultimately leading to emotional frenzies from which one cannot extricate themselves. But can the internet be entirely blamed for this? The world's injustices have never ceased to exist, presenting themselves in myriad forms at every moment. Perhaps the internet is their last bastion of justice. This may very well be a reflection of the times. Zhao Huan chuckled wryly, pondering why he was overthinking such chaotic matters. He returned the phone to Wang Daqian, feeling considerably lighter, for he could at least resume a semblance of normalcy in his life. He certainly did not wish for anyone to intrude upon his home, as it would undoubtedly frighten his sister. Stretching his limbs, Zhao Huan resolved to rise. At that moment, Wang Daqian again brandished his phone, exclaiming, "Huanzi, the second announcement." He then gazed at Zhao Huan with incredulity, asking, "Did you really help them eliminate the escaping beast?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Huan swiftly snatched the phone to discover that it was indeed an announcement from the Beast Tamer Safety Bureau. The announcement merely informed the public that the escaped beast from Secret Realm Number 3 had been captured and that power had been restored, assuring everyone that they need not worry and could resume their normal lives. At the conclusion of the announcement, special thanks were extended to a student named Zhao from Sankai High School, highlighting that this student had provided crucial assistance in successfully capturing the escaped beast, thereby dispelling the baseless speculations circulating online that this student was involved in the incident. Although the announcement did not mention his name directly, Anyone who had followed the news would know that this student was Zhao Huan. Shocking. The cheater turns out to be a hero. He bears the brunt of the netizens' accusations while silently safeguarding the city's peace. Astounding conspiracy. Who truly is the cheater? Call for the hero's vindication. Grant Zhao Huan justice. Before long, a plethora of news articles and posts emerged, flooding the previously vibrant public information space. Netizens flocked to apologize to Zhao Huan, only to regroup and launch another offensive, relentlessly pursuing Luo Wei and the Yu family. The internet became rife with accusations and vitriol directed at Luo Wei and Yu Xiao. Following the reversal of public opinion, a new climax was reached. Thus, entirely unforeseen by Zhao Huan, he achieved a comprehensive victory in the court of public opinion. Well, the remaining issues could be left for the Yu family to fret over. He was not mistaken. At that moment, the head of the Yu family, Yu Qinghai, was seething with rage. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao stood indignantly in the Yu family's study, watching as his father smashed an expensive laptop to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He could not fathom how, in just one night, the tide of public opinion had turned. Why had the Education Committee issued that announcement? How did they uncover Luo Wei's corruption and bribery on behalf of their family? Furthermore, that loathsome group of netizens, each one more vitriolic than the last, had unleashed a torrent of foul language, with absurd and bizarre claims. It was better not to look. Even a glance was enough to infuriate one to death. It was no wonder his father had smashed the laptop right in front of him. It was utterly exasperating. Zhao Huan, it was all because of that despicable scoundrel. A penniless bumpkin, a parasite. It was entirely due to him that he had endured so much injustice. He could tolerate some personal grievances, but the Yu family had never suffered such a significant humiliation. He could not let this pass. He must seek retribution against him and his family. Because of this scoundrel, the entire reputation of the Yu family was tarnished. This was no longer merely a personal vendetta. It was an affront to the prestigious Yu family's legacy and demanded a severe counterstrike to annihilate him and his kin. As Yu Xiao seethed with indignation, he felt a chill wash over him as his father's indifferent voice rang out, plunging him into despair. You know, I originally held great expectations for you. Our Yu family has been in business for generations, and we have worked tirelessly to reach our current status. You are well aware that our family's principle is that for every penny invested, 2 must be returned. You have truly disappointed me. From today onward, your allowance will be a mere 10,000 a month. If that is insufficient, you will have to earn it yourself. Moreover, if your actions bring shame upon the Yu family, you may as well turn yourself in. Now get out. 10,000, not to mention a month. It wouldn't even suffice for a day. And to think he expected him to take the fall if anything went awry? Yu Xiao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet, he ultimately said nothing, leaving his father's study with a heart as heavy as lead. He understood that his father, who was solely fixated on wealth and devoid of any compassion, would not alter his words. Without money, he could not even contract a second beast, and without a beast, how could he seek revenge against Zhao Huan? Zhao Huan, you scoundrel, go die? The Yu family was no different. How could he have considered the family his life's mission? To hell with it. In his heart, he raged with indignation. And as he exited the study, tears of anguish streamed down his face. In this moment, he was consumed with hatred for the world. Meanwhile, the storm of public opinion continued unabated. The truth behind the affair gradually unraveled online, with clamorous demands for the Yu family to account for their actions and to pay the price. Zhao Huan swiftly scrolled through the posts filled with netizens' righteous indignation. Most were mere emotional outbursts, and he found them rather dull, tossing his phone aside and collapsing onto his bed. Wang Daqian, still reveling in his amusement, continued to scroll through his phone and casually asked Zhao Huan, Huanzi, how do you plan to spend your summer vacation? I'm planning to train Xianbei and the others in the time-space secret realm, Zhao Huan replied, propping his hands behind his head. The time-space secret realm? Are you out of your mind? That's too dangerous, Wang Daqian exclaimed, immediately putting down his phone and raising his voice. Shut up, you fatso. Zhao Huan quickly sprang up, covering the chubby boy's mouth. If my sister hears this, she definitely won't let me go. You can't go. It's too dangerous, Wang Daqian protested through Zhao Huan's hand. Just as Zhao Huan was about to warn Wang Daqian not to let anything slip, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Mu Qing's phone. What business could this blockhead have with him? Although puzzled, he answered the call. Zhao Huan, was it you who captured the beast last night? Mu Qing's phone wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Yes, that was me. I happened to pass by and lend a little assistance. But it was mainly the Beast Tamer Safety Bureau's doing. Come on, you already knew that. Why ask me? I just wanted to tell you that I won't lose to you. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Zhao Huan found himself in a bittersweet predicament. Mu Qingfeng had called merely to convey his desire to continue competing with him. Competing for what? Would it not be better to be friends? Truly, He was a stubborn and foolish oaf. Chapter 41. Little brother, would you like to obtain a certificate? In the days that followed, Zhao Huan diligently prepared for his entry into the temporal secret realm. Ever since its sudden emergence on Beast Spirit Star over 2 millennia ago, countless mystical beasts had surged forth, wreaking havoc on human civilization. Yet, the indomitable human spirit, under the leadership of the savior Shao Tian, learned to master the ability to contract these beasts, driving the rampaging creatures into the wilderness beyond the cities. Moreover, humanity began to explore the temporal secret realm, discovering not only a plethora of exotic beasts, but also a myriad of rare flora and precious minerals unknown to Beast Spirit Star, all of which could enhance the abilities of both pet beasts and beast masters. Thus, the interest in exploring the temporal secret realm surged, giving rise to a new profession, the Realm Explorer. However, the temporal secret realm was no mere trial ground. It was a battleground where life and death were at stake. Countless explorers became instant millionaires overnight, amassing wealth and fame, while many others struggled on the precipice of life and death, some even perishing within the realm. Exploration of the secret realm had always been a game for the brave, a hunting ground for the powerful. Weakness and recklessness would only render one a ghost of the realm, a feast for the mystical beasts. Zhao Huan's understanding of the secret realm was limited to information gleaned from the internet. At that moment, he was poring over a comprehensive list of essential supplies for exploring the secret realm he had found online, scouring for equipment and provisions. To ensure a smooth operation for the impending upgrade expedition, he deceitfully told Zhao Ling that he was attending a training camp organized by the education committee, which would take approximately half a month. Zhao Ling, unsuspecting, recalled the hardships her brother had endured over the years and generously provided him with 100,000 yuan for training expenses, especially since Zhao Huan had just earned 5 million. She repeatedly urged him to eat well and take care of himself at the training base, insisting he should not deprive himself. With the money in hand, Zhao Huan felt a pang of guilt. Yet, the thought of needing to grow stronger quelled his impulse to confess, and he chose to keep the truth hidden for the time being. He would reveal everything after returning from the secret realm. Emerging from the Explorers Guild shop with a pained expression, he noted that he had already spent half of his funds. The gear for Realm Explorers was exorbitantly priced. A single fire rhinoceros hide armor cost 15,000 yuan, excluding the hat, boots, and gloves, which together exceeded 20,000 yuan. There were also protective shields, one-handed battle axes, multi-functional daggers, emergency flashlights, outdoor tents, sleeping bags, and backpacks. It felt as if money was slipping through his fingers like water. Fortunately, Zhao Huan possessed a blessing skill that negated the need to purchase supplies for poisoning, burns, frostbite, or emergency blood transfusions. Otherwise, he feared his remaining funds would vanish as well. He had yet to procure even water and food. And considering he would need to survive for several days in the secret realm, he was uncertain if this amount would suffice. After completing his purchases, Zhao Huan promptly headed to the Explorers Association. There, he intended to register and obtain a qualification certificate for entering the secret realm. However, to his astonishment, the young lady at the reception desk, while smiling, politely declined his application. There was an age restriction for entering the secret realm. One had to be at least 20 years old. Zhao Huan had only studied mystical beasts, pet beasts, and contracts during high school, with practical skills like wilderness survival, combat, and first aid only being taught in university. His brief 12-hour experience in the trial realm, where the beasts were of low level, did not necessitate extensive survival or combat abilities. Now, as a high school graduate, he found himself ineligible for registration to enter the true temporal secret realm. This posed a significant dilemma. Zhao Huan lingered at the reception desk, attempting to engage the young lady in casual conversation while no one was watching. Little brother, it's not that I can't register you, but rather that you do not meet the requirements. Trust me, go back and complete your university education first. Exploring the secret realm is no trivial matter. It is perilous. The receptionist, named Li Yan, patiently advised Zhao Huan. Truth be told, he was quite handsome, and it would be a shame for such a striking young man to recklessly venture into the secret realm and lose his life. She felt compelled to prevent this impetuous youth from making a grave mistake. Yet Zhao Huan remained undeterred, continuing to plead with her. Just then, a tall man entered the room, bandaged and bearing a countenance of sorrow, making his way directly to Li Yan. She abandoned her banter with Zhao Huan, her expression shifting instantly as she addressed the man. Mr. Luo, why are you alone today? Where are Mr. Lu and Miss Jean? In response to her inquiry, the tall man fell silent, producing 2 adventure qualification certificates from his pocket. He solemnly placed them on the reception desk, his fingers lingering over them for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. They will not be returning. They can never return. These belong to them. Please inform their families. Thank you. Without waiting for Li Yan's reply, he turned and departed, his towering frame appearing unusually heavy. Each step seemingly draining his last vestiges of strength until he vanished from sight. Li Yan stood there, staring blankly at the man as he exited, her eyes gradually reddening. She wiped her tear-stained eyes and quietly gathered the Explorer qualification certificates from the desk, not even glancing at Zhao Huan as she continued. Mr. Luo Daong, Mr. Lu Feng, and Miss Jin Xiaofeng were part of the same exploration team. 2 days ago, they entered the number 3 secret realm, and now only Mr. Luo has returned. Please go home, little brother. You have seen for yourself that the secret realm is not a stage for adventure stories. It is a true battleground of life and death. Do not act impulsively, cherish your life. In that moment, Zhao Huan found himself at a loss for words, equally affected by Mr. Luo's sorrow, his heart growing heavy. Li Yan spoke the truth. The secret realm was no amusement park, but a genuine battlefield for survival. His understanding of the realm was still far too superficial, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. His pet beast needed to level up, and he needed to accumulate experience. There was no better place than the secret realm. However, given his current circumstances, obtaining registration from Li Yan seemed a distant dream. Perhaps he would return tomorrow. He offered Li Yan an apologetic smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having lingered so long. Stepping out of the Explorers Association, he found himself at a loss as to where to go next. After all, he had told his sister that he was at the training base, and it would not do to return home now. Resigned, he decided it was getting late. He would find a hotel for the night and try his luck again tomorrow. If all else failed, he would have to consult Lin Luoluo to see if she had any solutions. After all, those from prestigious families often had certain privileges. He believed that if Mu Qingfeng wished to compete with him, he too would have to hone his skills in the temporal secret realm. If the Mu family had their means, he trusted the Lin family would have theirs as well. Of course, it would be best not to seek Lin Luoluo's assistance, as he still held some trepidation regarding her father and sister. Owing them too many favors was not a favorable position to be in. With these thoughts in mind, he stretched his arms and resolved to find a place to rest. Just then, a shifty-looking man in his 30s approached Zhao Huan, a sly grin on his face as he said, "Little brother, would you like to obtain a certificate?" Chapter 42. Want to enter the secret realm? There are other ways. Is there a world where counterfeit certificates exist? Zhao Huan was taken aback. Out of caution, he finally inquired, "What certification? Come on. We're standing right at the entrance of the association. What certification do you think I mean?" "Of course, it's the Adventurer's Qualification Certificate." "How much?" "Considering you're a student, I can offer you a generous 20 discount. It will be 8,000 yuan. How does that sound?" The shifty-eyed fellow raised his eyebrows, wearing an expression that suggested he was giving a great deal. Zhao Huan chose to ignore him and walk past. He had already inquired inside, and the processing fee for the qualification certificate was merely 100 yuan. This scoundrel was trying to charge 8,000 yuan for a counterfeit certificate, an astonishing markup of 80 times, and a 20 discount, as if he looked like an easy mark. He certainly would not fall for such a ruse. Wait. I understand students don't have much money. How about this? 2,000 yuan. Is that fair? All right, let us call it a day as friends. I can do it for 1,000 yuan. That's my final offer. Seeing that Zhao Huan was unresponsive, the man hurriedly followed, actively lowering the price. 200 yuan. Take it or leave it. Zhao Huan halted his steps. Could you possibly raise it a little? All right, don't go. 200 it is. Just to get things started. Zhao Huan followed the man through the winding alleys, silently listening to his incessant chatter. Let me tell you, running into me today is your luck. Ask around. Who doesn't know about Zhang Haozi's skills in this area? I'm not bragging. The certificate I provide will make your parents doubt whether they remembered your birthday incorrectly. How much further? Unable to endure Zhang Haozi's endless prattle, Zhao Huan finally interjected. Not far, just ahead, Zhang Haozi said, casually pointing forward. They ended up walking for another 20 minutes until they reached the end of the alley, where a desolate and eerie dirt slope lay ahead, devoid of any human presence. By this time, the sky had darkened. Zhang Haozi led Zhao Huan into an old, 3-story building. Ascending the dimly lit staircase, they reached the 3rd floor's inner side, where he finally opened the door for Zhao Huan to enter. Inside, 2 individuals were engaged in a game of checkers. Upon noticing the newcomers, they both lifted their heads. The 2 appeared to be brothers, each bearing a brutish demeanor, their faces resembling that of thugs. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Huan instinctively became wary. "Haozi, what is this kid here for?" One of the older brothers barked in a gruff voice. "Brother Tong, he is here for a certificate, but he claims he'll only pay 200 yuan. Zhang Haozi replied with a grin, closing the door behind him. 200 yuan? What are you thinking? It's 10,000 yuan, not a penny less. Brother Tong thundered, his expression far from benevolent. Then forget it. I'm not interested, Zhao Huan declared, turning to leave. At that moment, he noticed the other brother had stealthily positioned himself by the door, arms crossed and glaring menacingly. Listen, kid, since you're here, why not just hand over the money before you leave? With Zhao Huan successfully lured into their den, Zhang Haozi immediately wore a smug expression. Realizing the situation had escalated, Zhao Huan touched his nose and smiled at Zhang Haozi before delivering a punch. Zhang Haozi, bewildered by Zhao Huan's unexpected grin, was caught off guard as his face met the blow, sending him crashing into the nearby checkers table, scattering pieces across the floor. The punch stunned both brothers. They hadn't anticipated that this youth, appearing no older than a high school student, would exhibit such ferocity. Even surrounded by the three, he dared to strike first. Witnessing Zhang Haozi collapse from the hit, the brothers let out shrieks, grabbing nearby stools and raising their fists to corner Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan summoned his Thunder Eagle. In an instant, the two brothers halted, kneeling in submission. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Brother Tong stammered, glancing nervously at the Thunder Eagle, which was now eyeing them with a predatory glint. We promise we'll never do it again. The younger brother nodded vigorously. They had originally considered Zhao Huan an ordinary student and assumed that even with a contracted beast, he would merely be a low-level beastmaster, no match for them. However, the appearance of the Thunder Eagle made it clear that he was not to be trifled with. The brothers immediately shrank back. Neither had completed high school, nor did they possess any beasts. They typically relied on deceit and intimidation to get by. However, facing an extraordinary beastmaster like Zhao Huan, they lacked the audacity to provoke him. Zhao Huan disregarded them, seizing Zhang Haozi and delivering 2 resounding slaps across his face, waking him from his stupor. Get my certificate processed. It needs to be tonight, understand? Zhao Huan glared at Zhang Haozi, whose face was contorted in feigned pain. Little brother, no, big brother. I can't produce a genuine certificate. I can only deceive outsiders. I can't access the secret realm, Zhang Haozi lamented, his face a mask of misery. Then why did you tell me you could arrange it and lure me here? Isn't it just a ploy to extort some money from you? Please, big brother, have mercy on us. Zhang Haozi pleaded, his face a portrait of despair. Zhao Huan scrutinized him for a long moment, observing the man's fierce desire to vanish into a hole. Sighing, he concluded that Zhang Haozi was indeed helpless, though detestable. Seeing the swelling on Zhang Haozi's face eased Zhao Huan's irritation somewhat. He tossed Zhang Haozi to the ground and signaled to the Thunder Eagle, preparing to leave. Little brother, if you genuinely wish to enter the secret realm, there is another way, Zhang Haozi called out, seizing the opportunity to halt Zhao Huan. What way? Zhao Huan, uncertain of the veracity of Zhang Haozi's words, resolved to listen first. Your beast seems quite capable. Perhaps you could qualify for a special secret realm certificate through the Adventurer's external test. Adventurer's external test? What is that? Zhao Huan had never heard of it before and was somewhat skeptical. The external test is designed for exceptionally gifted youths who haven't reached the age requirement. However, it seems no one has attempted the test in the past 3 years. Where can I take this test? Right at the association building. Just register at the service desk. Zhang Haozi said with a sycophantic smile. Zhao Huan scrutinized him for a while before responding coldly. You better not be deceiving me. Otherwise, I will come back for you. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Haozi hastily agreed, nodding profusely. And you, don't engage in such shady dealings again. Next time, luck might not be on your side. Yes, we will reform and walk the righteous path. Zhao Huan dismissed the trio, not overly concerned about whether they would truly change with their abilities. If they continued down this path, they would eventually meet their own downfall. At that point, regret would come too late. Zhao Huan made his way back, contemplating Zhang Haozi's words and weighing them carefully, concluding that the man had no reason to deceive him. All right, I'll check this Adventurer's external test tomorrow. Chapter 43. A genius? That's me. Early the next morning, Zhao Huan awoke in his hotel bed, impatiently awaiting the opening time of the Adventurer's Association. Once the doors finally opened, he scanned the reception area and quickly spotted Li Yan among the attendants. Having grown familiar with her, he felt she would be more approachable. As Zhao Huan elucidated his intentions, Li Yan gazed at him with wide eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe for quite some time before inquiring. Do you know what the external testing for explorers is also known as? What is it? The Genius Test. The Genius Test? Indeed. Explorers are categorized into 5 ranks, D, S, which are obtained through conventional channels for professional qualifications. However, in this world, there are always prodigious youths whose exceptional abilities enable them to enter the secret realms for training ahead of time. Consequently, the association has established this external testing pathway specifically for them. It can be said that this test is the exclusive assessment for geniuses. Li Yan passionately expounded upon this to Zhao Huan. A genius? That is splendid. I am one, Zhao Huan declared with unwavering confidence. his youthful smile causing Lian's heart to flutter. Regaining her composure, she queried with a hint of skepticism, "Are you truly a genius?" "Of course. In this trial examination, I shall undoubtedly secure the first place." Zhao Huan boldly revealed his identity. Lian, though somewhat doubtful, searched for information on Zhao Huan and indeed found that he was in fact the top contender. Yet, his companion beast was merely of silver rank. How could that possibly earn first place? The caliber of students in this trial examination seemed rather lacking, did it not? What? An SSS rank evaluation, surpassing 3 platinum beast masters, with the highest score in the trial. How did he accomplish that? Lian's gaze shifted from suspicion to awe, culminating in fervent admiration. "Father, look. This fellow claims to be a genius. How shameless." Zhao Huan heard a childish voice from behind, laced with defiance. He turned back, furrowing his brow. A towering man, resembling an iron tower at over 2 meters tall, stood behind him. Perched upon his shoulder was an 11 or 12-year-old girl, sporting 2 pigtails and clad in a white dress, her lollipop firmly lodged in her mouth as she looked at him with defiance. The man nodded at Zhao Huan, seemingly apologetic, yet his imposing demeanor resembled more of a challenge. What an intimidating presence, Zhao Huan thought to himself. "Sir, please hold on a moment." Lian greeted with a smile as she began registering Zhao Huan. With excitement, he received the external testing registration form for explorers and made his way to the association testing site. He then heard a deep, resonant voice from behind. "Excuse me, could you assist me in registering my daughter for the external explorer test?" "What? That little girl is also going to undertake the external test? How old is she?" Zhao Huan could not help but halt and glance back, only to find the little girl mischievously sticking her tongue out at him. The man affectionately ruffled her hair, softly saying, "Little princess, don't be troublesome." "Humph." The little one turned her face away and haughtily raised her chin. Zhao Huan shook his head, dismissing her antics, and proceeded into the elevator. The testing location was on the 3rd underground level of the building, where a man in his 40s awaited him in a room with thick glass. Zhao Huan, 18 years old, graduated from Sankai High School. First place in the 2030 trial examination, directly admitted to the Central Province Beast Master University. "Well, young man, quite impressive." The uncle, donning glasses, read through the registration form. Upon reaching the part about Zhao Huan's admission, he raised his head, adjusting his glasses in admiration. Hearing his accomplishments being recounted made Zhao Huan feel slightly embarrassed, prompting him to ask, "Uncle, can we begin?" "Certainly. You may simply call me Instructor Zhao." "How could that be? I should refer to you as Uncle Zhao. After all, we are kin from 500 years ago." "Kin from 500 years ago? That's quite a novel claim." The uncle chuckled. "All right, let us commence. The testing procedure is quite straightforward. It involves a beast mastery challenge. You must pass the C-level test to be deemed qualified." "C-level test? How many levels are there, Uncle Zhao?" "There are 5 levels, ranging from D to S. D level corresponds to a silver 20-level beast, C level to a gold 20-level beast, B level to a platinum 20-level beast, A level to a legendary 20-level beast, and as for the S level test, you must go to the Central Province." Uncle Zhao remained amiable towards Zhao Huan. "Ah, I see. To pass the C level means I must defeat a gold 20-level beast." Zhao Huan mused, contemplating whether to challenge the B-level test instead. A higher testing level would surely grant access to superior secret realms. Outside Lingshui City, there were 3 secret realms, designated as number 1 and number 3. Among them, number 3 was the most formidable, having been breached by the black-striped thunder leopard. It was said that high-level exotic beasts within reached platinum 70 levels. This was merely a B-level secret realm. If he wished to expedite his leveling up, he must venture into number 3. For it not only possessed a more expansive space, but also a greater abundance of exotic beasts and rewards. Yet, could he confidently face a platinum 20-level beast? Zhao Huan pondered for a considerable time before decisively stating, "The level, I shall challenge the B-level test." "Ambitious. Young man, heed my words. Should the situation turn dire, signal immediately. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Uncle Zhao solemnly instructed, patting Zhao Huan's shoulder. Afterward, he exited the glass room, manipulating the device at the door, creating a circular opening in the center of the room, from which something began to rise. Zhao Huan took his position for the challenge, having already summoned the Thunder Eagle, focusing intently on the ascending opening. A Cerberus, a platinum 20-level exotic beast. The creature stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body a deep black, with 3 gigantic heads, each swinging long, crimson tongues, salivating ominously. It was both fearsome and repulsive. Before the Cerberus could react, the Thunder Eagle unleashed a bolt of lightning. The beam struck the leftmost head, enveloping it in electric currents that caused it to tremble uncontrollably, rendering its extended tongue rigid. The other 2 heads barked ferociously, spewing flames and venom toward the Thunder Eagle and Zhao Huan. Even with the enhancement of the Heart of Amplification, the Thunder Eagle's attributes still fell slightly short of the Cerberus. Flapping its wings furiously, the Thunder Eagle maneuvered to evade the flames, but could not escape the venom, which splattered onto its wings, releasing a noxious green smoke. The Thunder Eagle plummeted to the ground, and the Cerberus barked twice, preparing to pounce on it. In a frantic effort, Zhao Huan activated a blessing, prompting the Thunder Eagle to take flight once more, its claws digging into the Cerberus's head, causing it to howl in pain, blood streaming from its forehead as it staggered back in panic. Chapter 44, The Advancing Genius. The Cerberus, taken aback by its initial losses, growled in fury. Its left head had recovered from the paralysis and, as if in competition, the three heads barked incessantly. A Platinum 20-level Cerberus was not easily subdued. Its three heads, each wielding distinct magical attacks, wind, fire, and poison, launching a relentless barrage that indeed proved challenging to defend against. Yet Zhao Huan remained composed. The elite Thunder Eagle boasted an amplification attribute of 1,200 points, only slightly inferior to the Cerberus. This battle was far from over. Father, this young man isn't boasting. He truly is a genius. The earlier little girl watched in astonishment as Zhao Huan fought, her lollipop momentarily forgotten in the air. Unbeknownst to her, she had shifted her address from that guy to this young man. His companion beast is quite peculiar. It seems to possess foundational attributes that far exceed its level. I wonder how he achieved that. The towering man crossed his arms, frowning as he speculated. Could it be that he, like me, possesses a special ability? The little girl opened her wide eyes and whispered softly. The burly man looked down with a smile, gently ruffling the girl's hair as he indulgently replied, perhaps. But my little princess is the best. Of course, the girl exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. The three-headed dog barked fiercely, its three enormous mouths opening wide, unleashing a torrent of flames and venom that cascaded towards its opponent. The overwhelming force of the attack filled the space, causing Uncle Zhao, who stood outside, to pale in horror, realizing the dire situation. He hastily pressed the door lock, eager to rush in and rescue Zhao Huan, but his hand faltered in disbelief. For some inexplicable reason, the whirlwind of fire and wind was halted a mere meter in front of Zhao Huan, unable to advance any further. It was a protective barrier. Just as the two-headed dog was about to strike, Zhao Huan quickly summoned Xianbei. You have three heads, while I possess two beasts. That seems fair. Xianbei. Thought invasion. Zhao Huan launched his attack. The head of the three-headed dog that spewed venom was momentarily stunned, turning to bite the central head. Caught off guard. The central head was bitten squarely, letting out a tremendous howl of pain. What just happened? Why did I bite myself? It was bewildered, soon consumed by a furious rage. The vast disparity in levels meant that Xianbei's thought invasion could not last long. The head that had been controlled quickly regained its senses, whimpering in panic before directing a fierce roar at Zhao Huan. At that moment, lightning and frost descended. The ice wind cannon froze two of the heads, while the Thunder Eagle paralyzed the remaining one. Zhao Huan drew his single-handed axe, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the three-headed dog. When he heard Uncle Zhao calling out loudly, "That's enough, young man. You've passed the test." Relieved, Zhao Huan sheathed his axe and signaled to his two beast companions to leave the testing area. Outside, the little girl blinked her eyes and clapped her hands, offering him a sweet smile. "Big brother, so you're a dual-headed beast master. Not too shabby." Zhao Huan smiled at her adorably charming demeanor, longing to pat her head. But he quickly withdrew his hand upon noticing the imposing figure of the burly man, who was watching him with a serious expression. "You must be quite remarkable too. Shall we see your performance next? Then you'd better watch closely," the little girl replied proudly, lifting her chin as she opened the door and stepped into the testing room alone. Zhao Huan observed this small girl, barely reaching his chest, facing the terrifying otherworldly beast, feeling a flicker of worry. Yet the burly man remained unfazed, standing outside with his arms crossed, displaying a doting smile as he watched the little girl, blissfully unaware, exploring the testing area with innocent curiosity. Gong Ni, age 12, an outstanding student from the youth class at Yusho Private High School in Zhongzhou, possesses an A-grade affinity for beast spirits and has contracted a legendary pet beast, the Bright Lion King. Uncle Zhao read this aloud, raising his head in surprise to glance at the girl behind the glass before continuing. B-grade external test. Commence. Legendary pet beast, Bright Lion King. Zhao Huan, unable to tear himself away, stood beside the burly man, intently watching the proceedings. Gong Ni summoned her pet beast, a majestic golden lion, towering even above the burly man. Lowering its massive head, it affectionately nudged the girl's forehead, allowing her to stroke its brilliant golden mane. A circular passage slowly elevated, revealing a gigantic crocodile, its fearsome maw lined with enormous, sharp teeth, glaring ominously at the girl and the lion. Spirit Link, Zhao Huan observed, noting that it was a level 20 platinum giant-toothed crocodile, devoid of elemental skills, yet boasting formidable defense and strength, with particularly fierce attack power. Meanwhile, the Bright Lion King was only a level 8 legendary beast, significantly weaker in basic attributes compared to the crocodile. How would they possibly prevail? Upon seeing the giant-toothed crocodile, Gong and I clasped her hands together, and a faint glow emanated from her, as if the Bright Lion King had suddenly been infused with newfound power. It reared its head and let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding glass to vibrate. The giant-toothed crocodile was momentarily stunned, lying motionless. The Bright Lion King lunged forward, its sharp claws tearing into the crocodile's scalp, yet the creature remained unresponsive. Zhao Huan found this perplexing and took another look at the lion, discovering that its mental power had surged several times over, activating its innate skill, Time Stop. It could halt time for 15 seconds. Despite the significant level disparity between the two beasts, the lion's massive increase in mental power granted it the upper hand. In just 10 seconds, the giant-toothed crocodile was battered and on the verge of collapse, with the lion's formidable fangs poised to deliver a fatal blow. Gong and I emerged victorious, successfully passing the B-grade external test. Uncle Zhao promptly announced the girl's triumph. Otherwise, the giant-toothed crocodile would have been brutally dispatched. Capturing a level 20 platinum beast was no easy feat, and he certainly did not wish for the crocodile to meet its end so soon. What an impressive skill! Zhao Huan marveled, astonished. It was evident that the little girl possessed the ability to enhance her pet's mental power, enabling the Bright Lion King to effectively execute its skill. If Xianbei's thought invasion were to clash with the Bright Lion King's Time Stop, who would emerge victorious? Currently, the lion appeared to have the advantage, but that could change in the future. Given the system's provision of tenfold experience, Xianbei and the Thunder Eagle would likely outpace the Bright Lion King's growth rate significantly. Once the mental power surpassed that of their opponent, the effectiveness of its Time Stop ability would diminish considerably. Young man, young lady, you are both rare talents. The future hope of the Alliance. The secret realm is fraught with dangers. You must ensure your safety. Heed Uncle Zhao's words. Do not act recklessly. And prioritize your safety. Uncle Zhao spoke earnestly as he bid farewell, his heartfelt advice warming Zhao Huan's heart. He silently vowed to return and check on Uncle Zhao once they emerged from the secret realm. He followed the peculiar father-daughter duo back to the hall, successfully exchanging for a special adventurer qualification certificate from Li Yan. The certificate bore similarities to an ID from his previous life, inscribed with his name, age, access level, and details regarding his pet beast. Finally, they were ready to enter the secret realm. Zhao Huan secured the certificate and continued alongside the father-daughter pair, as they were all bound for the same destination. Chapter 45, System Tasks in the Time-Space Secret Realm. Throughout their journey, the little girl chattered incessantly, and Zhao Huan quickly learned about their background. The burly man was Gong Bupo, a powerful martial artist residing in Zhongzhou. To hone his skills and enhance his abilities, he had traveled extensively. 2 years prior, his wife had left him and their daughter, unable to bear his constant absences, prompting him to return home to be with Gong and I. Fortunately, Gong and I was a true prodigy, having skipped grades. She obtained her contracting qualification at the tender age of 12 and successfully bonded with a legendary pet beast. Thus, he decided to embark on adventures with his daughter. Upon arriving in Lingshui City, they intended to undertake the Adventurer External Test, preparing to enter the secret realm to elevate their levels. As for martial artists, Zhao Huan had a general understanding. They were formidable individuals who relied solely on their own strength rather than that of their pet beasts. Such individuals were typically quite powerful. Yet Zhao Huan had never encountered one in real life before. Don't let my father's lack of a contracted beast fool you. He is incredibly strong. Gong and I reiterated to Zhao Huan more than once during their conversation. Observing Gong Bupo's imposing physique, Zhao Huan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Amidst their banter, the trio arrived at the entrance to Secret Realm Number 3. A shimmering portal stood tall in a circular plaza, reminiscent of the nether portal from the game Minecraft in his previous life. Towering over 10 meters high, the entrance boasts a width ample enough to accommodate 2 vehicles side by side. Adorning the black stone of the gate is a large numeral 3. A mysterious, ethereal glow emanates from within, enticing passers-by to venture inside. Numerous guardians of the secret realm stand sentinel at the entrance, their weapons at the ready, while their companion beasts recline faithfully at their sides. Zhao Huan, employing his spiritual scanning ability, marveled at the sight. Nearly all the beasts were above level 35. With such formidable guardians, how on earth did that black-striped thunder leopard manage to escape? Unbeknownst to Zhao Huan, The Guardians were not typically this powerful. It was only following the incident of the Beast's escape that their ranks had been bolstered. Upon reviewing their credentials, the Guardians expressed surprise that a child as young as Gong Nini could qualify as an adventurer, making the 18-year-old Zhao Huan seem rather unremarkable by comparison. Wishing you a successful expedition and a safe return, the captain of the Guardians offered his kind words as the trio stepped into the portal, vanishing from sight. Upon passing through the grand entrance, they were greeted by the sight of a city. Constructed of azure bricks, it exuded an ancient and solemn charm. Zhao Huan felt as though he had traversed time, landing in a prominent city of ancient Huaxia. This was Qingshi City, seemingly unassuming, yet boasting nearly 1,000 years of history, longer than that of the Alliance itself. It is said that the city's design and layout remain unchanged since ancient times. Aware that Zhao Huan and Gong Nini were unfamiliar with the secret realm's intricacies, Gong Bupo began to elucidate. The city was encircled by walls of blue stone, with people entering and exiting through the arched city gates. Above the gates, the two characters for Qingshi were inscribed, exuding an ancient vigor. The third secret realm was no trivial matter, as it housed more than one entrance to the spirit waters. There is also an entrance in Danjiang city of Jiangzhou, and the location of another entrance is likely unknown to you, Gong Bupo teased, withholding further details. Where is it, Dad? The inquisitive Gong Nini quickly interjected. Gong Bupo chuckled, giving her a gentle pat on the cheek before turning to Zhao Huan. The Bald Eagle Federation, in Suriname, specifically in Bode City. What? Zhao Huan exclaimed in astonishment. The Bald Eagle Federation lay at the opposite end of the world, a long-standing rival of the 9 Provinces Alliance competing for global supremacy. How could the third secret realm be connected to both Ling Shui and Bode, cities belonging to 2 separate alliances, separated by vast oceans? You must understand. Secret realms originate from beyond the heavens and do not belong to any nation. They vary in size, akin to distorted spaces that defy conventional understanding. The third secret realm is relatively large, extending over thousands of miles. 3 passages, 3 cities, share this enigmatic expanse, Gong Bupo continued to explain. How extraordinary! Zhao Huan couldn't help but exclaim. He never imagined that the Bald Eagle Federation, so seemingly distant, could be so close to him. Furthermore, once inside the secret realm, the laws of the outside world held little sway. This was an entirely different world, where one must not only be wary of the ever-present beasts, but also of strangers. Many who perish within secret realms often meet their end at the hands of fellow humans, Gong Bupo warned seriously, offering Zhao Huan a kind reminder. A chill ran down Zhao Huan's spine as he quickly expressed his gratitude. I understand, Brother Gong. Thank you. You're welcome. Our meeting is serendipitous, as fellow countrymen. It is only right to offer a word of caution. Gong Bupo waved off his thanks, lifting Gong Nini as he moved forward. His towering figure stood out amidst the crowd, earning Zhao Huan's respect. At that moment, the long-absent system notification chimed in once more. Host has entered the time-space secret realm. System task activated. Host must defeat the Night Crow leader of the Starry Sky organization within 10 days to complete the system task. Reward, 1,000 enlightenment points. Reward, 1 fragment of the 4 symbols spirit. Covenant slots increased by 1 for contract beasts. A system task? The rewards for this mission were nothing short of extravagant. 1,000 enlightenment points and a fragment of the 4 symbol spirit. Most importantly, the ability to increase the number of contracted beasts. Zhao Huan was taken aback. Eager to embark on a quest to locate and eliminate the Night Crow leader of the Starry Sky organization. However, he quickly tempered his eagerness. The individual worthy of a system task was likely beyond his current capabilities. The Starry Sky organization, those relentless specters, had long been regarded by Zhao Huan as his greatest adversary. The enormous eyes that had appeared in his dreams likely belonged to the unseen master behind the organization. Since they had already sought him out, he could not simply acquiesce. As the saying goes, one must not arrive empty-handed. He intended to show them his resolve. Night Crow leader, just wait, for I shall find you and bring you down. Zhao Huan rubbed his nose, a cold intent brewing within him. Yet, the pressing question remained. Where would that individual be? Moreover, would 10 days suffice? For today, he decided to familiarize himself with the secret realm before embarking on a genuine adventure tomorrow. He resolved to inquire with Gong Bupo about suitable training grounds near Qingshi City. Otherwise, aimlessly charging in would not only squander time, but also diminish efficiency. Perhaps he should consider forming a team? Following experienced individuals would certainly be more prudent than venturing alone. However, with so many secrets of his own, teaming up might not be advisable. A myriad of thoughts swirled within Zhao Huan's mind, leading him to decide to set aside such concerns for now and find a place to eat and rest. Thus, he quickened his pace to catch up with Gong Bupo and his daughter. Chapter 46. Welcome to the Third Secret Realm. Upon entering the city gates, Zhao Huan was greeted by a vast expanse of ancient, picturesque architecture. Snow-white walls and dark tiles, with elegantly curved eaves and intricately carved railings. The streets bustled with a throng of people clad in a variety of garments, weaving through the crowd in haste. The sounds of boisterous promotions emanated from the shops lining the streets. Were it not for the diverse assortment of companion beasts accompanying their masters, Zhao Huan might have believed himself to be in an ancient tourist town from a past life. He followed closely behind Gong Bupo, his gaze flitting left and right. Captivated by the novelty of it all, Gong Bupo, evidently a frequent visitor, navigated the throngs with ease. Leading the two children down a lantern-adorned alley and halting before a blue brick building tucked away from the main street. The adventurer's house. Zhao Huan glanced at the sign at the entrance, curiosity piqued. Is this an official establishment? Not at all. It's merely a bar. You can glean the latest news about the secret realms here, Gong Bupo replied, shouldering Gong Nini as he stepped inside. The name seemed overly formal, reminiscent of a volunteer organization. Zhao Huan couldn't help but quip as he followed him in. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive wall adorned with the inscription, "A Gathering of Friends." As they rounded the corner, they found themselves in a quaint courtyard, nestled beneath a sprawling grapevine. The verdant leaves formed a lush canopy overhead, draping clusters of purple grapes in the sunlight that danced through the vines. As if time itself had woven into this ancient courtyard, imparting a serene, timeless quality. Zhao Huan's excitement faded into calmness. However, upon entering the main hall of the courtyard, he was met with a vast room thick with smoke and the raucous clamor reminiscent of a bustling market, shattering the tranquility he had just experienced. Gong Bupo flashed him a smile as he strode directly to the bar counter, nodding at the bartender. "Old fellow, same as always for me. This is my daughter. She's a genius. Give her a glass of juice." After speaking, he turned to Zhao Huan and inquired, "Young brother, what would you like to drink?" "In this establishment, there are no age restrictions for consuming alcohol. Like Nini, I shall have but a glass of juice." Zhao Huan promptly replied. Before long, 2 glasses of juice were served, and to Zhao Huan's astonishment, Gong Bupo had ordered a glass of milk. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, resembling a larger-than-life Schwarzenegger, had chosen to come to a bar merely to sip milk? Zhao Huan's imagination ran wild, envisioning Gong Bupo clad in a maid's outfit, apron tied around his waist, seated at home embroidering cross-stitch. The enigmatic gaze from Gong Bupo sent an involuntary chill down his spine, prompting him to hastily wipe the milk mustache from his lips as he explained, "Alcohol can numb the nerves and harm the body. Thus, as a martial artist, I typically abstain from drinking." "Ah, I see. A self-disciplined Terminator." Zhao Huan silently chastised himself, feeling a surge of admiration for Gong Bupo. At that moment, for reasons unknown, a dispute erupted within the bar, quickly escalating into a brawl. A bearded brute and a tall young man exchanged furious blows. The bearded man blocked the tall one's punch with his left hand, seized his arm, and delivered a barrage of punches to his opponent's face. Blood spurted from the tall man's nose, and he collapsed to the ground. Unrelenting, the bearded giant sat upon the fallen youth's chest, raising his fists to rain down blows, blood spraying like a fountain. The sound of fists connecting with flesh echoed in Zhao Huan's ears, each thud resonating painfully. The tall man's anguished cries gradually diminished in intensity. Zhao Huan discreetly stepped aside to shield Gong Nini from the gruesome scene. Gong Bupo shot him a glance, nodding approvingly with a smile. The relentless sound of fists striking flesh intruded upon Zhao Huan's senses, sending waves of discomfort throughout his body, causing goosebumps to rise. Yet, the other patrons continued their revelry, chatting and drinking as if oblivious to the violent altercation unfolding nearby. Only when the tall man fell silent did the bearded brute rise, carelessly wiping the blood from his fists onto his clothes, before lifting a glass from the table and downing its contents in one gulp. The crowd around him erupted in cheers, though it was unclear whether they celebrated his victory in the fight or his audacious drinking. The bearded man triumphantly held his empty glass aloft, reveling in his moment of glory before resuming his drinking. "Welcome to Secret Realm Number 3. Gong Bupo raised his milk in salute. Zhao Huan managed a wry smile, gaining a deeper understanding of this frightening place. This was not a school nor a bustling city. It was a brutal world governed by the law of the jungle, a lawless land that disregarded all rules. A disagreement could result in someone being rendered incapable of caring for themselves. Here, being beaten, killed, or insulted was perhaps a daily occurrence. Just like the tall man still sprawled on the ground, blood streaming down his face, his once handsome features now utterly unrecognizable. But who cared? No one paid him heed, leaving him to his own fate. Gong Bupo produced $200 bills, placing them beneath his empty milk glass and pushing them towards the bartender, quietly inquiring, "Any news lately?" The bartender took the money, tucked it into his pocket, grabbed the glass, and began to wipe it with a cloth, responding with a smile. Yesterday, someone claimed to have spotted a level 40 golden gale leopard on the eastern outskirts at the Baijia Mountain. And it's rumored that the cold-blooded lotus has bloomed in Ice Flower Lake, with at least 2 ice serpents appearing nearby. As for the last piece of news, the bartender leaned in closer, whispering, "It is said that the Starry Sky organization has deployed the Night Ravens, seemingly in pursuit of someone, though the details remain unclear." The Starry Sky organization? What madness are those lunatics up to now? Even the Night Ravens have been mobilized? Gong Bu Po's expression grew serious. Indeed, even the Night Queen, Yu Wuyan, who ranks first on the heroic list, is paying attention to this matter. It is well known that her brother, Yu Wuxian, was murdered by the Night Ravens. Upon hearing the mention of the Night Ravens, Zhao Huan instinctively perked up his ears. Since he had contracted 2 beasts consecutively, his physical abilities had significantly improved. Despite the din around them, he could still discern the conversation between the bartender and Gong Bu Po. The heroic list? What is that? Is there something akin to rankings in the secret realm, similar to the trials? Zhao Huan pondered while listening intently. Gong Bu Po glanced at him, but chose to remain silent. Nearby, Gong Nini perched on a bar stool, happily playing with her straw, bobbing it up and down. "All right, little princess, it's time for us to leave." Having gathered the information he sought, Gong Bu Po decided not to linger any longer. He lifted Gong Nini into his arms and turned to Zhao Huan, asking, "What about you? Will you join us, or do you wish to stay here a while longer?" Zhao Huan set down his glass of juice, stood up, and said, "Brother Gong, I've troubled you enough today. Let me treat you and Nini to a meal." There were still many questions he wished to pose to Gong Bu Po regarding this secret realm world. The 3 departed the bar, re-entering the throngs of bustling humanity. Chapter 47, Shadows Crossing the Night. "Brother Gong, where would be the best place to train my beasts?" The trio sat in a fast food chain restaurant, Zhao Huan pausing mid-bite of his hamburger to ask in a low voice. Upon learning that Zhao Huan was treating them to a meal, Gong Nini eagerly jumped at the chance for hamburgers. It took them quite some time to locate this establishment, as few ventured to eat hamburgers in this age-restricted realm. Most were merely grabbing a quick bite before setting off on an adventure. Given your prowess demonstrated during the external assessment, you might consider visiting the Sunset Prairie in the eastern part of the city. The beasts there are all below level 30. However, be cautious, as the prairie is home to many pack-oriented beasts, particularly the wind Fang wolves, which often travel in groups of dozens. Gong Bu Po wiped his greasy hands and thoughtfully shared his advice. "And what about you two? Where are you headed?" Zhao Huan nodded eagerly, continuing to inquire. "We're off to Baijia Mountain to test our skills against that level 40 golden gale leopard," Gong Bu Po replied confidently, taking a bite of a fatty pig burger before adding, "By the way, make sure to stop by the service point to download an electronic map, so you won't get lost in the secret realm." "All right, thank you, Brother Gong. By the way, what is the heroic list?" Zhao Huan, aware that Gong Bu Po knew he had eavesdropped, decided to ask directly. "There are 3 types of leaderboards in the secret realm: the heroic list, the team list, and the newcomer list. The heroic list ranks individuals based on their historical points, with the current top spot held by the Night Queen, Yu Wuyan. The team list ranks teams based on their collective points, while the newcomer list." Gong Bu Po took a large bite of his burger, downed nearly half a cup of cola, cleared his throat, and continued, "is specifically designed for newcomers like you entering the secret realm for the first time. Points are calculated from the day you enter and updated every 24 hours, concluding after 10 days. The newcomers with the highest rankings can earn generous rewards. When I first entered, I didn't even break into the top 50. Ha ha ha." He glanced at his daughter, who was happily devouring a fried fire lark leg, and chuckled. "This time, let's see if you two have a chance to break into the top 10. I don't want to be in the top 10. I want to be number 1. Gong Nini declared loudly, puffing out her cheeks. "Yes, yes. My little princess is surely destined for first place." Upon hearing his daughter's declaration, Gong Bu Po let out a hearty laugh, his immense frame shaking with mirth. Zhao Huan wore a smile as well. Each time he witnessed this gentle side of the giant, a warm sensation enveloped him. Indeed, it is true that true heroes are not always devoid of emotions, and a man who cares for his child is undoubtedly a gentleman. Speaking of which, Brother Gong, how come you all are aware of the happenings surrounding the Starry Sky organization? To my knowledge, their information has been restricted, hasn't it? In the outside world, due to the Beast Tamer Safety Bureau, the Starry Sky organization can only operate clandestinely. However, within the mystic realm, the Bureau's influence is significantly diminished, and the laws of the mundane world become virtually non-existent. Thus, these lunatics thrive here. Any adventurer would be familiar with their exploits. So what exactly is the Night Crow? The Night Crow, you see, is the execution squad of the Starry Sky organization. The deployment of the Night Crow indicates their intent to target someone. One wonders who has caught their eye this time. At the mention of the Night Crow, Gong Bupo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Who could possibly warrant such a grand display from them? Curiosity piqued. Zhao Huan felt compelled to ponder this further. After their meal, Zhao Huan bid farewell to the father-daughter duo on the bustling street, each embarking on their respective exploratory journeys. Brother Zhao Huan, when we meet again, I shall treat you to a meal, all right? So, do take care of yourself. Reflecting on his parting with Gong Nini, Zhao Huan couldn't help but smile. In just half a day, it felt as though he had known this charming duo for ages, and he found himself genuinely fond of them, hoping for more opportunities to meet in the future. Following Gong Bupo's advice, he located a service point, spent 50 coins to download a high-definition electronic map of the Mystic Realm, and procured several portable power banks. Organizing his water and provisions as he prepared for his inaugural journey into the temporal Mystic Realm. According to the map, the Sunset Prairie lay 20 kilometers east of Qingstone City, just beyond the mountains that met the horizon. He stowed his tent and other gear into the system's inventory, donned his fire rhinoceros leather armor, placed a suede hat upon his head, and slung a shield over his back while wielding a one-handed axe. He felt akin to an adventurer from a game. The Thunder Eagle soared above, scouting ahead for any signs of movement. Meanwhile, Xianbei nestled in his crossbody bag, peeking out to observe the scenery before retreating back into its shell for a peaceful slumber. The landscape was adorned with vibrant blossoms and lush greenery, a true pastoral spectacle. A cobblestone path meandered into the distance, disappearing into the verdant hills. Having not witnessed such breathtaking wilderness in a long time, Zhao Huan experienced a delightful sense of adventure. After nearly 3 hours of trekking, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. The sky was tinged with crimson, and it seemed he would need to rest here for the night. He sought out a clear area near a water source to set up his tent. As dusk fell, the Thunder Eagle descended, perching on a nearby tree to rest. Gathering the firewood he had collected, he painstakingly ignited a campfire. Sitting beside it, he pulled out some corn kernels, feeding them one by one to Xianbei. He then retrieved 2 large ham pieces from his inventory, tossing one to the Thunder Eagle while savoring the other himself. This was to be his first night in the Mystic Realm, and thus far, it felt more like camping than adventuring. Tomorrow, he aimed to swiftly elevate the levels of Xianbei and Shan Yun, confident that with the system's assistance, they would soon dominate the Sunset Prairie. Then, he intended to explore the Penholder Mountain, where the beasts were even more formidable. He aspired to reach level 15 within 5 days, after which he would earnestly seek information about the Night Crow. In the vast Mystic Realm, he pondered where the Night Crow might be hiding. Particularly, the leader of the Night Crow, whose gender remained a mystery. How on earth was he to locate them? Lying in his tent, his thoughts were a whirlwind. Suddenly, the Thunder Eagle outside let out a piercing cry, filled with unmistakable alarm and distress. What was happening? Zhao Huan quickly scrambled to his feet and emerged from the tent, witnessing the Thunder Eagle flapping its wings fervently, calling out to the skies. He looked up to see a dark cloud swiftly passing overhead. No, it wasn't just a cloud. It was a dragon, a skeletal dragon. With its expansive bony wings spanning nearly 100 meters, it floated beneath the starlit sky. Its bizarre bony head bore a pair of blood-red eyes that glimmered with a gruesome light, strikingly vivid and eerie against the night. Upon noticing the commotion caused by the Thunder Eagle, the skeletal dragon cast a glance downward. That gaze sent a chill coursing through Zhao Huan, freezing his very blood. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that a figure was perched upon the dragon. Could it be a beast pet? Regaining his composure, he seized the opportunity before the skeletal dragon could vanish, activating his spirit connection. Chapter 48, the first experience package of the Mystic Realm. Contractor, Yu Wuyan. Race, Hellbone Dragon, Legendary Battle Pet. Level, 51. Experience points, 100,220, 265,800. Attack power, 5,200. Defense power, 2,500. Movement speed, 4,400. Mental power, 3,500. Skills, Advanced Death Eye, 1775. 2,000. Ultimate Dragon Roar, 3,000, 3,000. Advanced Hell Poison Wing, 1233, 2,000. Advanced Bone Guardian, 1527, 2,000. Affinity, 8, 10. Status, Healthy. Note, Legendary Pet. Can be enhanced with the Soul of Enlightenment to elevate innate level. Requires 1,000,000 points of Enlightenment value. Yu Wuyan, so this is Yu Wuyan? The top-ranked adventurer on the hero board. No wonder she possesses a level 51 legendary battle pet, the Hellbone Dragon, with base attributes exceeding 15,000 points. It was no surprise she could render him immobile with just a glance. The sheer terror was overwhelming. At such a late hour, where could she possibly be heading? Her brother had been slain by the Night Crow. Could she be pursuing them, traveling relentlessly through the night? Zhao Huan lamented his inability to follow her. The skeletal dragoness speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, It had soared over the mountain range, vanishing into the night. He gazed at the distant starry sky, his mind adrift for several moments. There was no time to waste. He needed to elevate the levels of Xianbei and Shanyan swiftly. He repeated this mantra in his mind. The next morning, Zhao Huan awoke to the sound of raindrops pattering against the tent, creating a rapid rhythmic noise. He sprang out of bed to find the clouds shrouded in a thick veil over the mountains. The raindrops, as large as beans, obscured his vision. The valley was enveloped in mist, the water vapor cloaking the mountains until they gradually faded from view. Zhao Huan hesitated not, recalling the thunder eagle into the beast space. Ready to brave the rain and ascend the mountains towards the sunset prairie, he trudged along the mountain path, each step a challenge. But his physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person, enabling him to withstand the arduous weather. The rain drenched him thoroughly, leaving him feeling like a soaked chicken, and the temperature plummeted on the mountain. He tightened his grip on the fire rhinoceros leather armor, grasped a jutting rock, and with a determined push, finally reached the mountain summit. Though the rain had not abated, the expanse ahead lay open, with thick clouds stretching toward the horizon. Just then, amidst the overcast sky, several beams of golden light defiantly pierced through the clouds, casting a magnificent glow upon the endless grasslands of the sunset prairie, illuminating them in radiant splendor. Zhao Huan's heart swelled with exhilaration, a sense of grandeur igniting within him. He could not help but let out a resounding shout, the echoes of his voice reverberating through the drizzling rain. A wave of exhilaration washed over him as he leaped from the mountain summit, landing on a rocky outcrop. Bending forward and crouching low, he pushed off with great force, soaring towards his next landing spot like a majestic bird. He resembled a parkour virtuoso, bouncing and gliding down the mountainside, indifferent even when a branch struck his face during the descent. The sensation of rapid descent was utterly intoxicating. It was not until he landed firmly at the base of the mountain that he turned back to gaze at the peaks shrouded in mist, still incredulous that he had bounded his way down. If Xianbei and the others ascended to the esteemed level of Saint Glass, his physical prowess would surely be astonishing. He was filled with joy as he released Shanyan, watching it float freely up into the clouds. With a determined stride, he followed beneath it, running as if to embrace an unknown new world. The sunset prairie was indeed filled with uncertainties for Zhao Huan. The tall, wild grasses swayed in the gentle rain and wind, rolling like ocean waves towards the infinite horizon. Here, Zhao Huan felt an instinctive hesitation to act recklessly. No one knew what lurked within the grass, nor what strange beasts might be concealed. Fortunately, the unique detection skill of the Thunder Eagle could sense danger for him. At that moment, it darted like a shooting star into the sea of grass, and soon, it emerged with its talons grasping an unknown beast the size of a calf. Ascending into the sky, the creature let out a reluctant roar as it was lifted high, only to be dropped by Shanyan from above, crashing onto the grass with a thunderous impact. Then, Shanyan gracefully circled down to relish this self-earned feast. Meanwhile, Zhao Huan noted the arrival of 100 experience points and 10 transformation points effortlessly. The rain finally ceased, and Zhao Huan ventured deeper into the prairie. The Thunder Eagle issued a warning. Zhao Huan immediately crouched low, advancing cautiously through the grass. Parting the foliage, he beheld two beasts confronting each other beneath a bare tree. One resembled a wild bull, fiercely charging with its massive horns towards its opponent, while the other was a black panther, poised to pounce, baring its teeth and emitting a low, threatening growl. Activating his spirit connection, he assessed the foes, a level 28 silver violent dragon bull and a level 25 silver black-striped thunder leopard. The violent dragon bull possessed no elemental abilities, relying solely on brute strength, while the black-striped thunder leopard wielded lightning-based skills, albeit at a lower level. Both beasts bore fierce expressions, seemingly unwilling to relent until a victor emerged. However, Zhao Huan wished for neither to triumph, as both were akin to experience bundles awaiting his claim. Xianbei, go. Zhao Huan extracted Xianbei from his satchel and placed it amidst the grass. The moment it raised its head, the energy control enveloped its adversaries. The violent dragon bull froze momentarily, then charged angrily towards the thunder leopard, lowering its horns. The leopard, momentarily airborne and poised to unleash its skill, suddenly appeared uncontrollable, plummeting to the ground with a thud. Xuanbei's mental invasion had taken effect. The Thunder Eagle seized the opportunity, unleashing a lightning ray from the heavens, pinning the black-striped thunder leopard to the ground. The leopard howled in agony, and before it could fully regain its senses, Xuanbei's ice spike struck its soft underbelly, instantly freezing it in place as its limbs flailed in a desperate struggle. The Thunder Eagle paid no heed to the dying leopard. The next bolt of lightning enveloped the violent dragon bull. The robust beast was struck fiercely, emitting a foul odor of charred flesh. The lightning jolted it to a heightened state of awareness, and an uncontrollable fury surged within, causing it to charge recklessly forward, uprooting the lone tree in its path. It barely made it a few strides before turning back, shaking its head, fixating its bloodshot eyes on Zhao Huan, and thunderously charging towards him. Xianbei unleashed an ice wind cannon, freezing the ground ahead. The violent dragon bull's hooves slipped, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. The Thunder Eagle's lightning ray descended upon the bull's skull, and blood spurted forth like blossoms blooming upon the prairie. Meanwhile, the experience gain blossomed within Zhao Huan's heart. The combined experience of the two beasts exceeded 1,000 points, with both Xianbei and the Thunder Eagle receiving 500 points each. Xianbei leveled up to Golden Level 3, enhancing its attributes to 1,200 points, while the Thunder Eagle, including its prior 100 points, also ascended to Golden Level 3, increasing its attributes to 1,600 points due to its elite classification among golden pets, which boasted slightly superior attributes compared to others of the same level. With the system's tenfold experience boost, Zhao Huan rejoiced. Perhaps within 3 to 5 days, he would train 2 formidable pets. Chapter 49, An Eye for an Eye. A Tooth for a Tooth. Zhao Huan, wielding a single-handed axe, cleaved off a leg of the violent dragon bull. Stowing it within his system inventory, this would serve as sustenance for both himself and the Thunder Eagle in the coming days. As for the black-striped Thunder Leopard, he tossed the entire beast into his inventory, having heard that its hide was quite valuable. Humming a tune, Zhao Huan prepared to search for new experience bundles when something glimmered in his vision. He quickly scrutinized the area, discovering a piece of amber-like substance gleaming in the sunlight, reflecting a bright radiance from a snapped tree branch. What could this be? Zhao Huan picked it up, examining it closely, utterly puzzled. Could it be that the two beasts had not fought over hunting, but rather for this object? He deemed it highly probable and decided to stow it away, intending to inquire about it upon returning to the city. Just as he resolved this, a sharp arrow shot forth from the grass, leaving even Xianbei no time to activate its protective shield. The arrow struck Zhao Huan's left shoulder, and before he could secure the amber in his inventory, it tumbled to the ground and rolled away. Ah, that hurts. Who is it? How dare they ambush him while he inspected his spoils? Suppressing the searing pain, Zhao Huan rolled into the grass, remaining still, and cautiously parted the foliage to peer in the direction from which the arrow had come. The assailant remained concealed nearby, unaware of his presence. Fortunately, the arrow had not struck a vital area. Enduring the pain, he yanked the arrow from his shoulder, crimson blood gushing from the wound. Though it appeared not to be poisoned, he promptly activated his blessing, enveloping his arm in a radiant glow. The wound healed rapidly, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye, leaving merely a faint scar. Were it not for the bloodstains still lingering on his sleeve, no one would believe he had just been shot. Where the hell are you hiding? Zhao Huan whistled softly and rolled to the side. Swish! Another arrow struck the very spot he had just occupied, its fletching trembling slightly before him. However, this time, the adversary's position was fully revealed. The Thunder Eagle swooped down from above, its talons crackling with thunderous might, plunging directly into a patch of grass 20 meters ahead. Damn bird! A scream more agonizing than Zhao Huan's erupted from the grass. A gaunt figure sprang up, blood gushing from his head, while the Thunder Eagle hung a bloodied scalp from its claws. Beside the man stood a slender hunting dog, barking furiously at the Thunder Eagle. Zhao Huan, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, activated his spirit vision and discovered that the adversary's beast companion was a level 22 golden hypnosis hound. Xianbei, quickly, initiate thought invasion. Upon seeing the information about the hypnosis hound, Zhao Huan swiftly seized Xianbei and bent low, hastening forward. He commanded Xianbei to launch an attack without delay. The ambusher, still clutching his head and howling in agony, was temporarily oblivious to Zhao Huan's presence. The Thunder Eagle descended from the sky, preparing to strike once more. The incessant barking of the hypnosis hound resonated in Zhao Huan's ears, causing him to falter momentarily, nearly losing his footing. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, urging him to collapse onto the ground and succumb to slumber. The Thunder Eagle, caught in the line of the hypnosis hound's frenzied barking skill, was struck and plummeted from the sky. However, Xianbei remained unaffected. Its thought invasion finally reached the attack range and was executed without hesitation. From nearly 20 meters away, the hypnosis hound abruptly shut its mouth, swayed unsteadily, and fell to the ground, as if it had instantly drifted into a dream. Revitalized, Zhao Huan rose without hesitation from the grass and, with a few powerful leaps, confronted the ambusher. Without uttering a word, he swung his axe with great force, severing the assailant's arm at the shoulder. Blood gushed from the severed limb, splattering Zhao Huan. The gaunt man suffered a grave injury, collapsing into unconsciousness. Zhao Huan commanded Xianbei to encase the hypnosis hound in ice, then summoned the Thunder Eagle back to consciousness with a blessing. He produced a vial of water and poured it over the bloodied head of the gaunt man. As the man stirred awake and opened his eyes, he found a sharp axe poised at his neck, his horrified expression reflected on the blade, as if it were a grim reminder. You are finished. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Speak quickly. Zhao Huan, his face twisted in fury akin to a vengeful spirit, coldly demanded. I am Qi Shifeng. I merely sought the dragon blood amber you obtained earlier. The gaunt man gasped, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he pleaded, Please, spare me. I shall not dare again. His pallor was ghostly from blood loss, and his words emerged weakly. Unmoved, Zhao Huan pressed on with his inquiries. What is the purpose of the dragon blood amber? It is said to contain the blood of a great dragon, possessing immense research value. It can be used for medicinal purposes and is highly valuable. Qi Shifeng stammered, mustering his remaining strength. Zhao Huan scrutinized him in silence for a considerable time. Please, save me, Qi Shifeng whimpered, his voice quivering. You are greedy and treacherous, and yet you expect my mercy? Dream on, Zhao Huan retorted, rising to depart. Seeing Zhao Huan turn away, Qi Shifeng exhaled a sigh of relief. His earlier pleas had been a calculated ruse to elicit Zhao Huan's sympathy and avert further retribution. He withdrew a vial of potion from his pocket and drank it, his gaze towards Zhao Huan now brimming with malice. At that moment, several meters away, Zhao Huan abruptly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A shard of ice shot forth from the underbrush, striking Qi Shifeng's startled face, freezing his expression in a tableau amidst the desolate prairie. The murderer must face death, and he had no one to blame but himself. The instant he drew his bowstring against Zhao Huan, he forfeited his chance of mercy. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. That was the law of survival in the secret realm. Zhao Huan collected the fallen dragon blood amber, stowing it within his system space, and departed without a backward glance. This encounter deepened his understanding of the dark survival landscape within the temporal secret realm. Any lingering sense of complacency could lead to his untimely demise. He pressed onward across the sun-drenched prairie, vigilantly observing the movements of the Thunder Eagle. At the slightest sign of danger, he prepared for battle. Along the way, they encountered several scattered lesser beasts, quickly accumulating experience points for Xian Bei and the others. As the sun began its descent, golden rays bathed the endless grasses, cloaking the landscape in a resplendent glow until the sun's brilliance vanished beyond the horizon. A full moon gradually ascended, draping the prairie in a silvery frost, transforming it into a breathtaking spectacle. Zhao Huan, however, had no time to revel in the beauty. He needed to find shelter to endure the long night ahead. After a day of relentless travel through the rain and fierce battles, he felt both exhausted and famished, yearning for a place to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. A distant howl echoed under the full moon. Hearing the wolf's call, the Thunder Eagle leapt into the sky once more, scanning for the wolf pack under the moonlight. Another howl pierced the air, this time much closer. How many wolves could there be? Chapter 50. The Howl of Wolves Under the Moonlight. Zhao Huan remained on high alert, observing the moonlit landscape where the wild grass swayed, obscuring any signs of the wolves. The Thunder Eagle, its night vision considerably diminished, was currently employing its detection skills to investigate the rustling in the grass. It darted east and west, seemingly unable to pinpoint the exact location of the wolf pack. Perhaps the wolves were scattered and had yet to initiate an attack, thus preventing the Thunder Eagle from issuing an accurate warning. Zhao Huan recognized that remaining hidden in the grass was not a prudent choice. Yet, surrounded by the vast expanse of the prairie, he found no suitable refuge. A withered tree, like the one he had encountered earlier, would have provided a higher vantage point. But now, without any support, he was left relying solely on the Thunder Eagle's alerts. Cradling Xian Bei in his arms, he whispered for it to initiate thought invasion at the first sign of movement. The howls of the wolves came intermittently, shifting from left to right. It was said that wolves employed tactical coordination during hunts, and it appeared to be accurate. They seemed in no rush, likely aiming to set a trap before launching a decisive attack on their prey. Zhao Huan chuckled softly, feeling a surge of determination. After all, who was truly the hunter and who the hunted? Resolute, he decided against remaining stationary. He signaled to the Thunder Eagle and swiftly chose a direction to advance. If these cunning creatures sought to ambush him, he would not oblige. He would charge straight into their midst, and if they did not confront him, he would simply flee. As he moved, the wolves' howls shifted in response, the encircling pack seemingly tightening its grip. Unfazed, Zhao Huan quickened his pace, his speed increasing with every step. After approximately 10 minutes, aside from the wolves' howls, he unexpectedly heard the sounds of human voices. Hesitating for a moment, he decided to head toward the source of the voices. After all, humans were still kin compared to the beasts. In the face of danger, they naturally banded together. Zhao Huan crouched low, quietly approaching. Through the grass, he discerned 4 individuals back to back, blades drawn outward, shouting loudly to intimidate the encircling wolves. Their beast companions joined in, emitting various threatening roars. Yet, the relentless pack of wolves surrounding them seemed indifferent, maintaining their tight encirclement. Zhao Huan silently counted. There were nearly 30 ferocious wolves. He refrained from acting hastily and activated his spirit vision. Windfang wolves, he mused. Indeed, they were the Windfang wolves as mentioned by Brother Gong. Their levels ranged from golden 15 to 20, with some even reaching levels 27 or 28. The encircled adventurers, a mix of men and women, were obscured by the moonlit night, their features indistinguishable, identifiable only through their voices. "Boss, there's no escape. These brutes are simply overwhelming," a resounding voice echoed clearly. Shortly thereafter, another deep voice carried on the evening breeze, reaching Zhao Huan's ears. "Do not give up. Hold on just a little longer. Even if we cannot flee, we must ensure Wei's safe passage." The three of us fixated on a singular direction, preparing to charge. "Uncle Wu, no. We, together." A girl's voice, tinged with tears, intermittently emerged. In the vast grassland, breaking through the encirclement was not a viable strategy. They must have felt utterly helpless. Zhao Huan mused. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from behind, suggesting that there were more than just the wolf pack before them. Another group was closing in from the rear. They were like a net, gathering their prey for a complete capture. These beasts are indeed clever, Zhao Huan thought. With that realization, he ceased to hide, leaping from the underbrush and commanding Xian Bei to unleash the frost star. The ice crystals shimmered brilliantly under the moonlight, cascading into the somewhat flustered wolf pack behind, blossoming into a magnificent display of crystalline ice flowers. 4 or 5 Windfang wolves were caught off guard and instantaneously frozen by the frost star. The wolf pack erupted into chaos, and the 4, cornered but determined to fight to the death, suddenly found their spirits lifted. They hastily urged their beasts forward, breaking through the encirclement and moving towards Zhao Huan. Leading the charge was a man in his 30s, of modest height but exuding vigor, flanked by 2 young individuals who closely guarded a girl of 17 or 18 with short hair. The quartet, having found a glimmer of hope, rushed towards Zhao Huan, only to have their excitement plummet to despair upon realizing that only a single youth stood before them, a mere boy, no older than a child, with a turtle, no larger than a ball, in hand. "Is that all there is to it, lad?" inquired the taller youth, his voice booming yet laced with disappointment. Zhao Huan understood their sentiments. They had hoped for a lifeline, only to discover it was but a straw. No wonder they felt disheartened. "Thank you, young man. Stand behind us. We shall push through together," the middle-aged man responded with surprising magnanimity, still smiling despite the wolves encircling them. Nodding, Zhao Huan positioned himself behind the girl, following the lead of the middle-aged man as they surged forward. The man's beast was a level 32 golden-patterned saber-toothed tiger, which lunged ahead, swiping its massive paw to send a lurking Windfang wolf flying. With a mighty roar, it pressed onward. The pursuing wolves began to close in. The 2 young men swiftly commanded their beasts to hold the rear, one a gold-level ice wolf and the other a thunder mongoose, both around level 25. To Zhao Huan's astonishment, the short-haired girl's beast was a platinum-level venomous jaw spider, nearly half his height, which, with its 8 slender legs, vigorously spewed forth a torrent of venom, causing the chasing Windfang wolves to scatter in evident fear. Not long after, the wolves that had been hunting Zhao Huan revealed themselves, approximately 20 in number, blocking the group's path. Among them was a particularly imposing Windfang wolf, standing tall, its head held high as it howled defiantly. Nearly 50 blue wolves swiftly maneuvered around to form a tighter encirclement. There would be no escape now. A shared thought surged within each heart. Zhao Huan discreetly assessed the Wolf King and discovered it to be a platinum-level elite Windfang wolf, level 25. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. The only chance for survival lay in defeating this alpha. However, the king remained at a distance, and only by repelling the wolves in front could they reach it. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, Zhao Huan addressed the leading man. "Sir, if you clear a path ahead, I will take down the Wolf King. Perhaps we can escape." The middle-aged man was taken aback, replying solemnly, "Are you certain?" "I intended to do so myself, but lacked confidence." "Do you feel assured?" "How will we know unless we try? Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive tonight." "Very well, young man. What is your name?" "I, Wu Dingfang, shall remember you." "I am Zhao Huan, Uncle Wu. Let us begin." "Excellent." Wu Dingfang proclaimed with fervor. "Do not call me uncle. Just refer to me as Brother Wu." "On, oh. Protect Wei, we charge." "Onward," shouted the young men, on and oh, in unison. The group armed themselves, urging their beasts forward towards the Wolf King's position, charging ahead with unwavering resolve. Chapter 51. The Fierce Battle with the Windfang Wolf King. What a magnificent battle of extraordinary beasts. Zhao Huan had never before witnessed a group combat among otherworldly creatures. Tigers, wolves, mongooses, and spiders swirled together, unleashing dazzling displays of power and skill. Wu Dingfang wielded a mountain cleaver, striking down upon a Windfang wolf with a blade that gleamed like snow, presenting a formidable presence. The others closely followed him, shielding him from the flanking wolves. Zhao Huan, too, brandished a one-handed axe, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to cleave a Windfang wolf, splattering its brains. One wolf leapt high, aiming for Wu Dingfang's throat. With a resounding thud, it collided with an invisible barrier, falling to the ground, stunned. It was Xianbei's guardian wall. Subsequently, a barrage of wind blades unleashed by the pack battered against the guardian wall, which shattered instantaneously. The group fought valiantly. Yet Wu Dingfang along with An and Au were still struck by the wind blades, sustaining several lacerations across their faces and bodies, blood trickling down and soaking their garments. The girl named Wei Wei and Zhao Huan, sheltered within the inner circle, suffered minimal harm. United, they carved a path through the wolf pack. The imposing Windfang wolf king glaring at them from not too far ahead. A woo! It howled once more, its voice resonating menacingly. The wolf pack momentarily retreated, reconfiguring their ranks to tighten the encirclement. The wolf king stood before them, feeling its regal dignity trampled and ignited with a primal fury. Determined to teach these prey a lesson, Zhao Huan approached, casually greeting the wolf king with a smile. Old wolf, why so fierce on our first meeting? The astonishment in the wolf king's eyes was evident, even to Wu Dingfang and the others. How could this bipedal creature converse with me? How could I comprehend its words? The wolf king was momentarily confounded. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Huan clapped his hands, sending forth a mental invasion. The wolf king was instantly bewildered, its eyes losing focus. With a furious roar, it lunged at a nearby subordinate, sinking its fangs into the hapless creature, leaving it bloodied and lifeless. The other wolves recoiled in terror, retreating several paces, utterly bewildered. What has come over their leader? Why would it turn against its own kin? Was this a new form of intimidation? Such intimidation was indeed terrifying, a monumental waste of wolf blood. The blood of its own kind only intensified the wolf king's ferocity, and it glared menacingly at the remaining wolves, instigating a ripple of unease among them, yet they dared not stray too far. At that moment, the king shook its head violently, the confusion in its eyes gradually dissipating. Xianbei found it increasingly difficult to maintain control, as the need to awaken was becoming insistent. With a swift motion, Xianbei opened its mouth and launched a projectile of dark ice directly at the Wolf King, just as it seemed destined to strike its target. The Wolf King leaped backward, narrowly evading the icy missile, which instead struck an unfortunate bystander behind it, freezing the hapless creature instantly into a solid block of ice. The rapid sequence of events unfolded with astonishing speed, leaving Wu Dingfang and his companions momentarily stunned by the death of a fellow wolf at the hands of the Wolf King, only to soon realize that the frenzied Wolf King had commenced a new assault. A tremendous wave of wind pressure surged forth, carving a deep trench into the grassland. Boom! The wind pressure collided with an invisible barrier, shattering Xuanbei's protective wall once more. However, the force was significantly diminished, posing no threat to the group. Zhao Huan understood the urgency of the situation and commanded Xianbei to unleash the ice wind cannon. The cannon, trailing a long stream of frost, surged along the path of the wind pressure toward the Windfang Wolf King. The chilling aura emanating from the ice compelled the surrounding wolves to retreat in fear. The Wolf King, dismissive, countered the ice wind cannon with a fierce gust, and upon impact, the two forces collided with a thunderous roar akin to the crash of two vehicles. As the power of the skills dissipated, a vast muddy pit emerged on the battlefield. Old Wolf, are your underlings plotting a rebellion behind you? Zhao Huan seized the opportunity to amplify his bond with Xianbei, addressing the Windfang Wolf King. The Wolf King, oblivious to the concept of rebellion, nevertheless understood the term underling, casting a puzzled glance over its shoulder. This moment of distraction led to further confusion. Had it possessed the ability to articulate, it might have expressed its disdain for Zhao Huan's family. The mental encroachment took effect once more, and with bared teeth, the Wolf King lunged at another of its bewildered subordinates. Those who had loyally followed the Wolf King for years found themselves unexpectedly doomed, transforming from spectators to victims in the blink of an eye, their necks brutally severed, witnessing their leader's relentless targeting of his brethren. The wolves surrounding the Wolf King dared not linger, retreating to a safe distance while still hovering nearby, unwilling to depart entirely. Before the Wolf King could fully regain its senses, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking its eyes with blinding light, eliciting a terrifying and piercing howl. Blood streaming from its orbs, Following this, the thunderclaw pierced its face, sending jolts of electricity coursing through its body, leaving the Wolf King in a state of shock. The final blow, as customary, was delivered by Xianbei in the form of the ice wind cannon. The Wolf King, unable to evade, was struck directly, resulting in yet another exquisite and lifelike ice sculpture forming upon the grassland. By the heavens, he has succeeded. A dual-headed beast warrior, indeed, Zhao Huan's younger brother exclaimed, brimming with pride. Oh, exercise some decorum, Wu Dingfang interjected, noticing Ao's lack of restraint. Turning to Zhao Huan with a grateful expression, he continued, indeed, young brother. We owe you our deepest thanks. Without your intervention, we would likely have been torn apart by the wolf pack tonight. Thank you, Zhao. I am Bai Weiwei, from the Bai family of Jiangzhou Danjiang City. I am immensely grateful for your help today. Under the moonlight, Zhao Huan noticed that Bai Weiwei possessed a gentle and charming beauty, particularly her large, sparkling eyes that shimmered like waves under the moonlit sky. Such a stunning girl. He pondered, what could compel her to contract such a fearsome spider? Unbeknownst to him, the others were filled with gratitude towards him, showering him with praise. Especially Wu Dingfang, who insisted on escorting Zhao Huan to the grassland camp to properly express their thanks. Feeling somewhat bashful, Zhao Huan agreed to accompany them to the camp. Chapter 52. How much for the little turtle? I shall purchase it. After this battle, Xianbei and Shan Yun gained 2,200 and 1,800 experience points respectively, elevating Xianbei to Golden Level 5 and Shan Yun to Golden Level 4. Their attribute enhancement reached an impressive 2,000 points, bringing their capabilities close to that of a Golden Level 30 beast. Zhao Huan felt a wave of joy as he noticed the addition of 400 transformation points to his account. Indeed, leveling up is best achieved within the confines of the secret realm. Under the moonlight, the group journeyed onward. According to Wu Dingfang, the grassland camp was not far off. Roughly an hour's travel. The camp was constructed by explorers themselves, and the exact time of its establishment had become somewhat of a mystery. Within the camp, basic service facilities existed, serving as a hub for trade among adventurers. Wu Gu, how did you encounter that pack of wolves? Zhao Huan could not restrain his curiosity during their journey. We traveled from the entrance of Danjiang through Red Maple City, intending to reach the camp before sunset. However, we encountered some issues along the way that delayed us. Once we entered the grassland, night fell swiftly. It was indeed unfortunate, as we stumbled upon the Winfang wolf pack shortly thereafter. Thankfully, we met you today. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss for what to do, Wu Dingfang recounted. Boss, what delay? It was just that little pretty boy from the Song family trying to make advances on Weiwei. In my opinion, whether in Danjiang or the secret realm, he should be taught a lesson. What is there to fear from the Song family here? It only wasted our time. Ao, who was incensed by Wu Dingfang's remarks, interjected loudly. Be quiet. Once we exit the secret realm, we will still have to return to Danjiang. The Song family holds significant power there. You may not care, but what about Weiwei? Wu Dingfang scolded Ao, who pouted in response, choosing not to retort further. Ao, whose full name was Lu Dao, was known for his brashness, while his brother, Lu Xiaowen, was slender and composed, creating a stark contrast between the two. Bai Weiwei followed the group quietly, seldom speaking, though her eyes would occasionally glance toward Zhao Huan. She felt an immense curiosity toward this peer who had descended from the skies. Tall and handsome, with decisive actions and exceptional abilities, he had selflessly intervened during their perilous moment, embodying the ideal of a perfect gentleman in her eyes. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone so remarkable. Surrounded by those who relied on their family backgrounds, self-satisfied and boastful, she found them to be juvenile and tiresome. Zhao Huan, despite his youthful appearance, spoke and acted with clarity and decisiveness, facing danger without fear. How charming! As these thoughts raced through her mind, her heart fluttered, igniting a whirlwind of emotions. She yearned to engage Zhao Huan in conversation, yet as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, her reserved nature made it difficult for her to initiate dialogue. In hopes of eliciting a few words from Zhao Huan, she found herself instead overshadowed by his unwavering attention towards Wu Dingfang and the others, who completely disregarded her presence. Throughout the journey, she oscillated between anticipation and disappointment. Little did Zhao Huan know the sentiments of the young girl beside him. His sole desire at that moment was to glean some insights from Wu Dingfang regarding the secrets of the mystical realm. Their conversation flowed with remarkable enthusiasm. Soon enough, they traversed a grassy knoll, where a cluster of luminous lights emerged from the undulating slopes below, dispelling the darkness, the moonlight, and even the weariness that had accompanied them. This was the prairie campsite, the beacon. Wu Dingfang extended his hand with a smile, gazing ahead as he spoke with heartfelt warmth. His gentle tone, to Zhao Huan's ears, resembled a lover's call from a dream. Boss, are we having red or white tonight? I'm absolutely ravenous. Ao exclaimed excitedly, interrupting Wu Dingfang. Drink to your heart's content. Tonight is a welcome feast for our young brother Zhao Huan. All right, but which shall it be, red or white? The eagerness of awe brought forth smiles from everyone, and the joy of surviving their earlier ordeal finally found expression. Upon entering the campsite, they discovered its modest size yet diverse construction, using wood, stone, steel, and even tempered glass. One could distinctly feel the passage of time etched into the ever-evolving structures, as if time had never truly departed, accumulating here to form the singular lighthouse amidst the sea of grass. Zhao Huan looked around in fresh wonder. Shops, taverns, lodges, barbecue stalls, and general stores abounded. Even a veterinary clinic for pets and a souvenir shop. Had it not been for the bloodshed they had recently endured, Zhao Huan might have believed he had stumbled into a quaint tourist town. Initially, Wu Dingfang intended to take Zhao Huan to a tavern for a meal, but the enticing aroma wafting from a barbecue stall captivated Zhao Huan, causing his stomach to rumble audibly. With laughter, they decided to indulge in barbecue. "Boss, bring us 4 bottles of wine," Oh called out as he settled in. After ordering an array of dishes, they gathered around to converse. Zhao Huan summoned Xianbei, feeding it the peanuts provided by the owner, one by one. The jade-green shell of Xianbei shimmered under the glow of the barbecue stall's lights, capturing the curious gazes of the others. "Brother Zhao, your pet should not yet be at golden level 10, right? Yet it seems far more formidable than the average 10-level pet," Wu Dingfang observed, scrutinizing it with a puzzled expression. "Indeed, Xianbei is quite remarkable," Zhao Huan replied nonchalantly. Wu Dingfang, sensing Zhao Huan's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. Fate has a way of bringing enemies together. "Look, boss, we've run into this lot again." "Oh," setting down his wine bottle, remarked with displeasure. Zhao Huan glanced towards the street, where a young couple, surrounded by a group, was walking by. The young man spotted Bai Weiwei, and his eyes lit up as he strode over. "Weiwei, you've come to the lighthouse too? How has your day been?" "Song Yifeng, why do you always appear everywhere?" Bai Weiwei retorted sharply. "My Weiwei is doing just fine without your concern. You should just go back to where you came from." "Oh," slamming the bottle on the table, shouted without hesitation. "Hey, watch how you speak to her, Song. Don't say I didn't warn you, Lu Dao. Be polite when addressing young Master Song." A henchman behind Song Yifeng chastised loudly. "What? After pestering Weiwei all the way here, you think you have the right to complain?" Oh shot back, rising indignantly. "Oh, what an adorable little turtle. Come here, sweetie." Zhao Huan was taken aback by the exaggerated voice of a girl nearby. Turning around, he saw that it was a girl accompanying Song Yifeng. Her hair dyed a light golden hue, clad in a dress utterly inappropriate for the mystical realm. Her face beaming as she reached out to Xianbei. "Come here, little turtle. Mommy has delicious treats for you." "Mommy?" Zhao Huan was left utterly dumbfounded. Xianbei munched slowly on the peanuts, seemingly oblivious to the attention. Meanwhile, Ao continued to argue, while Song Yifeng lavished attention on Bai Weiwei, who appeared increasingly annoyed and turned away from him. Wu Dingfang clenched his cup tightly, enduring the tension, while Lu Xiaowen remained silent, drowning his frustration in drink. Seeing the peculiar light in the girl's eyes, Zhao Huan felt a jolt of alarm and hastily tucked Xianbei into his bag, feigning interest in the peanuts to ignore her disappointed expression. "Brother, hurry and let him give me the little turtle," the girl shouted at Song Yifeng, pointing at Zhao Huan. Song Yifeng frowned in annoyance, addressing Zhao Huan brusquely. "You, hand over the turtle." "How much?" "I'll buy it." With the financial might of the Song family. "You probably can't afford even a toe of Xianbei," Zhao Huan replied lazily, still munching on peanuts, disregarding him entirely. "Brother, look at his attitude." The girl stomped her foot in frustration. Bai Weiwei interjected coldly. "Miss Song Yining, that is someone else's pet. What kind of attitude is this?" Upon hearing Bai Weiwei speak, Song Yifeng quickly added, "Indeed, Yining, what is so special about a little turtle? Next time, I'll get you a big one, all right? I don't want that. I want this little turtle. It glows on its back, and I want it. I want it." "Brother Zhao, ignore them." Bai Weiwei, now visibly angered by Song Yining's unreasonable demands, pulled on Zhao Huan's arm defiantly. Bai Weiwei's affectionate demeanor towards Zhao Huan was not lost on Song Yifeng, who felt a surge of irritation. He narrowed his eyes, sizing Zhao Huan up before condescendingly stating, "Kid, is it worth offending the Song family over a mere pet? Think wisely. Young Master Song, Brother Zhao saved Miss Weiwei today. He is our benefactor, so watch your tone," Ao admonished, glaring at Song Yifeng. Unable to remain seated any longer, Wu Dingfang stood up, asserting, "Young Master Song, Miss Song, I assent it a bit excessive to forcibly take someone else's pet?" "Old Wu, I never said I would take it for free. I asked how much I should pay," Song Yifeng replied nonchalantly. With the financial resources of the Song family, Zhao Huan interjected, popping a peanut into his mouth and clearing his throat. "You might be able to afford a single toe of Xianbei." As he spoke, He pinched his thumb and index finger together, gesturing dismissively at Song Yifeng. Wu Dingfang and the others were momentarily taken aback, contemplating just how wealthy the Song family truly was. Song Yifeng, recovering from his surprise, laughed in anger. Kid, in all my years, I have never encountered anything we couldn't purchase in the Song family. Oh, well now you know, Zhao Huan retorted nonchalantly, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from Bai Weiwei, who quickly stifled it, recognizing the inappropriateness of her laughter. You insolent brat, to belittle the Song family, you must be tired of living. Do you believe I won and you today? A henchman, witnessing his master's fury, stepped forward menacingly. Wait, first let him hand over the little turtle. Then we can deal with him, Song Yining shrieked. Make him give up the pet, beat him up, and toss him into the wilderness, Song Yifeng muttered through clenched teeth, unable to contain his rage. Yes, young master, several henchmen grinned with malice as they slowly circled towards Zhao Huan. As Wu Dingfang realized that the situation could not be easily resolved, he let out a quiet sigh. Drawing his machete, he thrust it onto the table and declared with conviction, Young Master Song, Brother Zhao is our savior. His affairs are my own. What do you wish to do today? Draw the line, and I, Wu Dingfang, shall accept it. The blade gleamed ominously, sending shivers down the spines of those present, prompting several subordinates to take a step back. Wu, you must think carefully. Offending me, Song Yifeng, will not bode well for you. Song Yifeng, witnessing Wu Dingfang's defense of Zhao Huan, felt his fury intensify. That will depend on how young Master Song decides. Wu Dingfang remained unfazed. Beside him, An and Au, hands resting on their weapons, regarded Song Yifeng with cold disdain. Song Yifeng had not anticipated Wu Dingfang and his companions would stand up for Zhao Huan. Even Bai Weiwei rose, glaring at him. After a moment of calculation, he shot a resentful glance at Zhao Huan before turning to Bai Weiwei with a feigned smile. Weiwei, for your sake, I shall spare him today. Where are you headed tomorrow? Let us go together. Before Bai Weiwei could respond, Song Yining, hands on her hips, shouted, Brother, you must make him give me the little turtle. I have set my sights on it. Song Yifeng was exasperated, regretting for the umpteenth time bringing this insufferable cousin into the secret realm. Bai Weiwei, adjusting her hair with indifference, remarked, Young Master Song, you might as well find a way to help Miss Yining catch that turtle in the wild tomorrow. We shall not delay you any further. Song Yifeng forced a smile, fully aware that he had offended Bai Weiwei due to Zhao Huan's matter, thus deepening his resentment toward Zhao Huan. The commotion they caused attracted numerous onlookers among the adventurers. Feeling humiliated, Song Yifeng did not wish to be the subject of gossip and, with one last glare at Zhao Huan, stormed off. Seeing her brother leave, Song Yining had no choice but to call out to Zhao Huan, Don't get too pleased with yourself. I will definitely get that little turtle. With that, she too departed, visibly displeased. My apologies, Brother Zhao. Bai Weiwei quickly apologized to Zhao Huan, sensing that Song Yifeng had taken out his anger on Zhao Huan because of her. It's all right. Their lack of reason has nothing to do with you, Zhao Huan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. In the end, it is merely a fleeting encounter. It has no bearing on me. Bai Weiwei felt an inexplicable sorrow upon hearing Zhao Huan's words. Indeed, the two young masters of the Song family had grown accustomed to their arrogance. Weiwei, do not pay them any mind. Brother Zhao, come, let us continue our revelry. Having driven Song Yifeng away, Ao felt a surge of satisfaction and downed half a bottle of liquor. They drank until the moon hung high in the sky. Oh, feeling the effects of intoxication, stumbled as they sought lodging for the night. In their room, Zhao Huan pondered. It had been 2 days since they entered the secret realm. Yet the levels of Xianbei and Shan Yun had not improved significantly. Should they head to Baijiashan tomorrow, or continue training on the grasslands? There seemed little point in going to Baijiashan now. Perhaps it would be best to focus on leveling up his pets first. As he contemplated this, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he found Wu Dingfang standing there. Brother Zhao, I thought you might still be awake, so I came to disturb you. Be cautious of Song Yifeng, he is quite petty. Why not join us tomorrow? It would be safer for you, Wu Dingfang invited, stepping inside. Zhao Huan considered the offer, but ultimately declined. He harbored too many secrets, and traveling with others would only complicate matters, since they would not be traveling together. He promptly inquired about the precautions to take on the grasslands. Wu Dingfang answered his questions one by one, even sharing recent news. Last night, Yu Wuyan rode the Hellbone Dragon and infiltrated Baijiashan in pursuit of the Night Crow. However, there were no signs of a struggle at the scene, suggesting they may not have crossed paths. Furthermore, Mu Qing, the talented young lady from the Ling Shui Mu family, has been particularly active in the secret realm lately, rapidly climbing the rankings on the hero list, now breaking into the top 10. It seems that a competition for the top spot between her and Yu Wuyan is imminent. After chatting for a while, Wu Dingfang stood to leave, handing Zhao Huan a golden business card. He urged Zhao Huan to visit Danjiang after exiting the secret realm, mentioning that the Bai family expressed immense gratitude for saving Bai Weiwei, promising substantial rewards upon his arrival. Only after Zhao Huan nodded in agreement did Wu Dingfang leave, visibly pleased. Chapter 54, Song Yifeng's Revenge. Upon waking the next morning, Zhao Huan discovered that Wu Dingfang and the others had already departed. Learning that he intended to stay on the grasslands for a couple more days, they had prepaid for his accommodations. Zhao Huan felt grateful, packed his belongings, and exited the inn. He found a shop to sell the corpses of the black-patterned thunder leopard and the wind-fawn wolf king, earning a considerable sum. After browsing the market for food and water, he set out directly towards the Sunset Lake, as mentioned by Wu Dingfang the previous night. Situated over 10 kilometers west of the camp, Sunset Lake was the largest water source on the Sunset Grassland, teeming with exotic beasts, a splendid location for training his pets. Along the way, Zhao Huan encountered several low-level exotic beasts, all of which were dispatched by Shan Yun. The weather on the grasslands was peculiar. It had been clear and sunny when he set out, but within half an hour, a dark cloud drifted in, and soon a light rain began to fall. Zhao Huan regretted forgetting to purchase a raincoat. With nowhere to seek shelter on the vast expanse of grassland, he pressed on through the rain. Fortunately, the downpour ceased after a brief spell, and sunlight once again bathed the grasslands. After walking for another half hour, the lush grass thinned, revealing an endless expanse of water reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, a sight of breathtaking beauty. This scenery, in his past life, would have commanded an entrance fee of at least 100. Facing the slightly damp breeze and gazing at the lake's mirror-like surface, Zhao Huan found himself at a loss for words. So beautiful. He suddenly felt inadequate for having only uttered those simple words in response to such magnificence. What a lack of education, he mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Zhao Huan felt a violent jolt course through him, his body crashing to the ground as blood slowly seeped from his chest. Blessing. Stricken with agony, he fought to maintain consciousness, quickly activating his blessing. Who was it? Seeking revenge or fortune? Lying on the ground, he awaited the effects of the blessing. The faint glow of the blessing coalesced around his wound, alleviating the pain and restoring him to a semblance of health. However, the assailant remained concealed, and he dared not make any hasty moves. The killer appeared to be a seasoned veteran. After landing a shot, he did not rush to investigate, but instead chose to wait patiently. Indeed, the secret realm was fraught with peril. Zhao Huan recalled Gong Bupo's words. The greatest dangers in the secret realm did not stem from exotic beasts, but from humans. Having suffered 2 injuries thus far, both due to covert assaults, he wondered who this latest assailant could be and what their motives were. Shan Yun had soared into the sky. Regardless of who this individual was, they would not escape. Zhao Huan lay still, waiting for Shan Yun's information. Coo. Shan Yun did not disappoint, soon emitting a series of calls. To the left front. Zhao Huan quietly crawled in that direction, while Shan Yun dove like a bolt of lightning. Bang! A second gunshot rang out, this time aimed at Shan Yun. As the swift and agile flash cloud soared through the air, it deftly evaded the bullets with a flick of its wings, launching a fierce assault against the assassin. From the thicket, a leopard cat leapt forth, enveloped in a swirling black mist that obstructed Flash Cloud's advance. Undeterred, Flash Cloud ascended with grace, avoiding the ominous fog, and unleashed a barrage of lightning rays. At that moment, another beast resembling a dog emerged from the underbrush, growling menacingly at Flash Cloud, and a fireball erupted from its maw, hurtling towards its target. The Thunder Eagle deftly swatted the fireball away with a single wing, causing it to plummet into the grass. Igniting a blaze, the flames, fueled by the wind, spread rapidly, revealing the hidden figures lurking in the shadows. 2 individuals sprang up and sprinted towards the lake. Unperturbed, Zhao Huan discreetly summoned Xianbei. After a brief chase, the 2 assailants turned back to search for Zhao Huan's whereabouts, only to find nothing. In their puzzlement, they noticed a turtle had inexplicably made its way beside them. Is the target's pet a turtle? One of the armed men inquired. The other pondered for a moment before replying with certainty. Indeed, if we eliminate him, we could double our bounty by bringing the turtle back. So is that his pet? The gunman pointed at Xianbei, questioning his companion. Before a response could be formed, the other man froze, speechless and motionless, sensing impending danger. The gunman aimed to shoot Xianbei, but found his finger disobediently steering the gun towards his accomplice instead. His companion, paralyzed with fear, widened his eyes. Pleading silently for mercy, Zhao Huan approached them, brandishing a hand axe in his right hand, tossing it lightly as he calmly stated, "You have 3 seconds to tell me who hired you." Song Yifeng, stammered the gunman, struggling against his own weapon, attempting to redirect the barrel, but to no avail. Resorting to a painstakingly slow confession, fury simmered within Zhao Huan, yet his facade remained serene. "Xianbei, do it." he whispered, and Xianbei compelled the gunman to pull the trigger, resulting in his companion's demise. Please spare me, he whimpered, trembling, but Zhao Huan remained impassive, snapping his fingers. A chilling wind swept through, instantly transforming the man into an ice sculpture. Not far off, amidst the billowing smoke on the prairie, the two abandoned beasts fled desperately from Flash Cloud, their fate of sacrificing themselves for their master seemingly inevitable. Zhao Huan stood still, awaiting Flash Cloud's return, weighing the axe in his hand, lamenting his unfamiliarity with firearms. Otherwise, he could have seized the weapon from the fallen man. Having endured 2 long-range snipes, he remained wary of assassins. Perhaps next time, he ought to procure a bulletproof vest. It was not until he received a notification of experience points that Zhao Huan whistled for Flash Cloud to return. He surveyed the gruesome scene, his expression cold as he departed. The score with Song Yifeng would be settled later, even if he was not at the lighthouse. As long as he remained within the secret realm, finding him would be inevitable. By then, no matter how formidable the Song family of Danjiang might be, Song Yifeng would not escape unscathed. For now, it was imperative to assist Xianbei and Flash Cloud in leveling up. Carefully traversing the sandy, mixed shoreline of the lake, Zhao Huan proceeded cautiously. After the recent assassination attempt, he was reluctant to act recklessly. Who knew if Song Yifeng, relying on his family's wealth, would orchestrate a second wave of assassins? Strangely, despite his long trek along the lakeshore, he had yet to encounter a single exotic beast. Was it not said that the shores of Sunset Lake were teeming with such creatures? Zhao Huan found this peculiar. At that moment, he heard a strange sound emanating from a cluster of wildflowers in the grass, their white blossoms quivering. Something was there. What could it be? Zhao Huan crouched down, squinting with anticipation. Suddenly, a diminutive figure burst forth from the flowers, sending petals flying and startling Zhao Huan. A bird emerged from the foliage. Was it a bird? It appeared no larger than a sparrow, adorned with a crown resembling a red cloud, giving it an endearing appearance as it flapped its wings, observing Zhao Huan from above. Goodness, you scared me. Zhao Huan exhaled, glancing around to ensure he was alone, chuckling at his own fright. The little bird emitted a series of melodious chimes. Its sound crisp and delightful. Just as Zhao Huan pondered its beauty, a thunderous rumble echoed from a distance, growing ever closer. Zhao Huan gazed outward, witnessing a multitude of exotic beasts of varying sizes stampeding toward him, their collective force resembling a tidal wave. This scene mirrored the horrifying visions of his nightmares. Could it be another dream? He instinctively pinched his thigh. The pain was real. This was no dream. What was happening? The strange bird continued its incessant calls, its colorful wings flapping rapidly, tracing an unusual figure eight in the air, as if performing a ritual. Could these approaching creatures be connected to the bird? Doubtful yet intrigued, Zhao Huan activated his spirit communication to investigate. Contractor, Who To, Professor. Species, Bellbird, Elite Grade Legendary Auxiliary Pet. Level, 32. Experience points, 10,226 99,800. Attack power, 66. Defense power, 120. Mobility, 1240. Mental power, 5600. Skills, Basic Claw, 12100. Intermediate Stealth, 259 500. Advanced Bewildering Call, 1788 3000. Advanced Beast Dance, 886 3000. Affinity, 710. Status, Healthy. Note, Elite Grade Legendary Pet. Can be enhanced using the Soul of Enlightenment to improve innate level. Requires 1,000,000 Enlightenment points. The Bellbird, so small, was an Elite Grade Legendary Auxiliary Beast? Zhao Huan had never encountered such a creature before. As a tamed pet, its master was named Hu Tu, nicknamed Professor. Who was he, and had he lost his pet? Examining its skills, Bewildering Call, Beast Dance. Could it be that the relentless calling and the peculiar dance it performed in the air attracted this horde of exotic beasts? Such abilities were astonishing. A whirlwind of questions engulfed Zhao Huan, leaving him incredulous. If this seemingly inconspicuous little bird possessed such power, it was remarkably formidable, like a summoner capable of calling forth an army at will. The oncoming wave of over 100 exotic beasts represented an unfathomable force. As they drew nearer, Zhao Huan felt the very ground tremble beneath their relentless advance. Recalling the sensation of being trampled by the beastly horde in his nightmares, he shuddered involuntarily. He commanded Xianbei to attempt to mentally infiltrate and control the bird, but it proved futile. Xianbei's mental strength paled in comparison, barely reaching a fraction of the bird's capabilities. It was over. On this vast, open prairie, even a desperate sprint would not outpace the four-legged beasts. Do not mention Zhao Huan. Even the thunder eagle is frightened, circling in the sky, too afraid to descend. Xianbei has long retracted its head, revealing only its two azure eyes, blinking through the crevices of its shell. In a state of urgency, Zhao Huan glanced around, unable to find a refuge. Even if he were to leap into the sunset lake, it would be of no avail, would it? The Lingling Bird soared above him in a display of dominance, its ringing call seemingly mocking him. The horde of exotic beasts was drawing near. If he did not act swiftly, he would surely be trampled into a mere pulp. Xianbei, it's up to you now. With no alternatives left, Zhao Huan resorted to his last resort. Spending 100 points of transformation value, he unlocked the Xuanwu avatar. Suddenly, a celestial phenomenon unfolded, and the army of exotic beasts seemed to sense danger, their ranks descending into chaos. The Lingling Bird, too, became inexplicably sluggish in its flight, its cries turning suddenly mournful. A drop of crimson liquid was expelled from its beak. It was weeping blood. The sky darkened ominously, and time lost all meaning. As everything was governed by an enigmatic force, Zhao Huan faced the tide of beasts, arms outstretched, just as he had in his dreams. The image of the Xuanwu, with its turtle head and serpent body, materialized among the gathering clouds, as if the entirety of the world was being crushed under its might. Leaving no place to hide or escape, the exotic beasts stood motionless on the prairie, like stalks of wheat felled by a scythe, collapsing one after another without warning. In merely 10 seconds, just 10 seconds, what felt like a lengthy cycle of life in Zhao Huan's perception was, in reality, as fleeting as a blink. As hundreds of exotic beasts met their silent demise, the formidable power of the Xuanwu avatar ruthlessly claimed their lives in an instant. The Lingling Bird exploded into a spray of blood, crashing into the grass, reduced to mere remnants. Even having witnessed the might of the Xuanwu avatar before, Zhao Huan could not help but feel a mix of joy, admiration, anxiety, and fear at this power that seemed to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. The force of death made his entire body tremble. Meanwhile, Xianbei had already retreated into its shell, falling into a deep slumber. It would take 12 hours for it to awaken once more. Yet, Zhao Huan had no time to dwell on this. He was astounded by the continuous stream of experience points flooding in, over 60,000 experience points and 6,000 transformation points. Xianbei had leveled up to golden level 16, and Shan Yun, unexpectedly, had also reached level 14. With a tenfold increase, their augmented attributes surpassed 7,000 points, nearly rivaling the base attributes of golden level 50 exotic beasts. Gazing at the battlefield strewn with corpses, Zhao Huan exhaled heavily, a sigh of resignation. It was a thorough massacre, but what choice did he have? Either they perished, or he did. Faced with such a dilemma, he had but one answer. Now, there were no more exotic beasts left by the sunset lake to level up against. Moreover, having witnessed too much death today, he lacked the heart to grind for more experience. He stored Xianbei and whistled to Shan Yun in the sky before turning back to the camp. As he traversed through the wild grass, boredom set in until he recalled the black-striped thunder leopard he had frozen in the city alley, which had claimed that it had fled to the real world amidst the chaos of an exotic beast tide attacking the realm's guardians. Could it be that this was not mere coincidence? Perhaps these exotic beasts today were not hastily summoned by the Lingling Bird at all. Instead, someone, or some organization, had orchestrated this conspiracy? It was no wonder he had seen not a single exotic beast at the outset. He had been ensnared in a web of deception. Who could be behind such grand machinations? The Starry Sky Organization? A glimmer of realization pierced Zhao Huan's mind as he understood. The Starry Sky Organization intended to employ the same tactics once more. They sought to assault the realm's guardians again. No, they aimed to invade the city. By unleashing this horde of exotic beasts within the urban confines, they would instigate catastrophic events filled with death and destruction. He needed to relay this information to Lin Luoluo at once, urging her to warn her father and sister. Upon grasping this urgent matter, he felt a surge of relief that he had stumbled upon this dreadful conspiracy. The last time the exotic beasts had stirred, it was said that the genius girl Mu Qingxuang had encountered them. Now, it was his turn. How unfortunate for the Starry Sky Organization. Zhao Huan silently reveled in their ill fate as his figure gradually vanished into the depths of the grass. The dying embers of the sunset cast their glow upon the desolate prairie, mercilessly surveying the scattered remains, as an indescribable sense of sorrow enveloped the land. After a considerable time, a tall, slender figure adorned with a black, round-brimmed hat hurriedly emerged from the sea of grass. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground, he stood frozen, as if suddenly petrified by magic, unable to move for an eternity. Lingu? Lingu? After a long while, he finally came to his senses, urgently calling out. Yet receiving no response, he meticulously searched through the carcasses of exotic beasts until the sun cruelly retracted its generous light, finally uncovering the remnants of the Lingling Bird. Who did this? Who was responsible? He trembled as he cradled the lifeless form of the Lingling Bird, shouting to the heavens. His once gentle visage twisted into a mask of rage, and beneath the golden round lenses, a single tear fell, swept away by the gusting winds. The long winds howled, devoid of any echoes, but the long night had silently descended. Chapter 56. The Appearance of the Night Crow. Upon returning to the camp, Zhao Huan immediately inquired about the whereabouts of Song Yifeng. He had always believed in settling scores. Since Song Yifeng had hired someone to take his life, he saw no need for civility. If he could resolve their enmity within the realm, he would show no mercy. Why spare that scoundrel's life to celebrate the new year? Unfortunately, Song Yifeng had already departed the camp. According to those in the bar, their group had left in the morning, heading towards the Penholder Mountain. It seemed he had followed by Wei Wei and her companions. How fortunate for him. With Song Yifeng absent, the matter of revenge would have to be postponed. Though Zhao Huan's anger simmered, he also recognized the futility of the situation. As long as he remained within the realm, there might yet be an opportunity to cross paths again. When that time came, he would ensure that Song Yifeng would not emerge unscathed. He would not allow him to escape with a mere scratch. Suppressing his fury, Zhao Huan ordered a dish of dragon beef and awful rice at the bar, washing it down with beer as he drank alone. Have you heard? Yu Wuyin is going to duel Mu Qingxuang. Is that true? Where and when? I heard it's the day after tomorrow, on the Cloud Terrace at the summit of Penholder Mountain. Wow, one is a genius girl, and the other is the #1 monster on the hero list. This is going to be quite the show. I think Yu Wuyin will be the stronger of the two. To be honest, she's my goddess, so beautiful and so fierce, she captivates me. Come on. Mu Qingxuang isn't bad either. Her Saint Glass-level pet, the nine-tailed ice fox, is even more formidable. Besides, don't you think she's more beautiful? Zhao Huan overheard a group of adventurers at a nearby table, drinking and excitedly discussing the duel. A duel? Mu Qingxuang and Yu Wuyin? Since entering the realm, he had heard these two women's names more than any others, two equally talented individuals, both with an icy demeanor. It felt as though two icebergs were destined to collide along the currents of fate right here. Zhao Huan recalled the first night he had seen Yu Wuyin riding the Hellbone Dragon across the mountains, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. What a cataclysmic spectacle it would be if such a terrifying bone dragon were to encounter a Saint Glass-level nine-tailed ice fox. His curiosity was piqued. With that in mind, he decided to head to Penholder Mountain the following day. Zhao Huan, while indulging in a meal, meticulously arranged his itinerary for the following day. Upon waking from his lodging the next morning, he found that it was nearly noon. Perhaps due to his exhaustion, he felt a lingering heaviness in his head despite his long slumber. After checking out, he grabbed a bite to eat and rented a six-legged horse-drawn carriage at the campsite, setting off towards Baijiashan. According to the electronic map, Baijiashan was situated over 130 kilometers to the west of the campsite, named for its 3 consecutive peaks resembling a pin rest. The journey through the wilderness was anything but smooth. The carriage jolted violently, causing Zhao Huan to feel as if his insides were being tossed about. Clinging desperately to the overhead handle, he endured the uncontrollable swaying of his body. The driver ahead maintained an impressive composure, cracking the whip as the 6-legged steeds galloped furiously over the rugged terrain. Observing the grasslands rush past like a torrent, Zhao Huan estimated their speed to be well over 80 miles per hour. After 2 hours, the carriage came to a halt before 3 towering mountains. To his surprise, there was also a campsite at the foot of the mountains, even smaller than the lighthouse at the prairie campsite. Although termed a campsite, it resembled more of a quaint village, constructed entirely from mountain stones, with a main street less than 100 meters long running through it. As Zhao Huan entered the village, the first familiar face he encountered was Mu Qingfeng, standing alone outside a shop, his tall figure upright and gaze unwavering, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, old Mu. What are you up to? Zhao Huan greeted him. Zhao Huan, what brings you here? Mu Qingfeng replied, visibly surprised. Just exercising my pet beast, same as you. Are you waiting for someone? Zhao Huan smiled, then curiously inquired. Glancing at the shop, Mu Qingfeng sighed. My sister is inside shopping. Your sister, Mu Qingxuang? Zhao Huan was taken aback. Mu Qingfeng nodded awkwardly, hesitating before admitting. She insists on taking me to explore the secret realm, fearing I would be alone. Treating me like a child. That's because I care about you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother. A cool voice emanated from the entrance of the shop, laced with subtle displeasure. Zhao Huan turned to see a slender girl with an expression of annoyance standing at the doorway. She was as white as snow. His first impression of her. Then came a second impression, cold, like ice. A living embodiment of an ice queen. Clad in a white dress, she stood there, causing all passers-by to glance back and whisper among themselves. Although she appeared only a few years older than Mu Qingfeng, her mere presence rendered him mute, like a mouse confronted by a cat. Who is he? Mu Qingxuang inquired, directing her question at Zhao Huan. My classmate, Zhao Huan, Mu Qingfeng replied woodenly. A friend? Mu Qingxuang's tone carried a questioning edge, making one feel uncomfortable. Yes, Mu Qingfeng hesitated before nodding in affirmation. Remember, members of the Mu family do not make friends lightly. Let's go? With that, Mu Qingxuang turned and walked away, leaving Mu Qingfeng to offer an apologetic nod to Zhao Huan before reluctantly following her. Zhao Huan couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that the proud Mu Qingfeng would be so thoroughly subdued by his sister, daring not to resist in the slightest. Was this truly the same proud Mu Qingfeng he knew? Nonetheless, at least under Mu Qingxuang's scrutiny, Mu Qingfeng had bravely acknowledged their friendship, earning Zhao Huan's admiration. In truth, compared to the composed Mu Qingfeng, his Ice Queen sister seemed more like a troublemaker. It had only been a few days, and she had already arranged a duel with the top contender, Yu Wuyan, making quite a stir and drawing numerous adventurers to the campsite known as Zembitai. Consequently, Zhao Huan discovered he had no place to rest. Every inn was fully booked, and even the restaurants had no available rooms. The small square of the campsite was filled with tents, one after another, leaving no space to set foot. Zhao Huan was left dumbfounded. As night fell, after having dinner, he reluctantly wandered outside the campsite beneath a large pine tree, seeking a relatively level spot to pitch his tent for the night. In search of kindling for a campfire, he scoured the area for pine branches and dry leaves, inadvertently straying far from his original location. At that moment, he overheard two faint voices coming from behind the thicket. Curiosity piqued, he stealthily approached, straining to listen. The boss has arrived. That girl Mu Qingxuang won't escape this time. To be honest, if it weren't for the boss's intervention, we wouldn't stand a chance against her. Shengli, a level 30 Beastmaster, is quite formidable. Don't lose face by belittling others. When has the Night Raven ever faltered? Besides, the boss is stronger, not weaker. Right. 7. Why is the boss so peculiar? Shut up. 11. We've finished eating. Let us hurry and leave. 2 is still waiting for us. Understood. With that, the two swiftly departed. Zhao Huan crept closer, using his foot to uncover a hastily buried mound of earth, revealing scattered fragments of eggshells. The Night Ravens, was this indeed their doing? They had scouted the area and rested here, only to be stumbled upon by Zhao Huan. From their conversation, he gleaned that their leader had also arrived. How fortuitous. He had been worried about locating the Night Raven leader, and now it seemed he had unwittingly stumbled upon them. It was unfortunate that they had not revealed the identity of their leader, but one thing was clear. The Night Ravens referred to each other by numerical codes, with lower numbers indicating higher ranks. This suggested that the Night Raven leader was likely number 1. Since he was present, he must be nearby, preparing to confront Mu Qingxuang. They mentioned the leader's peculiar nature, leaving Zhao Huan wondering whether it referred to an eccentric personality, unusual abilities, or perhaps even peculiar preferences. Had he been able to capture them, he might have employed Xian Bei's mind infiltration to uncover their leader's true identity. Alas, they departed too swiftly, leaving behind only a pile of eggshells, indicative of their training and discipline. The Starry Sky organization truly was a repository of talent, yet their relentless pursuit of human extermination remained utterly incomprehensible. The following morning, Zhao Huan sprang to his feet and re-entered the campsite, hoping to encounter someone who might resemble the Night Raven leader. Although he mused that with his current strength, he might not be a match for them, he still possessed the hidden ability of the Xuanwu avatar, an almost unfair advantage. The entire campsite was abuzz with talk of the duel between the two heroines scheduled for the next day. Some opportunists had even set up betting pools for the event. Opinions varied widely, yet in reality, the two contenders were closely matched. One was a level 51 legendary beast, the Hellbone Dragon, while the other was a level 30 Xingli beast, the Nine-Tailed Ice Fox. Strictly speaking, Yu Wuyan held a slight edge. However, in a duel, superficial strength alone does not dictate the outcome, a sentiment Zhao Huan deeply understood. The odds posted for the duel reflected this, showing a mere 1-2 in favor of Mu Qingxuang. Zhao Huan stepped into the only bar in the campsite, only to find it already teeming with patrons early in the morning. The grand screen in the bar displayed the rankings of heroes. The first position was still held by the illustrious Moonless Smoke, yet to Zhao Huan's astonishment, Mu Qingxuang had ascended to the 3rd rank. Such a rapid rise. Zhao Huan couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Following the hero rankings was the team leaderboard, and behind that, the newcomer list. His name proudly adorned the top of the newcomer list, far ahead of the 2nd place by more than a tier. Zhao Huan. Who is this newcomer? And whence has he come? The patrons in the bar were abuzz with inquiries, utterly oblivious to the sudden emergence of this rookie king. Zhao Huan surmised that perhaps the previous night's massacre involving the Xuanwu avatars had propelled his ranking to meteoric heights. Wow, Big Brother is number 1. A youthful voice chimed in, clear and crisp. Upon closer inspection, it was Gong Nini. Her father, Gong Bupo, a towering figure, was smiling at her, still clutching a glass of milk. Zhao Huan quickly approached to greet them, as they were all acquaintances, and it was a perfect opportunity to catch up on recent news. The Gong family was equally pleased to see Zhao Huan, and the trio engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, the once vibrant bar fell into an eerie hush. Silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop. A woman stood at the entrance. She was not tall, yet her figure was perfectly proportioned. Adorned in a flowing black gown that accentuated her fair complexion, she appeared almost ethereal. Her frosty visage was graced by a pair of eyes that sparkled like cold stars, sweeping the bar with an unsettling calm. The usual boisterous patrons, who would normally boast about their conquests, now fell silent, daring only to glance furtively at the woman. Moonless Smoke had arrived. Zhao Huan overheard hushed whispers nearby. So this is Moonless Smoke. He had only caught a distant glimpse of her before, unaware of her true appearance until now. She resembled a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. It was unexpected that the formidable beast master reigning atop the hero rankings would be such a cold, stunning beauty. Moonless Smoke did not step inside but remained at the threshold, her lips parting slightly as her voice, somewhat androgynous yet solid, echoed. Is there anyone with news about the Night Ravens? $1 million for a piece of information. The bar erupted into a fervor akin to boiling water, a wave of eager anticipation sweeping through the crowd. Yet, no one dared to respond. Seeing the silence, Zhao Huan pondered briefly before raising his hand. I encountered 2 individuals from the Night Ravens last night, but I do not know their whereabouts now. As soon as he spoke, he felt a piercing gaze akin to an icy blade fixate on him. The owner of a level 51 legendary pet possessed an almost absurd physical prowess. Zhao Huan sensed that, relying solely on her physical capabilities, Moonless Smoke was likely an exceedingly formidable woman. Even someone like Gong Bupo, a master of physical arts, might not hold an advantage against her. Where are they? Can you take me to see them? Moonless Smoke's eyes burned with intensity, yet her expression remained as tranquil as ever. Zhao Huan nodded, preparing to lead her to the place he had encountered the Night Ravens the previous night. Gong Nini, having jumped down from her high stool, clamored to join them. Gong Bupo, with no other recourse, consulted Zhao Huan and agreed to accompany them. Thus, the quartet exited the bar under the watchful gazes of the patrons. Throughout the journey, Gong Nini bounced joyfully, incessantly chattering and asking questions. To Zhao Huan's surprise, Moonless Smoke, seemingly aloof, treated Gong Nini with remarkable kindness, patiently answering her inquiries and even buying her a piece of honey milk cake. In that moment, Zhao Huan perceived a warmth radiating from her. Before long, they arrived at the location where Zhao Huan had encountered the Night Ravens. Moonless Smoke examined the remnants of the eggshells, inquiring about the dialogue he had with the 2 individuals last night, nodding silently in acknowledgement. After a prolonged silence, she rose and produced a fire-red rhinoceros horn over an inch long, offering it to Zhao Huan. This is the horn of a fire magic rhinoceros, valued at no less than $1 million. Consider it my token of gratitude. Gong Bupo stood agape, having presumed that Moonless Smoke would not honor her promise for the vague information Zhao Huan provided. Yet, unexpectedly, merely for guiding her a short distance, he received an item worth a fortune. How extravagant! Zhao Huan accepted the horn gratefully, expressing his thanks to Moonless Smoke, delighting in the unexpected generosity of someone who had struck fear into the hearts of so many in the bar. Very well, you may leave now. I still need to search for the whereabouts of the Night Ravens here. Moonless Smoke's tone was cool and dismissive. Zhao Huan had intended to accompany her in the search, particularly since he had received such a valuable item, and considering that the leader of the Night Ravens was also part of his mission. However, observing her demeanor, which radiated an unmistakable air of distance, he readily agreed and returned to the camp with the Gong family. In the depths of the jungle, Moonless Smoke stared thoughtfully at the remnants left by the Night Ravens, lost in contemplation. Time passed before shadowy figures began to materialize from behind the foliage, encircling her. The Night Ravens. At last, I have found you. Today, I shall avenge my brother by slaying you all. Moonless Smoke's voice resonated through the jungle like that of a vengeful specter, foreboding and chilling. The indistinct figures revealed themselves, all clad in tight black attire, varying in height and build. Surrounding Moonless Smoke, their eyes glimmered with excitement and fervor. Suddenly, in unison, they bowed their heads respectfully and reported in unison, Boss, all the Night Ravens have assembled. Please give your orders. Chapter 58, Moonless Smoke? Moonless Slumber? What nonsense are you spouting? Who is your boss? You killed my brother. And now you attempt to deceive me with such clumsy tactics. I shall never let you escape. The Night Ravens, referring to her as their leader, ignited Moonless Smoke's fury. The murderers of her brother would treat her as their boss. Was this not the height of absurdity? Seeing Moonless Smoke's wrath, the Night Ravens seemed accustomed to her fury, their lips curling into faint, knowing smiles. At that moment, The leader of the night ravens produced an ancient whistle from within his garments and blew into it with force. The sound was not clear and sharp, but rather emitted a long note followed by two short ones, abruptly ceasing. The night ravens bowed their heads in reverent silence, as if awaiting something. Upon hearing the whistle, Moonless Smoke appeared momentarily paralyzed, her expression one of confusion. After a long pause, she regained her composure, and a formidable aura emanated from her once frosty visage. "Boss, you have arrived," the leading night raven said with a bowed head. "Number 2, well done." Moonless Smoke's voice deepened, resonating with a gravitas that transcended her femininity, resembling that of a man. "Serving the boss is an honor for us brothers." "Boss, Miss Moonless and Mu Qingxuang are set to duel tomorrow. To ensure safety, we have arranged to eliminate all human elites from the vicinity. Tomorrow, there will be minimal interference at the duel site." Number 2 continued his report. "Indeed, I shall make certain to eliminate Mu Qingxuang tomorrow." Moonless Smoke replied coolly, appearing unfazed by the matter. "Boss, there is another issue. The Night Owls have sent word that the Beast plan has failed again. It is said that the professor's pet, the Bellbird, has also been eliminated by unidentified individuals. All the over 200 beasts we painstakingly gathered have perished. Oh, who is responsible? In the secret realm? Aside from our organization, who else possesses such formidable capabilities?" Upon hearing the news of report number 2, Yu Wuyin couldn't help but furrow her brow. According to the investigation conducted by the Night Owls, not far from the scene, there were 2 deceased assassins. It was said that these 2 were hired by the young master of the Song family from Danjiang, Song Yifeng, just the night before. They had set off from the lighthouse yesterday to assassinate a high school graduate named Zhao Huan. It is likely they met their demise by the shores of Sunset Lake. Zhao Huan. What a coincidence, Yu Wuyin murmured, her gaze sharpening further. Moreover, in the previous incident involving the capture of the Joker, Zhao Huan was one of the trial students, and there were reports of this individual being present during the attack on Wumatsi. The Elder Council deemed him highly suspicious. Number 2 meticulously relayed the information he had gathered to Yu Wuyin. "Since he is suspicious, we must eliminate him to avert future troubles," Yu Wuyin stated coldly, rubbing her chin as if stroking an imaginary beard. Such a strikingly beautiful woman exhibiting such masculine gestures seemed particularly odd, yet no one present found it strange. All bowing in unison and responding, "Yes. You are to keep a close watch on Mu Qingxuang and Zhao Huan, especially Zhao Huan. Should an opportunity arise, take immediate action to eliminate him. Now go, my mischievous sister is about to awaken. If there is anything important, use the summoning whistle to rouse me," Yu Wuyin instructed, waving her hand to dismiss the Night Owls. After bowing, they vanished into the woods, quickly disappearing from sight. Yu Wuyin, or rather Yu Wuming, gazed silently at the encampment below the mountains and murmured to herself, "Wuyin, remember, my brother was slain by the Night Owls, so you must find them. Moreover, Mu Qingxuang and Zhao Huan, who just guided me, are both responsible for my brother's death. Not a single one can escape." With that, she closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, a chilling hatred crystallized in her clear, icy gaze. "Brother, rest assured, whether it be the Night Owls, Mu Qingxuang, or Zhao Huan, none shall evade my wrath." Her voice was slightly husky, yet unmistakably feminine, undeniably that of Yu Wuyin. Having effortlessly acquired a fortune of 1 million, Zhao Huan returned to the Pillow Pin encampment and invited the father and daughter of the Gong family to dinner. Passing by a stall selling souvenirs, he generously purchased a life-sized lion plush for Gong Nini. Overjoyed, she clutched it tightly, her gaze fixed upon it, oblivious to her surroundings. Calling him big brother sweetly all the way, they found a restaurant and settled into the bustling hall. The noise around them filled with the news of Yu Wuyin's recent appearance. After a hearty meal, the trio exited the restaurant, and Zhao Huan gazed at the encampment under the night sky, feeling a wave of sentimentality. In this perilous realm, there existed a sanctuary, accommodating a group of adventurers grappling with the brink of life and death. Even after enduring pain, failure, and the specter of mortality in the wilderness, one could still find solace and warmth within these walls. Just as Zhao Huan was lost in his thoughts, he heard a familiar voice. "Wow, what a cute dog. Come here to mommy." He turned to see Song Yifeng standing by the roadside, excitedly gazing at a girl's pet, exclaiming exaggeratedly. The girl looked at her as if she were insane. Beside her stood Song Yifeng and his entourage, though Wu Dage and Bai Weiwei were notably absent. What a twist of fate. This time, he would not let Song Yifeng off easily. Zhao Huan apologized to Gong Bupo and strode directly toward Song Yifeng. Upon seeing the Song siblings, Gong Bupo's heart sank with concern for Zhao Huan, fearing he might stir trouble. "Young Master Song, it's been a while," Zhao Huan said, scratching his nose and greeting him with a grin. Song Yifeng, caught off guard, looked at him blankly. Without further ado, Zhao Huan launched into action. Not wishing to engage in idle chatter, His fist, slicing through the air, struck Song Yifeng's relatively handsome face, instantly deforming his well-defined nose. The impact was akin to a splash of tomato egg drop soup, yellow mingling with red, creating a chaotic blend. The suddenness of the blow left Song Yifeng utterly unprepared, collapsing to the ground. His companions, startled, shouted in alarm, rolling up their sleeves to rush to his aid. Zhao Huan paid them no mind, whistling for the Thunder Eagle, which swooped down, its wings sweeping the assailants aside. Mounted atop Song Yifeng, Zhao Huan unleashed a flurry of punches. Song Yifeng cried out in agony, tears, snot, and blood staining his face. "Stop. Please, just stop. I don't want your little turtle anymore." Song Yifeng wailed desperately from the sidelines. Zhao Huan ignored her. He had never promised to part with the Xianbei. His fist continued to rain down, knocking out several of Song Yifeng's teeth, blood spewing forth as he begged incoherently. "Please, stop. I'll pay you back, I swear." "How much do you want?" "How much?" Zhao Huan asked, cracking his knuckles with an icy demeanor. 100. No. 200,000. 200,000 will do, right? Seeing Zhao Huan halt, Song Yifeng quickly added, 500,000. Not a penny less, pay me now, or my fist will itch again. Zhao Huan threatened, his expression impassive. "Don't hit me." "Okay, 500,000. Just give me a moment." Song Yifeng croaked, fearing Zhao Huan would resume his assault. Meanwhile, his subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, their hair standing on end from the Thunder Eagle's electric shock, appearing utterly ridiculous. "Zhao Gu, no, Zhao Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I only have 200,000. Can I write an IOU for the remaining 300,000? Song Yifeng pleaded, kneeling before Zhao Huan, his face swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig. "Fine, give me the 200,000 first. The rest will cost you a punch per thousand, and I'll take 300 punches to clear the debt." Zhao Huan remained unmoved, pressing his knuckles together. 300 punches? That could kill me. Song Yifeng panicked. Wait. How about this? This is a family heirloom jade pendant, worth over 10 million. I'll temporarily pawn it to you. What do you say? Song Yifeng hurriedly removed a jade pendant from around his neck and handed it to Zhao Huan. "Brother, how could you give the Shuanglong jade pendant to an outsider? Dad will never forgive you." Song Yining scolded her brother loudly, her brows furrowed. Song Yifeng rolled his eyes at his sister, so foolish she resembled a pig. "If I don't give it, will I be beaten to death here? Forget the pendant. If this demon wants you, I would willingly hand you over." Though he dared not voice this thought, Zhao Huan examined the pendant, inspecting it thoroughly before disdainfully declaring, "Just this piece of rock, worth 10 million? Who are you trying to fool? It is indeed worth that much. It's a treasure left by my grandfather, I swear." Song Yifeng insisted. "Fine, since you, young Master Song, say so, I'll take it as collateral for 300,000. Now get lost." Zhao Huan knew Song Yifeng had no means to pay him back, so he pocketed the pendant, dismissively shooing him away. Without daring to linger, Song Yifeng scrambled to his feet, clutching his bleeding nose, and hurriedly fled. "Brother, wait for me." Song Yining felt a twinge of fear towards Zhao Huan and quickly followed after him. Only a few subordinates remained on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, wisps of black smoke occasionally escaping their lips. "Little brother, the Song family of Danjiang is fiercely protective of their own. Given the state you've left their young master in, you ought to tread carefully when you go outside." Gong Bupo, while cradling Gong Nini, approached Zhao Huan with a note of concern. "Thank you, Brother Gong. I will be cautious." Zhao Huan sincerely appreciated Gong Bupo's concern. "That is good to hear. Nini and I plan to leave for Hafeng City tomorrow, and will be departing the secret realm soon after. I just wanted to bid farewell in advance. When we meet next time, I shall treat you to a drink. Don't be deceived by my infrequent indulgence in alcohol. My tolerance is commendable, so be prepared." Gong Bupo expressed his intentions with delight upon seeing Zhao Huan heed his advice. "Brother Gong, are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay to witness tomorrow's duel?" Zhao Huan inquired, feeling a mix of reluctance and curiosity at the news of Gong Bupo's imminent departure. "Not really. The duel of beast tamers holds little value for me. Nini is still quite young, and it is more crucial for her to enhance her own strength. We shall refrain from joining the festivities." Gong Nini, with tears streaming down her cheeks, clung to Zhao Huan, bidding him a heartfelt farewell before disappearing into the crowd. Perched atop her father's broad shoulders with her treasured plush toy, as Zhao Huan watched the father-daughter duo vanish from sight, a sense of loneliness enveloped him. Although their time together had been brief, he had grown fond of them. The emotional weight of their parting extinguished the thrill he had felt from thrashing Song Yifeng. He sighed and decided to find a place to rest. In truth, with Zhao Huan's current financial standing, he could easily afford a lavish room. However, his ingrained habits deterred him from spending extravagantly for merely a night's sleep. He slipped back to the pine tree from the previous night, setting up his tent once more. Igniting a campfire, and relishing the serene pleasures of nature undisturbed, he took out the dual dragon jade pendant, scrutinizing it from all angles, yet could discern no remarkable traits. After a lengthy examination, he reluctantly stowed it in his system inventory. At that moment, the evening breeze rustled through the pine forest, creating a gentle symphony. Occasionally, the distant calls of unknown birds and beasts echoed, and in that vast expanse, it felt as though he were the sole inhabitant, surrounded and watched over by countless stars. Suddenly, the slumbering Zhao Huan was jolted awake by the alarm call of the thunder eagle perched on the pine tree. As he emerged from his tent, a fireball ignited the canvas, transforming it into a pile of ashes in an instant. 7 figures clad in black emerged from the underbrush, encircling him. Night Crow? Zhao Huan ventured, seeking confirmation. According to the boss's orders, confirm the target and execute. One leading figure barked, ignoring Zhao Huan's inquiry and issuing the command to attack. Execute? How absurd. A band of terrorists posturing as if they were formidable, Zhao Huan scoffed inwardly. The 12-hour limit had long expired. He promptly summoned Qianbei, fixing his gaze upon the 7 diverse beasts. A colossal bat was the first to strike, flapping its wings and soaring into the air, unleashing an invisible sonic attack. The horrific shriek sliced through the air like a pen on glass, producing a sound both grating and maddening. Guardian Barrier. Qianbei effortlessly countered the sonic assault. The bat, undeterred, attempted a second strike when a shadow plummeted from above, seizing its head with lethal claws, and forcefully drove it into the earth. Its entire head was buried in the soil, leaving only its dusty wings flailing desperately above ground. It was Shanyan, intolerant of anyone daring to flaunt their power in its presence. Thus, it swiftly demonstrated its prowess to the unwitting bat. Attack together. Don't give him a moment to breathe. The lead figure commanded, disregarding the now subdued bat. His beast companion, a white tiger, bared its massive jaws and lunged at Zhao Huan's head. Simultaneously, the other beasts launched their assaults, none paying heed to Shan Yun, all converging upon Zhao Huan. Qianbei emitted a silent roar, activating its thought invasion ability. As a level 16 golden Xian Jade turtle, its enhanced attributes reached a staggering 7,000 points. With mental power exceeding 3,000 points, rendering its thought invasion exponentially more potent than the previous day, even facing opponents around level 30 in the golden tier. The activation of thought invasion left the attacking beasts in a state of stupor. Subsequently, they battled fiercely under their master's gaze. The white tiger crushed a black wolf skull. A patterned python swallowed a fiery red giant rat, and a worm-like beast enveloped several creatures in a toxic mist, leaving even the night crow standing nearby unable to escape. The skirmish concluded swiftly. From the initiation of the attack to the settling dust, merely several fleeting seconds had elapsed. The night crow members realized that only 3 of them remained standing while the rest, alongside their beasts, lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. They were struck with horror, having never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant high school student possessed such overwhelming power. In a single encounter, the elite team, known as the Night Crow, had suffered significant casualties. Is this even human? Night Crow member number 3 fearfully licked his lips. Recognizing that today's operation had resulted in utter failure, they had underestimated Zhao Huan. Believing that deploying 7 members was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, an exercise in futility. This confrontation revealed to him that he was the fly, while the opposing force wielded a laser cannon capable of mercilessly dispatching foes. We must return and report. This individual possesses a formidable psychic ability to control others' beasts. He is powerful and terrifying. Chapter 60, The Defeated Night Crow. Number 3 swiftly made a decision, darting into the underbrush and disappearing from sight. The remaining 2 team members, still in shock, only regained their senses once number 3 fled. Yet, they had no time to escape. Qianbei's frost skill had already locked onto them, leaving them to witness the frost creeping inexorably up their thighs. As it reached their chests, they frantically produced a pill, shoving it into their mouths while declaring loudly, "Humans must die?" They exhibited a spirit of defiance in the face of death. TCH, humans don't die so easily. It's you who will meet your end. Zhao Huan scoffed disdainfully at the 2 who succumbed to poison, filled with rage. He had intended to utilize thought invasion to discern the identity of the Night Crow leader, but he was taken aback by their ruthless commitment to self-destruction at the first sign of trouble. The area beneath the pine tree was left in disarray, with bodies strewn about in a haunting silence. Zhao Huan gazed in the direction where number 3 had fled, still harboring a glimmer of hope. The moment the adversary fled, Shanyan had already pursued after him. Indeed, moments later, distant cries of panic echoed, accompanied by flashes of electricity. A few minutes later, Shanyan returned, its claws gripping a smoking, unconscious figure, landing beside Zhao Huan. Number 3 was unceremoniously dropped on the ground. prompting Zhao Huan to swiftly bind him tightly and instruct Xianbei to gently shower him with shards of ice. As the ice shards cascaded over number 3's face, he gradually stirred back to consciousness. Will you confess willingly, or shall I resort to more forceful methods? Zhao Huan gazed at number 3 with a chilling demeanor. Kill me. I shall utter not a word. Even though he had not yet fully regained his composure, number 3 instinctively responded. Zhao Huan understood that he would glean nothing further and subtly gestured towards Xianbei. Upon sensing Xianbei's malevolent gaze, number 3's eyes widened in panic as he struggled desperately. Yet, no amount of resistance could alter his fate of being manipulated. Through the process of mental invasion, Xianbei transmitted fragments of number 3's memories into Zhao Huan's mind. What? Yu Wuyin and Yu Wuming are, in fact, the same person. Zhao Huan gasped in astonishment. A dual personality. By day, he is Yu Wuyin, boldly traversing the secret realms, but when a mission arises, he summons Yu Wuming. It is no wonder that no one had any information on this Night Crow leader. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Through the mental intrusion, Zhao Huan learned that the Night Crow's mission was to assassinate Mu Qingxuang, and he himself was also included in their elimination list, which explained the ambush that transpired tonight. They had been watching him all along. Furthermore, the incident involving the black-striped thunder leopard was indeed a conspiracy orchestrated by the Starry Sky organization. The professor was indeed a member of this organization, and the Vermilion Bird, along with the army of aberrant beasts dispatched by the avatar of Xuanwu, was part of their preparation for a second terror attack. Those scoundrels. Fortunately, he had encountered the Vermilion Bird. Otherwise, the city would have undoubtedly suffered greatly at their hands. Regrettably, this Night Crow was of low rank, offering no additional valuable information. However, one particular detail captured Zhao Huan's keen attention. Their master. It was revealed that their master was not of this planet, but rather a terrifying entity from a distant star domain. He recalled the dreadful eyes from his nightmares. Those were the eyes of their master, an individual possessing power akin to that of a deity. The secret realms, aberrant beasts, and the Starry Sky organization all seemed intricately linked to this being. What were its true intentions? Why would an extraterrestrial seek to annihilate the human inhabitants of Beast Spirit Star? And why had it fixated on him? A torrent of questions flooded Zhao Huan's mind. With no one to provide answers, number 3 stood there, mouth agape, his eyes vacant as he stared into the night sky. Once Xianbei withdrew the mental invasion skill, he emitted a series of rapid coughs, panic and unease consuming his entire being. What have you done to me? His hoarse voice trembled with fear. Nothing of consequence. Merely sought some secrets within your mind, Zhao Huan retorted with a cold smirk, regarding him with remorseless eyes. Instantly, number 3's body slackened, collapsing as if he had perished. Zhao Huan recognized his utter breakdown and refrained from further ado, signaling to Xianbei, who then ensnared him in a prison of ice beneath a pine tree. He felt no remorse for eliminating such a heartless terrorist. As the night deepened, sleep eluded Zhao Huan. He shook his head, rekindling the fire. Sitting beside it as he contemplated the plans for the morrow, he resolved to ascend by Jia Mountain. Seeking an opportunity amidst the duel between Yu Wuyin and Mu Qingxuang to eliminate the Night Crow leader. Yet, aside from the avatar of Xuanwu, he lacked confidence in confronting Yu Wuyin. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to employ the avatar, for should he be discovered, he would struggle to explain the source of such formidable power. It seemed that a tranquil existence was no longer attainable. Thus, he decided to take one step at a time. Zhao Huan sighed deeply. Only when dawn broke did Zhao Huan extinguish the fire and return Xianbei and Shan Yun to the creature space. Making his way back to the Pillow Brush platform camp. Early in the morning, the camp was bustling with activity. The streets were filled with people, all hurrying to finish breakfast before heading to Baijia Mountain to witness the duel. After partaking in his meal, Zhao Huan joined the throng of eager spectators. Making his way up the mountain, the duel was set to take place at the summit of Baijia Mountain on the cloud platform. The steep terrain and winding paths, compounded by the throng of people, resulted in a sluggish pace, accompanied by a cacophony of complaints. What is going on? Why is the front not moving? Indeed. Why have we stopped? Hurry up. Damn it, don't push. There's someone blocking the way. Caught in the midst of the commotion, Zhao Huan felt his irritation mounting. As news trickled back from the front, he soon discovered that they faced a cliff, with only a narrow wooden suspension bridge connecting its two edges. At the bridgehead, several imposing figures barred the passage, allegedly to ensure the duel's fairness and prevent any interruptions. Only those who passed their test could ascend to witness the battle. Upon hearing this, a wave of curses erupted from the crowd, a collective outcry that reverberated through the air. Growing increasingly impatient, Zhao Huan leaped onto a nearby boulder, straining to see over the dense throng. In dire desperation, he summoned the Thunder Hawk, which flew from his shoulder towards the front. Hey, you can do that? He thought. I wish I had a flying pet too. The crowd below erupted into cheers as they witnessed Zhao Huan soaring above them, ignoring their exclamations. He continued until he reached the bridgehead. A burly man looked up at him, raising a crossbow and bellowing, "Who goes there? Come down at once, or I shall not hesitate to shoot." The Thunder Hawk descended, and Zhao Huan leaped from the air, landing beside the man with a frown. "What are you shouting about? Why are you blocking the way?" Chapter 61, S-Class Beast Spirit Affinity. The man, seeing a brash young boy descend and speak so rudely, was livid. "Listen here. I am from the Nine Righteous Alliance. Today, anyone wishing to pass must do so at my discretion. Go to the back of the line." The Nine Righteous Alliance? Hijio's gang? They have a hand in the secret realms too? Zhao Huan pondered, perplexed as to why they would obstruct adventurers from ascending the mountain to witness the duel between Yu Wuyin and Mu Qingshuang. With little time to dwell on his confusion, Zhao Huan grew increasingly bold. "So what if you're from the Nine Righteous Alliance? Does this area belong to Hijio? By what right do you assert dominance here? It is you who should be clearing the way." Upon hearing Zhao Huan's retort, the crowd of blocked adventurers erupted in cheers, echoing his sentiments. "Well said. This is not Ling Shui City. The Nine Righteous Alliance should leave. Who is Hijio? Does he have the authority to dictate our movements? Nine Righteous Alliance, get out. Nine Righteous Alliance, get out." Frustrated at being obstructed, the crowd rallied behind Zhao Huan, their discontent swelling with each chant. The burly man, hearing Zhao Huan openly challenge Hijio, was incensed. As the uproar grew louder, his rage intensified. He glared at Zhao Huan, summoning a beast that resembled both a lion and a tiger, proclaiming, "Anyone who dares to speak out again will face my wrath today." As his words fell, the lion-tiger beast roared in response, its thunderous growl silencing the chaotic din. Zhao Huan, perceiving through his spiritual connection, realized this creature was a level 42 golden battle pet. A formidable presence that would intimidate most beast tamers of levels 20 or 30. Yet, it held no sway over Zhao Huan. "Is that so? I would like to see how this foolish cat, with its claws bared, dares to take my life," Zhao Huan remarked disdainfully as he summoned his Xian Bei, casting a scornful glance at the burly Wang Jinhui. Upon seeing the Xian Bei materialize, Wang Jinhui couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha, I thought you had some real skills. Is that tiny turtle of yours your trump card? Young man, you might as well return to your mother for a drink." He laughed heartily. "Be cautious, my friend. These individuals are not of good nature, and you may find yourself at a disadvantage," warned a voice from the crowd. "Indeed, a wise man avoids needless losses. Injury would only hinder your progress." Many in the throng began to advise Zhao Huan, believing him too youthful and brash to treat the unassuming little turtle as a treasure. Fearing he might be bullied by the members of the Jiu-Yi League, Zhao Huan rubbed his nose, waved his hand dismissively, and rolled his eyes at Wang Jinhui, retorting, "I will count to 3. Will you yield or not? You seek your own demise." Wang Jinhui bellowed furiously, slapping the rear of his lion-tiger beast. The creature lunged at Zhao Huan, its jaws wide open. The crowd erupted in shouts, many covering their eyes, unable to bear the thought of this promising young man meeting his end at the jaws of a beast. Suddenly, a gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience as they lowered their hands to witness the ferocious lion-tiger beast behaving like an obedient puppy, wagging its tail before Zhao Huan in a most endearing manner. Zhao Huan smirked, for with over 3,000 points of mental energy, he effortlessly controlled the lower-spirited beast with mere thought. Wang Jinhui's jaw dropped in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to grasp the reality before him. When he opened his eyes again, he confirmed his astonishment. His lion-tiger beast was rolling on the ground, as if playing a game of catch. It had never been so submissive to him before. At that moment, an elderly gentleman ambled forward, smiling at Zhao Huan. "Young man, we do not intend to create difficulties for anyone. We are merely following instructions. The space on the summit of Yuntai is limited, making it impossible for everyone to ascend. Hence the need to limit the number of spectators, for everyone's safety and to ensure the duel proceeds smoothly. Wouldn't you agree?" Hearing the elder's words, Zhao Huan turned to survey the large crowd behind him and found himself at a loss for retort. The mountaintop was indeed small, and a throng of people would be impractical. His displeasure was directed solely at Wang Jinhui's unreasonable behavior, and he had no objections to the decision to control the numbers. Wang Jinhui apologized to the young man and let this matter pass, the elder said calmly, gesturing dismissively. Wang Jinhui immediately bowed, replying softly, "Yes, Mr. Jin. Young man, I apologize for the inconvenience. I, Wang Jinhui, am a rough fellow. Please forgive my offense," he declared loudly to Zhao Huan, his demeanor devoid of any reluctance. Although Zhao Huan harbored no fondness for the Jiu-Yi League, he did not feel the need to hold a grudge at this moment. Moreover, the elder's gentle words had coaxed the obstinate Wang Jinhui into a humble apology, indicating that he was not someone easily dealt with. Thus, Zhao Huan chose to let the matter rest. as a peaceful resolution would benefit all. My boy, on behalf of Lord Jiao, I thank you for your understanding. The elder, pleased by Zhao Huan's lack of vindictiveness, smiled and pointed to a transparent orb the size of a basketball on a nearby table. Our method of selection is quite simple. Anyone with an A-level affinity for beast spirits may pass through this point to the observation platform. You appear to be quite capable. Why not be the first to give it a try? Having an A-level affinity himself, Zhao Huan accepted the elder's invitation without hesitation. After storing away his xianbei, he strode forward confidently. Just place your hand on the affinity detection orb, the elder instructed quietly. Although he was aware of his beast spirit affinity level, Zhao Huan felt a sudden pang of anxiety, recalling the peculiarities during the contract ceremony. Could it have diminished? With his heart racing, he extended his right hand toward the orb, feeling its cool surface, comforting and soothing. As his hand made contact, the transparent sphere began to hum and emitted a soft glow. Oh! The crowd watching gasped in awe. The light shifted and intensified. The humming grew louder, prompting those nearby to cover their ears. What is happening? Why is the detection sound so deafening? Someone exclaimed. Forget the sound. Look at the light. It's changing. Another shouted. Indeed, gold, white, and a beautiful glaze. Oh my. He possesses S-level beast spirit affinity. Where? Make way, let me see. I've never seen S-level beast spirit affinity before. This young man is exceptional. The atmosphere became electric. As if the crowd had erupted in a frenzy. Zhao Huan himself was taken aback. Hadn't he been A-level? When had he transformed into an S-level? There had been no mention of beast spirit affinity evolving. Could it be due to his experiences in the 10,000 Beast Star map? Or perhaps a result of his transmigration? Staring wide-eyed at the lustrous glaze shooting skyward, Zhao Huan felt utterly astonished. Mr. Jin, too, was left speechless. Having not anticipated the presence of another genius with S-level beast spirit affinity, aside from the Mu family, young lady about to duel. My boy, I never imagined you to be so remarkable. Let us get an autograph later. You are destined for greatness. The commotion in the crowd reached a crescendo. Zhao Huan chuckled helplessly. Had he possessed S-level beast spirit affinity before entering the 10,000 Beast Star map, he would have been overjoyed. But now that he could no longer enter, what use was it? Chapter 62, The Eve of the Duel. Wait. While he could no longer access the 10,000 Beast Star map as contract array, the Divine Pet Enlightenment system might allow him to contract 3 or even more beasts. The higher his beast spirit affinity, the greater the innate level of the beasts he could contract in the future. Wouldn't that be a boon? Realizing this, Zhao Huan couldn't help but smile with delight. Haha, who would have thought this young man was so exceptionally talented? It seems this old fool underestimated you. Mr. Jin chuckled, stroking his beard, and politely inquired, May I ask your name, young man? Zhao Huan, harboring skepticism towards the Jiao League, knowing they would ultimately become adversaries, thought for a brief moment before replying, I am Yu Shao, of the Ling Shui Yu family. Ah, the third young master of the Yu family. I have heard tales of your genius. It truly is a case of seeing is believing. A young hero indeed. Mr. Jin exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Quickly, grant young master Yu passage. Please, young master Yu, he urged, upon your return to Ling Shui, if you are inclined, feel free to pay a visit to Lord Jiao. He greatly favors young talents like yourself. Moreover, we are neighbors. Looking out for one another is always beneficial. Wouldn't you agree? Very well. Then you may seek Yu Shao out. Zhao Huan thought to himself, suppressing a smile as he nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Mr. Jin with a respectful gesture, he strode confidently across the suspension bridge and into the sea of mountains and clouds, soon disappearing from sight. He resolved to relay the day's events back home, and also to inquire about any information regarding the third young master of the Yu family. As Mr. Jin watched Zhao Huan vanish from view, he turned to Wang Jinhui and informed the others of this news. Wang Jinhui nodded and swiftly set off to relay the message. The farce has finally come to an end, and with no recourse left, the adventurers, acutely aware of their inadequate affinity with beast spirits, can only grumble as they descend the mountain, leaving a mere 20 or so who have successfully passed the test. Along the mountain path, Zhao Huan ascends alone. The scenery within the secret realm is remarkably grand and enchanting. The Pen Rack Mountain rises abruptly from the plains. 3 majestic peaks overlooking the vast expanse below, evoking a profound sense of the sublime, where the heavens seem high and the earth vast, rendering all things small in comparison. He meanders along the way, and before long, reaches the summit. At the peak, the mountain winds howl incessantly, and not a single substantial tree can be found. Only a few stunted trees, barely taller than a person, grow haphazardly, while large bushes cling desperately to the ground, as if fearing the wind might whisk them away. In the center lies a flat platform of less than 100 square meters, from which one can gaze upon the rolling sea of clouds, hence the name Cloud Terrace. As neither party to the duel has yet arrived, Zhao Huan casually finds a spot to sit, retrieving ham and a water cup from his system inventory, feeding Xianbei and Shanyun while satisfying his own hunger. Before long, the spectators who pass the test begin to arrive at the summit. It is midday, and with little to say, they scatter into small groups, much like Zhao Huan, pulling out their prepared food and drink to enjoy their lunch. Wishing to avoid disturbance, Zhao Huan leans against a low tree, squinting his eyes to doze off. It is only when the sound of commotion arises that he opens his eyes. At last, the main characters of the day have arrived. In a dress as white as snow, Mu Qingshuang, accompanied by her brother Mu Qingfeng, stands at the western side of the summit. Meanwhile, in a black gown, Yu Wuyan stands to the east, facing Zhao Huan from afar. Gazing upon the exquisitely beautiful Yu Wuyan, Zhao Huan cannot help but shudder. Who would have imagined that beneath such a stunning exterior lies the persona of a man? Moreover, this man is the leader of the notorious execution squad, Night Crow. Had he not glimpsed the memories of Night Crow number 3, he would never have believed such a miraculous occurrence possible. In addition to the combatants, officials from the Qingshi City Service Center have arrived to witness the duel. Everything is prepared. They await the commencement of the battle. The spectators position themselves on either side, silently observing. The mountain winds howl fiercely, akin to the long sigh of a mountain deity, sweeping over everyone present. Clad in black and white, Yu Wuyan and Mu Qingshuang's skirts billow gracefully. The mountain breeze caresses their forms, as if they are two ethereal fairies descending from the heavens to mingle with the mortal realm. The onlookers are struck by the illusion that they are destined rivals, inevitably bound to engage in a fateful clash. You were complicit in my brother's death, Yu Wuyan, weren't you? Today is not merely our duel. It is my opportunity for vengeance on behalf of my brother, Yu Wuyan declares, her expression as frigid as ice. Her gaze ablaze with fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Mu Qingshuang is taken aback by her opponent's words. The accusations of murder and vengeance seem utterly unfounded to her. Is this woman mentally unstable? Enough chatter. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Yu Wuyan's words leave the crowd astounded, murmurs erupting among them. Mu Qingshuang caused Mu Wuming's death? Is that true? If so, does that mean Mu Qingshuang is affiliated with Night Crow? Does this imply a connection between the Ling Shui Mu family and the Starry Sky organization? Such a monumental revelation. Surely Yu Wuyan wouldn't fabricate such a tale. Unable to restrain himself from the surrounding discussions, Mu Qingfeng interjects loudly. What are you babbling about? My sister could never have harmed Mu Wuming. She never even met him. Seeing this, Mu Qingshuang coldly retorts, Yu Wuyan, are you attempting to employ such tricks for psychological warfare against me? That is rather juvenile. You truly disappoint me. Humph. Your unwillingness to admit your misdeeds is equally disappointing. Come forth, Linglong. Yu Wuyan scoffs, waving her hands, causing the earth to tremble as a terrifying bone dragon, towering 10 meters high, emerges from the ground, shedding countless clods of dirt. Upon its appearance, it emits a colossal roar that reverberates through the mountains, shaking the onlookers to their core. A level 51 legendary pet, indeed, it commands an imposing presence, seizing the initiative. Mu Qingshuang gazes up at the towering hellbone dragon. Momentarily dazed, she cannot afford to be negligent and shouts, Schwer, prepare for battle. In a flash of white light, a snow-white fox, standing waist-high, leaps into the air. Its form is as pure as snow, eyes sparkling with vitality, and behind it trails 9 luxurious, bushy tails, giving the impression not of a mere pet, but of an enchanting noblewoman radiating an irresistible beauty. A saintly level pet, the 9-tailed ice fox. This is Zhao Huan's first encounter with a saintly pet, and it certainly lives up to its reputation. The two beasts are polar opposites. One is colossal and grotesque, while the other is diminutive and resplendent. The duel between Yu Wuyan and Mu Qingshuang is about to commence. The representative from Qingshi City stands at the edge of the arena, vigorously waving a red flag. Announcing the start of the match, Zhao Huan discreetly employs his spiritual connection to examine the information of both beasts. The level 51 legendary battle pet, Hellbone Dragon, boasts base attributes exceeding 15,000 points, while the level 30 saintly battle pet, 9-tailed ice fox, possesses attributes of only 12,000 points, placing Mu Qingshuang at a slight disadvantage. Although the 9-tailed ice fox's attack power is significantly lower, its mental strength is markedly superior. Perhaps a decisive victory through a unique skill is still within reach. Truth be told, among the beast masters Zhao Huan has encountered, these two equally cold and radiant women undoubtedly count as natural adversaries. Chapter 63, The Duel of the Two Maidens. Yu Wuyan is the first to launch an attack, unleashing the ultimate dragon roar of the Hellbone Dragon, Linglong. Even though he is not the target, Zhao Huan feels a tumultuous surge within him. A domineering pressure invoking fear, almost compelling him to kneel. In fact, several adventurers nearby turned pale, collapsing to the ground. Had the throng of people from earlier ascended the mountain, this single roar would likely have caused many to faint. Facing the ultimate dragon roar, the nine-tailed ice fox radiates brilliant white light, standing its ground unaffected. Mu Qingxuang remains entirely unperturbed. She coldly commands, "Schwerer, ice howl." The nine-tailed ice fox, responding to her intent, conjures a circle of blue ice magic beneath the bone dragon's feet, causing countless shards of ice to erupt from the ground, swiftly encasing the dragon in a frosty armor. Linglong, shatter it. Yu Wuyan counters, urging her pet. The hell-bone dragon trembles, shattering the icy armor. Subsequently, it conjures countless bones to envelop itself completely, including Yu Wuyan, who is shielded by the protective barrier of bones. The advanced Bone Guardian serves as its true protective armor. In merely one round, the spectators are left in awe. Each one reflects on how they would fare if they were to face off against such formidable opponents, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Upon activating the Bone Guardian, the Bone Dragon's eyes blaze with red light, unleashing a beam imbued with a deathly aura, shooting towards the nine-tailed ice fox like a reaper's decree, freezing the very air. The Death Eye, a powerful attack skill of the Hellbone Dragon. Seeing this beam laced with the essence of death, Mu Qingxuang's expression shifts slightly. She cannot afford to be negligent and urgently shouts, "Schwerer, nine-phase ice shield." In the blink of an eye, the distance of several meters was traversed, and the nine-tailed ice fox's nine celestial ice shield had barely materialized before it was shattered by the Death Eye, the explosive sound echoing as ice shards scattered. The death ray did not cease. It surged forth with swiftness and precision, striking its intended target. A dark red beam pierced through the body of the nine-tailed ice fox, embedding itself into the earth behind it and creating a sizable crater. Was victory already determined? The onlookers widened their eyes and craned their necks, eager to discern the outcome. Had they lost? Had Yu Wuyan triumphed? Questions of disbelief arose among the crowd. Only Mu Qingfeng remained unfazed, her expression unyielding. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the spectators, the form of the nine-tailed ice fox began to exhibit a peculiar distortion, gradually turning transparent before vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, not far from its original position, it reappeared, albeit somewhat disheveled, yet entirely unscathed. Mu Qingxuang bit her lip, internally exclaiming her relief. Fortunately, at the last moment, she had reminded Schwerer to activate the celestial fox illusion. The Death Eye had struck nothing more than Schwetter's phantom. Had she been a second late, Schwerer would surely have sustained grave injuries. Suddenly, Mu Qingxuang felt the sky darken. Glancing upwards, she saw the hellbone dragon soaring above Schwerer. With a sweep of its massive wings, a tempest of sand and wind erupted atop the mountain, a nauseating aura permeating the surroundings. It was poisonous. Mu Qingxuang quickly regained her composure, instructing the nine-tailed ice fox to once again activate the nine celestial ice shield. A transparent frost enveloped both the girl and the beast, shielding them from the toxic wings of the bone dragon. Although the poison was obstructed, the formidable force of the bone wings still sent them hurtling several meters away. As the noxious mist roiled, the onlookers hastily retreated to evade its assault. The shrubs and small trees tainted by the poisonous fog withered instantly, crumbling to dust and scattering with the wind. The adventurers, their faces paling, clutched their chests in a collective sigh of relief, grateful that they were not the ones facing this terrifying creature. Zhao Huan was less affected, shielded by the guardian wall of Xianbei. At that moment, he observed Mu Qingxuang struggling to rise from the ground, her white gown stained with mud and grass. Her once regal image utterly diminished. "Sister, are you all right?" Mu Qingfeng called anxiously from a short distance behind him, her expression fraught with concern. Yu Wuyan said nothing, instead gesturing dismissively toward Mu Qingfeng, quietly adjusting her gown before coldly commanding the nine-tailed ice fox, "Schwerer, use ultimate bewitchment." The nine-tailed ice fox leapt into the air, winking alluringly at the bone dragon. Instantly, the hellbone dragon plummeted from the sky as if possessed, its massive form crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. "Linglong, what is happening?" Now it was Yu Wuyan's turn to be alarmed. The bone dragon gaped its maw, laughing foolishly as if under a spell. Its once glowing red eye sockets were now hollow, and it bit down on its own wings, tearing at them with ferocity. Oblivious to the pain as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle, it had fallen under the nine-tailed ice fox's charm, completely unaware of its actions. The bewitchment skill of the nine-tailed ice fox bore resemblance to Xianbei's mind erosion, capable of compelling opponents to engage in irrational behaviors. Zhao Huan watched as the battle unfolded, silently comparing the two. The ice fox's mental prowess was evidently superior to that of the bone dragon. making it a formidable task for the Hellbone Dragon to escape the grasp of the enchantment. At that moment, its wings were already in tatters, with large bones severed and falling to the ground, yet it seemed impervious to pain, continuing its ferocious assault. "Stop it, Linglong, no, please stop," Yu Wuyan cried out in a panic, rushing toward the bone dragon. Her fear compelling her to halt as she pleaded with a trembling voice for the frenzied creature to cease its self-harm. The bone dragon remained indifferent, ignoring her cries and continuing its rampage. One bone after another plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with resounding thuds. The audience, who had initially believed Yu Wuyan held the upper hand, were now taken aback. In an instant, the tide of the battle had shifted dramatically. It must be said, this duel was nothing short of spectacular, well worth their presence. They all silently marveled, utterly oblivious to Yu Wuyan's profound despair. Just as everyone assumed the duel was nearing its conclusion, an odd whistle, a long note followed by two short ones, sounded from an unknown source. "Hee hee. My dear sister is truly useless. It seems I, as the elder brother, must clean up this mess." The crowd gaped in astonishment as Yu Wuyan inexplicably burst into exaggerated laughter. Even more astonishing was the fact that the laughter bore a distinctly masculine tone, juxtaposed with Yu Wuyan's cold and exquisite visage, sending chills down their spines. Had she truly lost her mind? For a moment, all present stood in stunned silence, watching as Yu Wuyan succumbed to manic laughter, an inexplicable chill creeping into their hearts. Even Mu Qingxuang was taken aback, completely forgetting to command her familiar to deliver a decisive blow to her opponent. Only Zhao Huan understood. The Night Raven had arrived, along with its leader, Yu Wuyan. The twisted persona residing within Yu Wuyan had finally emerged at the climax of the duel. Chapter 64. The Split Personality of Yu Wuyan. After a difficult struggle to suppress his laughter, Yu Wuyan surveyed the scene with an imperious gaze, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Each individual caught in his gaze could not help but tremble slightly, akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent. The sensation was far from pleasant. "Linglong, awaken!" Yu Wuyan bellowed, unleashing a surge of formidable mental power, causing the Hellbone Dragon to snap out of its frenzy, as if awakening from a deep slumber. It reared back and unleashed an enraged roar, its power surging dramatically, an awe-inspiring presence. "Something's amiss." Zhao Huan immediately sensed the change within the Hellbone Dragon. This creature was no longer the same as before. "What is happening?" He hastily activated his spirit link to scrutinize the information regarding the Hellbone Dragon. Contractor, Yu Wuyan, Yu Wuyan. Species, Hellbone Dragon, Legendary Battle Pet. Level, 51. Experience, 100220265800. Attack power, 5200, 8500. Defense power, 2500, 5000. Agility, 4400, 6600. Mental power, 3500, 5300. Skills, Advanced Death Eye, 1775, 2000. Ultimate Dragon Roar, 3000, 3000. Advanced Hell Poison Wing, 1233, 2000. Advanced Bone Guardian, 1527, 2000. Affection level, 8, 10. Status, Healthy. Twin Awakening Bloodline Enhancement, base attributes increased by 50. Note, Legendary Level Pet can be enhanced using the Soul of Enlightenment to elevate innate level. Requires 1,000,000 points for enhancement. Twin Awakening Bloodline Enhancement. This must be Yu Wuyan's unique ability. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Under the influence of the Twin Awakening Bloodline Enhancement, the Hellbone Dragon's base attributes had significantly escalated, increasing by a staggering 50%. Even though the mental power of the nine-tailed ice fox surpassed that of the Hellbone Dragon, it was unlikely to exceed by more than 30%. Now, Mu Qingxuang found herself in a precarious position. The Hellbone Dragon's current capabilities effectively surrounded the ice fox on all fronts, leaving her with little hope for victory. The other onlookers were equally no match for Yu Wuyan. Apart from the avatar of Xuanwu, Zhao Huan contemplated that, under such circumstances, the only means to eliminate Yu Wuyan was through his ultimate technique, the avatar of Xuanwu. In a life-and-death situation, he could no longer afford the luxury of discretion. With preparations firmly in place, Zhao Huan fixed his gaze on Yu Wuyan, awaiting the next trick he might employ. Suddenly, Yu Wuyan gestured nonchalantly towards Mu Qingxuang, and the Hellbone Dragon, with its tattered wings, appeared beside her with incredible swiftness. With a powerful flap of its bony wings, it shattered the 9 radiance ice shield of the ice fox, sending her hurtling away. Mu Qingxuang slid nearly 20 meters across the ground, blood gushing profusely. Her white gown stained crimson, lying unconscious on the ground. "Sister!" Mu Qingfeng exclaimed in horror, rushing over to her side. He lifted Mu Qingxuang's head. Quickly retrieving a vial of medicine from his pocket, and placing it into her mouth, followed by several sips of water from his flask. The effects of the medicine took hold swiftly. Before long, Mu Qingxuang opened her eyes and, with her brother's support, managed to stand. The nine-tailed ice fox staggered to her side, emitting a pitiful whine. Yu Wumian did not intervene, a cold smile gracing his face. The outcome of the duel between Mu Qingxuang and Yu Wumian has been decided. The victor is Yu Wumian, proclaimed a representative from Qingshi City, witnessing the duel. Although Mu Qingxuang felt a sense of injustice, she acknowledged her inferiority and lowered her head, accepting the result of the duel. Ha. The outcome of the duel means little to me. Today, I did not come to claim victory. I came to take lives. Yu Wumian's words resonated like thunder, echoing in the hearts of all present. Are you ready to be buried beneath this verdant mountain? What does she mean? What is happening? I don't know. It seems she intends to strike us. We haven't offended her. They say Yu Wumian is unpredictable. Indeed, I should have known better than to come. Yu Wumian's declaration sent waves of panic among the spectators, igniting fervent discussions. From the moment Zhao Huan recognized Yu Wumian, he suspected that descending the mountain today would not be a simple matter. Furthermore, he had no intention of leaving without defeating Yu Wumian. A glance around him revealed a dozen figures clad in black stealthily surrounding the mountaintop, forming a subtle encirclement. The night ravens have arrived, Zhao Huan realized, sensing their intent to orchestrate a massacre here. Linglong unleashed the ultimate dragon roar. Yu Wumian initiated the attack. The terrifying dragon roar surged towards the audience, causing those with lesser strength to bleed from their orifices, while others scrambled to evade, a scene of utter chaos. Only Zhao Huan, shielded by the guardian wall of Xianbei, managed to retreat a few steps without appearing too flustered. Oh, it's you? Yu Wumian immediately recognized Zhao Huan, recalling their previous encounter, which left a deep impression due to the hefty sum of 1 million he had extorted from him. Zhao Huan shook his head with a bitter smile, secretly preparing to activate the avatar of Xuanwu. Apparently, my brothers have failed. I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. Very well. Let us resolve this matter with you and Mu Qingxuang together. Boss, the Night Ravens have assembled. You can focus on your target. We shall handle the rest. Murmured Night Raven number 2, standing a short distance in front of Yu Wumian. They are the Night Ravens? Yu Wumian is their leader? Is she a terrorist? Not only is she a terrorist, but she is also a deceiver. She has tricked us terribly. They intend to kill us. What should we do? To hell with it. Who cares who she is? Let us fight. The adventurers finally comprehended the dire situation. Having encountered terrorists, they realized their only option was to fight with all their might. They summoned their beasts, and atop the clouds, a fierce battle loomed. Ha. Dear guests, it is a blessing from your past lives that I, Yu Wumian, can host you today. Yu Wumian laughed triumphantly, yet the discordant sound of a woman's voice emanating from her female form sent shivers down everyone's spine, utterly nauseating. What a disgraceful image. Yu Wumian claims to be Yu Wumian. Where has Yu Wumian gone? Weren't we told that Yu Wumian was killed by the Night Ravens? What is happening? Confusion reigned once more among the crowd. Everyone, Yu Wumian and Yu Wumian are the same person, merely two facets of one personality. Do not overthink it. We must unite to defeat them to preserve our lives, Zhao Huan urged, witnessing the chaos unfold. Indeed, it matters not who they are, we must confront them. Let us fight. The crowd roared in agreement. The Night Ravens and the adventurers unleashed their beasts and engaged in fierce combat. Yu Wumian sneered contemptuously, raising a hand to orchestrate the bone dragon for the next wave of assault. Suddenly, a look of anguish crossed his face as he clutched his head and cried out in pain. Brother, you are alive. Why do you deceive me? The voice of Yu Wumian returned. Wumian, cease this nonsense and return to me. This time, it was Yu Wumian speaking. No, weren't you killed by the Night Ravens? How can you be their leader? Why is this happening? Tell me, this cannot be real. Uncertain whether it was Yu Wumian or Yu Wumian, the figure collapsed to the ground, weeping aloud. Zhao Huan, who had intended to command Xianbei to activate the avatar of Xuanwu, was momentarily bewildered. What trickery was this? Chapter 65. The Battle of the Celestial Beings, Yu Wumian. Yu Wumian and Yu Wumian struggled for control over the body, prompting everyone to attack swiftly. Mu Qingxuang was the first to grasp the situation, urging her comrades to assault, commanding the nine-tailed ice fox to launch an attack. The frost was intercepted by the bone dragon, which, lacking the owner's command, hesitated, growling in irritation. Do not harm the innocent. Brother, regain your senses. There is no future with the Starry Sky organization. Yu Wumian made one final effort to reclaim her other persona. Brother, have you forgotten? Have you forgotten how kind and gentle you once were? Have you forgotten how the Starry Sky organization caused our parents' demise? How can you join them? Will you not spare even me, your sister? Yu Wumian knelt on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Do not obstruct me, regardless of who it is. They must die today. Yu Wumian regained control of the body, shouting in fury. No, I will never submit to terrorists, nor will I tolerate your indiscriminate slaughter. Yu Wumian refused to relent, fiercely battling for her own body. The two personalities fluctuated continuously, yet Yu Wumian clearly exhibited greater mental strength, gradually gaining the upper hand. Linglong, annihilate them. Upon hearing Yu Wumian's command, the bone dragon raised its massive head, a terrifying aura coalescing within its form. No, Linglong, do not heed his call. Yu Wumian made one last desperate attempt, but the bone dragon ignored her, unleashing a torrent of energy from within. Zhao Huan, sheltered by the guardian wall, swiftly dodged. Feeling the deathly energy brush past him, crashing into the ground, and sending dust soaring into the air. The engaged adventurers were horrified by the sight, hastily retreating from the bone dragon. Xianbei, can you contain him? Zhao Huan kept his gaze fixed on Yu Wumian, quietly issuing a command to Xianbei. Taking advantage of Yu Wumian's distraction with Yu Wumian, Xianbei initiated mental invasion. As the moon's light dimmed, Yu Wumian felt a sudden wave of disorientation. As if a new force had invaded the battlefield of thoughts shared between him and Yu Wumian. He clung desperately to his mental clarity, furiously scanning his surroundings for the source of the attack. Zhao Huan. It was that brat. Spotting Zhao Huan carefully cradling his pet beast and directing it toward him, he immediately understood. No wonder his subordinates were no match for the boy. He possessed an unassailable special ability. Linglong, eliminate that boy, Yu Wumian commanded, pointing at Zhao Huan, issuing an offensive order to the bone dragon. In that moment of distraction, Xianbei successfully seized control of his consciousness, allowing the suppressed Yu Wumian to reclaim control of her body and sternly halt the bone dragon's advance. Xianbei did not relent. It relentlessly pursued Yu Wumian's sinking consciousness within the sea of thoughts, intent on following Zhao Huan's directive to obliterate Yu Wumian's very persona. Yu Wumian sensed Xianbei's intentions and instantly grasped what it sought to do. No, he is my brother. Panic overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken dam. Just as she was about to intervene in the sea of consciousness to thwart Xianbei, she heard Zhao Huan's voice booming. He is not your brother. He is merely a figment of your imagination. Your brother has ceased to exist. He was slain by the night crow. Have you forgotten? Brother gone? No, he is still alive. You lie. He visits me often while I sleep, speaks to me, comforts me. He is still here. Yu Wumian's eyes blazed with fury, her voice a heart-wrenching cry, filled with despair and isolation. She resembled a lonely child, terrified to confront the shattering of her only cherished toy. I know your loved ones are gone. You have lived in solitude for so long that you conjured Yu Wumian to soothe your heart, believing this would alleviate your loneliness. But do not forget, who was responsible for your parents' deaths? The very night crow, the murderer of your kin, stands before you now. Do you wish to let them go free? Do you? At first, Zhao Huan's tone was gentle as he comforted Yu Wumian, but as he continued, his voice grew more fervent, akin to a roar. Hearing his impassioned shout, Yu Wumian stood frozen, her lips trembling as she struggled to find her voice. Mu Qingshuang glanced at Zhao Huan with surprise, never having anticipated that this boy, nearly the same age as her younger brother, could remain so composed and perceptive in a critical moment. Hurry, the boss is in danger. Ignore these distractions and assist him. Night Crow too, sensing something amiss with Yu Wumian, called out urgently for reinforcement. Mu Qingshuang understood the gravity of the situation and knew she must not allow any interruptions to Zhao Huan's efforts. Thus, she commanded the nine-tailed ice fox to engage, while Mu Qingfeng, glancing at Zhao Huan, promptly followed his sister's lead, directing the venomous fire python to unleash a torrent of poisonous flames at Night Crow 2. The other adventurers, witnessing the unfolding chaos, surged forward to thwart the Night Crows from aiding Yu Wumian. Zhao Huan anxiously observed the impassive Yu Wumian, aware that she was caught in a battle between her past grievances and the profound loneliness that had birthed her imaginary counterpart, the only source of solace she had. How would she choose? This world is vast. We shall encounter many souls. If you are willing to open your heart, you will find those who resonate with you, who may become your friends, and you shall no longer feel alone. Zhao Huan's voice was soft as he gently urged Yu Wumian. Friends? Yu Wumian's bewildered gaze dimmed further. Steeped in despair. All my life, they have called me peculiar, an orphan. No one wished to befriend me. They only bullied me time and time again. No, I do not need friends. Seeing Yu Wumian on the verge of agitation again, Zhao Huan let out a deep sigh. In this desolate world, how had this girl managed to endure? No, Yu Wumian, you are strong, beautiful, righteous, and kind. Many would be willing to befriend you, like me. I would be honored to be your friend. Miss Wumian, if you would have me, I too wish to be your friend. You have always been my idol. One of the adventurers, commanding his beast in battle, suddenly exclaimed with fervor. Miss Wumian, I too wish to. The voices of the adventurers chimed in one after another. Mu Qingxuang, adjusting her hair, turned to Yu Wuyin and coldly declared, I am not your friend, but I will always be your rival. Yu Wuyin froze. Tears once again cascading silently down her fair, radiant face, carried away by the relentless mountain winds. Do you not hate me? It is I who brought this upon you all, she trailed off. No, you halted Yu Wuyin. You saved us. We do not hate you. Brothers, do you not agree? A burly man spoke up, smiling. Yes, Miss Wuyin, we do not harbor hatred. If there is to be any animosity, let it be directed at the madmen of the Starry Sky organization. The crowd echoed in unison. Chapter 66, Yu Wuyin's Choice. Thank you. Yu Wuyin suddenly lifted her head, wiping her tears and smiling at the crowd. Taking a deep breath, she murmured to herself, Goodbye, brother. Closing her eyes, she stood resolutely against the wind, unguarded amidst the chaos of the battlefield, channeling Xianbei's spiritual power deep into her consciousness. Fragments of her past unfurled before Zhao Huan's mind, the terror at her parents' murder, the turmoil of her childhood with her brother, his untimely death, and the relentless mockery, cold stares, and bullying she endured throughout her life. Zhao Huan even glimpsed countless lonely nights filled with her yearning for family and disappointment in the world, which had led her to construct the imaginary figure of Yu Wuyin as a coping mechanism. She was pitiable, profoundly tragic. Like a drowning child, she had plunged into the tumultuous waves of human suffering, desperately seeking something to save her, only to inadvertently harm others in the process. She recognized her wrongs, which is why she was willing to harness Zhao Huan's strength to destroy the very pillar of her fabricated spirit, Yu Wuyin. Suddenly, she coughed violently, expelling a torrent of blood as she collapsed to the ground. Tears dripped onto the soil beneath her. The metallic scent of blood mingled with the saltiness of her tears, creating an indistinguishable concoction of bitterness and anguish. In that moment, Yu Wuyin, the leader of the Night Crow execution squad of the Starry Sky organization, vanished forever. Without Yu Wuyin's power, the remaining Night Crows were no match for those present. They either perished or succumbed to poison. Zhao Huan, holding Xianbei, watched as the Night Crows were systematically eliminated, sighing, these lunatics have finally met their end. Suddenly, he recalled something, swiftly turning to look at Yu Wuyin. It's too late. Yu Wuyin's blood had turned an unnatural crimson. She had ingested poison. She had made her choice the moment she guided Xianbei. Even if others could forgive her, she could never forgive herself. As the leader of the Night Crows, her hands were stained with blood. Zhao Huan rushed to her aid. But Yu Wuyin raised her hand to halt his movement, a radiant smile gracing her face, one she had never shown before. No, do not save me. I am very happy. Thank you, my friends. With that, she released her hands, her life extinguished. Zhao Huan felt a weight in his heart, while the crowd, who had just celebrated a hard-won victory, fell into a solemn silence. Yu Wuyin, you foolish idiot. I have yet to defeat you. How dare you flee? Mu Qingxuang scolded angrily, her face stern. Yet, Zhao Huan could clearly see that the corners of her eyes had already begun to glisten with unshed tears. The hellbone dragon let out a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, a sound that seemed to embody both sorrow and mourning. The onlookers instinctively braced themselves, fearful that the beast might go berserk in its unmoored state. However, it paid them no heed. Instead, it gently nudged Yu Wuyin's serene visage with its snout, opened its colossal maw, and delicately lifted her lifeless form. With a powerful flap of its immense wings, it soared into the sky, retreating to an unknown destination, leaving only the sound of its mournful wails to resonate in the chilling wind. Farewell, my friend. Zhao Huan murmured softly as he watched the hellbone dragon carry Yu Wuyin away, his heart a tumult of emotions, caught between sorrow and elation. Just then, Mu Qingxuang approached, extending her hand toward Zhao Huan. This time, I must concede defeat. You are now the strongest rookie. I presume you are unaware of your new moniker? The strongest rookie? Zhao Huan grasped Mu Qingxuang's hand, perplexed. You shattered the record for the rookie rankings with your exceptional performance in the third secret realm, even ranking in the top 15 on the heroic leaderboard. Truly, you are a marvel. Once you exit the secret realm, remember to collect your rewards from the Adventurers Association. Noticing Zhao Huan's confusion, Mu Qingxuang offered a wry smile and continued, Oh, and also, after you leave, please get in touch with Lin Luoluo. She sent me word through my family's connections, saying she needs to speak with you urgently. Lin Luoluo wishes to speak with me? What could this whimsical girl possibly want? Zhao Huan pondered, unsure of her intentions. He shrugged it off, reasoning that he could find out later since communication was impossible within the secret realm. As the curtain fell on their first exploration of the secret realm, another matter awaited Zhao Huan. The system's voice rang out, announcing, Host has successfully defeated the leader of the Starry Sky organization, Night Crow. Time-space secret realm mission completed. Reward, 1,000 points of transformation value. Reward, 1 shard of the spirit of the four symbols, a shard of the Azure Dragon's heart. Contract slot increased by 1, allowing for an additional contracted beast. With 1,000 points of transformation value credited to his account, Zhao Huan now possessed over 7,000 points, bringing him closer to the coveted 10,000. Soon, he would be able to transform another beast. He pondered whether to transform Xianbei or Shanyun, still undecided. The shard of the Azure Dragon's heart was a new acquisition, and he wondered if Xianbei could consume it. As he descended the mountain with the others, his thoughts continued to swirl. He opened his system panel, where he beheld a crystal the size of a fingernail, of vibrant azure green. This was the Azure Dragon's heart. Although he lagged behind the group, he knew this was not the time for a detailed examination. He continued to peruse his personal panel. Host, Zhao Huan. Age, 18. Contract level, S-Class Beast Spirit Affinity. Transformation value, 8,200. Unique talent skill, Soul of Transformation, allows beasts to evolve to innate levels through transformation, requiring transformation value. Passive skill, Heart of Amplification, amplifies all attributes of contracted beasts by 10-fold, effective only for the host's contracted beasts. Auxiliary skills, Spirit Communication, enables communication with beasts and access to all information on exotic creatures. Blessing, capable of healing and purifying contracted beasts. Contracted beasts, Xianyu Turtle, Golden level 16. Thunderhawk, Elite Golden level 14. Task item, Xianwu Heart Fragment, summons a Xianwu avatar. Usable once per day for 10 seconds. Requires transformation value to unlock summoning. Once summoned, the beast loses combat ability for 12 hours, already used. 1 shard of Azure Dragon's heart. Contract slot. Unlocked. Host has added 1 contract slot. Total contracted beasts, 3. Indeed, the number of contracted beasts had reached 3. To his knowledge, no one had ever been reported to possess the ability to contract 3 beasts. If the education committee were to discover his capability, they would surely be left in awe. A sense of delight swelled within Zhao Huan. If he were to contract a 3rd beast, he should venture into an A-class secret realm next time. With Xianbei's cognitive encroachment, he believed he could successfully secure even legendary beasts. It was said that the savior, Shao Tian, was hailed as the king of beasts. His 2 beasts, the king-level Holy Glass 100-level combat beast, Firewing Dragon King, and the Holy Glass 100-level support beast, Immovable King, forged a new path for humanity in its darkest hour. Truly, a child of destiny. Reflecting on the grand achievements of his predecessors, Zhao Huan felt a surge of ambition. With the transformation system, Xianbei and Shanyun might just grow to be the pinnacle of legendary beasts. By then, the tales of his own legend would be recounted throughout history. Chapter 67. A new conspiracy from the Starry Sky organization. Yu Wuyan has perished. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the 3rd secret realm. Qingshi City, Hongfeng City, Lighthouse Camp, Jibi Terrace Camp, and even New Bod City on the opposite end of the secret realm buzzed with the tidings. Yu Wuyan, like an angel descended from the heavens, had triumphed in her duel against the prodigious girl, Mu Qingshuang. Yet, in a tragic turn of fate, she sacrificed herself to protect others in the climactic battle against Night Crow of the Starry Sky organization. In every city, every tavern, patrons recounted the tale with fervor, as if they were present at the duel itself, their words imbued with vivid imagery. Naturally, countless versions of the Cloud Summit battle circulated, with Zhao Huan emerging as a pivotal figure, continuously mentioned and celebrated. In the most widely shared rendition, the strongest rookie, Zhao Huan, heroically stepped forth at a critical juncture, eloquently persuading Yu Wuyan to join forces against Night Crow, her own brother, Yu Wumian, ultimately leading them to victory in the Cloud Summit battle. As for the perplexing transformation of Yu Wumian from victim to leader of Night Crow, that was yet another tale woven into the fabric of their narratives. Thus, the legend of Yu Wuyan as a hero continued to be passed down through generations. Meanwhile, the true story lay buried in the hearts of those who witnessed it atop the mountain, destined to fade into obscurity with the passage of time. At that moment, in a quaint courtyard in Qingshi City, several figures clad in black surrounded a round table. The news from the Night Owl has arrived. What are your thoughts? A dignified middle-aged man, with a square jaw and an imposing presence, surveyed the others with a measured gaze and inquired. If Zhao Huan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as Lu Zhong, the vice president of the education committee of Lingshui City. Elder Xing, the jester has been captured. The professor's plans have been thwarted. Night Crow has been vanquished. This series of failures bears the unmistakable imprint of one individual. I believe we must elevate our vigilance regarding this person. I propose we raise the alert level to A-class. I concur. The failures of our organization's operations in Zhongzhou province against Lingshui have been exceedingly suspicious. This Zhao Huan is undoubtedly the key. Elder Xing, allow me to deal with him. said the final speaker, a remarkably young voice laden with palpable resentment and fury directed at Zhao Huan. Xiao Yu, you have only just joined the organization as a deformed one, and your new contracted beast has only been with you for 2 days. Though you possess remarkable talent, you are not yet his match. The purpose of bringing you into the secret realm is to expedite your growth and strength. Do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. Elder Xing's voice remained calm as he gazed at the young man seated across from him. Indeed, it was Yu Xiao, the third young master of the Yu family, who had inexplicably transformed into a deviant of the Starry Sky organization. However, just as Yu Xiao was about to voice a rebuttal, Elder Xing gently uttered a sound of acknowledgement, prompting him to immediately close his mouth and lower his head in silence. Very well, from this moment forth, elevate Zhao Huan's alert level to A grade and conduct continuous surveillance on him and all those around him. Reports on observations must be submitted daily. Furthermore, effective immediately. All individuals except for Yu Xiao must devote their utmost efforts to ensuring the implementation of the route plan. This time, we must turn Ling Shui into a mere pile of ruins. Understood. As soon as Elder Xing finished speaking, everyone stood to bow in acknowledgement before departing, leaving only Yu Xiao at the lower end, nervously rubbing his hands together. To be honest, he had not anticipated that the Starry Sky organization would seek him out. Having lost all hope for the future and consumed by resentment, the opportunity to once again contract a pet beast was one he could not refuse. He harbored hatred for Zhao Huan, for his father, for this family, and even for the entire world. Having fallen from the pedestal of a favored son of heaven, he felt a deep reluctance to accept his fate. He loathed the capriciousness of destiny and its inherent injustices. When the Starry Sky organization promised him that by joining, he could recontract a pet beast of at least platinum level, he felt a stirring within. The fate of humanity was of no concern to him. He only desired to become powerful enough. Moreover, the Starry Sky organization had existed for countless years, and humanity continued to thrive. By the time the organization truly succeeded, he feared he would have long since aged and passed away. Thus, even if the organization intended to eradicate all of humanity, he remained indifferent. It was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Nevertheless, Yu Xiao felt a twinge of fear towards the middle-aged man opposite him. The first time he encountered Lu Zhang, he was utterly dumbfounded. The vice president of the education committee, who always presented an image of righteous integrity, was, in fact, the supreme commander of the Starry Sky organization in Ling Shui City, Elder Xing of the Elder Council. This was the vice president Lu, known for his fierce opposition to evil and for maintaining distance from aristocratic families, a man whose reputation for integrity resonated throughout the educational circles of Ling Shui. When his mother had contemplated asking President Wang Dongxing for assistance during his cheating, she had never dared to consider Lu. To discover that he was a genuine, unadulterated terrorist leader was utterly shocking. The drama of life indeed possesses an unexpected brilliance. Yu Xiao reflected quietly, feeling a surge of anxiety at Lu Zheng's decision to keep him behind. Yu Xiao, do you know why you suffered such catastrophic defeats at the hands of Zhao Huan during your previous encounters? After a prolonged silence, Lu Zheng finally spoke. Yu Xiao was taken aback, unsure why Lu Zheng posed such a question. After pondering briefly, he uncertainly replied, "Is it because I was too hasty? Oh, it seems you have grasped the essence, albeit belatedly. Indeed, your impatience has been your downfall. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. And you shall not fear the result of 100 battles. You were unaware of how much strength your opponent concealed, yet you rushed into confrontation. It is no wonder you met with failure," Lu Zheng remarked, surprisingly smiling at Yu Xiao. "What must I do to defeat that scoundrel Zhao Huan?" Yu Xiao inquired eagerly, raising his head to look at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng waved his hand dismissively, feigning anger. "Look, you are rushing again. Young man, heed my counsel. Zhao Huan is currently the strongest newcomer. You are not yet his rival. For now, focus on enhancing your strength within the secret realm. The organization will relay information about Zhao Huan to you. Rest assured, under our surveillance, he cannot escape. When you possess the certainty of victory, I will ensure your wishes are fulfilled." "Yes, thank you, Elder Xing." Yu Xiao quickly stood to express his gratitude. "You have 1 month. When the route plan commences, that will be your moment of vengeance. I hope you do not disappoint me. Elder Xing, you can rest assured. In 1 month, I will undoubtedly make you proud. Zhao Huan, leave him to me." "Haha, splendid. The organization requires the vigor of young individuals like you. I shall await your good news." After Yu Xiao departed with exuberance, Elder Xing gently lifted his teacup, savoring a long sip before slowly setting it down, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Aristocratic families, humph. Let me strip away your glamorous facade and reveal your grotesque true selves. You have long occupied Ling Shui. It is time you make way for the city's funeral." The triumphant laughter echoed through the courtyard, subtly crossing the walls and merging with the streets. Meanwhile, Zhao Huan found himself amidst the bustling crowd outside the courtyard. Blissfully unaware of the Starry Sky organization's machinations against him, he had prepared to leave the secret realm and return to Lingshui City, currently enjoying a leisurely stroll down the street, looking to purchase some souvenirs. In truth, it had been less than a week since he entered the secret realm. Initially, he had agreed with his sister to stay for half a month, so he needed to think of a good excuse for returning prematurely. He had also considered remaining in the secret realm for the full duration, allowing Xianbei and Shan Yun to level up further. However, he was utterly exhausted. Over the past few days, he had endured countless battles, suffered numerous injuries, and witnessed too much death. Were it not for his blessing skill, he would have perished at Sunset Lake. Even now, the memories sent chills down his spine, not to mention the enemies he had slain in these days. He could hardly keep count. Although he possessed a decisive edge when it came to killing, appearing cold and unfeeling, he was still merely a university student in essence. Slaughter was a choice he had been forced to make. Each battle was a counterattack against the malice threatening his life, not a reflection of a bloodthirsty monster. From beginning to end, he felt no sense of satisfaction. Rather, he was utterly fatigued, longing for the comfort of his small bed and his sister's braised ribs. He missed home. After purchasing his items, he successfully transported out of the secret realm via a teleportation point near Qingshu City. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a gentle drizzle. Dark clouds loomed over the city. Countless raindrops fell like strings of water, weaving an intricate net before Zhao Huan's eyes. He rubbed his nose, muttering a few words, and quickly dashed into the rain. There should be a bus stop ahead. Relying on his faint memories from his earlier journey, he boarded the return bus from the secret realm to the city. The moment he sat down, he fell asleep. It wasn't until the driver called out loudly that he stirred awake, rubbing his drowsy eyes as he disembarked. He returned to the Explorers Association. Sister Yan, I'm back. This is a gift I brought for you. Do you like it? Zhao Huan entered the association's hall and immediately sought out Li Yan, presenting her with a souvenir. The experience felt less like training in the secret realm and more akin to returning from a scenic tourist destination. Li Yan accepted the beastbone comb, meticulously crafted by hand, its surface shimmering with a yellow jade-like luster, and its warm, tactile feel made it irresistible. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Zhao Huan's bright eyes, her heart racing. How annoying, to be so captivated by someone so much younger than herself. Li Yan blushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Yesterday, she had heard the legend of the strongest rookie king of the third secret realm. When she learned that the name of the legend's bearer was Zhao Huan, she found it hard to believe, speculating that it might be merely a case of sharing a name. She had encountered various versions of the tale, one of which convinced her that this Zhao Huan was indeed the charming young lad who had been incessantly praising her sister, Yin, just days prior. In that moment, she realized that the boy who always wore a smile was extraordinarily talented. Her heart began to race for Zhao Huan. Thus, clutching the gift Zhao Huan had given her, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement. By the way, Sister Yin, I have a gift for Uncle Zhao as well. I'll deliver it first and come back to chat with you, she said, waving to Zhao Huan before he dashed off. As she watched his figure vanish, an inexplicable emptiness washed over her. Had she developed feelings for this young boy? This terrifying thought popped into her mind. It was impossible, after all. She was 7 years his senior. How could she entertain such absurd notions? Her face flushed crimson as her right hand anxiously brushed against her chest, attempting to quell this sudden, strange impulse. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on the entrance leading to the testing point for explorers, oblivious to the calls of an explorer who had addressed her multiple times. Oh no, oh no. Her face reddened further, nearly bursting with embarrassment. Sister Yin, I'm back. Zhao Huan returned after delivering the gift, causing her heart to race with nervous anticipation. What would he say upon seeking her out again? Would it be? Just as she was lost in thought, she heard his voice, clear and bright. Sister Yin, I'm here to claim the rewards for the secret realm leaderboard. Do you know where to collect them? Was he not about to confess his feelings? Disappointment flooded her heart. However, her professional demeanor prevailed, and she replied gently, Congratulations, young Zhao Huan. I've heard you are the strongest rookie king in the secret realm. I never expected you to be this remarkable, a true SSS-level genius in the trials. To claim your rewards, head to the secret realm management office on the second floor, the second office on the right. As she watched Zhao Huan express his gratitude and depart, the words she had withheld finally escaped her lips. Sigh. When will I see you again? What is this? Feeling lovesick? Who do you wish to see? At that moment, her colleague Xiao Li's voice startled her, prompting a flurry of laughter between the two girls. Zhao Huan located the management office of the secret realm, where he was greeted by a middle-aged man. Upon receiving Zhao Huan's Explorer Qualification Certificate and checking it on his computer, the man's jaw dropped in astonishment. You are the recently renowned strongest rookie king? How can you be so young? I thought you were a 30-year-old muscular man. 30? Muscular man. Zhao Huan found it amusing how wildly exaggerated the rumors had become. The middle-aged man quickly regained his composure, realizing that misinformation had distorted Zhao Huan's image. He chuckled softly, clearing his throat, and said, "All checks are accurate, young Zhao Huan. Your current leaderboard score is 12,800 points, leading the second place by over 8,000 points. Initially, rewards for the rookie leaderboard are issued after 10 days in the secret realm, but since you have shattered the historical record, we can grant you your rewards early." Zhao Huan was taken aback by the extent of his remarkable achievement. The reward for first place on the rookie leaderboard was a cash prize of 1 million yuan, and the bonus for breaking the historical record was a Stellar Stone Experience Enhancement Necklace. This necklace could increase a pet's experience growth rate by 20%. Congratulations, young man. While the 1 million yuan was not particularly astonishing to Zhao Huan at this moment, the experience-enhancing necklace was indeed a valuable prize. With a 20% increase in experience, coupled with the system's heart of amplification providing a tenfold enhancement, the actual benefits would far exceed 20%. Wonderful. Zhao Huan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He accepted the rewards from the middle-aged man, preparing to take his leave when the man called out to him, "Young man, could you leave your contact information? If your hero leaderboard ranking remains within the top 20 over the next week, you can claim another reward from the hero leaderboard. Our staff will reach out to you for that." Zhao Huan thanked him repeatedly and provided his contact details, though he did not take it to heart. After all, he was currently ranked 15th on the hero leaderboard. In a week's time, he would likely drop out of the top 20. Future matters could wait. It was time to head home. Chapter 69, The Pet Kidnapping Incident in Lingshui City. Upon returning home, Zhao Huan was greeted by his younger brother, Zhao Ling, who was particularly delighted after days of separation. "Zhao Huan, have you grown taller again?" "Have I?" Zhao Huan himself did not perceive any change. Zhao Ling pulled him to the wall of their home, where marks indicated his growth over the years. The last measurement was 6 months ago, showing a height of 175 centimeters. "You really have grown taller, Zhao Huan. Look, you're already 1.80 meters. Zhao Ling exclaimed, standing on tiptoe to measure his brother's height with his hand. "Is that so?" Zhao Huan turned to examine the new mark Zhao Ling had made on the wall. He was indeed taller, having grown 5 centimeters since half a year prior. "To celebrate that my little Huan has become a real man, I declare that tonight we feast on braised pork ribs," Zhao Ling announced with a proud grin, exposing his tiger-like teeth. Zhao Huan joined in the cheer, raising his hands high. "The best braised pork ribs in Lingshui City will make a return tonight." "Oh yeah?" His sister did not inquire about his early return from training, which relieved Zhao Huan. With Zhao Ling off to buy groceries, Zhao Huan retreated to his room and dialed Lin Luo's number. He wondered what had prompted her to contact him through Mu Qingfeng's network. "Hello, is this Zhao Huan? Have you come out of the secret realm? How was it? Was it fun? Is Xianbei doing well?" Lin Luo's cheerful and lively voice bombarded him the moment the call connected. "It was quite good. I heard you were looking for me. What is the matter?" Zhao Huan decided to get straight to the point. "Actually, I need your help with something. More accurately, I need help from Sister Zhao Ling. Help from my sister? What is it?" "My best friend's pet has been kidnapped, and it's been several days now. I'm hoping that through Sister Zhao Ling's sniffing cat, we might locate it. Since I'm not very familiar with her, I had to come to you." Lin Luo's voice sounded somewhat anxious. "Why not ask your sister? Surely, they would be more effective in the search." Zhao Huan thought it strange. "I did ask, but strangely enough, there have been over 30 reports of pet kidnappings that reached my sister during this time, not just my friend's case. She's overwhelmed." Lin Luo explained in a fluster. "Over 30 cases of pet kidnappings?" Zhao Huan sensed that something was amiss. While incidents of pet kidnappings were not unheard of, driven by a few deranged pet enthusiasts, the sheer volume of such occurrences raised alarm. The kidnapped pets, unless their contracts were dissolved, could not be controlled by others. These crazed individuals would simply confine them for their own amusement. There exist even more grotesque cases where individuals, after being abducted, find themselves subjected to the torment of others' beloved pets. Such news emerges several times each year. However, never before has there been a spate of kidnappings on this scale. It does not seem to be a mere act of random criminality, but rather an orchestrated, premeditated, and meticulously planned large-scale operation. Could it be that the stellar organization is behind this? What could their intentions be? To eradicate humanity, do they first aim to undermine our strength? Yet, what purpose does abducting these lower-tier pets serve? It hardly impacts human capabilities, does it? Zhao Huan is momentarily at a loss to comprehend the underlying motives. "Very well. I shall inquire with my sister upon her return and see if I can borrow the spirit wind." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Huan readily acquiesced to Lin Luo's request. "Thank you, Zhao Huan. I knew you would not turn a blind eye to my plight." Lin Luo's sweet voice stirred something within Zhao Huan. After hanging up, he fell into contemplation. This incident is indeed too peculiar. His instincts tell him that the pet abduction cases are not merely isolated incidents. With scant information available, he finds himself at a standstill. Just as he is deep in thought, his phone rings. Upon checking, he sees it is Wang Daqian, and an ominous premonition washes over him. Huanzi, you're finally back. My Bobo has been stolen. You must help me figure out a way. Wang Daqian's wailing voice was heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in any listener. All right, stop wailing. What happened? Tell me everything in detail. Bobo is the name of Wang Daqian's pet, a water-healing rabbit, which has also been taken. Zhao Huan's alertness heightened as he interrupted Wang Daqian's lamentations, urging him to clarify the situation promptly. Wang Daqian hurriedly recounted the entire ordeal to Zhao Huan. It turns out that, feeling lonely during Zhao Huan's absence in the secret realm, he had ventured alone to the electronic pet battle center yesterday, where he was targeted by a group of thugs who not only robbed him of his money, but also abducted Bobo. He reported the incident. But the police are currently swamped with cases of missing and kidnapped pets, and retrieving Bobo might take an eternity. Therefore, upon hearing from Lin Luoluo that Zhao Huan had returned, he immediately called for help. Another pet abduction? Could there be a connection? Zhao Huan instinctively sensed that these abduction cases are not standalone incidents. He comforted Wang Daqian as best as he could and agreed to meet him shortly. Before long, Zhao Ling returned, and Zhao Huan briefed her on the situation, requesting to borrow the scent wind cat to locate Wang Daqian's pet. Zhao Ling readily complied, promptly handing over the spirit wind and specifically instructing it to heed Zhao Huan's commands. Understood, following this little good-for-nothing to find the one who was taken, right? The spirit wind chirped, and through their telepathic bond, Zhao Huan could distinctly hear it referring to him as a little good-for-nothing. This little creature has been addressing him in such a manner for quite some time now, rolling his eyes at the proud feline. Zhao Huan left home amidst Zhao Ling's repeated cautions. Regrettably, he had not gotten to enjoy the braised pork ribs. Cradling the spirit wind, he made his way to the designated meeting point. Wang Daqian was already waiting at the electronic pet battle center, a place they frequented before contracting their pets. Huanzi, those ruffians are not inside right now, Wang Daqian exclaimed upon Zhao Huan's arrival. Do you have anything that Bobo often uses? I've borrowed my sister's spirit wind. Rest assured, as long as Bobo remains in Lingshui City, we will surely find it. Zhao Huan confidently waved the spirit wind in front of Wang Daqian. That's splendid. Why didn't I think of that? Wang Daqian slapped his forehead and began rummaging through his belongings for something Bobo had used, continuing to speak. By the way, Huanzi. Lin Luoluo said she would come as well. We should wait for her. Oh, did she mention if she is coming alone or with others? Zhao Huan was not surprised by Lin Luoluo's arrival, though he wondered if her friend would accompany her. Given the unpredictable nature of the situation ahead, he feared that too many people might be difficult to manage. I don't know. She didn't say over the phone, Wang Daqian replied, looking puzzled as he finally produced a plastic carrot stick. Zhao Huan, Fatty Weavy arrived. Have you been waiting long? At that moment, Lin Luoluo appeared, waving cheerfully, accompanied by a girl of similar stature, who looked timidly at the two. Zhao Huan, this is my good friend Tian Jing. You can just call her Jingjing. It was her pet, Dodo, that was abducted. Lin Luoluo introduced the demure girl beside her. Jingjing, please share what happened with Zhao Huan and the others. He is quite capable and will surely help you retrieve Dodo. Tian Jing looked at Lin Luoluo in astonishment, unsure of why she had such unwavering faith in Zhao Huan. Even her sister, the head of the elite team at the Beast Tamer Safety Bureau, couldn't assist her, so how could this boy, who was of similar age, be so formidable? Though she harbored doubts about Zhao Huan, her trust in Lin Luoluo compelled her to recount the events of the abduction. She was shy and spoke softly, so Zhao Huan had to strain his ears to grasp the details. Her experience was akin to Wang Daqian's. A few days prior, while walking her pet, a bronze-level support pet named Joyful Clown Dog in the park, two unsavory men suddenly emerged, shoved her to the ground, and snatched her clown dog away before she could react. Woo-woo, Dodo. Dodo is just a little clown dog that brings joy. It possesses no other skills. What use do they have for it? It must be terrified right now. What should I do? The young girl began to cry as she recounted her tale. Zhao Huan found himself at a loss for words of comfort and awkwardly rubbed his nose. All right, Jingjing, stop crying. I'm here to help you find assistance. Trust Zhao Huan. He will surely devise a solution. Lin Luoluo continuously reassured her friend, unabashedly placing the burden of the problem onto Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan, scratching his nose, glanced helplessly at Wang Daqian, only to discover that the chubby boy was also wiping away tears. Goodness, it seems we are all in the same boat. Huanzi, I can only imagine what they are doing to my Bobo. You must help me find it. Wang Daqian exclaimed, embracing Zhao Huan and sobbing profusely. Zhao Huan quickly pushed him away, feigning disgust as he raised a leg, as if to kick him. Wang Daqian hurriedly offered the plastic carrot stick, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at Zhao Huan. Sighing, Zhao Huan reluctantly accepted it, placing it beneath the nose of the scent wind. Spirit wind, take a good whiff and see if you can catch Bobo's scent. Meow, little good for nothing. I've detected it. It's over here, the spirit wind meowed. Leaping from Zhao Huan's arms and darting down the eastern street. Quick, follow the spirit wind. Zhao Huan waved his hand and took the lead in pursuing the scent wind's trail. The others, momentarily stunned, hastily followed suit. Could Lin Luoluo's friend truly be so remarkable? Had she uncovered a lead so swiftly? As Tianjing trailed behind, she cast a surprised glance at Zhao Huan, a flicker of hope igniting within her. The group followed the spirit wind, weaving through alleyways until they arrived at an abandoned factory in the easternmost part of the Qilin district. When they arrived, it was already quite late, and a formidable lock hung on the gate of the abandoned factory. Through the iron bars, the interior appeared desolate, seemingly untouched by human presence for a long time. The distant surroundings were shrouded in darkness, evoking an eerie sense of foreboding. Tianjing felt a tremor of fear and instinctively clutched Lin Luoluo's clothing. Lin Luoluo, her heart racing, also felt apprehensive, yet upon witnessing Tianjing's terror, she mustered her courage and wrapped an arm around her. Wang Daqian was already trembling uncontrollably, his legs as unsteady as a sieve. Leaning over Zhao Huan, he inquired, Huanzi, is Bobo inside? Is it truly in there? Why is there not a single sign of entry or exit at the door? Could Ling Feng have made a mistake? Zhao Huan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Meow. It's right here, no doubt about it, you little fool. After all these years, there's nothing this cat cannot find. Through their spiritual connection, Zhao Huan perceived Ling Feng proudly lifting its head, casting him a sidelong glance. Feeling belittled, Zhao Huan steadied his resolve, dismissing Ling Feng's habitual rudeness. There must be other passages in and out of this place. He signaled to Lin Luoluo and the others, beginning a search along the factory's perimeter. Indeed, after a short distance, they discovered a gaping hole in the wall, large enough for a person to bend down and enter. This must be the way. Zhao Huan inspected the area, noting the traces of recent activity. Footprints in the crumbled bricks were unmistakably fresh, with even the tread patterns clear as day. They are definitely inside. Follow me, Zhao Huan whispered, leading the way through the hole. Wang Daqian hurriedly trailed behind him, while Lin Luoluo quickly followed suit. Tianjing hesitated for a moment, but her concern for Lin Luoluo ultimately compelled her to timidly join the group. The four of them stealthily navigated the expansive factory grounds, the darkness deepening around them. Devoid of any illumination, the indistinct outlines of factory buildings and smokestacks loomed like monstrous silhouettes in the dim light. The distant sound of cicadas echoed, seemingly performing a final concert, their relentless cacophony filling the air. Their footsteps reverberated in the stillness of the factory, and after what felt like an eternity, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, with no discoveries to be made. Zhao Huan consulted with Ling Feng multiple times through their connection, but the spirit was equally bewildered. Upon entering the factory, it had lost the scent of Bobo, and the air held no trace of anything suspicious. Could it be underground? Zhao Huan pondered quietly. He resolved to investigate the factory building. Meow, Ling Feng suddenly leaped, its fur standing on end as it darted behind Zhao Huan in fright. Have we found something? Zhao Huan swiftly summoned Xianbei, anxiously scanning ahead. The others were equally flustered, peering from behind Zhao Huan, squinting into the gloom. Squeak, squeak. A few enormous rats emerged from a pile of factory debris, vanishing in an instant. Ling Feng, you're a cat. How can you be afraid of mere rats? Is that not a bit embarrassing? Zhao Huan sighed, rubbing his forehead, suppressing his voice as he scolded Ling Feng. It was hard for him to believe that this proud scent-tracking cat, who ruled the roost at home, would be frightened by rodents. Ling Feng mewed in protest. Meow. Those hideous creatures are inherently terrifying. Zhao Huan fell silent, choosing to ignore the disgruntled cat, and continued searching the factory. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing. He decided to proceed to the next building. Just then, a beam of flashlight illuminated the path from the direction they had come. Quick hide, Zhao Huan urged, pressing himself against the factory's exit, cautiously peering towards the source of the light. In the fading glow, two shadowy figures approached from the direction of the gaping hole in the wall. Their pace was leisurely, but as they drew closer, it became evident that they were hoisting a cage, within which was a creature not much larger than Ling Feng. The darkness obscured its identity. Observing their furtive demeanor, Zhao Huan was convinced they had finally located the right spot. Chapter 71. No negotiation with shadows. Brother Dao, why are we helping to capture these beasts? One of the figures inquired curiously as they passed the factory. Brother Dao raised the cage with his left hand and waved the flashlight around with his right before responding in a gravelly voice. I don't know. I heard it was Master Jiu's orders. We don't need to concern ourselves with the details. We just need to keep an eye on these creatures, and we'll be rewarded handsomely later, right? By the way, Brother Dao, When are they coming to collect the goods? After dark, I reckon it won't be long now. Let us grab a drink first and wait for their arrival. Honestly, those fellows are quite intimidating. They wear masks and hardly speak, like the undead. I hope this matter wraps up quickly. I don't wish to deal with them again. Who can argue with that? Let us finish this swiftly so we can get some rest. This cursed place has nothing to offer. It's truly unfortunate. The two continued their complaints as they moved away with the cage. Zhao Huan gestured for the others to follow cautiously behind them. The two men, oblivious to anyone trailing them, walked until they reached another factory, where they lifted a circular grate from the ground and began to lower the cage with ropes. They then descended the stairs, vanishing into the night. Indeed, it was hidden underground. The group gazed at the darkened entrance, and Wang Daqian's voice trembled as he asked, Huanzi, are we really going down there? What other choice do we have? Your Bobo might very well be down below. Then let us go? Wang Daqian adopted a resolute expression, instinctively inching back behind Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan shook his head and addressed Lin Luoluo. You two should stay up here. If anyone comes, send me a message. Lin Luoluo glanced around, admitting to herself that she was also somewhat frightened of the dark. However, considering Zhao Huan's reasoning, she nodded and took Tianjing to find a hiding spot, keeping watch over the entrance. Holding Lingfeng in one arm and balancing Xianbei atop his head, Zhao Huan cautiously descended the staircase. His feet landed on the solid concrete floor, and he discovered the area surprisingly dry and well ventilated, devoid of any strange odors. It appeared to be an abandoned underground warehouse. Once Wang Daqian had nervously joined him, Zhao Huan carefully ventured deeper along the nearly 2-meter-high passage. The corridor was short, with a faint light visible ahead, likely indicating a storage room. As they approached, the sound of voices echoed through the passage, creating a buzzing noise that rendered their words unintelligible. Strange. Zhao Huan wondered why there were no sounds from the creature. Normally, they wouldn't be this quiet. The voices grew clearer, and Zhao Huan discerned at least 3 distinct voices. In addition to the 2 he had initially seen, there were others inside. Who was there? A stern voice suddenly called out. Zhao Huan halted immediately, falling silent. Wang Daqian clung to Zhao Huan's clothing, burying his head behind him, trembling uncontrollably. Hey, tiger brother. There's no one in this cursed place, the earlier young voice remarked dismissively. Indeed, brother who? I have verified that this place has languished in obscurity for at least a decade, so rest assured, no one is aware of our presence here, Dao Gu remarked nonchalantly. The reason Joey sent me is to ensure absolute security. DOB, step outside and take a look. The individual addressing brother who displayed evident unease and insisted that Dao Gu conduct an inspection. Reluctantly, Dao Gu emerged, wielding a flashlight in one hand and a machete in the other, muttering incessantly under his breath. Zhao Huan gently patted Su Nbi's head, and immediately, the invasive thoughts flowed forth. Dao Gu moved forward as if possessed, mechanically advancing until he stood before Zhao Huan, his eyes filled with confusion. Zhao Huan seized the flashlight and machete from Dao Ji's grasp, handing them to Wang Daqian for safekeeping, and swiftly struck Dao Gu at the nape of his neck, causing him to collapse limply to the ground. Zhao Huan adjusted his nose, bent down, and quietly made his way toward the well-lit room. MD DOB. Did you find anything? Do speak up. Brother who called impatiently from within the room. Zhao Huan found the voice somewhat familiar, but could not immediately place it. At that moment, he heard the vibration of his phone, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Who is it? Brother who sensed something amiss and inquired warily. Zhao Huan swiftly dragged the unconscious Dao Gu and hurled him into the storeroom. A dull thud echoed as Dao Gu was struck by an unseen force. Zhao Huan rushed inside, only to find 2 individuals staring blankly at the fallen Dao Gu. Wang Jintiger. Zhao Huan recognized the familiar voice as belonging to Wang Jintiger. Without waiting for a response, Su Nbi's invasive thoughts had already taken effect. As another young man brandished a dagger, preparing to attack, Zhao Huan had already surged forward, delivering a knee strike that rendered him unconscious on the spot. Wang Jintiger, already under Su Nbi's control, stared vacantly as Zhao Huan incapacitated his subordinate. Zhao Huan wasted no time, swiftly knocking out Wang Jintiger as well. These actions transpired with lightning speed, leaving Wang Daqian gaping in astonishment, his mouth agape for an extended moment. How is it that in just a few days within the secret realm, Zhao Huan has become so ruthless and formidable? Incredible. He felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards his once close friend. Ignoring Wang Daqian's surprise, Zhao Huan glanced at his phone, revealing a message from Lin Luoluo stating that 3 individuals in black had arrived. He hurriedly disposed of the 3 unconscious bodies behind some discarded items just as footsteps echoed in the corridor. Who goes there? Zhao Huan mimicked Wang Jintiger's tone, deliberately asking in a heavy voice. The courier, came the equally subdued response. Zhao Huan exchanged a glance with Wang Daqian, who, trembling with fear, retreated to a safe distance. whispering, "Huanzi, be careful," as the three masked figures entered the storeroom. Their eyes were still adjusting to the change in light when the foremost individual was immediately ensnared by Su In Bi's mental control. The other two sensed something was amiss and instinctively summoned their beasts. At that moment, Zhao Huan's Thunder Eagle soared from the beast's space, enveloping the adversaries in electric power. In the confined space of the storeroom, all three individuals and their beasts were struck by the bolts of lightning, enveloped in wisps of black smoke, collapsing at the entrance. From the moment they entered, Zhao Huan had successfully ensnared them without even catching a glimpse of their faces. Through the earlier mental invasion of the lead individual by Su In Bi, Zhao Huan had learned that these individuals belonged to the Starry Sky organization. Yet their ranks were low, and he remained oblivious to their intentions for collecting such low-tier beasts. They were also unaware of how many warehouses contained these beasts. For safety's sake, they typically communicated through a single channel. Fortunately, Zhao Huan had at least gleaned the location to which the beasts were being transported, a construction site in the bustling city center. What audacity! The Starry Sky organization was willing to invest heavily to commission the Jiui Alliance, brazenly seizing and abducting so many beasts. What scheme were they plotting? Zhao Huan sensed that this conspiracy was far from simple, his brow furrowing as he fell into contemplation until Lin Luoluo and the others cautiously entered. Starry Sky organization? Again? Lin Luoluo exclaimed angrily after hearing Zhao Huan's analysis. They are undoubtedly orchestrating a dreadful plot, but we are still unclear about their ultimate goal. Let's secure them first. You should contact your sister and have her come over to manage this. Zhao Huan casually collected the masks from the unconscious individuals. Speaking to Lin Luoluo as he did so, Lin Luoluo nodded and promptly took out her phone to contact Lin Feifei. They dragged the unconscious individuals to the back of the storeroom, which was cluttered with various cages, locking them inside an empty one. Wang Daqian, filled with resentment, spat at the cage before closely inspecting the 10 or so beasts contained within. The beasts appeared to have been administered a sedative, curled up in their iron cages. Utterly motionless. No wonder they had initially been unable to hear any sounds from the beasts. Bobo, Wang Daqian exclaimed joyfully upon spotting his water-healing rabbit. His chubby face radiated with the delight of recovering a lost fortune. He quickly found the key, released Bobo, and wore a worried expression until he realized the rabbit was merely in a deep slumber, allowing him to relax. Tianjing paced back and forth in front of the cages, her face etched with disappointment. Her beast, Duo, was not among them. She did not know if it had not been delivered or if it had been taken by the Starry Sky organization. Don't worry, Jingjing, we have captured these rascals. We will surely find Duo. Lin Luoluo comforted her gently upon seeing Tianjing's tear-filled eyes. Let us proceed to the next location. Lingfeng has already caught their scent. We must go. To avoid exposing the invasive thought skill, Zhao Huan feigned it was Lingfeng's assistants, leading the way out of the underground storeroom. Wait, we're leaving now? Where exactly are we going? Lin Luoluo paused momentarily, hastily following, her mouth busy with inquiries directed at Zhao Huan. The group retraced their steps to the surface, passing through a large hole in the surrounding wall, where they discovered a truck parked outside, presumably the vehicle of the Starry Sky organization's members. Although Zhao Huan could drive, he had no knowledge of operating such a large truck. He glanced at the others, who all shook their heads in unison. Forget it, we'll rely on the 11 route. Zhao Huan called upon Lingfeng and led them swiftly through the night. Fortunately, his physical prowess had significantly improved. Otherwise, navigating the city in this manner would have been exhausting. He pondered how his sister managed to run about the city so effortlessly. Tianjing and Wang Daqian had already fallen behind, panting as they struggled to keep pace. Particularly Wang Daqian, who, lacking in physical exercise, lagged considerably, dragging his feet. I can't go on any longer, he finally gasped, collapsing to the ground, breathless. How about we take a cab? Lin Luoluo suggested, also out of breath, pointing to a taxi by the roadside. The vehicle dropped them at the intersection of Lingfu Road, where towering barriers surrounded the construction site, concealing the activities within. Are they truly hiding beneath the construction site on Lingfu Road? Lin Luoluo marveled, incredulous that these individuals had the audacity to conceal themselves in such a bustling district. It must be here. I surmise they are likely transporting their beasts via dump trucks, concealed within the subterranean construction passages. Zhao Huan gently stroked the fur of Ling Feng, disregarding its unwilling squirming, and feigned contemplation as he spoke. The construction site was inactive at night, with the gates for vehicle entry securely locked from within. Lin Luoluo summoned her Hurricane Eagle to survey the situation at the construction site from above. There are people inside. Over there, she indicated ahead. Zhao Huan nodded but remained still. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, he forcefully tore open a corner of the barrier, peered inside, and, confirming the absence of observers, bent down and slipped in. The vibrant neon lights of the bustling city illuminated the construction site brightly. They stealthily approached the warning position of the Hurricane Eagle, where two individuals clad in work attire and hard hats were smoking near the open entrance of the underground pipe. The cement pipe loomed taller than a man, with the two leaning against the wall, engaging in idle chatter. From the memory of the individual previously controlled by Xian Bei, Zhao Huan recognized these men as peripheral members of the Starry Sky organization. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the trench above, and before the two could react, he delivered a punch to the left and another to the right, knocking them to the ground. Utilizing the solar lights suspended from the pipe ceiling, the four advanced cautiously. Upon turning a corner ahead, they unexpectedly collided with two more individuals. Both groups stared at each other in shock, with Zhao Huan quickly regaining his composure, brandishing the Xian Bei and commanding, "Xian Bingdan." With a series of soft thuds, two icy projectiles struck the unfortunate souls, instantly encasing them in frost. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Huan urged the group to continue moving forward. The air within the pipe was a pungent amalgamation of fresh earth and the distinct odor of beasts, and not far ahead, the light appeared significantly brighter. It seemed they had indeed found the right location, and a surge of energy coursed through them. Zhao Huan brushed aside a web hanging overhead and stealthily advanced. Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared from within. What's happening? The alert web had triggered. Intruders had entered. Prepare for confrontation. A cacophony of voices erupted from within. It dawned on Zhao Huan that this web was, in fact, an alarm system. Realizing retreat was futile, he resolved to confront them head-on. He set Ling Feng down, drew out the Xian Bei, and quickened his pace forward. In the confined space, the combat capabilities of Shan Yun and Lin Luo's Jiujiu were severely limited. Several adversaries rushed toward them, shouting, "Leave no one behind, eliminate them." The Xian Bei unleashed its icy wind cannon, instantly coating the entire pipe in a layer of frost. "Watch out for their beasts. I'm frozen. Someone help me. Damn it, I can't move my legs." The pipe echoed with cries of anger and desperation. Zhao Huan swung the Xian Bei, using its hard shell to knock several unfortunate foes unconscious. Without pausing, he continued to charge ahead. At the end of the pipe lay a massive pit. He leaped down and summoned the Thunderhawk. Below, a group of over 10 individuals had already gathered, prepared for battle. Upon seeing Zhao Huan descend, they commanded their beasts to attack in succession. Frost Star, Thunder Ray. The skills of the Xian Bei and Shan Yun quickly enveloped the area before Zhao Huan. The fierce beasts of the adversaries were caught off guard by the onslaught of lightning and frost, becoming instantly frozen and paralyzed. Following this, Lin Luo's Hurricane Eagle summoned a tempest, sending the opposing individuals into a panic as they sought cover. Just a band of lowly minions. Zhao Huan paid them no mind and urged everyone to press forward. At the end of the pit was an entrance standing taller than a person, where an elderly man with white hair stood leisurely, a cigar clutched between his teeth, gently stroking a dark beast nestled in his arms. His eyes glimmered with a blend of mockery and hunger. Zhao Huan and his companions finally halted their assault. Spirit communication. Zhao Huan promptly activated his spirit communication skill to examine the information regarding the opponent's beast. Platinum level 40, Shadow Mole. A mole, and a platinum level 40 mole at that. Zhao Huan observed the dark bundle nestled in the old man's embrace with curiosity. "Young man, are you prepared to face the judgment of the Overlord's fist?" The old man combed his meticulously arranged white hair with his fingers, grinning as the gleam in his eyes grew even more ravenous, cruel, and radiant. Chapter 73, He has become bald. The battle commenced. As per usual, the Xian Bei initiated with a mental invasion. Given its lack of speed advantage, mental invasion was an essential skill for navigating the world, deceiving and pilfering. The power of the mental invasion surged forth, enveloping the opponent. To Zhao Huan's astonishment, this time, the attack missed entirely. The figure of the old man, claiming to be the Overlord, flickered and vanished. No, he hadn't vanished. He had materialized beside Zhao Huan. The Overlord, with incredible speed, suddenly appeared before Zhao Huan, his right fist swirling with a fierce wind as it thunderously struck toward the group. Zhao Huan was the first to bear the brunt of it, barely managing to raise his hands in defense before being sent flying by the overwhelming force. Pain. Excruciating pain. Zhao Huan was propelled 4 or 5 meters away, his hands feeling as though they had been struck by a hammer, causing him to gasp in agony as a wave of dread surged through his spine. Had he fractured a bone? He quickly rubbed his injured arm, secretly worrying. But this was not the time for concern. He noticed the old man effortlessly lifting Wang Daqian's hefty form, standing with an air of arrogance. The stout figure of Wang Daqian dangled in the old man's grip like a mere chick. His chubby face was flushed, desperately clawing at the Overlord's iron-like grip with both hands, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. "Let me go? Quickly, let me go," he cried out in desperation. Yet the Overlord held him aloft, unyielding, turning to face Lin Luoluo and the others. Lin Luoluo shielded Tianjing with one hand, while commanding Jiao to launch an attack. Jiao unleashed a wind bullet aimed directly at the Overlord's body. Just as the wind bullet was about to strike the old man, he vanished once again, leaving Wang Daqian to plummet from the air. The wind bullet pierced through the Overlord's phantom-like form, directly embedding itself into Wang Daqian's thigh, causing him to bleed profusely and erupt into a wail of anguish. His deafening cries startled Lin Luoluo, who feared that Jiao's wind bullet had struck a vital spot, endangering his life. She rushed to Wang Daqian's side, repeatedly apologizing. Upon hearing Wang Daqian's pig-like shrieks, which were both loud and forceful, Zhao Huan realized he was unharmed, merely frightened by his own reaction. In contrast, he was more concerned about the old man's movements. The old man's figure appeared as if he had stepped out of thin air, materializing right beside him. Another brutal hook punch followed. This time, Zhao Huan was prepared. The protective barrier of the Xianbei was already in place. The punch collided with the barrier, producing a resounding crack. Zhao Huan was unceremoniously sent rolling far away. What tremendous strength! What a ferocious attack! With that one punch, the protective barrier shattered. Zhao Huan confirmed it. The Overlord could teleport. That must be a unique skill of the beast he had been cradling in his arms. If I am not mistaken, the elderly man is indeed a martial artist, possessing formidable physical prowess. This battle will be arduous. Bakwin stood tall, gazing around with a cruel smile gracing his face. Young girls, they are my favorite, especially when I can crush their throats with my hands. The perverse old man's eyes glinted with excitement as he beheld the trembling Tianjing. Lin Luoluo, aghast, hurriedly stepped forward to shield Tianjing, glaring at him with fury. Bakwin's gaze fixated on the irate Lin Luoluo, the intensity in his eyes escalating. He extended his tongue and languidly licked the corner of his mouth, his entire body quivering with exhilaration. Damn, I never anticipated encountering such a depraved old wretch. Zhao Huan, unable to endure any longer, felt his anger peak. Thunderlight ray. The thunder eagle screeched, unleashing a bolt of energy that surged towards Bakwin. Bakwin, sensing the threat, did not dare linger and activated the Shadow Mole's teleportation skill. Luoluo, take Tianjing and leave now. Zhao Huan shouted at Lin Luoluo just as Bakwin's figure vanished. Without hesitation, Lin Luoluo grasped Tianjing's hand and sprinted towards Zhao Huan. Xianbei had already unleashed Frost Star towards their location. Indeed, Bakwin's figure reappeared at Lin Luoluo's previous spot. As he materialized, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The biting chill of ice momentarily stole his breath away. With a furious roar, he raised his fist and slammed it into the ground, shattering the frozen earth into a flurry of ice shards. The pervasive frost was dispelled by the force of his blow. The physical strength of a martial artist is truly formidable. Had Zhao Huan been in his place, his feet would likely have been frozen to the ground. Although he was not immobilized, the brief pause was sufficient. Xuanbei's thought invasion had finally succeeded. The old man was ensnared, his face reflecting astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that a few young brats possessed such capabilities. Quickly, let us eliminate him. Zhao Huan commanded loudly. Xianbei, Shanyun, and even Jiujin unleashed their abilities, surrounding Bakwin in an instant. Amidst the shimmering lights and shadows, Bakwin was no longer in place. He had escaped again. Zhao Huan clenched his fists in frustration. They awaited Bakwin's reappearance. Sure enough, at a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Bakwin gradually revealed himself. At this moment, his demeanor had shifted from arrogance to disarray. Tufts of white hair stood on end, chaotically scattered atop his head. His face bore several cuts inflicted by the wind blades, blood oozing forth, presenting a terrifying sight. Moreover, he was adorned with several ice shards. His clothes torn in multiple places, rendering him both comical and pathetic. Due to the vast disparity in levels, Xuanbei's thought invasion was not particularly effective. Bakwin quickly regained his composure. Despite his ragged appearance, the injuries were merely superficial and had not inflicted significant harm. What a missed opportunity. Capturing this fellow again would not be an easy feat, Zhao Huan mused inwardly. Bakwin was infuriated, panting heavily, his eyes glinting with malice as they fixed on Zhao Huan. Suddenly, he tugged at his own hair, yanking off a wig, which he tossed aside, his fists clenched, emanating a creaking sound. To think this old fool had such a fondness for his hair, only to reveal himself as a baldy. Given his furious demeanor, could it be that he had grown stronger? Zhao Huan focused intently, rubbing his nose, preparing for the next round of battle. Bakwin bellowed, "Shadow Pin, restrain that brat. I shall skin him alive." Restrain? What does that mean? Zhao Huan, perplexed, soon found himself unable to move. It was the shadows. They were pinned in place by invisible nails, rendering him immobile. His pet possessed such a skill? Zhao Huan cursed inwardly. Was he now a living target? Chapter 74. a single punch to determine victory. Bakwin did not afford Zhao Huan much time to prepare. He leaped into the air, swinging his iron fist with the force of a tempest, aimed directly at Zhao Huan's head. Should this punch land squarely, Zhao Huan would not merely suffer. It could very well be fatal. Bam! Zhao Huan was once again sent sprawling, akin to a rolling gourd. The protective barrier bestowed by Xianbei dissipated into nothingness. Huff! Zhao Huan vigorously wiped the blood from his nose, his eyes radiating an unprecedented ferocity and brutality. Damn it, today it's either your demise or mine. Cradling Xianbei, Shan Yun soared above him. He was prepared to fight with all his might. Should he find himself utterly overmatched, he would summon the Xuanwu avatar and unleash hell. In terms of pet attributes, Xianbei and Shan Yun actually surpassed Bakwin's Shadow Mole. However, the unique abilities of the Shadow Mole were incredibly formidable, coupled with Bakwin's martial artist expertise. It was indeed a daunting challenge. It seemed that severing the connection between Bakwin and his pet was the only chance for survival. With this thought, Zhao Huan steeled his resolve, activating the protective barrier, and charged towards Bakwin. Bakwin, momentarily taken aback, assumed Zhao Huan's youthful exuberance was merely his final struggle. He touched his bald head, revealing a cruel smile as he gathered his strength for a decisive blow. Bam! His fist collided with Zhao Huan's protective barrier, while Zhao Huan's fist extended, striking Bakwin's left hand, the very hand that had never loosened its grip on the Shadow Mole. Zhao Huan was predictably sent flying, and the protective barrier predictably shattered. Unexpectedly, Bakwin did not pursue Zhao Huan immediately. Instead, he frantically searched for the whereabouts of the Shadow Mole. Zhao Huan had used himself as bait, knowingly taking Bakwin's punch, intending to exchange blow for blow. Though his head still throbbed, he had succeeded. His fist struck Bakwin's left hand, and at the moment of impact, the Shadow Mole indeed executed its escape as he had anticipated. Without its master's command, it did not teleport alongside Bakwin. Xianbei now. Zhao Huan commanded midair. Thought invasion, yet again. Bakwin was once more ensnared. Meanwhile, Shan Yun had already pursued the Shadow Mole, unleashing continuous bolts of lightning that struck down relentlessly. The Shadow Mole could only teleport repeatedly to evade, utterly unable to attend to its master. Without the Shadow Mole's assistance, the duration of Bakwin's control was significantly extended. Frost Star. Zhao Huan plummeted from the air with a resounding crash, rolling several meters away. Yet the second command escaped his lips. Terror filled Bakwin's eyes. Just as he regained the ability to move, he was struck by the Frost Star. Ice instantly enveloped his body. One more. Zhao Huan cried out, nearly shouting from the ground. The second Frost Star descended, further encasing Bakwin in ice, thwarting his attempts to break free. Seizing the opportunity while the Shadow Mole was still being pursued by Shan Yun, Zhao Huan rose, retrieving a one-handed axe from the system storage. He dashed forward, summoning all his strength, and swung the axe down with great force towards Bakwin's frozen neck. Thud! Blood erupted from the axe, as Zhao Huan swung it with relentless ferocity, hacking away with the abandon of a madman, each blow echoing with tremendous force. The ice cracked beneath the assault, and the entire head of the formidable Bakwin was cleaved from his body, sent flying through the air. Lin Luoluo and Tianjing gasped in horror. Their voices raised in shocked cries. It was the first time they had witnessed such a gruesome and terrifying spectacle. At last, victory was theirs. Zhao Huan discarded the bloodied axe, leaning heavily on his knee, panting heavily. This battle had imparted a crucial lesson to Zhao Huan. While the level of one's pet was undoubtedly significant, the judicious application of both the pets and one's own abilities was paramount. Ultimately, it was that single, seemingly inconspicuous punch that determined the outcome of the fight, exuding a myriad of nuances and solidifying the balance of power. From the moment the old man had appeared, he had stubbornly clung to his pet, unwilling to relinquish it. What the enemy resisted was precisely what Zhao Huan resolved to accomplish. Thus, he meticulously schemed to drive away the Shadow Mole from him, akin to a gambler placing all bets on a single moment. And he had won. Of course, had he failed, he would not have feared for his final safeguard. The Xuanwu avatar had yet to be activated. Knowing there was still a trump card left in reserve at any moment was truly a comforting thought. With a resounding crash, the headless form of Bakwin finally collapsed to the ground, producing a dreadful sound. Lin Luoluo embraced the trembling Tianjing, offering soft reassurances. Wang Daqian stood agape, astonished by Zhao Huan's prowess, momentarily forgetting the pain in his leg. The Shadow Mole, sensing its master's demise, hesitated momentarily before being struck by the lightning of Shan Yun, tumbling into the dust. Despite its formidable abilities, it remained but a supporting pet, ill-suited for combat. Shan Yun swooped down with ferocity, its thunder claw gripping the creature tightly, its beak like an iron hook mercilessly pecking at the pitiful pet. After being tormented for so long, Shan Yun was consumed by rage, and it showed no mercy. Only when the shadow mole lay in tatters did it let out a triumphant cry, soaring to Zhao Huan's side, as if seeking recognition, nuzzling affectionately against him. Zhao Huan affectionately patted its head, smiling with indulgence. After a long night of exertion and having triumphed in such a grueling battle, the group felt utterly drained. Suddenly, a rapid series of footsteps echoed from the direction of the pipeline. More people were coming. Zhao Huan and his companions felt a jolt of alarm. If they were enemies, it would be disastrous. Given their current state, another wave of foes would be overwhelming. However, they had no choice but to summon their resolve. Focusing intently on the source of the sound, as Shan Yun and Jiu Jiao stood on edge, emitting threatening calls, the footsteps drew nearer, and a black trench coat fluttered down from the pipeline, landing smoothly on the ground, revealing a composed and elegant figure. It was Lin Feifei, who had arrived from the Beast Tamer Security Bureau. She immediately spotted the blood-soaked corpse of Baquan, and her furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Upon receiving Lin Luoluo's message, she had not hesitated, rushing over with her subordinates. With her extensive experience dealing with the Starry Sky organization, she understood that such a brazen operation must be guarded by formidable experts. Fearing for Lin Luoluo and the others, she had bypassed the abandoned factory to reach this location first. Thankfully, the children had resolved the situation on their own. Her gaze turned to Zhao Huan, filled with both suspicion and eagerness. He was the strongest rookie king, gaining notoriety among explorers. Rumor had it that he had displayed extraordinary prowess in the Third Secret Realm, apprehending the Night Crow leader and thwarting the Starry Sky organization's assassination plot against Mu Qingxuan. Such a rare talent should not be wasted. She was determined not to abandon her efforts to recruit Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan, upon meeting Lin Feifei's penetrating gaze, felt an unsettling apprehension. He was uncertain what secrets she might possess regarding him, and there was an unnerving intensity in her stare that made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Sister, why did you take so long? You nearly scared me to death. Lin Luoluo lamented upon seeing Lin Feifei. You have such audacity, yet you experience fear as well? Lin Feifei retorted coldly, showing no leniency. You didn't even inform me of such a dangerous situation beforehand. When we return, Mother will have words with you. Please, sister, I accomplished something here. Can we not tell Mother? She would undoubtedly nag me for half a year. Lin Luoluo's spirit visibly deflated. Upon returning, you will thoroughly explain everything that transpired today. Lin Feifei had achieved her objective and turned her attention back to Zhao Huan. So, you were the one who dealt with him? Zhao Huan, watching Tianjing tend to Wang Daqian's wounds, momentarily taken aback by Lin Feifei's inquiry, nodded and replied. It was merely fortune. By the way, I wonder if Tianjing's pet is among them. We should check. With that, he scooped up Xianbei and dashed toward the cave entrance previously guarded by Baquan, as if fleeing. Trying to run away, are you? Let's see where you think you're going. Lin Feifei murmured to herself, watching Zhao Huan's panicked retreat. Chapter 75. Rescue of the Clown Dog. As they entered the cave, the air was thick with the unpleasant stench of captured pets. Zhao Huan could not help but wave his hand in front of his nose, scrutinizing the interior of the cavern. To conceal the kidnapped pets, the Starry Sky organization had excavated a cavern nearly the size of a basketball court beneath the ground. Inside, cages of all sizes were stacked one upon another, each containing a pet, numbering over 100. Much like in the abandoned factory's warehouse, the majority of the pets appeared to have been drugged, listlessly lying in their cages without movement. Duo, where are you? Faced with hundreds of pets, Tianjing rushed forward, scanning the area anxiously, calling out her pet's name in hopes of hearing a familiar response. No reply came. It was likely also under the influence of the drug. Thus, Lin Luoluo accompanied her, searching through the iron cages one by one. Zhao Huan, unfamiliar with Tianjing's pet, remained on the sidelines, observing their slowly unfolding search. As he checked his phone, he noted that it was already past 10 o'clock at night. After a long evening of relentless activity, he had not eaten a single bite and felt as if his stomach were about to implode from hunger. Just as he contemplated signaling Wang Daqian to find an excuse to leave, he heard Lin Feifei standing beside him, almost as if speaking to herself. What on earth do those lunatics intend to do with so many captured pets? Zhao Huan suddenly recalled the terrifying image that Xianbei had shared with him at the moment it had controlled Baquan. Countless pets had gathered together, inexplicably collapsing. It resembled some sort of sacrificial ritual. Could it be that they were capturing these pets for a dreadful ceremony? The more he pondered, the more he felt this possibility was exceedingly plausible. However, Xuanbei's control had been too brief to provide further useful information. Zhao Huan glanced at Lin Feifei, pretending to contemplate as he said, "Do you think they are capturing these pets for some sort of ritual? Otherwise, why would they need so many low-level pets? As if they were mere disposable items?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feifei's eyes began to gleam with insight. That makes sense. I too find this situation quite unusual. Those lunatics are taking such immense risks and expending such great effort. It cannot merely be for the purpose of capturing these inconsequential creatures. What kind of frenzied ritual could it be? Such occurrences have never been heard of before. These scoundrels are truly troublesome. The only certainty now is that whatever ceremony they are orchestrating, it is undoubtedly malevolent. Lin Feifei furrowed her brow, resting her chin on her hand as she continued to elaborate in the direction Zhao Huan had suggested. Zhao Huan wholeheartedly agreed. Anything the Starry Sky organization pursued could only lead to misfortune. As he gazed at the rows of captured beasts, he suddenly recalled the lingling birds he had encountered within the secret realm. Oh, I heard in the secret realm that the Starry Sky organization has gathered a considerable number of exotic beasts, preparing to breach the teleportation portal from the secret realm and launch an assault on the city. He had intended to inform Lin Luoluo of this, but the kidnapping incident had caused him to forget. Now, encountering Lin Feifei, it seemed appropriate to share this information with her. Of course, he would not divulge that the Starry Sky organization had nearly succeeded, only failing due to his own unexpected interference. I have also heard that this dreadful plan was thwarted, leaving over 200 carcasses of exotic beasts at the scene. TSK. Who could be so formidable? How I wish to witness such prowess. I would undoubtedly invite him to join the elite team. At this point, an unexpected yearning laced Lin Feifei's calm voice. Unbeknownst to her, the true culprit was right beside her. She had an insatiable desire to invite any remarkable individual to join her team, akin to a terrifying obsession. Duo. I found it. Over there. As Zhao Huan awkwardly scratched his nose, Tianjing suddenly grasped Lin Luo's hand, joyfully bouncing in excitement. She pointed to a cage stacked in a corner, where a creature resembling a dog was vaguely curled up. I'll help you. An elite team member from the Safety Bureau smiled kindly at the two girls, heedlessly climbing atop the iron cage without a second thought. No, for reasons unknown. Lin Feifei gasped in alarm, hastily attempting to intervene. But it was too late. The clumsy elite member lost his footing and tumbled from the iron cage, causing a cascade of cages to crash down with a horrifying clatter, startling everyone present. Lin Feifei sighed deeply, as if she had anticipated the mishap, covering her forehead with her hand. The bumbling youth, despite being knocked about by the falling cages, sheepishly smiled at the crowd, regrouped, and attempted to climb back up. Monkey. No next time, do you hear me? Lin Feifei's irritation was palpable. All right, Captain, I promise there won't be a next time. The young man, standing atop the cage, grinned broadly and even bowed to Lin Feifei. Your promises are worthless. You'll be cleaning the restrooms for the week. Lin Feifei's anger had not yet subsided. The young man displayed a troubled expression, pleading, Please, Captain, not again. Do I really have to clean? Lin Feifei remained silent, casting a cold glance in his direction. Fine, I'll do it. The young man, looking resigned, carried down the cage containing the clown dog. After the other team members received the cage and passed it to Tianjing, she thanked the young man repeatedly, while Lin Luoluo gave him a thumbs up. The previously dejected young man instantly brightened. Tianjing cradled the clown dog and joyfully approached Zhao Huan, blushing as she said, Thank you, Zhao Huan. You're truly amazing. Zhao Huan waved his hand, glancing at the creature in her arms, unable to suppress a smile, his fatigue dissipating significantly. The dog was not large, adorned with mottled fur. Its eyes were one black and one white, quite comical. Its nose was round and rosy at the tip, reminiscent of a clown's red nose. Especially its mouth, which, even in slumber, seemed to stretch wide, as if perpetually smiling. Seeing it elicited laughter, which explained why it was called a clown dog. No wonder Tianjing remarked that it had no special abilities, only the gift of bringing joy. Zhao Huan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He genuinely believed that the clown dog possessed a remarkable talent. After all, isn't the ability to bring happiness the most formidable of all? Thank you all. You've been invaluable tonight. To express my gratitude, let me treat you to dinner. Lin Feifei offered a gentle smile to the courageous quartet of the evening, generously articulating her intentions. Great. I want the royal golden horn steak. Lin Luoluo exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. You glutton, even trying to extort your sister. Lin Feifei feigned annoyance. The royal golden horn steak was quite pricey, reputedly made from the most exquisite rib cuts of the golden horned cattle, a rare beast from the secret realm, with each serving costing more than an ordinary person's monthly salary. This meal would likely cost several tens of thousands. Lin Feifei's comment about Lin Luoluo extorting her was not unfounded. Chapter 76. Zhao Huan, you're a disaster. Zhao Huan savored the legendary royal golden horn steak, and the flavor was indeed exquisite. With each bite, the rich, succulent juices mingled with aromatic spices, evoking an unparalleled warmth that spread from his lips to his stomach, radiating throughout his entire being. It was simply delectable. He glanced around. The others were also relishing their meals, laughing and joking amid the merriment. Naturally, after a long night of thwarting the Starry Sky Organization's base and rescuing so many beasts, they had every right to celebrate. Lin Feifei paused after consuming only half of her steak, lifting her glass as she quietly observed the four young people devouring their food amidst the light and melodious music. These 18 or 19-year-olds resembled her younger self, untouched by the world's ugliness, brimming with youthful vigor, extravagantly squandering their spirited adolescence. This was the privilege of youth, an integral part of their growth. However, the shadow of the Starry Sky Organization loomed over each of them. What on earth were they plotting? Lin Feifei peered through the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass of the restaurant, gazing at the brilliant lights outside, her brow furrowing in concern. Regardless of what these rascals intended, she was determined they would not succeed. This was her duty as a beast spirit guardian. She took a sip of her drink, lost in contemplation. With Zhao Huan and the others' assistance, they had dismantled one of the Starry Sky Organization's hideouts for captured beasts, but it was certain they had more than one. In recent days, the number of reported cases of missing beasts had surpassed 500. With so many still unrescued, it appeared yet another sleepless night awaited her. Sister, what are you thinking about? Lin Feifei, immersed in thought, was roused by her sister's calls, finally snapping back to reality. What is it? Are you still not full? I'll let you know, the free dinner ends here. Lin Feifei deliberately wore a stern expression. I'm full. I was asking you why the Starry Sky Organization wanted to kidnap Jingjing's beast? It's still unclear, but it certainly cannot be anything good. Thanks to your help today, we successfully rescued over 100 beasts, but many more remain unaccounted for, Lin Feifei replied in her characteristic indifferent tone. These terrorists are truly detestable, Lin Luoluo exclaimed angrily, her nose crinkling adorably as she expressed her frustration. Team Lin, why is the Jiui Alliance assisting the Starry Sky Organization? Besides this incident, they also helped the Night Crow guard the suspension bridge at Bijiao Mountain during our time in the Secret Realm. Is there some collusion between them? Zhao Huan, who had long been puzzled by the Jiui Alliance's actions, could not help but voice his concerns. The Nine Righteous Alliance and the Starry Sky Organization are indeed colluding, albeit through clandestine business dealings. However, they are not privy to the full extent of the situation. This time, they've overstepped their bounds, and I shall certainly have a word with old he over a cup of coffee. He will soon realize that the coffee from the Security Bureau is far from delightful. Lin Feifei's eyes sparkled with intensity, her tone growing increasingly frigid. Zhao Huan felt a flicker of amusement at the thought of old he being summoned for coffee by the Security Bureau. It presented him with the perfect opportunity to visit his home in hopes of retrieving his sister's necklace. Yet, he dared not voice this thought, instead continuing to inquire. Given that the Nine Righteous Alliance is acting as a pawn, why not simply eliminate them? I presume the Security Bureau possesses the capability to do so. Lin Feifei cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Huan, gently placing her wine glass down, her brow furrowing in exasperation as she replied. The Nine Righteous Alliance has entrenched itself in Ling Shui for many years. It is no mere gang, but a formidable entity entwined with the upper echelons of Ling Shui and even Zhongzhou. In truth, the Nine Righteous Alliance, the Bloodblade Society, and the Beast Alliance are all similarly entrenched. They engage in conflict while simultaneously forging alliances. To dismantle them in one fell swoop is no trivial task. Thus, it became apparent that these so-called gangs are backed by influential figures. They maneuver in shadows, their connections intricate and deeply woven. Countless entangled relationships and covertly exchanged benefits bind them together, creating an unfathomable web of darkness that defies resolution. Lin Feifei's sense of helplessness stemmed from this very predicament. How can they persist in their nefarious deeds without facing consequences? Lin Luoluo murmured in discontent. This uproar has caused significant repercussions. We will undoubtedly take action. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, it will likely culminate in mere scapegoats being sacrificed, leaving the Nine Righteous Alliance largely unscathed. They may only be compelled to lie low for a while. Lin Feifei sighed, downing her drink as if grappling with a sense of unfulfilled resolve. I'm saying if, Zhao Huan interjected thoughtfully. Could you arrange for me to meet with Hijio privately? Should he agree to confess? Confess? How could that be possible? Lin Feifei laughed in astonishment. But her mirth was abruptly replaced by a grave expression as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon Zhao Huan. Wait, this young man possesses remarkable abilities. Even my father has mentioned that the inexplicable phenomena within the trial secret realm are likely connected to him. Moreover, he not only has an extraordinary beast capable of evolution, but also a unique talent for conversing with it. Perhaps he truly holds the key to persuading Hijio to confess. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Feifei's eyes gleamed with newfound vigor, illuminating her typically aloof demeanor. Zhao Huan felt a wave of unease wash over him, silently chiding himself for his impulsiveness. Lin Luoluo and the others regarded Zhao Huan with surprise, baffled by his unusual assertiveness. Even Wang Daqian, who had known Zhao Huan for quite some time, had never witnessed such proactive behavior from him before. In truth, Zhao Huan's sole intention was to ensure He Jiu's apprehension so he could safely reclaim Zhao Ling's necklace. He harbored an unshakable belief that the necklace concealed extraordinary secrets tied to his parents and his own lineage. This persistent concern weighed heavily on his mind, compelling him to take this unprecedented step. Very well, I shall devise a strategy. If we can bring that scoundrel He Jiu to justice, who knows what further secrets we might uncover about the deranged individuals within the Starry Sky organization. Lin Feifei readily acquiesced to Zhao Huan's proposal. The Starry Sky organization, everything ultimately circles back to this ominous entity, Zhao Huan mused silently. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the night, Lu Zheng, masked and poised, sat in the basement of a villa, listening intently as his subordinates reported on the night's unexpected developments. Once the report concluded, the subordinate stood before him, head bowed, shivering in fear and unable to utter another word. Lu Zheng remained silent, seated on the sofa, gently tapping the mask on his face with his fingers. An unsettling stillness enveloped the room. After a prolonged silence, he finally waved his hand slightly. The subordinate exhaled sharply in relief and hurriedly exited the room. Only after the subordinate had left did Lu Zheng spring to his feet, seizing the ice crystal teapot from the table and hurling it to the ground with a violent crash. Consumed by boundless fury, he bellowed, Zhao Huan, you are a harbinger of calamity. Why must you appear everywhere? Just you wait. I will not let you escape my grasp.